Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Relax, future Wang Yong said with a calm smirk. Just watch. His tone was casual, almost playful, as if he already knew how this would end. As he spoke, the current Wang Yong stood motionless on the battlefield, surrounded by a barrage of vicious attacks from Zamasu and the corrupted versions of himself. Yet not a single blow landed. Every attack phased through his body as if he were made of mist, slipping harmlessly through him. To the untrained eye, it looked as if he wasn't moving at all. But Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. What? What is happening? Is he intangible? Future Wang Yong chuckled. To them, he may as well be. He gestured toward the battlefield. Those three may seem fast to you, but compared to him, they're moving like snails. He's dodging every strike so quickly and returning to his exact position each time. Your eyes just can't keep up. Trunks swallowed hard. But that body, that's his body. And he's still losing. Future Wang Yong shook his head. Black Wang Yong may have stolen my body, but he can't use even a tenth of its real power. He lacks the instinct, the battle experience, the soul. Without those, power means nothing. Black Wang Yong, meanwhile, was beginning to panic. He launched another flurry of attacks, faster, more desperate. But it was no use. Every strike passed through Wang Yang's seemingly still form. Then Wang Yong began to walk forward. Slowly. Calmly. Unbothered. The air around him shimmered. His very presence was overwhelming. Black Wang Yang's composure broke. Why? Why can't I touch you? I have your body. You may have my body, Wang Yong said coldly, but you'll never be me. He raised his palm and struck. The motion was simple, almost gentle, but the white light that burst from his hand was blinding. The heavens themselves recoiled. Stop. A sudden voice rang out as a ripple tore through the air. A woman stepped from the void, her presence regal, commanding. But Wang Yong didn't pause. Soul stripping technique. White energy exploded from his palm as it touched Black Wang Yang's head. The corrupted figure twitched violently, eyes rolling back. A flickering, translucent soul was torn from his body, Zamasu's true essence. Trapped in Wang Yang's grip, the soul writhed and screamed, but Wang Yang's expression didn't even flicker. With a squeeze of his fingers, the screaming stopped. Forever. Boom. Black Wang Yang's body collapsed, vacant and hollow. Future Wang Yong, standing off to the side, smiled and stepped forward. Without a word, a beam of light shot from his forehead and merged with the lifeless shell of his former body. A moment passed. And then his eyes opened. Golden light blazed from his pupils, piercing the dark clouds and revealing blue skies. Sunlight rained down on the earth like a divine blessing. Trunks felt its warmth, the stillness, the safety. He closed his eyes and let it wash over him. But peace wouldn't last. Across the battlefield, Black Goku and another version of Zamasu, both still alive, saw the tide had turned. Their faces twisted in terror as they turned and bolted. You're not getting away. Future Wang Yang's gaze locked onto them. Thunderclouds returned with a roar. Twin lightning bolts crashed down from above, splitting the sky and searing the flesh of the two fleeing enemies. Their energy shattered. Invisible tendrils of power shot from Wang Yang's hand, grabbing both figures midair and yanking them back like helpless puppets. But just before he could finish them, the woman in black acted. With a flick of her ebony staff, she severed the spiritual bindings. The two enemies stopped mid-drag, frozen in place. You dare interfere? Future Wang Yang's voice dropped. Without hesitation, he raised a hand and fired a colossal wave of energy at the woman. She stood her ground, eyes glowing. With a tap of her staff, a black barrier wrapped around her body. Crash. The wave struck, erupting into a blinding explosion that lit up the planet like a second sun. From space, Earth pulsed with the sheer magnitude of power. But before the dust even settled, future Wang Yong had vanished and reappeared beside his enemies. With a flick of his hand, he grabbed Black Goku by the collar. From his body, Zamasu's soul was once again ripped free. This time, Wang Yong crushed it without hesitation, like swatting a fly. The sound of cracking energy echoed across the heavens. Zamasu, watching it all unfold, lost his mind. I'm immortal. You can't kill me, I'm immortal. But even his words rang hollow now. He was no god. Not anymore. Not in front of him. In my domain, future Wang Yang said coolly, a chilling smirk on his lips, immortality and eternity are privileges I decide. Energy swirled around his outstretched hand, power so dense it could reduce a galaxy to ash. With absolute control, he unleashed it. The blast engulfed Zamasu completely, not leaking a single speck of energy into the world. Under its sheer force, Zamasu's so-called immortal body evaporated, dissolving like frost under the sun. Not even dust remained. Is it finally over? Trunks asked quietly, standing among the ruins. But the victory felt hollow. So many had perished, his mother, Goku, Vegeta. Xiao Wu. The smoke in the sky cleared, revealing the silhouette of the mysterious woman still floating in the distance. Not yet, future Wang Yang muttered, narrowing his eyes. That woman, who is she? Friend or foe? Trunks stiffened. He had nearly forgotten. She had tried to stop Wang Yang from killing Zamasu. Her shield had remained intact even under a god-slaying strike. That alone made her dangerous. This woman, she wasn't in the Zamasu records at all, present Wang Yang thought aloud. Who is she? Future Wang Yang stepped forward, addressing her calmly. Who are you? There's no one like you among the 12 universes. She lowered her shield, smiling sweetly. Her long red hair rippled in the air like fire, and a dark aura pulsed faintly from her black dress. I am Funa, she said, her voice honeyed. A demon god under the command of the dark demon god emperor. Demon god, both Wang Yangs echoed in unison, eyes narrowing. I don't know who your so-called emperor is, future Wang Yang replied coldly, but you interfered with a battle that wasn't yours. Why? I wasn't here for Zamasu, Funa replied nonchalantly. I was tracking an anomaly in the time-space continuum. That anomaly turned out to be him, she pointed a delicate finger at future Wang Yang, so I followed. Present Wang Yang folded his arms. You mean Black Wang Yang? She nodded. I was curious. I sensed promise in him, and in the others. I intended to recruit them. Too bad you killed them first. He took my body. I merely reclaimed it, future Wang Yang said without apology. So now that you've seen what you came for, leave. But Funa's expression changed. Her smile curved into something sharper. You destroyed 3 potential recruits. I can't let that slide unless. Her brown eyes glinted mischievously. You surrender to me. The 2 Wang Yangs blinked, then laughed in unison. Surrender. Future Wang Yang scoffed. Ridiculous. You're throwing around claims of ownership, present Wang Yang added, over enemies you'd only just met. Time travel is a cosmic crime, you know, Funa said playfully, dimples forming on her cheeks. You created a parallel universe. That's quite forbidden. That's a matter for the gods, Wang Yang shot back. And you're not one of them. Funa chuckled, brushing a crimson strand behind her ear. No. But we demon gods like what they hate. The more chaos, the better. Trunks frowned. Why would more parallel universes be a good thing? Because they loathe it, Funa said simply, smiling. And we exist to oppose them. Her logic was absurd, but she didn't seem to care. You're already wanted by the gods, she continued. Join us, and you won't have to worry about being hunted. Wang Yang's gaze turned sharp. You know Kara, don't you? Demon god of destruction. Funa blinked. Why do you bring him up? I met him years ago. He said something similar to what you're saying now. Well then, she laughed, that makes this easier. Kara told me to look for someone powerful in Universe 7. I suppose you're the one he meant. You're right. I am, Wang Yang confirmed. Where is he now? I've waited years to finish what we started. If you want to find Kara, Funa tapped her staff. A glowing portal materialized behind her, swirling with gray mists and pulsing with ominous energy. But future Wang Yang didn't hesitate. Boom. He obliterated the portal with a single, focused Qigong blast. What? Funa turned sharply, her smile finally vanishing. If Kara's not here, I'll just take you, future Wang Yang said coldly. You'll tell us everything, after we're done with you. In an instant, both Wang Yangs surged into the air, surrounding Funa from both sides. Their combined aura shook the skies, pressure folding reality itself around them. Funa's face hardened. Gone was the flirtation. In its place stood a queen, dignified, dangerous. So you choose war, she whispered. The clouds above crackled as the world darkened once more. Lightning forked across the sky. The air trembled with tension. Trunks could barely breathe. The next instant, the battlefield exploded into motion. Wang Yong threw a straight punch toward her chest. Behind her, future Wang Yong launched a sweeping kick toward her legs. Funa didn't flinch. With a graceful twist, she spun 720 degrees mid-air, evading both attacks with supernatural agility. Before either Wang Yong could counter, she struck. Her fist slammed into Wang Yang's jaw, while her heel caught future Wang Yong square in the chest. The blows were precise, powerful, and unexpected. Trunks watched from afar, eyes wide. He could barely keep up with the movements. But the two Wang Yangs weren't caught off guard for long. Their bodies reacted instinctively, slipping into ultra instinct, a state of perfect reaction. With a synchronized movement, they recovered mid-air, summoned twin energy blasts in their palms, and launched them toward Funa in unison. She met their attacks with narrowed eyes. The real battle had just begun.
Don't worry, you can just watch, future Wang Yang said in a relaxed tone. His family knew about his family affairs. As Wang Yang said in the future, Wang Yang was still standing motionless, and the innocent attacks wielded by Zamasu and the other three actually passed through his body. At this moment, Wang Yang's body was like nothingness, jumping out of the three realms and not in the five elements. No matter how hard the three people attacked, they could not touch him at all. What's going on? Trunks stared at this scene blankly. How did he escape this? Did he really turn into nothingness? Although the speed of those three guys seems very fast to ordinary people, in front of him, they are no different from a turtle speed. Don't look at him standing still. In fact, he returned to the same place after constantly dodging the three people's attacks. It's just because the speed is too fast that the eyes can't catch it, so you think he is motionless. Future Wang Yang said calmly explained. Although that guy took my body, he couldn't even exert 1/10 of my strength, and his fighting skills were even worse. He and Sun Goku are two completely different concepts. Black Goku can exert his original power as long as he stimulates the power of his body, and even if Black Wang Yang masters Wang Yang's power, he is far from Wang Yang's real opponent. Trunks was deeply shocked. The strength shown by Black Wang Yang was already astonishing. It was even worse than the combined Zamasu just now. He hadn't even exerted the full power of Wang Yang's body. Then Wang Yang's, how powerful should it be? Wang Yang, who was under siege, moved at this time, and he was seen walking slowly towards Wang Yang. Countless attacks passed through Wang Yang's body, but could not hurt him at all. Wang Yang looked at Wang Yang who was walking towards him, endless pressure filled his heart, and he finally panicked. Why? Why can't our attacks hit you? I obviously got your body. Black Wang Yang looked like a madman, constantly retreating to stay away from Wang Yang. There is no reason, because you are not me. Wang Yang hit Wang Yang's head with a palm that seemed to be slow but fast. White light surged from the palm of his hand, and the dazzling light made people unable to look directly. Stop. A ripple suddenly appeared in the void, and a crisp voice suddenly sounded. Wang Yang turned a deaf ear and activated his magical power. Soul stripping technique? Wang Yang rolled his eyes and his whole body twitched as if he was struck by lightning. When Wang Yang's palm separated from Black Wang Yang's head, a small hazy and transparent figure appeared in his palm, but it was Zamasu's true appearance. Zamasu's soul body kept struggling and roaring in Wang Yang's hand, but it was still difficult to break free from his five-finger mountain. Without even raising his eyelids, Wang Yang clenched his fingers, and Zamasu's soul body let out a shrill scream and then stopped abruptly. Boom! Losing control of Zamasu's soul, Black King Yang immediately stood there with eyes blank. When Wang Yang from the distant future saw this scene, a smile appeared on his lips and he hurried forward. When he fell next to Wang Yang, he glanced at the woman, and then a stream of light flew out of the Tianling guy and sank into Wang Yang's body. It would be a long night and many dreams. In the future, it would be better for Wang Yang to make a quick decision and get his own body as soon as possible. At this time, Wang Yang raised his head slightly and saw a woman walking out of the void. She had straight features and a mysterious rune between her eyebrows. She was holding a black staff and her red wavy hair was spread behind her. She was wearing a black dress, with a large area of white chest exposed, and a small black mole dotted on it, which made people's mouth go dry. This is an extremely enchanting woman. Are you talking to me? Wang Yang looked at the woman quietly and said coldly. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? The woman's eyebrows were slightly raised, her brown eyes were dyed white in an instant, and her hair behind her was windless. Shut up, if you dare to interrupt again I'll beat you up. Wang Yang glared at the woman, not showing any courtesy at all because of her beauty. Zamasu was already the one he was going to kill, and no one would beg for mercy. Useless. His eyes subconsciously stayed on the woman's eyebrows for a few seconds. Just when the woman was about to speak, a powerful aura was like a volcano erupting, filling the world with mighty force. Haha. Future Wang Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright golden light shot out from his eyes, piercing the thick dark clouds and revealing the blue sky. The soft sunlight shines through the holes in the clouds and spreads over the entire earth. He finally returned to his physical body. The long-lost sunshine shone down, and Trunks was bathed in the sunshine. He closed his eyes and felt the warmth, feeling particularly peaceful in his heart. Looking at the two identical stalwart figures in front of them, Black Goku and Zamasu were so frightened that they were sweating profusely. Their livers and gallbladders were bursting. They didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. They exploded and tried to escape. Have you left? Future Wang Yang's eyes fell on the two Black Gokus. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and two shocking thunder struck down, directly splitting the skin and flesh of the Black Gokus and falling from the sky. With his body taken away, future Wang Yang's heart was filled with anger. How could he let the two Zamasu escape? The arrogance around Black Goku was shattered, and then there seemed to be an invisible rope grabbing them and pulling them towards him. At this time, the woman in the sky finally took action. The black staff in her hand waved forward, cutting off the invisible rope and causing the bodies of Black Goku and Zamasu to stop moving forward. Smelly woman. Future Wang Yang saw that this woman dared to take action, and he slapped the woman with a low expression. The violent shock wave roared towards the woman like an angry wave. When the woman saw Wang Yang attacking her in the future, she tapped the staff in front of her, and a hazy black energy shield immediately enveloped her body. The next moment, Wang Yang's attack had also arrived, hitting the black energy shield firmly. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and a dazzling light shot straight into the sky. Looking at the Earth from the universe, it seemed like a huge ball of light appeared. When Wang Yang saw the opponent's defense in the future, his body flashed, and when he reappeared, he had caught Zamasu and the two of them and returned to the original place. Looking at the man in front of him, Black Goku's body trembled slightly in disbelief, and he felt death coming. Future Wang Yang reached out and grabbed Black Goku in front of his face, and Zamasu's soul body was immediately grabbed out and crushed to pieces. The whole action is as simple as squeezing an ant to death. Seeing this scene at close range, Zamasu was so frightened that his heart twitched. His immortal body could no longer give him a sense of security. He went crazy and roared hysterically. I am immortal, I am immortal. In my place, immortality will be decided by me. Future Wang Yang smiled coldly, condensing an energy in his hand that could destroy the entire galaxy and hit Zamasu. Under his control, this power did not leak out at all and completely covered Zamasu's body. When the immortal Zamasu's body came into contact with this power, it was like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, melting away without even leaving any powder behind. Is it finally over? Trunks didn't feel much joy at this moment. Too many people died in this disaster. Xiao Wu, mother, Uncle Goku, father. Not yet. I wonder who that woman is. Is she an enemy or a friend? Future Wang Yang watched the smoke disappear in the sky and the woman gradually emerged. Only then did Trunks remember that she seemed to be trying to stop Mr. Wang Yang from killing Zamasu. It seemed that this woman was also an enemy. In the future, Wang Yang's blow did not break her protective shield, so Wang Yang couldn't help but take a second look. This woman is not mentioned at all in the Zamasu chapter. I wonder who this woman is. Wang Yang also pondered secretly. Who are you? As far as I know, there seems to be no one like you in the 12 universes. Future Wang Yang said lightly. Moreover, the aura exuded by this woman is full of darkness, which is completely opposite to the aura of the gods, but on the contrary. I am the demon god under the command of the dark demon god emperor. My name is Funa. The woman also retracted her protective shield and smiled sweetly at Wang Yang, as if the anger just now was not hers at all. Dark demon god emperor? Demon god. Wang Yang and his future self looked at each other. I don't know the dark demon god emperor. I don't know what you do. Why do you want to stop me from killing the enemy? Future Wang Yang said calmly. I was originally going to find someone, but I saw this guy in time and space, so I followed him, wanting to see who dared to enter time and space at will. Funa stretched out her green and jade fingers and pointed at future Wang Yang. Wang Yang understood that Fu Na should be talking about the black Wang Yang from before. I just observed that those three guys were talented. I wanted to conquer them, but I didn't expect that you killed them. Funa was a little unhappy, frowning and looking at Wang Yang and the two. He took away my body, and I have taken it back now. Since they were killed by me, you can see them and leave. Future Wang Yang said unceremoniously. That won't work. You killed 3 of my men. Unless you choose to surrender to me, this matter will never end. Funa opened her eyes and told lies, directly referring to the 3 Zamasu as her men. Hehe. Wang Yang looked sarcastic and shook his head with a smile. Traveling through time and space at will to create parallel universes is a serious crime. Fu Na looked at Wang Yang with a smile, and the 2 dimples on her cheeks looked very cute. This shouldn't have anything to do with you, right? This is the responsibility of the gods, not your devil. A grey figure suddenly emerged in Wang Yang's mind. Destroy the demon god Kara. It is indeed not under the control of our demon gods. For us, the more parallel universes, the better. Fu Na covered her mouth and chuckled. Why are more parallel universes better? Trunks asked curiously. The gods hate parallel universes deeply. We demons stand on the opposite side of them. We like the things they hate. Funa gently pushed a strand of hair from her temple behind her ear with her right hand. This reason left Wang Yang speechless. You travel around the universe and create parallel universes at will, and you have been banned by the gods. Why not join our demon gods camp? Then you don't have to be afraid of those bullshit gods. Funa said with a smile. Do you know Kara, the demon god of destruction? Wang Yang asked calmly without answering. What this woman said was exactly the same as Kara's words back then. Kara? Why are you asking him? When I came here this time, he told me that there was a guy in the 7th universe who was very good and asked me to subdue him. After finishing speaking, Fu Na looked at Wang Yang in surprise. Yes, I met that Kara a few years ago. I should be the person you are looking for. Wang Yang did not hide it and admitted it generously. That's a coincidence. You should be my subordinate. Fu Na couldn't help but smile brightly. It's quite a coincidence. Where is that Kara? The battle between the two of us was not over yet, and I want to ask him for advice again. Wang Yang has been thinking about regaining his place in the past few years, but he has never found any trace of Carla. If you want to find Kara, then come with me. Funa tapped the staff in her hand, and then a luminous portal suddenly appeared in front of her. The grey air inside the portal was rolling and surging, exuding a shuddering aura. If a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, Wang Yang will not step in foolishly. Being able to stand on the opposite side of the gods, the demon god emperor, even if he is not as good as Zeno, grand priest, and the like, is definitely much stronger than himself. If you want to know the whereabouts of Kara, you don't have to go in, for example. Boom! Future Wang Yang took action immediately and smashed the portal with a Qigong wave on the spot. You! Fu Na glared at future Wang Yang. Since that Kara is not here, I can just capture you and torture you. Future Wang Yang sneered. The two Wang Yangs rose into the sky at the same time, one after another, surrounding the slender Fu Na. The terrifying aura filled the sky and locked firmly on Fu Na's body. Wang and Yang stared at Funa, their faces full of confidence, as if they were looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Very good, since you two don't know good from evil, then I will defeat you. At this moment, the smile on Funa's face disappeared, and her whole person was like a high-ranking queen, full of domineering. The battle was about to break out, an oppressive atmosphere spread overwhelmingly, the sky was once again covered by thick dark clouds, and violent lightning exploded around the three of them. Wang Yang and Wang Yang looked at each other, lightning flashed in their eyes, and the next moment they both moved at the same time. I saw Wang Yang's right fist hitting Funa's chest, and Wang Yang from behind swept her thigh with a leg whip. Seeing that the attacks of the two were about to hit Fu Na's long eyelashes trembled, her slender body rotated 720 degrees in the air, and she ducked in the blink of an eye. Not only that, before Funa could stabilize her figure, she had already punched Wang Yang in the face and kicked future Wang Yang in the chest with her left foot. This change was so sudden and blinding that Trunks in the distance concentrated on seeing their movements clearly. Wang Yang and the two are not vegetarians. They are always in a state of freedom and contentment. When their bodies sense threats, they automatically avoid them. At the same time, they condense an energy bomb in their hands and hit Funa. Boom! The two energy bombs at the front and back suddenly grew larger, and then merged into one, enveloping Funa's entire body. This energy bomb exudes a frightening aura, filled with fire, and a terrifying thunderbolt of lightning explodes, carrying energy fluctuations that destroy everything. In the purgatory space, the two Wang Yangs were both decisive people. They did not show mercy just because the other was a peerless beauty. They came up with a highly destructive attack. There was no joy in Wang Yang's face. They felt as if an indestructible stone appeared out of thin air in the purgatory space, making their attacks useless. A crisp scream sounded, and a rich black ball of light suddenly erupted in the purgatory space, directly disintegrating the attack of Wang Yang and the two, followed by a strong wind wave, which made the clothes of Wang Yang and the two of them rustle. Good guy, this little BCH has something. Wang Yang and the two looked at each other, surprised by this woman's strength. Although the strength of the two of them has not been fully utilized, not everyone can resist it. This kind of power is more than enough to defeat the god of destruction. I just got my body back, and I haven't had a good fight yet. This little BCH is a bit fierce, why don't you step back first and give her to me so I can have a good time? Future Wang Yang looked at Wang Yang with a smile. Wang Yang was speechless when he heard this. He wanted to say something, but he didn't expect him to take the lead. Take it easy and leave some soup for me. After all, it was his future self. Wang Yang pursed his lips and flew away. Don't worry, can I still eat alone? Future Wang Yang said loudly. When Fu Na heard what the two said, her fair face suddenly turned red with anger, and a blue vein appeared in her little white jade hand holding the staff because she exerted too much force. This is unreasonable, you two bastards, I will never spare you. Come on. Future Wang Yang hooked his hand provocatively at Funa, seeking death. The staff in Fu Na's palm suddenly emitted black light, and with a slight wave, countless black beams of light shot towards future Wang Yang. Well done. Future Wang Yang shouted excitedly, dodging these attacks like a dragon. Seeing that the opponent kept flashing closer, Fu Na was not in a hurry. She threw a wreath with her staff, and then slashed at the future Wang Yang. In the future, Wang Yang's figure was covered by a layer of silver-white flowing light. His aura was ethereal, and his figure flickered and disappeared. In an instant, several figures split out, distributed in 6 directions, up, down, front, left, and right. They faced Funa in the center fiercely. Output. This is because his speed is too fast, which creates a phantom that is both an afterimage and a reality. On the battlefield, Trunks stared at this scene dumbfounded. With his eyesight, he could not clearly see the battle between the two sides. He could only see fleeting ripples in space and a large number of dense collisions. Mr. Wang Yang is so powerful. Trunks couldn't help but exclaimed. The me in the future is indeed much stronger than me. Wang Yang watched the battle between the two with a solemn expression. With his strength, he could still see the battle clearly. At the beginning, Funa was still a little able to do it with ease, but when Wang Yang's strength increased and the speed increased in the future, her face was no longer as relaxed as it was at the beginning. The fight between the two sides became more and more intense, and the punch-to-flesh attacks made people's blood boil. Suddenly, there seemed to be a jet under their feet, and both of them were spinning and fighting towards the sky. Like two entangled black dragons and white dragons, they had already rushed out of the atmosphere and entered the universe in the blink of an eye. Wang Yang's body exploded with energy, and he also flew out. Trunks opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. In space, a mortal like himself cannot survive. When Wang Yang came to space, he saw his future self and Fu Na clasping their hands together and wrestling with each other. "You stinky man, I want you to look good when I defeat you." Fu Na gritted her teeth and stared at Wang Yang fiercely. "If you want to defeat me, you little girl, you have to practice for another 10,000 years. Wang Yang raised the veins in his arms and pushed Funa's upper body back with force. At this moment, future Wang Yang suddenly noticed that the resistance in his hands suddenly weakened, and then his abdomen automatically retracted. But unexpectedly, a sharp stabbing pain suddenly came from his abdomen, and his body flew backward. Funa succeeded with one blow and was secretly proud, but a black light flashed in front of her eyes. Her beautiful cheek was hit by something unknown, and the huge force was heard and her body was thrown away. From a distance, Wang Yang could clearly see that the moment his future self was knocked out, the thick tail behind him hit Funa hard on the face at an extremely tricky angle. The two look equally matched. Future Wang Yang stabilized his body and looked at Funa with a gloomy expression. Although he can make his body move spontaneously in his state of ultimate freedom, it is impossible to dodge all attacks. Opposite Fu Na touched her burning and painful face, and stared at future Wang Yang with a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to breathe fire. For women, face is more important than life. It had been years since she had been injured, and the injury was on her beautiful face, which she was proud of. At this moment, she wanted to cut the hateful guy across from her with 1,000 knives. "You BD, I'm going to kill you." Fu Na shouted angrily, and the rich black flames rushed out from the top of her head, distorting the surrounding space. Wang Yang did not dare to be careless. The strength of the woman opposite him should not be underestimated. If he was defeated by this woman, he would be disgraced. Funa's staff struck forward, and a planet in the distance was captured by her and quickly approached her. As the planet approached, its size became smaller, and finally turned into a small black ball the size of a thumb. Although this little ball is small, it can attract people's attention and make people fall into it involuntarily. Go! Funa's staff waved towards Wang Yang, and the black ball hit Wang Yang like lightning, tearing out a long crack in the space where it passed. Wang Yang was about to dodge when black light suddenly enveloped the battlefield, and he felt that the space around him seemed to be frozen. Seeing that he was about to be hit, future Wang Yang roared angrily, and his arrogance suddenly expanded as if fueled by fire oil. At the same time, a vast aura spread toward the depths of the universe like a destructive force. The inexplicable power that imprisoned his body was disintegrated in an instant. Sooner than later, future Wang Yang grabbed forward with his thick palm. Grasping the little black ball steadily, a terrifying suction force came from the palm of his hand, seeming to swallow future Wang Yang's palm and his entire body. "Give it back to you." Wang Yang shouted angrily as his palms glowed with white light, and threw back the beads condensed from the planet. Facing the small black ball that contained huge power, Fu Na didn't show any panic. She actually once again captured a planet and condensed it into a small black ball, and hit it towards the flying beads. Boom! Two beads with powerful energy collided together, causing flowers to shine in all directions. A big explosion rose in the starry sky, and terrifying heat burned the void. Future Wang Yang's eyes reflected blazing flames, and his fighting spirit was so high that his whole body turned into a sharp blade and rushed towards the center of the explosion. Even the high temperature that can burn steel to evaporation cannot stop Wang Yang's body. Funa gave a sweet shout, and the staff in her hand flowed down her arm like water to her bumpy body, and finally condensed into an armor that was like an armor engraved with black crystal stone, completely covering her whole body. Only a beautiful face and a fiery red snake-like wavy hair were exposed. At this moment, Funa's eyes were as bright as a Valkyrie's. Her whole body exuded a wild aura, and she was no longer as charming and aloof as before. Wang Yang was secretly surprised. The woman in front of him had a changeable temperament. Sometimes she was charming, sometimes she was aloof, sometimes she was domineering, sometimes she was violent. She was simply a queen of ever-changing changes. The foreplay is over and the real battle begins. Wang Yang also gathered his energy. The two aurora collided in the blink of an eye, fists clashed, and the bodies of Wang Yang and Fu Na stopped at the same time in the future. The two people's eyes collided, and thunder and lightning suddenly occurred. The void was like a broken mirror with countless cracks, and colorful rays of light shone through the cracks on the two of them. Boom! The next moment, the space shattered, and the two of them changed their moves at the same time, and their fists continued to hit each other. Even if she is a woman, Funa is so heroic at this moment, not inferior to any heroic man. You punch, I punch, punch to the flesh, every move is red, the two sides fight fiercely, with real fire. In the center of the battlefield, colorful meteor showers began to fall from the stable space-time of colorful light. In the future, Wang Yang became more and more excited as he fought. It had been a long time since he had experienced such an evenly matched battle. It was really refreshing. Suddenly, future Wang Yang appeared behind Funa in a flash. His legs were like scissors and clamped hard on Funa's waist. Then he pressed her down with force from his waist. His fists as big as clay pots were as fierce as rain hitting a pipa. Hit Funa in the face. Fu-Na was hit on the head several times and felt dizzy. Are you convinced? Great. Future Wang Yang is full of excitement. This is a good opponent that can make his blood boil. Fu-Na suddenly opened her eyes, and a bright white light flashed in her eyes. Wang Yang suddenly noticed that Funa rushed out from under him at a speed that was difficult to see clearly. Then his shoulders sank, and two long legs clamped tightly on his neck. The huge force almost threatened to kill him. His neck was broken. AFK. In the future, Wang Yang subconsciously reached out and wanted to pull off Funa, but Funa seemed to have no idea. Her calves were as flexible as snakes and passed through his arms, squeezing his arms back. This little BCH is so fierce. Wang Yang stood in the distance, watching Funa clenching her fists with excitement and hitting the future Wang Yang's head repeatedly. In the future, Wang Yang's figure kept flashing and disappearing, left and right, and even rushed out of time and space and crashed through a huge planet, but Funa behind him was as tight as a dogskin plaster. Being beaten so embarrassingly by a woman, future Wang Yang felt very aggrieved and had to use shameful moves. He grabbed back with both hands, firmly grasped a stretchy part, and squeezed it hard, hoping to make Fu-Na loosen her restraint. Fu-Na paused in her movements, and his white face suddenly turned red. Snapped. The next moment, a black shadow passed by, and Wang Yang's thick tail slapped Fu-Na hard on the back, causing the black crystal armor on her back to crack with a long mark, through which Fu-Na's white skin could be seen. There was a clear red mark on his back. Get down here. Wang Yang shouted at Funa. I'll kill you. The shame and anger rushed to the top of her head. Funa was so angry that she hugged Wang Yang's head with both hands and pulled it upwards with force. In the distance, Wang Yang shrank his head slightly and felt a chill on his neck. This woman looked very hard to mess with. Fortunately, Yuer was gentle, considerate. If she was like Funa, he wouldn't dare to go home. Smelly woman, let me go. Future Wang Yang felt severe pain in his neck, as if he was about to leave the body at the next moment, and immediately shouted angrily at Funa on his back. At the same time, his strong and powerful tail turned into streams of light and continuously beat Funa. When Funa heard that the man below her was still talking eloquently, and the burning pain behind her, she was so angry that her teeth chattered, and she hugged Wang Yang's head with both hands and lifted her up. Pulling, the veins in the arms bulged, and the strength became even stronger. Seeing that Fu-Na had not been beaten to death, his head was about to be separated. Future Wang Yang roared, and countless strong airflows flowed out of the body, entangling Fu-Na behind him. From a distance, the two of them seemed to be wrapped in a giant cocoon, with endless power gathering together, emitting frightening energy fluctuations. Fu-Na's face finally changed. She wanted to break away but found that she was tied to the man underneath her. You're crazy. Fu-Na cried out, even she was afraid of this power. If it was detonated at close range, she would shed a layer of skin even if she didn't die. Crazy? I'm not crazy. Future Wang Yang smiled coldly. As his words fell, a big explosion exploded, and the terrifying energy destroyed everything around him with devastating force. The dimensional space was shattered, the beautiful time and space disintegrated inch by inch, and everything around him was completely transformed into a ball of chaotic energy that was constantly surging. No time, no space. Two miserable figures flew out of it. Wang Yangfei stepped forward and caught future Wang Yang, whose breath was a little unstable and scarred. In such a short period of time, the scars on future Wang Yang's body that were as dense as spider webs healed quickly in front of Wang Yang's eyes. Are you okay? Wang Yang asked with a smile. He knew that as long as he didn't die and took some good rest, he would be alive and kicking. It's okay. We don't have any shortcomings. We are just rough-skinned and thick-bodied and very durable. But we consume a lot of energy. Future Wang Yang smiled bitterly. This woman is really vicious to be able to push you to this point. Wang Yang couldn't help laughing as he looked at Funa standing up tremblingly in the distance, her armor in pieces. Why don't you work harder and do a good deed to catch this evildoer? Can you be a human being? I have no interest in such a cruel woman. Me too. Wang Yang and Wang Yang looked relaxed and joked with each other. Funa took a deep breath. The scars on his body were filled with black light, and blood flowed backwards. Her injuries healed quickly, and the black crystal armor also recovered. However, it was obvious that Fu-Na's snow-white face had an imperceptible paleness. Wang Yang automatically recovered with his extraordinary physical body, while Funa recovered with her magical powers. Their recovery power was simply astonishing. Even the Namekian's healing skills were not as fast as theirs. Come again. Fu-Na looked at future Wang Yang coldly. Come on, come on. When Wang Yang saw what Fu-Na said, how could he flinch as an upright man? He immediately took a deep breath, and endless vitality rushed in from all directions, and he swallowed it all. As soon as it caught the eye, several lifeless planets around it suddenly collapsed, turning into powder and dispersing in the universe. Fu-Na's eyes narrowed slightly, and the armor on her body exuded a mysterious aura, and then her body flashed around future Wang Yang like thunder. That's it. A smile appeared on future Wang Yang's lips. Funa's speed at this time made it difficult for Wang Yang outside the court to see clearly. At this moment, Funa appeared out of thin air above future Wang Yang, with a cold face, long legs like knives, and an aura as powerful as a rainbow, and struck down on future Wang Yang's head with an unprecedented momentum. Future Wang Yang raised his right hand without any warning, and actually grabbed Funa's calf firmly. Feeling a huge force coming from his small hand, future Wang Yang took Funa in a circle, and then his left hand suddenly reached out like an eagle's claw and grabbed Funa's shoulder. What? You? Funa didn't expect that she would use her trump card, and her winning attack would be blocked by the opponent, and even restrained by him. Only then did she realize why Kara wanted her to do it herself. It turned out that he was also proficient in time magic. Didn't that Kara tell you that I also know the magical power of time? Future Wang Yang smiled coldly and threw Funa out with all his strength. Then he followed her like a shadow, making fist seals with his hands and throwing heavy punches to attack the opponent crazily. It turned out that Funa had given herself time acceleration just now, so that her speed was so fast that Wang Yang couldn't see clearly. In the future, Wang Yang had extremely rich combat experience. When he felt Funa's figure growing in vain again, he immediately understood what was going on. Damn Carla, you didn't tell me this. Don't let me see you, otherwise I will have to cramp and skin you. Funa felt the sharp pain coming from her body, and she was so angry that Kara even held a grudge. In fact, Kara felt that apart from Wang Yang's magical power of time, his power was far inferior to him, and compared with Funa, it was even more incomparable, so she did not tell Funa about this in detail. Unexpectedly, Wang Yang's strength has improved by leaps and bounds and has reached this point in just a few years. This was something Kara did not expect. In a flash of lightning, future Wang Yang quickly appeared behind Funa and kicked her away. Before Funa could stabilize her figure, future Wang Yang's attack came again. Pursuing victory is Wang Yang's fighting style, never giving the opponent an opportunity to take advantage of him. Every inch of skin on her body was attacked by the opponent, and the opponent's offensive became more and more fierce. Funa gritted her silver teeth tightly, and in desperation gathered the energy on her body and gathered it around her body, forming a black protective shield to wrap her whole body. Break it for me. Future Wang Yang's fighting spirit was fierce, and he gathered his energy on his fists. His hands instantly transformed into countless arm shadows and smashed towards the black energy shield. Bang, 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 click, click. In the future, Wang Yang punched dozens of times with all his strength, and the energy shield on Funa's body was finally overwhelmed, making a crisp sound and then bursting out. Countless glass crystals tore apart space cracks, and then melted into the starry sky. Puff! The energy shield shattered, Funa suffered backlash, and was bombarded indiscriminately by future Wang Yang. She could no longer hold on, and her figure flew out like a meteor. At the same time, a large mouthful of blood shot out from her mouth like a sharp arrow. Out. Destroy it. Wang Yang gathered his hands together, and the energy in his palms was wanton. As his voice fell, a wave of Qigong that could destroy the world burst out from his hands. Wherever the shockwave passes, everything is destroyed. He didn't show mercy because Funa was a stunning beauty, especially since this woman dared to stop him from taking back his body. Funa couldn't dodge, so she subconsciously covered her face with her arms in panic. Boom! Under the control of future Wang Yang, all the power of the Big Bang was controlled around Funa, turning that area into a void, with no matter, no time, and no space. Future Wang Yang turned around and left the battlefield without even looking at the direction of the explosion. Real men never look back to see explosions. What a pity. Wang Yang looked at the empty center of the explosion with regret, and Funa's figure disappeared without a trace. I forgot about it all of a sudden because I was so excited. If I had known, it would have made you feel better if I had saved her life. Future Wang Yang chuckled. Wang Yang glared at his future self angrily. Haha, don't be so stingy. I'll teach you a trick later, which will definitely make you happy. Future Wang Yang sneered, and then smiled mysteriously at Wang Yang. So, you haven't used your full strength just now, Wang Yang said. Even if you face her, can she still force you to use your full strength? Wang Yang asked in the future. Haha, I know what you know, and so could it be that this is your new understanding this year? Wang Yang squinted at the other party. Yes. TCH, if that's the case, then I will soon understand it. Wang Yang said confidently. I came to Vados on a whim and learned it by chance. Now that your experience has changed, it is not certain whether you will have the same sudden realization as me. Future Wang Yang's tone was full of pride. Since you beg me so much, I will reluctantly agree to it, which will save me a year of hard training. Wang Yang couldn't help but laugh. It's cheap, don't get it for free. When he saw Wang Yang and the others coming back, Trunks hurriedly greeted them. Mr. Wang Yang, have the enemies been dealt with? Trunks asked. Trunks was full of gratitude to Wang Yang. If it hadn't been for his arrival this time, the entire universe would have been destroyed, and everyone would have died at the hands of the three brutal Zamesa. Solved. Future Wang Yang waved his hand. That's great. Trunks said happily, but he suddenly felt sad when he thought that Goku and Vegeta had taken the trouble to come to their own time and space to deal with the enemy, but they died because of it. I'm so useless. I couldn't defeat the enemy, so I went to Uncle Goku and Dad for help, and ended up causing them to die here. I don't know what will happen if my mother from the past finds out. Trunks had tears in his eyes. Don't be sad, let's resurrect Son Goku and the others now. Wang Yang came to Trunks and patted his shoulder and said, Resurrection? The god of the earth is dead and the dragon is gone. How to resurrect Dad and the others? Is it asking for the dragon of Namek? Trunks wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and looked at Wang Yang in confusion. When Trunks was young, he heard his mother say that there were dragon balls on the distant planet Namek that could make wishes. I can resurrect the dead without going to Namek. Wang Yang smiled. I didn't expect that the methods I just learned from Weiss would come in handy so quickly. Really? Trunks was overjoyed. In this way, everyone can be resurrected, Mom and Dad, Xiao Wu, Uncle Gaku, and even the beloved Master Gohan. With excitement, Trunks and Wang Yang came to the underworld together. He was also very familiar with Wang Yang of the underworld, and came to the Palace of Hell with ease. After saying hello to the King of Hell, Wang Yang felt Son Goku's aura and teleported over again, leaving the King of Hell sitting there alone in confusion. Kakarot? You're so mad at me. Vegeta roared loudly at Son Goku who was squatting on the ground. If this guy hadn't slipped up at the critical moment, he would probably, maybe, will also rush to the street. Who knew Wang Yang would suddenly attack me? Son Goku lowered his head guiltily. Wang Yang, you think that guy is the real Wang Yang? He is probably Zamasu, and he has taken over Wang Yang's body like Black Goku. Vegeta roared with hatred. You guy doesn't make me worry at all. What to do now? With a Black King Yang, can Trunks beat them? Son Goku whispered. What to do? There's no way, just wait here for Trunks. Vegeta shouted angrily, pacing up and down on the ground with an annoyed look on his face. The two of them, Black Goku, are already difficult enough, but with the even more terrifying Black King Yang, Trunks' universe, there's no way he can be saved. If I had known this, I should have called Zeno earlier. Son Goku thought about how he wanted to take out Zeno's summoner before he died. Unexpectedly, his palm was tightly held by Trunks, which made him unable to take out the summoner. Device. Who are you? Why do your auras look so similar to mine and Vegeta's? A sudden voice sounded. Son Goku and Vegeta looked over after hearing this, and saw this man wearing orange clothes, a crab head, and an innocent smile on his face. Kakarot. Vegeta blurted out. The image of the man in front of him was so familiar to him that he could recognize it even if he turned into ashes. After looking at Kakarot in front of him and then at the person coming, Vegeta immediately woke up. He should be Kakarot, who died of a heart attack in the parallel time and space of Trunks when he was an android. Haha, you are me in this world of Trunks, right? Hello, I am Son Goku, I came from the past time and space. Son Goku greeted happily. Past time and space. Son Goku scratched his head in confusion. Oh, I remember, Trunks said that in this time and space, I had a heart attack and died. Son Goku patted his head and smiled. I died of a heart attack, but Vegeta was killed by an android. Future grandson Goku thought about it for a while, and finally remembered what happened many years ago. It's been so long ago that Son Goku would have almost forgotten it if he didn't mention it. When Vegeta heard this, he frowned in displeasure. By this time Piccolo, Sun Wuhan, Krillin, and others had also arrived. After hearing Son Goku's story, Son Goku and others in the future time and space finally knew what happened to the Earth after they died. Trunks. Future Vegeta whispered softly. He didn't expect that his son, who was still an infant back then, could support the safety of the entire Earth by himself. He was relieved but also felt distressed at the same time. It turns out that Vegeta committed a great evil and went to the underworld to hang on a tree like Frieza to reform. However, Vegeta was different from the stubborn Frieza. He was persuaded by his family and grandson Goku, and he was no longer the evil and cruel Saiyan he was. He quickly transformed successfully and was pardoned by the King of Hell. Trunks. Gohan also smiled when he learned that Trunks finally destroyed the androids. Where are Black Goku and the others? Have they been eliminated? At this time, the old Bulma asked nervously. The enemy is too powerful. Both of us died in their hands. Trunks is probably in danger this time. Son Goku said weakly. No, I want to be resurrected. I want to destroy them. Future Vegeta couldn't help but shouted. He couldn't bear the pain of his son fighting against the enemy, so he wanted to protect Trunks from the wind and rain this time. I want to be resurrected too. Future Son Goku is not to be outdone. Resurrection. Son Goku and Vegeta's eyes lit up. Yes, as long as I am resurrected, there is still a chance for everything, and at the worst, fusion. How to resurrect? Piccolo is also dead. There are no Dragon Balls on the Earth. Klin asked in a low voice. Kakarot, you go contact the Kaio and ask the Kaio to inform the people of Namek to summon Shenron to resurrect us all. Future Vegeta ignored Krillin and turned to his future grandson Goku and shouted. He has a close relationship with the King of Kai and believes that the King of Kai will help him. Okay, I'll go right away. Future son Goku also knew the seriousness of the matter. If they were slower, Trunks might come to find them. No need, I'm already here. At this time, Kaio walked over with short legs. Ah, Lord Kaio, why are you here? Son Goku was a little surprised. When Kaio approached, Son Goku suddenly saw the halo on Kaio's head. He was shocked and pointed at his head. Kaio-sama, on your head. Alas, I was killed by that Zamasu. That guy killed the gods and destroyed many planets. Humanity is in danger this time. The Kaio shook his head and sighed. I was leisurely reading stories on the small planet, but I didn't expect to be sent to the underworld by Zamaisu's light wave, which made me speechless. This time and space has not experienced the Cell game, so the King of Kai was not tricked by Son Goku. Unexpectedly, he could not escape the fate of being killed in the end. Lord Kaio, can you contact the elders of Namek and ask them to summon the dragon to resurrect us? Son Goku stood up and said to Kaio. Well, the King of Kai shook his head and sighed. Everyone had an ominous premonition in their hearts, and then the Kaio's words were like a giant hammer that shattered their illusions. Namek has also been killed by Zameiso and turned into dust in the universe. What? Son Goku and others were shocked. The Earth's Dragon Balls have long since disappeared, Namek was destroyed, and the Super Dragon Balls were destroyed by Zameiso. How can they be resurrected now? Son Goku and Vegeta looked ugly, and the atmosphere was a bit dull for a while. It's okay for future Son Goku and others. After all, they have been dead for so many years, longer than the time in the Earth, and they have long been accustomed to everything here. As for Son Goku and Vegeta, they were a little depressed. They didn't die in their own time and space, and they would never see their family and friends again. It would be great if Wang Yang were here. Son Goku couldn't help but think of Wang Yang's figure. Vegeta's expression moved slightly, then fell silent. Wang Yang does have great supernatural powers and can change the world and reverse life and death, but it is a pity that he is in the past time and space. At this moment, 3 figures appeared in a flash. Hey, everyone is here, waiting for us. A chuckle reached the ears of everyone present. Son Goku and Vegeta's expressions froze when they heard a familiar aura. Wang Yang. Son Goku looked at the 2 identical Wang Yangs. One Jiling immediately transformed into Kaioken and Super Blue form, and took a stance to face them. The brilliant light shot straight into the sky, rendering the clouds in the sky, and countless warriors from the underworld raised their heads to look at the sky. Once bitten by a snake, he was afraid of well ropes for 10 years, and was killed by Black Wang Yang. Now when Son Goku saw Wang Yang's face, he subconsciously thought of Black Wang Yang. Vegeta and Son Goku had the same idea, transforming into Super Blue almost simultaneously with each other. Seeing Son Goku and Vegeta looking at the visitor with hostility, Son Goku and Vegeta in the future time and space seemed to understand something. Golden light flashed on their bodies and their hair grew to their waists in the blink of an eye. Although the future grandchildren Goku and Vegeta only transformed into Super Saiyan 3, their auras were also extremely terrifying, rushing towards the entire underworld. What's going on? Why did Son Goku and Vegeta suddenly burst out with such powerful auras? Someone in the underworld exclaimed. Vegeta was deeply shocked that the aura emitted by his future self when he transformed into Super Saiyan 3 was actually more powerful than when he transformed into Super Saiyan God. This is because they have not experienced any war in the underworld these years. If I can transform into Super Blue in the future, how terrifying will his power be? Can I fight Wang Yang? Vegeta was also shocked by the strength shown by the 2 of them. He and Son Goku looked at each other and could see what the other was thinking at this time. Not to mention the shock of Son Goku and Vegeta, the shock in the hearts of future Son Goku and Vegeta was no less than theirs. They have been dead for more than 30 years, and they have been practicing hard in the underworld for these years. In the end, their strength is not as strong as that of 17 years ago? What kind of situation is this? Is the speed of cultivation in the world of the world faster than that of the underworld? And what kind of transformation are they doing? Why can't I feel the aura emanating from them? But it feels extremely scary. Future grandsons Goku and Vegeta were both a little confused, but this further aroused their desire to be resurrected at this moment. In fact, the future son Goku and Vegeta died long ago. They did not experience powerful enemies such as Cell, Majin Buu, Beerus, Golden Frieza, 6th Universe, Zamasu, etc., and they did not obtain Whis' power. Guidance, the reason why I have such strength now is entirely because I have practiced for more than 10 years more than them. If they had the same experience as Son Goku in the past time and space, even if they transformed into Super Saiyan 3, their strength would be even more powerful, maybe comparable to Super Blue Vegeta at the moment. Dad, Uncle Goku, they are not Zamasu. They are Mr. Wang Yang from your time and space. The real Mr. Wang Yang appeared just now, and he completely eliminated those 3 Zamasu. At this time, Trunks hurriedly he stepped forward and stood in the middle of the crowd, fearing that they would suddenly make a move. Wang Yang. Son Goku heard Trunks' words, looked at Wang Yang, and asked tentatively, "What do you think?" Wang Yang looked at him with a faint smile. With the familiar eyes and familiar tone, Son Goku finally let go of his worries. It would be great if it was a real person, but if it were He Wang Yang, the trouble would be big. If a dead person dies again, his soul will be gone. Haha, it's good that it's you, so I'm relieved. Son Goku laughed. Vegeta on the other side also let out a breath without leaving a trace. The pressure Black Wang Yang put on him was too much. The future sons Goku and Vegeta saw this scene and knew that the person coming was not an enemy, so they looked at each other and dissipated their light. Didn't you say you wanted to stay at home with your wife yesterday? Why did you come to this time and space? Son Goku asked curiously. Nothing, my body was changed by Zamasu in parallel time and space. He came to find me, so I helped him find his replaced body. Wang Yang pointed to his future self who was exactly the same as him next to him. So that's it. Son Goku suddenly realized. No wonder a Black Wang Yang appeared out of thin air. It turned out to be Wang Yang from other time and space whose body had been changed. Fortunately you are here, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Why are you here if you are not dead yet? Son Goku asked curiously when he saw that there was no halo of death on Wang Yang's head. Then shall I leave? Wang Yang gestured to leave. Don't. Son Goku hurriedly grabbed Wang Yang's arm with a flattering look on his face. I'm here to resurrect you. If you want to die, go back and die. How embarrassing it would be to tell them about your death in a foreign land. Wang Yang looked at Son Goku and Son Goku with a smile. Son Goku sneered, and Vegeta looked sideways to the sky in the distance in embarrassment. The two men came here to deal with Zamasu in high spirits. Unexpectedly, they were killed by Zamasu instead. If everyone knew that you died here and were killed by Wang Yang, you wouldn't know how to blame me. Maybe Shishi and Bulma will come to my house immediately and tear it down. Yor is pregnant now and can't stand their disturbance. It would be great if you could resurrect us. Son Goku saw Wang Yang resurrecting Yor with his own eyes. Really? Can we also be resurrected? Future Son Goku asked excitedly. Okay, let's let one sheep go, let two sheep go, let's just help you resurrect. Wang Yang waved his hand nonchalantly. It has no impact on him. Wang Yang can also help them with this kind of casual thing. Brother Gohan. Trunks walked up to Son Gohan and shouted with tears in his eyes. He will never forget the scene when Gohan died to save him. Now the respected Gohan can also he was very happy to be resurrected. Trunks, you did a great job. Sun Wuhan patted Trunks on the shoulder and nodded with a smile. Yeah. Trunks nodded heavily. With the help of Wang Yang and the others, everyone came back to life and gathered around cheering. Because Piccolo and the goddess were also resurrected, the 7 Dragon Balls were revived. Just as Bulma was building the Dragon Ball radar, Son Goku looked around, but didn't find a familiar figure. Where's Tiandi? Tiandi. Everyone looked confused. Is this Tiandi from Namek? Sun Wufan thought of a child named Tiandi he met on Namek decades ago. Yes, in my time and space, Piccolo merged with the gods, and the Dragon Balls lost the ability to make wishes. I will go to Namek and bring Tiandi back to Earth to take over the throne of God. He can upgrade the Dragon Balls and make 3 wishes. Son Goku raised 3 fingers and said, actually, I can also upgrade the Dragon Ball. The reason why it's just one is because I'm afraid that people on Earth will abuse their ability to make wishes. At this time, the old voice of the God of Heaven sounded. As the most outstanding Namekian, although he split into 2 people and his strength was greatly reduced, the power of making Dragon Balls was completely inherited by the gods. That's great. Everyone was overjoyed. They were just worried that one wish was not enough. Shenron, please restore the planet that Zamasu destroyed. The second wish is to resurrect the lives killed by Zamasu and the others. High-rise buildings stand in the distance, the streets are crowded with people, whispering to each other, the rapid honking of vehicles comes from the crowded road, and birds soar in the sky leaving behind bursts of chirping. Beautiful and full of human fireworks, this is the happiness that belongs to the peaceful era. The third wish, the third one. Trunks was stunned, not knowing what to make for the third wish. Shenlong, please let us regain our youth. At this time, Bulma saw that her son was in trouble and said reluctantly. Everyone didn't expect Bulma to make such a wish. Your wish has come true, goodbye. A ray of light flashed in the dragon's red eyes, followed by a surge of golden light, and its huge body exploded with a bang, turning into 7 meteors that cut across the sky and disappeared into the sky. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing a clear and bright sky. A group of people looked at Bulma with strange expressions. What are you looking at? Do you know what a beautiful face means to a woman? It is more important than life. After the disaster, her relatives and friends were resurrected, and her youth returned. Bulma immediately returned to her fierce nature and said to the crowd shouted loudly. That's it. That's it. It's great to be young again. Although Shishi didn't care about her appearance, when Shishi touched her smooth and delicate skin, she couldn't help but stand on the same side as Bulma. The 2 most powerful women on Earth made a joint statement, and everyone could only smile bitterly. Cut. Haha. Zidu, Bulma's house. Under the power of Shenlong, her home has been restored, and a group of people gathered happily in the yard to celebrate resurrection and defeating powerful enemies. Goku, let's go first. Wang Yang saw that Son Goku was entangled in Son Goku in this time and space and couldn't leave in a short time, so he didn't want to stay any longer and was ready to leave. Okay, then you go back first. I will go back after I finish these things. Son Goku smiled and waved his hand. Without teaching his future self how to transform, the other party would not let him go easily. On the other side, Vegeta crossed his arms and nodded slightly towards Wang Yang to express his gratitude. He also wants to go back with Kakarot. In order to avoid being surpassed by future Kakarot in the future, he had to stay and guide future Vegeta. Wang Yang, how do you go back? There is only one time machine. Son Goku asked with some confusion. Traveling through time and space is easy for us, not to mention that with this ring of time, we can go back to the past time and space at any time. Future Wang Yang chuckled and raised his right index finger. Everyone looked subconsciously and saw a green ring on Wang Yang's finger. This creates parallel time and space. Thank you so much, Wang Yang. Future Son Goku walked up to Wang Yang in a familiar manner, patted Wang Yang on the shoulder and expressed his gratitude with a smile. It's okay, it's just a matter of convenience. Wang Yang smiled and waved his hand. Even though he had known the future Son Goku for only one day, the two parties had a pleasant conversation without any barriers. This may be the charm of Son Goku's personality. If you stay with him for a long time, even your enemies will be affected by his simplicity. Mr. Wang Yang, thank you for your help this time. Not only did he destroy Zamasu, but also resurrect his dead relatives. Trunks was full of deep gratitude to Wang Yang. Work hard. There may be powerful enemies appearing in the future, and you will be able to deal with them yourself. Wang Yang patted Trunks on the shoulder and said with a smile. He admired Trunks, who never wavered, and since he was Bulma's son, he regarded him as half his son in his heart. Yeah. Trunks nodded firmly. See you soon. Wang Yang glanced at the group of people in this space and time, and with a flash of white light, the two Wang Yangs disappeared in front of everyone. That passed me. Have you eaten enough? Let's discuss how to transform into the Super Sailor God you mentioned, and that Super Blue. Future Son Goku lost his appetite and looked longingly at Son, who was eating haze. Goku. He has been stuck in going from Super Saiyan 3 for 20 years, and he still doesn't know how to transform into a higher level. He usually just keeps practicing to improve his normal combat effectiveness. This time he knew that his past self had mastered the transformation beyond Super Saiyan 3. His heart was scratching like a cat and he had no appetite for food. You're full. In that case, let's go to the Celestial Temple and teach you how to transform into Super Sailor God and Super Blue. Son Goku wiped the corners of his mouth and said, Okay. Future Son Goku stood up overjoyed. The two of them used teleportation to leave at the same time. The two Vegetas looked at each other, and at the same time they exploded and flew away. Time travel? Wang Yang finally couldn't help but speak. You said you were going to teach me a move, weren't you trying to let me go? He wanted to see what amazing moves he had created this year. How is that possible? I just wanted to see how long you could hold it in. I didn't expect that your patience still needs to be improved. Future Wang Yang shook his head and smiled. Pull him down. If I don't say anything, you will continue to pretend to be dead for me. Wang Yang said with disdain on his face. As soon as this guy took off his pants, he knew what he was going to do. Am I this kind of person? Future Wang Yang said without blushing or out of breath. Actually, I don't have to learn anything. If you can create it in this year, I will also succeed. Wang Yang's tone was relaxed and he was full of confidence in himself. This trick is not so easy to create. I came to Vados on a whim, and I finally realized it when I fell into an epiphany. If your current trajectory deviates, it's not certain whether you will still be as lucky as me. Future Wang Yang's tone was quite complacent. Only he knew what a coincidence it was to realize this move. Okay, then you teach me. Wang Yang felt itchy in his heart and pretended to be convinced on his face. Future Wang Yang gave him an annoyed look. The two looked at each other and closed their eyes in understanding. The next moment, a soul wave came from their heads at the same time, and they were connected in time and space. The two people's will is connected and their knowledge is integrated. There is me in you and you in me. There is no difference between the two. Wang Yang seems to have transformed into the future Wang Yang. After experiencing the grief of having his body taken away and his wife and daughter killed, he traveled through time and space and returned to a year ago to seek help from past Wang Yang. Future Wang Yang felt that he was the past Wang Yang, and took future Wang Yang to the Supreme Kai world of the 10th universe, crushed Zamasu to death, and came to Trunks' time and space to help future Wang Yang take back your body. No one covers the other or occupies the other, they just have a different experience. 1 year of mine is what you have seen in 2 years. After receiving it, Wang Yang and Wang Yang opened their eyes at the same time, and 2 rays of light shot towards the distance, stirring up the disordered time and space. Now is not the time to merge. The time has not come yet. Wang Yang and Wang Yang whispered to each other in low voices. They no longer teased each other as before, but instead seemed to have become one person, harmonious and harmonious. After saying that, the two of them remained silent and continued to fly towards the distance. When you go back, remember to take care of Zunyo. I was changed into a body by Zamasu this time, so I guess it has something to do with him. Wang Yang couldn't help but mention it in the future. He remembered that before Zamasu searched for the Super Dragon Balls, he ran to Zuno to ask about swapping bodies? Okay. Wang Yang nodded, indicating that he had this idea in mind. My time and space has arrived. At this time, future Wang Yang suddenly stopped and said, You go back first? I don't need you to send me off. Wang Yang waved his hand and said with a smile. Now that the way of time and space has made great progress, it is no longer easy to get lost in time and space travel. As long as he knows the specific coordinates, he can go there. The two looked at each other and smiled, and at the same time stretched out their right hands to hold each other. A hazy light emerged from the edge of their palms. Say something if something happens. The two spoke at the same time, and then smiled one after another. Let's go. Future Wang Yang's body shook slightly, opening a space-time rift and flying into it. When Wang Yang saw his future self leaving, he glanced at the white line that looked like a ring on his palm, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wang Yang stood there, feeling his own state of understanding in time and space. Second level of the ultimate self-consciousness skill, time slows down and the great sound returns to unity. A brilliant light burst out from his body, and Wang Yang's eyes lit up. At this moment, he felt as if the world had fallen into silence, and he was the only one who was eternal. A burning sensation came from his solid and immortal body, but he felt that he had become extremely calm and his body became more flexible. He clenched his hands, and a feeling of omnipotence came to his mind. It seemed that anyone standing in front of him would be defeated by him with one punch. Of course this is an illusion, just like a hungry person feeling like he can eat a cow. Raising his head, his bright starry eyes scanned time and space. As far as he could see, the rotation of the space-time storm slowed down, the energy rain slowly fell, and all the scenery slowed down. This is not the magical power of time, but Wang Yang's perception becoming more acute. The me in this realm can easily defeat the me before. Wang Yang smiled and couldn't help but sigh. When the opponent's speed slows down, even the most exquisite moves will be full of flaws. At the second level of the self-extreme intention Kung Fu, coupled with his magical powers, Wang Yang really couldn't imagine that without beings like Zeno and Grand Priest, who else could control him. Haha. He continued flying forward and soon found the universe where Yuer was. He gently broke through time and space, and Wang Yang got in like a fish. Yuer was knitting a sweater when she suddenly noticed that her eyes were darkened, and when she looked up, it was Wang Yang. Brother Yang, you're back. Yuer casually put down the needle and thread in her hand, stood up and hugged Wang Yang's strong chest. Although Wang Yang was extremely powerful, Yuer was still worried. Now that he was back safely, her worried heart was finally settled in her stomach. Has the matter been resolved? Have you helped the future you find your physical body? Everything has been solved. He is rushing back to resurrect you and your child in the future. Maybe he will appear in front of us with you and your child in the future next time we meet. Wang Yang laughed. Really? That's really something to look forward to. Yuer smiled slightly. Gu? Haha, you are hungry again, and you can eat better than a Saiyan like me. Wang Yang couldn't help laughing when he heard this voice. I hate it. Yuer blushed with embarrassment and gave Wang Yang a gentle slap with her jade hand. This is a box-like planet with luxuriant flowers and plants, the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers, and a huge palace located in the middle of the forest. In the innermost hall, a huge fat man sat in a large tank. At this time, he frowned and looked uneasy. What happened? Why do I have a bad feeling? What's going on? Is there something else in the 7th universe that I don't know about? The dark clouds are overwhelming. Blood disaster. Nowhere to escape. Zunyo couldn't help but do a fortune-telling for himself, and found that the screen showed that his whole body felt like being struck by lightning, and he screamed in shock. Wang Yang's figure appeared out of thin air at the door of the palace. Seeing strangers coming, a few fat guys came over. The people who will meet Master Zunyo today have been arranged. You can come again next time. One of the fat guys looked at Wang Yang expressionlessly. Wang Yang raised his eyelids slightly, and invisible airwaves exploded, directly blowing away the 4 fat guys around him. With his left hand behind his back, Wang Yang walked toward the innermost part of the palace as if there was no one around. Arriving at the innermost hall, he looked at Zunyo at the top with an expressionless expression. Wang Yang, why are you here? Zunyo was a little flustered, and a thin drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. At this moment, he already understood the source of the danger. Don't you have anything to say to me? Wang Yang looked at Zunyo coldly. I was forced to have no choice. It was Zumeiso who threatened me, not me who took the initiative to tell him. Zunyo explained carefully. Is this the explanation you gave me? If so, then go down and find Zumeiso. Wang Yang looked coldly. Just when Wang Yang was about to take action, the space fluctuated, and several figures appeared in front of him out of thin air. Wang Yang, stop, Zunyo can't kill. Supreme Kai Xian shouted. Beerus looked at Wang Yang seriously. Zuno is an incredible person, he knows everything. If the universe is regarded as a human body, then Zuno is equivalent to the mind of the body. Do you understand the importance of Zuno? Wei said in a deep voice. I don't need to understand, I only know one thing, I want his life. Wang Yang said forcefully. He is usually gentle, but when someone really angers him, the Xian's fury will tear the person apart without any reservation. Integrated with the consciousness of his future self, what happened to the other person is his experience, endangering his life and safety, and even causing his wife and daughter to be killed. How can Zunyo, the main accomplice, be spared? Wang Yang believes that Wang Yang will not let Zunyo go in the future. This is exactly what happened. After resurrecting Yuer and her daughter, the future Wang Yang immediately killed them. Hearing Wang Yang's words, Zunyo's fat body couldn't help but tremble, his head shrank, and he tried his best to submerge himself into the big tank under him. Beerus' aura surged, purple flames surrounded his body, and he raised his right hand to condense an extremely violent energy bomb. He will take action at any moment. If you dare to take action, 7th universe will be ready to replace the god of destruction. Wang Yang walked forward, his body shining brightly, like a high god king, looking down on the god of destruction. Beerus' face was gloomy, the corners of his mouth were constantly twitching, and cold fangs emerged from the gaps in the corners of his mouth. Beerus was extremely annoyed by Wang Yang's arrogance, but he did not dare to take action. Lord Beerus, Angel cannot participate in the battle between good and evil, nor can he use Angel's abilities to fight. Wei said helplessly, but still waved the scepter in his hand and turned it around to block Wang Yang's progress. Wang Yang immediately entered the 2nd level of the free ultimate intention Kung Fu, and when he felt Wei's slowing down movements, he dodged away as if he were strolling in a garden. Weiss suddenly discovered that Wang Yang's movements were incredibly fast, causing his attack to fail, even though he did not use his full strength. Beerus even looked like he had seen a ghost. Weiss' attack was so easy to dodge. Your strength has improved again, it's really amazing. Weiss couldn't help but sigh. Thanks to your guidance. Wang Yang smiled. Weiss stopped him from killing Zunyo, which made him a little unhappy, but Wang Yang was still grateful for his previous teachings. In that case, why don't we just forget about it for my sake? Weiss said. Can. Everyone looked happy, and Zunyo exhaled with a look of relief, and slumped powerlessly in the vat. But, when Wang Yang changed his words, the smiles on everyone's faces froze. But what? Weiss frowned. As long as you defeat me, I will turn around and leave without saying a word, and I will never seek revenge from Zunyo again. Wang Yang looked at Weiss and said. Wang Yang, I just said that I can't use Angel's ability to fight. Weiss was a little dissatisfied. Angel also has limits. If he violates it, he will disappear. Without using all his strength, he will not be able to defeat Wang Yang. You don't have to use all your strength, just treat it as a competition. We will keep our combat power at 100 million. As long as you beat me in moves by 1.5 moves, you will win. Wang Yang also understood Angel's concerns from Vados. He rarely uses force to overwhelm others, but mostly defeats them openly with equal or even less strength. Okay. Weiss nodded in agreement. With the same combat power, he was confident that he had the perfect free ultimate intention kung fu, and he was innately invincible in terms of moves. The two looked at each other, and the battle was about to break out. Boom! Wang Yang stepped forward, his momentum like a rainbow, and punched Weiss. Weiss' scepter thrust forward, attacking Wang Yang's wrist like a spiritual snake. The skin of his wrist was slightly pricked. Before the attack could come, Wang Yang's body automatically counterattacked and appeared behind Weiss at an extremely fast speed. Snapped! Weiss turned around and slashed, hitting Wang Yang's fist with his palm. The two sides were in a brief stalemate for a moment, and their figures disappeared from the place at the same time. In the empty hall, the two figures were constantly fighting and flickering in the air. The two of them seemed to be fighting extremely fiercely, but the sound of collision was rarely heard. Beerus could see clearly that these two people had reached the point where they had reached an extremely high level of mastery of the ultimate intention kung fu. They had automatically dodged before the attack came, so that they rarely attacked each other. Even if there is a sound, it is nothing more than blocking and collision. Suddenly, Weiss's voice sounded. Mr. Wang Yang, in terms of moves alone, none of us can do anything to the other. It seems so. Wang Yang answered without stopping the movements of his hands at all. I think how about a draw? Weiss's scepter swept away Wang Yang's body. That's not possible, the battle has just begun. Wang Yang shouted loudly and rushed towards Weiss again. Weiss looked helpless and was about to repel Wang Yang again as soon as he moved his scepter, but suddenly Wang Yang's charging movements immediately changed. Weiss's face changed slightly, and he had to change his moves again, but Wang Yang on the opposite side also changed his body shape. For Wang Yang, the distance of 10 meters was reached in an instant, but during this period, Weiss' movements had changed hundreds of times. Every time he changed his attack, Wang Yang always struck last, making his attack in vain. Boom! Wang Yang punched Weiss in the chest. The powerful force made the void tremble, and the terrifying punch force triggered a terrifying explosion of energy. There was no joy on Wang Yang's face, and Weiss's body twisted and disappeared under his fist. This is an afterimage. Your speed. Weiss' body appeared not far away, looking at Wang Yang in shock. Continue. The corners of Wang Yang's mouth raised slightly, and he rushed towards Weiss like a dragon. He raised his arms high and hit Weiss on the head. Weiss's expression was stern, and the scepter passed through his hand, transforming into an airtight wall. Wang Yang's arm sank into it and fell towards Weiss's chest. Looking around, Wang Yang seemed to have turned into a shadow, but Beerus and Supreme Kaixin who were present could see clearly. Wang Yang seemed to have a glimpse of Weiss's movement track, and then avoided Weiss's defense and attack at an extremely fast speed, and got closer to Weiss bit by bit. Although the Zizige Gong is said to allow the body to automatically fight, the shots will be faster, but it was still tangible when he took action. In the eyes of Wang Yang, who was at the second level of the ultimate intention kung fu, Weiss' movements slowed down, allowing him to crack it. Seeing that Wang Yang's fist was about to strike, a white light flashed in Weiss's eyes. Time speeds up. The next moment, Weiss' speed suddenly increased several times, and the scepter rubbed Wang Yang's arm and hit his head. This change happened so quickly that in Wang Yang's eyes, Weiss' movements changed from a shambling old man to an athlete. Seeing that Weiss' attack was about to hit Wang Yang, Zunyo, and others couldn't help but get excited on their faces. Well done. Wang Yang's eyes lit up, and he raised his right hand to the sky, hitting Weiss's scepter high into the air, spinning his body in a circle, and volleyed towards Weiss with one long leg. Weiss withdrew the scepter and attacked Wang Yang again. Hey, just a little bit close. Zunyo's eyes were fixed on the battlefield, and his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a big hand, making it difficult for him to breathe. The two were as fast as lightning, and they fought fiercely. Supreme Kaixin was dazzled for a while. Although Wang Yang and Wang Yang maintain a fighting strength of 100 million, their fighting skills are extremely sophisticated and impeccable. If he had transformed into his ultimate form back then, Frieza, who had a combat power of 120 million, would definitely not be able to take a single move against Wang Yang and the two of them now. Suddenly, Zunyo's fat body was like a deflated rubber ball, suddenly slumped inside the vat, his face full of despair. Boom! A slender figure flew out and hit a pillar. The strong metal pillar was hit by this impact and was shaken with cracks. He is clearly Wes. Your time and power are exhausted. Wang Yang stood tall and straight in the void, with a plain face. The magical power of time is Angel's skill, but it is also limited and cannot be used without restriction. Losing the power of time, Wei slowed down and could no longer keep up with his movements, and was defeated by him in one fell swoop. You win? Your growth rate is beyond my imagination. I really don't know how strong you will be in the future. Weiss flew to the ground and taught many apprentices. For the first time, he felt the feeling of a master being defeated by his apprentices, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Perhaps you can become a powerful person like Grand Priest in the future. Thinking that Wang Yang was his half-disciple, Weiss felt very proud if he became a strong man like Grand Priest in the future. Yes, I will definitely do it. Wang Yang looked at Weiss with certainty, and then his eyes turned and fell on Beerus. Beerus shook his hands, and a purple energy condensed in his palms. Wang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous light flashed in his eyes, and a terrifying aura arose from his body. There is a chance that if Beerus dares to take action, he will suffer disaster. Boom! Purple light flashed across the sky, a scream echoed, and a figure was directly blown away. He is Supreme Kaixin. Supreme Kaixin fell to the ground, looking at Beerus with a look of grief and anger. Did I offend anyone? I just stood between Wang Yang and Zunyo. I was ready to get out of the way. Wes, let's go. Beerus walked beside Doves and said expressionlessly. Weiss took a deep look at Wang Yang. The scepter touched the ground lightly, and the stream of light enveloped the two of them and flew towards the depths of the universe. After Beerus left, Supreme Kai Xian did not dare to stay. He teleported back to the Supreme Kai world. He was also afraid that Wang Yang would not act lightly or seriously and would harm himself. Those who stopped him still left. Wang Yang looked at Zunyo and held his right hand empty. Outside the palace, there was a turbulent storm, violent energy fluctuations, lightning, and thunder, and a giant hand covering the sky grasped the palace. No! Zunyo shouted loudly, and soon his voice suddenly stopped. The big hand of energy crushed it gently, and the entire palace was crushed into powder by this mighty force of heaven and earth. Zunyo and his disciples in the palace were also wiped out. After standing for a moment, Wang Yang stamped his right foot on the ground, and a terrifying force hit the center of the earth like a devastation, detonating the entire planet. Wang Yang's figure stood proudly in the void, looking at a firework in front of him expressionlessly. The firelight reflected on his face, like a demon god, making people feel frightened. This was the first time in his life that he took the initiative to destroy a living planet. Zuno was killed. In the light, Wei suddenly spoke. Beerus' face was expressionless, as if he didn't hear it, but Whis could clearly see that his eyes were filled with angry flames. Lord Beerus, Wang Yang's strength is very terrifying, and his power improvement is also extremely amazing. No matter how hard you try, you can't beat him. It's not a shame to lose at his hands. Wei sighed with a frown. Road. I must defeat him and tear his arrogant face to pieces. Beerus finally couldn't help it and roared loudly. You said the same thing last time, and it was still hot for 3 minutes in the end. This time is different, you must supervise me. Beerus looked at Wei seriously. Then you have to be strict with yourself and stop being gluttonous and lethargic, otherwise you really won't even be able to see his back. I can definitely do it. Beerus was silent for a while, and his voice was loud. A meaningful smile appeared on Weiss's face. Zunyo was killed. Zunyo's star was also destroyed. In the Supreme Kai world, Supreme Kai Xian has been paying attention to all this. When everything happened under his nose, he still felt very uncomfortable. Hey, old Supreme Kai sighed. Wang Yang used to destroy lifeless planets, but now the first living planet has been destroyed. Once the hole is opened, no one knows how many living planets will be destroyed in his hands in the future. Wang Yang actually destroyed the planet, he became evil. The prophecy fish shivered in the small fish tank. A month later, Son Goku and Vegeta finally returned in a time machine. You just came back. If you don't go home to find your Shishi, why did you come to me? Wang Yang looked at Son Goku who was looking at him with a fawning face in front of him, and said a little speechlessly. There is no rush to go home. My physical body can now be used to attach a pistol. Please teach me the next method of body training. Son Goku said anxiously. Have you tried it? Yes, I have tried it in the future world. Although I was almost killed at first, I succeeded in the end. Son Goku said with a smile. Now I am fully accustomed to Super Blue being stacked 30 times Kaioken. Wang Yang was speechless, really worried that this guy would accidentally train himself to death. He stretched out his hand and touched Son Goku's forehead, and taught him the training method of the second stage of the body refining technique. The second stage of the physical refining technique is more detailed, and you can consciously control the training area. For example, if you want to train your arms, you can train the arms specifically. If you want to train your thighs, you can do that too. When one day your body is tempered to the extreme and you can survive in the universe, then the second level will be considered a success. Son Goku was overjoyed. He knew that Wang Yang could survive in the universe, and thought he was a special case of the Saiyans. He did not expect that he was made through cultivation. As long as he can survive in the universe, the biggest shortcoming of the Saiyans will be made up for. How can this not make him excited? What's more, his physical body will be strengthened, and his strength will also be greatly improved. Thinking of the joy, Son Goku grinned from ear to ear, unable to hide the smile on his face. Be careful, don't train yourself to death when the time comes. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Son Goku waved his hand nonchalantly. Seeing Son Goku's appearance, Wang Yang felt even more unsure. We can't stay here for long. If this guy trains himself to death, she will tear down my home. Son Goku didn't know that Wang Yang wanted to leave because of him. But before leaving, he had one more thing to do. It's been more than a year. Why hasn't Zamasu from the past come to collect the Super Dragon Balls? Didn't this change happen in the past time and space? Or is it because of Trunks and me that Zamasu went to other time and space? Wang Yang muttered in his heart. But no matter what, Zamasu didn't come over to swap bodies with him, which couldn't be better. At this moment, Wang Yang let out a sigh, and he noticed that the seal he left on a Super Dragon Ball was triggered. This seal was a way for him to secretly make a wish to prevent Zamasu from appearing quietly. As long as this Super Dragon Ball is touched, he can feel it, and when the time comes, he will give Zamasu a meat bun to beat the dog. There will be no return. Is that Zamasu here? Wang Yang did not dare to neglect. His eyes shone with golden light, and through the distance of the endless universe, he saw a white-haired figure, and a divine ring appeared behind his head. He waved his right hand, and the planet-sized Super Dragon Ball trembled violently. Then the Super Dragon Ball shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a small bead about the size of a thumb, which he put in the palm of his hand. After doing all this, he seemed to notice Wang Yang's gaze and looked over with a faint smile. Their eyes seemed to collide through time and space. Interesting, interesting. A faint smile appeared on the corner of the man's mouth, and then he disappeared from Wang Yang's sight in a flash of white light. Grand Priest, it's really unfathomable. Wang Yang withdrew his gaze and whispered softly. Now he still can't see the depth of Grand Priest. In the open space in front of the house, a pink-carved baby was crawling around on the grass, with several colorful butterflies dancing around her. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. The child found something blocking the front, so he climbed up along his legs with his hands and feet. Son Goku saw the little guy crawling onto his head, messing up his hair, and immediately picked her up with both hands. Looking at the child in front of me, his two curved eyebrows are like thin willows, his white and tender skin seems to be able to squeeze out water, and his clear and bright eyes are as watery as black pearls. So cute, so cute. Son Goku couldn't help but hold her in his arms and tease her with his index finger. Hehe. The little girl seemed to be tickled to the point of laughter and danced happily. Goku, why are you here? By the small river, Wang Yang raised his right hand, and a plump fat-headed fish came out of dehydration with a splash. As soon as the fish flew out of the water, it fell towards a fish guard. Only then did Son Goku realize that the fishing rod Wang Yang was holding had no hook. Your control of power is still as profound as ever. Son Goku praised. Tell me, what are you doing here? Wang Yang stretched out his hand, and the little star flew up from Son Goku's hand and landed safely in his arms. Cackling, little Singer is very lively and still moving around in Wang Yang's arms. I met Master Zeno yesterday. Son Goku laughed dryly. He was eager to fight with the strong men of other universes, so he ran to find Zeno despite Beerus's warning. Wang Yang paused slightly in his hand movements and looked up at Son Goku. Then what? Wang Yang lowered his eyelids and looked towards the water. Zeno is going to hold a universe-wide martial arts conference. 8 universes will participate in this conference. Wang Yang, do you want to fight against the strong men from other universes? Son Goku was like a big bad wolf, bewitching Wang Yang general. As a Saiyan, Son Goku believes that Wang Yang will also enjoy fighting against powerful enemies from other universes. Really? Wang Yang raised his head and his eyes lit up. Of course it's true. I also fought with a person from the 11th universe. That person's strength is not inferior to mine. It is said that there is a more powerful person in his universe. Son Goku smiled happily and thought to himself. A steady sound. I refuse. Wang Yang said with a smile. Great, what did you say? Son Goku thought Wang Yang agreed, but unexpectedly he refused. Don't you want to know what strong people there are in other universes? Don't you want to fight them? Do you know what if? Son Goku quickly covered his mouth after speaking. What if? Wang Yang looked at Son Goku and smiled. It's nothing, you must participate anyway. Son Goku waved his hand awkwardly. It's okay if you want me to participate. You can ask Beerus to go over and invite me to appear in person. Wang Yang waved his hand and said. Okay, wait for me here, I'll call Lord Beerus over right away. Son Goku couldn't figure out why Beerus came to persuade him, but he couldn't figure it out and didn't think about it. As long as Wang Yang puts forward conditions, everything will be easy to handle. After saying this, Son Goku teleported away, obviously going to find Beerus. Xiao Singer, come here and drink milk. At this time, Yor came over with a bottle the size of an adult's head in both hands. Milk, milk. When the little Singer in Wang Yang's arms saw the bottle, saliva almost dripped from the corner of her mouth, and she flew towards Yor. Yor hugged Xiao Singer and sat next to Wang Yang. She gently touched Xiao Singer's back with her palms and turned to look at Wang Yang's side face. Has Son Goku come to fight with you again? Yor said with a smile. It's almost the same. Zeno will hold a tournament of power, with strong men from 8 universes participating in the battle. The failed universes will be wiped out, leaving a victorious universe in the end. Wang Yang explained. Erase the universe. When Yu heard this sentence, she felt a surge of displeasure in her heart. She loves peace and nature, especially since her hometown was destroyed and she died in the disaster. If Wang Yang hadn't appeared, she would still be alone in the underworld. Wang Yang raised his right hand, and a fish was pulled out of the water, floating in front of Wang Yang's face and struggling. They are so superior that they can destroy the universe in a single thought. Do you think they care about what the ants think? Wang Yang said quietly, looking at the fish that kept beating in front of him. Yu looked at the little fish struggling in the sky and was speechless. This fish thinks it is very evil for two people to eat its meat. But if she wants to eat fish tonight, does she still care about the fish's feelings? Will you participate in this power conference this time? Yu asked softly. She knew that her brother Yang seemed indifferent and kind to others, but he was very proud on the inside. Wang Yang would not like a game that uses the universe as a bet, just to please the superior gods, and would even dislike Zeno and the others. I will participate. Wang Yang touched Yu's long, silky hair and said with a smile. Yu looked at Wang Yang in confusion, wondering why he still wanted to participate. I have been in this universe for a few years, and I have learned a lot here. It's time to go back. Before I leave, I want to save your hometown from this disaster, so as to repay the universe. Wang Yang looked at Yu tenderly. Although Son Goku's strength has greatly increased, Wang Yang has never met Jiren, so he doesn't know if Son Goku's current strength can compete with him. You can't master the ultimate freedom skill just by thinking about it. If Son Goku cannot enter the perfect state of freedom and ultimate intention, can the 7th universe still make it to the end? And his joining can eliminate all uncertainties. Even if Son Goku fails to successfully break through and defeat the opponent, he will ultimately be the one to back it up. Just as Wang Yang finished speaking, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. Weiss, why are you here? Wang Yang smiled softly. Goku told you, Zeno is going to hold a universe-wide power conference, and Lord Beerus hopes you can participate. Weiss looked at Wang Yang with a smile. Well, you all know that my baby daughter was just born, and I don't want to leave. Wang Yang said with some embarrassment. You brat. Beerus had a scowl on his face. Huh. Wang Yang raised his eyelids and looked at the angry Beerus. This conference is of great importance. Goku and Vegeta may not be able to defeat the enemies with their skills, so you have to show up. Beerus' face stiffened, and his tone was no longer so tough. Just now Wang Yang asked Son Goku to call him over. Beerus already knew what this guy had in mind, but he was used to being arrogant and was very reluctant to talk down to him. Yu was confident and looked at Wang Yang with a smile. Weiss stood quietly beside them, watching the two of them with interest. Wang Yang, the tournament of power is very important. The failed universe will be wiped out by Master Zeno. You don't want the 7th universe to be wiped out, right? Beerus squeezed his fists hard and his tone became calmer again. Zeno's magical powers are indeed amazing, but I think he can only erase everything in the 12 universes of this time and space, and is powerless against the universes of other time and space. If he wants to destroy the 7th universe, then he will destroy it. At worst, I will take you to live in other time and space. Wang Yang said nonchalantly. These words left Beerus and the two speechless. Zeno really couldn't do this unless he could go there in person, but would Zeno go to other time and space to destroy Wang Yang? Beerus was also helpless when he encountered such a hobbit. Alas, it's not like I, Beerus, didn't lower my head. I even knelt down and kowtowed to Zeno, and acted like a horse for him to ride on. I can do such embarrassing things. It's just a mere apology. I can bear it. I really can bear it. Beerus thought this. His face couldn't help but turn red. He suppressed the reluctance in his heart, and whispered to Wang Yang. Brother Wang Yang, we had some misunderstandings before. You have been beaten and your anger has gone away, right? I will apologize to you again. Don't take it to heart because you are too generous. If it were another person, Beerus would have surrendered to the opponent with force, but against Wang Yang, he did not dare to use force for fear of being beaten violently by the opponent. Oh, Lord Beerus is rarely so subdued. Wang Yang, just agree. Weiss covered his mouth and chuckled. Since you, Beerus, begged me, then I will participate in this tournament of power. I have always been a friendly person. If you have anything to say, please talk to me and don't get into a fight easily. Wang Yang said with a satisfied look on his lips. Smiling, he walked down the steps handed to him by the other party. Haha, it turns out that Lord Beerus can also beg for help. Son Goku laughed when he saw Beerus' embarrassed face. Beerus glared at Son Goku fiercely, and a rich purple flame erupted from his body, blasting the unsuspecting Son Goku away, and then shot up into the sky with a whooshing sound. I have a stomachache, I'm leaving first. Forget it, Weiss, why don't you stay for a meal before leaving? Wang Yang raised the fish in his hand and smiled at Weiss. Weiss glanced at Wang Yang's hand without trace, then shook his head with a smile. I won't eat any more, Mr. Wang Yang, we will all gather at Bulma's house tomorrow. After Weiss finished speaking, the scepter tapped the ground lightly, and his whole body turned into a stream of light and flew away. Lord Beerus must have done it on purpose. Son Goku got up with a depressed look on his face. Do you want to have a meal before leaving? Wang Yang asked hospitably. Haha, these fish are too boring. I'm going to Bulma's house. Her house has a lot of delicious food in the past 2 days. Son Goku looked at the fish in the fish guard, then shook his head and shouted. I don't pretend anymore, I'm showing off my cards. In fact, I am. Before Wang Yang finished speaking, Son Goku put his fingers up in front of his forehead, smiled sideways at Wang Yang and left. Wang Yang was speechless. These two foodies disliked their own food. Hehe. Yor covered her mouth and chuckled. Let's ignore these two bumpkins. They think sushi, sashimi, tempura, octopus balls, etc. are all delicacies. Don't they know that the real delicacies are still here with us? Wang Yang said with pride on his face. Of course, Brother Yang, you are a great chef who has created 8 major cuisines. Yor's face was full of admiration, her green and jade hands were like blooming flowers supporting her head, and her beautiful eyes were looking straight at Wang Yang, with the water rippled and shining with bright starlight. Feeling Yor's admiring gaze, Wang Yang felt quite proud. Since Yor became pregnant, he finally opened up a long-lost memory and made the delicious food in his mind. Brother Yang, you caught a lot of fish today, let's make a fish feast. Yor's face showed greedy. Her appetite has increased greatly since she was pregnant. Although she has given birth to a child, she still retains her love for delicious food. Down. Okay, I will make a few simple dishes tonight to let you try the skills of this chef. Wang Yang stretched out his hand to lift Yu-Hu up, put his other hand around Yor's waist, and walked toward home together. I have to say that with his cultivation, he was very quick to cook, and soon the table was filled to the brim. Is this what you call a few simple dishes? When Yor saw a table of delicious food, Yin Hong opened her mouth slightly and looked at Wang Yang in surprise. A golden divine dragon made of 9-headed fish, winding and hovering above the golden soup, the dragon roars for 9 days. You can eat the fish without spitting out the bones, even the skin and scales, stuffed dace. The presentation is exquisite and the aroma is fragrant, 1 fish and 10 can be eaten. On the contrary, pickled fish, grilled fish, fish head with chopped pepper, braised carp, and steamed fish are commonplace. If Weiss knew about it, his intestines would probably turn blue with regret. Yor laughed so hard that her eyes almost narrowed into slits. That's natural. Early the next morning, Wang Yang came to Bulma's house, and the soldiers participating in the war had also arrived. Wang Yang, Son Goku, Vegeta, Sun Wuhan, Piccolo, Tenjin Fan, Krillin, number 17, number 18 and Bu. Where is Bu? Son Goku turned his head and did not find Fat Bu. Goku, Satan called. He said Bu fell into a deep sleep and couldn't be woken up. Bulma shouted nervously, holding the phone in her hand. What did you say? Beerus was furious when he heard this. This fat man always failed at critical moments, even when he competed with the 6th universe before. Thinking of the first time he came to Earth, because the fat man refused to give him pudding, Beerus felt very unhappy every time he thought of him. At this time, Beerus' temper was rising, and Beerus had the urge to run over and destroy the fat man. Lord Beerus, calm down. Calm down? Bu didn't mean it. Son Goku hurriedly stepped forward, patted Beerus on the shoulder, and smoothed things over with a smile. What wasn't intentional? He must have done it on purpose. Beerus roared loudly at Son Goku. There are only 9 people now, and 1 person is missing. What do you think we should do? Beerus grabbed Son Goku's collar and shouted. Haha, if 1 person is missing, let's ask Grandpa Kame Sennin to participate. Son Goku thought for a moment and thought that the only one who could have a fight on his side was Kame Sennin. If there was 1 more person missing, he would be blinded. Vegeta was non-committal. In his opinion, no matter who was invited to participate, his strength was not as strong as the 3 of them, and he would not play a decisive role. At best, he would only be a minor figure. Humph. Beerus slapped Son Goku's hand away and snorted coldly. He had the same thoughts as Vegeta, but after all, this involved his family and life, so he couldn't help but be nervous. Wang Yang smiled indifferently and held a moment of silence for Frieza in his heart. Now, Frieza might have to stay in the underworld for the rest of his life. Son Goku immediately activated teleportation and came to Kame Sennin's house. When Kame Sennin heard that Son Goku asked him to attend the Tournament of Power, where there were girls from other universes, he immediately followed Goku. Since then, the 10 participating places for the 7th universe have been decided again. Everyone, please stand by my side. Grand Priest will use his magical power to take us there soon. At this time, Weiss suddenly spoke. After hearing Weiss's words, Wang Yang and others immediately came to his side. Suddenly, a strong force of space enveloped them, and along with a beam of light, everyone slowly rose into the air. Then the surrounding environment distorted and deformed, and the next moment they appeared in an unfamiliar environment. At this time, people from other universes also arrived at the same time. In an instant, people from 12 universes were moved to the realm of nothingness at the same time. The use of this space power far surpassed that of Supreme Kai. Wang Yang squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the indifferent Grand Priest. Wang Yang looked up and found that he and others were in a hemispherical arena. The arena was made of the strongest alloy in the universe. Weak people were not even qualified to damage the arena. There is a huge pillar in the middle of the ring that rises straight into the sky. According to Grand Priest, when the game starts, this pillar will slowly descend. When the top side is completely consistent with the ring, it means that the time of the game is over. There is a void of space below the ring. If you fall down, you will be eliminated. If you fall from here, you will fall out of the field, right? Klin lay on the edge and looked down. Huh? We can all fly, as long as we pay attention we won't fall. Vegeta folded his arms and said calmly. This battlefield is restricted from flying. Weiss reminded from the side. Son Goku tried it and found that it was exactly what Weiss said. At this moment, a powerful aura hit his face, attracting everyone present to look at him sideways. These are the warriors of the 11th universe. They wear red uniforms, and their strong sense of oppression covers the entire battlefield, making the contestants from other universes feel nervous. One of them had his back to everyone, and his huge muscles were like steel and iron bones, full of explosive power. Based on his intuition, Son Goku felt that this man was the warrior Toppo said was more powerful than him, Jiren. When Grand Priest finished explaining the rules of the game, he waved his hand. The tournament of power begins now. Following Grand Priest's order, the battle broke out, and the participating warriors moved instantly. Countless rays of light filled the arena, a large amount of energy exploded, and colorful energy fireballs filled every corner of the arena. Wang Yang looked around, his eyes paused on Jillian, then he leaped up and landed on the top of the stone pillar, overlooking the entire battlefield with his hands behind his back. Jillian seemed to be aware of it. He turned his head slightly and looked at Wang Yang, who was standing high up. He found that the other man had an indifferent expression and was watching the battle below with relish. Jillian's calm face showed fluctuations, and for some reason there was a pressure in his heart. His intuition told him that the opponent's strength was not inferior to his. Jiren, fight me. Son Goku had already been gearing up to fight Jiren, so he immediately dodged and rushed towards Jiren. If you want to fight Jiren, you must defeat me first. Toppo saw Son Goku rushing towards him and didn't want him to disturb Jiren, so he quickly stepped forward to fight with him. Jiren of Universe 11 is already arrogant enough with his back turned to everyone, but he didn't expect that there is another person who is even more arrogant, standing at the top and looking down at everyone fighting. This guy is so arrogant. Caulifla from the 6th universe looked up at Wang Yang high in the sky, with an unhappy look on her face. Her legs rushed under the stone pillar like wind wheels, then her legs were slightly bent, and the next moment she jumped high like a spring. This arena is set to the gravity of the birth planet and cannot fly. Caulifla didn't adapt for a moment, and found out in embarrassment that she had used too little force, and her speed became slower and slower, until she stopped in front of the stone pillar. Just as she was about to fall, Caulifla's quick eyes and hands placed her arms on the edge of the stone pillar to avoid falling. Looking up at Wang Yang's back, I found that he was still standing there motionless, seemingly unaware of anything strange behind him. Didn't this guy notice me? Caulifla's big Kazilan eyes rolled around for a moment, and then a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I saw Caulifla pulling a carp and falling quietly behind Wang Yang. Watch the move. Caulifla shouted, and at the same time, the golden aura surged, and a violent force hit Wang Yang's back. Seeing that her attack was about to fall on the opponent, but he still didn't move, Caulifla was overjoyed. This move can knock this extremely arrogant guy off the stage. It's a pity that the ideal is full and the reality is very skinny. Her fist actually passed through Wang Yang's body without any hindrance. Caulifla's body instantly lost her balance and staggered forward a few steps. Caulifla kept swinging her arms, her left foot stepped on the edge of the stone pillar, her right foot was dangling in the air, and she almost fell. Caulifla finally managed to control her body and turned around quickly to glare at Wang Yang. But before she finished speaking, a huge force suddenly came from her stomach, and then her body lifted off the ground and flew away like a cannonball. Panicked shouts echoed throughout the arena. Beerus, you shameless villain. On the viewing platform, Kampa saw a familiar figure appearing on the battlefield and couldn't help but roar at Beerus. With this person who is more powerful than the god of destruction, who can defeat him? There is no suspense in this game. Beerus turned a deaf ear and seemed not to hear. The old god was watching the battle ahead. Just as Caulifla was about to fall out of the ring, a purple figure suddenly appeared behind Caulifla and brought her back to the ground. Thank you, hit. Caulifla thanked her casually, then turned to glare at Wang Yang high in the sky. Seeing that this girl from the same universe was looking for Wang Yang again, Hit quickly stretched out his hand to hold Caulifla's shoulders, and a deep voice reached her ears. Don't go looking for him. That guy's strength is extremely terrifying. You are far from his opponent. Snapped. Caulifla didn't appreciate it at all and slapped Hit's palm away. I was just careless, this time I will use all my strength. Caulifla's aura surged, her black hair turned golden, and she gained momentum and jumped towards the stone pillar. Hit immediately looked at Caulifla's back speechlessly. Since he didn't listen to the advice, he would ignore her. Shaking his head, Hit's eyes narrowed, and he turned to look at the man in the red uniform in front of him, who gave him a great sense of oppression. Hit shouted loudly, purple flames surrounding his body. On the viewing platform, Kampa was trembling with anger when he discovered that Caulifla was desperate to find Wang Yang again. Caulifla, you idiot, don't go looking for that guy, come down here quickly. What? Is that guy very strong? Kampa, you are so scared. Upon hearing Kampa's words, the clown god of destruction from the 11th universe turned to look at him with a face full of teasing. Kampa was about to explain, but thinking of being defeated by a mortal, the shame in his heart made him snort and stop talking. Of course he is very strong. No one present is his opponent. Beerus looked at the clown god of destruction proudly. TCH? No matter how strong he is it possible that my Jiren is still stronger? The clown god of destruction said disdainfully. In his heart, Jiren is the strongest. You'll find out later. Beerus had a mysterious smile on his face. Hey, I was careless just now, let's see how I defeat you this time. Caulifla shouted towards Wang Yang's back. I'm just standing here watching the show, why are you looking for me? Go beat them. Wang Yang turned around and chuckled. I just want to beat you because you're unhappy, can't I? Caulifla snorted coldly. Okay. Wang Yang nodded and smiled. Caulifla shouted loudly, jumped up in the air and kicked Wang Yang. Facing Caulifla's attack, Wang Yang's expression remained as usual and he still stood motionless. When Caulifla's legs crossed Wang Yang's body without any hindrance, she didn't show any panic, but instead curled up the corners of her mouth. I won't be fooled again. Caulifla rotated her body 360 degrees and used the momentum to slash her right leg towards Wang Yang's head. Unfortunately, Caulifla's inevitable blow still failed to hit Wang Yang, and instead kicked a small hole out of the top of the stone pillar. You. Caulifla did 3 somersaults and retreated, staring seriously at Wang Yang, who remained motionless. Can you turn your body into nothingness when I attack you? Wang Yang shook his head and laughed. Isn't that right? Caulifla shouted. What do you think this is? Wang Yang raised his right hand. Oops. Caulifla suddenly felt a stinging sensation on her scalp, and subconsciously reached out to touch the back of her head. The pain came and went quickly, as if her hair was being pulled out. Caulifla took a closer look and found that the thumb and index finger of the man opposite him were pinched together, and a slender hair was floating on his finger. My hair. Caulifla was surprised. Did he come up behind me in such a short period of time, pull out my hair and then go back to the same place? His speed is too terrifying, isn't it? An idea came to Caulifla's mind. Otherwise, Wang Yang threw it away, and the soft hair appeared in Caulifla's palm. Looking at the hair in the palm of her hand, Caulifla couldn't help but swallow. A creepy feeling surged through her body, making the pores on her body open. Excuse me. Caulifla finally understood the gap between the two at this time, laughed dryly, and backed away slowly, wanting to leave right away. Just as Caulifla left, Wang Yang's voice sounded. Wait a moment. What are you going to do? Caulifla yelled, the panic in her eyes showed that she was fierce at the moment, and she secretly regretted how she found this terrifying guy. Do you only know how to transform into a Super Saiyan? Wang Yang looked at Caulifla with a smile, his eyes were like a big bad wolf seeing a pure white rabbit. What other transformations does a Super Saiyan have? Caulifla was a little confused. At this moment, a terrifying blue light flashed through, and a force that shook the sky and earth filled the entire arena. Caulifla turned her head to look subconsciously. It's the Saiyan from the 7th universe. Caulifla stared blankly at Son Goku, who was surrounded by blue aura, and felt that the aura he was exuding at this moment was horrifying. That's Super Saiyan Blue, a transformation far superior to Super Saiyan. Wang Yang walked forward slowly. Don't come over here. Caulifla suddenly saw the man approaching opposite her, couldn't help but take a step back, and shouted loudly towards Wang Yang. She looked like a little white rabbit facing a big bad wolf, trembling with fear. Want to learn a transformation beyond Super Saiyan? Wang Yang's voice was full of temptation. Caulifla blinked her big bright eyes. The fear of Wang Yang in her heart suddenly dissipated, and her mind was filled with more powerful transformations. You want to teach me? Caulifla looked at Wang Yang in disbelief. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Wang Yang smiled. Think. Caulifla rushed to Wang Yang in an instant, her big eyes sparkling with starlight, her face full of desire. She grabbed Wang Yang's clothes and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Watch it. Wang Yang's body flashed with golden light and he transformed into a Super Saiyan form. Isn't it the same as me? Caulifla let go of her hand and muttered with some disappointment. This is Super Saiyan 2. Wang Yang did not answer. Arcs of electricity surrounded his body, and his golden hair became stronger. Super Saiyan 2. Caulifla couldn't help being forced back by this aura, and looked directly at Wang Yang. After getting closer and feeling the aura exuding from Wang Yang's body, Caulifla seemed to understand something in her heart. Suddenly, Caulifla shouted loudly, golden flames burning, and countless dance lightnings flashed on her body. Good understanding. Wang Yang praised. The transformation of Super Saiyan is just a means of amplification. Once you understand it, you can transform, but if you don't understand it, you can't change. What is that guy Wang Yang doing? Instead of defeating people from other universes, he actually taught people from the 6th universe to transform. Beerus stared at the two people on the stone pillar, feeling very unhappy. It would be a long night and many dreams. He hoped that Wang Yang would take action and eliminate everyone, instead of watching the changes from above like now. Saiyans are all arrogant. That hateful guy will suffer a big loss sooner or later. Kampa glared at Wang Yang fiercely, grinding his teeth. He didn't like Wang Yang because he taught Caulifla, and there was no suspense about winning this game. Super Blue Grandson Goku knocked Tokpo away and moved at high speed around Jiren. Countless fist seals pierced the sky and attacked Jiren crazily. Facing Son Goku's attack, Jiren had no expression on his face, his legs were as motionless as taking root, and he blocked all attacks while waving his hands. Snapped. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in Jiren's eyes. He punched the void behind him with his right fist, hitting Son Goku who suddenly appeared. Son Goku screamed and the man was thrown high. Boom! Vegeta appeared behind Son Goku in a flash, flew up and kicked Son Goku, sending him to the ground. Haha, thank you Vegeta. Son Goku patted his chest, stood up and thanked Vegeta with a stern expression. You guy. Vegeta couldn't help but shake his head. This guy didn't use all his strength every time he came up, and he only gave up after being beaten. At this moment, the golden light above surged, and a powerful aura came continuously. Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta looked up at the sky, his eyes covered by golden light, and he could clearly see the woman whose whole body radiated endless light. On the stone pillar, under Wang Yang's guidance, Caulifla transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 3, with long blonde hair reaching her waist, her eyebrows disappeared, and her brow bones protruded, making her look quite evil. That little girl can actually transform into Super Saiyan 3. Son Goku was a little surprised. Snort. Vegeta was very unhappy next to him. Even though he could transform into Super Saiyan God and Super Blue, he still couldn't transform into Super Saiyan 3. It's just Super Saiyan 3. What's the use of such a low-level transformation? Vegeta shook his head and snorted with faint disdain. Haha, this power is so powerful. I didn't expect that I could transform into Super Saiyan 3. Caulifla spread her hands and felt the power flowing out of her body, and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, Caulifla's eyes fell on Wang Yang, her face looking eager to try. Go find someone else, get used to the power in your body, and come back when you've adapted. Wang Yang saw Caulifla's thoughts, turned around and waved his hand. Okay. Caulifla pondered for a while, feeling that she might not be his opponent yet. Jumping down, Caulifla was thinking in her heart in midair. What does she mean by this? Are you going to teach me the transformation after Super Saiyan 3 later? Caulifla thought of this, and her heart was filled with anticipation. Elder sister. Kyle saw Caulifla pull down and trotted over. Kyle, stand aside. Caulifla waved Kyle away and found Son Goku, who was about to continue fighting Jiren. Son Goku understood what Caulifla meant, and immediately shouted and transformed into a Super Saiyan without any nonsense. In this game, it doesn't matter whether the opponent is strong or not, he wants to enjoy the battle to the fullest. Why don't you turn into that blue one? Caulifla asked curiously, pointing at Son Goku. No need. Son Goku looked at Caulifla confidently. Caulifla's face darkened when she heard this. This was because she looked down on herself. With a loud shout, Caulifla stepped heavily on the ground with her right foot and launched herself towards Son Goku. Facing Caulifla's tsunami-like attack, Son Goku kept retreating while dancing with his arms to resist the opponent's attack. For a moment, he was at a disadvantage. At this moment, the battle situation suddenly turned around. Son Goku appeared behind Caulifla in a flash, turned around and easily kicked Caulifla away, hitting her heavily into the stone. Boom! Caulifla's aura surged, shattering the rocks with a bang, and rushed out of the smoke. Son Goku was not in a hurry, his figure flickered and dozens of afterimages appeared, beating Caulifla back steadily. Above, Wang Yang watched the battle between the two. He found that Caulifla's combat experience was too lacking, and her moves were unstructured and full of flaws for an expert. However, Caulifla is extremely talented and soon became familiar with Son Goku's rhythm in the battle, and the two sides fought well. In the distance, Kair saw his sister being critically attacked by Son Goku, and wanted to help, so he hit Son Goku with a Kigong wave. Hey, don't make trouble. Son Goku waved his hand and knocked away Kair's Kigong wave, shouting unhappily. For Caulifla, a Saiyan with extremely strong fighting talent, Son Goku fought smoothly and was willing to give her some guidance. I didn't cause trouble, didn't I, sister? Kyle felt fragile and looked at Caulifla longingly. Caulifla ignored it and shook her head without looking at her. This action has nakedly explained Caulifla's thoughts. Kair almost shed tears of grievance. She looked up at the two people who were fighting again, and found that both of them had smiles on their faces, with tender and sweet gestures. Kair felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She felt that her sister, the love for myself, was taken away alive by others. She doesn't care about herself anymore, she doesn't love me anymore. Sister. An angry roar, endless anger rushing straight to his head, this is the anger towards Son Goku. Powerful energy spurted out. At this time, Kair's muscles bulged, grass-green flames burned crazily on his body, and a violent aura swept across the entire battlefield. Transforming into the super form, Kair lost all his sanity and rushed towards Son Goku like a heavy tank. Facing the berserk Kair at this moment, Son Goku dodged left and right, constantly avoiding Kair, but he was accidentally caught by Kair's big hand like a fan. The legendary Super Saiyan. Wang Yang looked at Son Goku being smashed around like a rag by Kair, with a subtle smile on his lips. Kair, who was in a state of rage, saw energy pouring out of her body. She could no longer control her power and threw her grandson Goku with a flick of her hand. Ah! Kair looked up to the sky and roared, and countless green Kigong waves attacked the entire battlefield indiscriminately, like plowing a courtyard and sweeping holes. The flat arena was turned upside down, with potholes everywhere. Some people couldn't dodge and were knocked off the arena by Kair's attack. Wang Yang stood motionless with his hands behind his back, and there seemed to be another invisible force of qi all over his body. The Kigong wave sent by Kair automatically stopped and dissipated 3 meters away from his body's surface. In a short period of time, 4 people from the universe were wiped out by Kair. Wang Yang stared at Zeno and saw him stretch out his little hand and grab it. Just wipe out 4 universes like this. Wang Yang fell into deep thought. Zeno seemed a bit too strong. A sturdy figure wearing a red battlesuit dodged Kair's attack with a fluttering body. He looked up at Wang Yang on the stone pillar, his copper bell-sized eyes slightly narrowed. This mysterious guy is a powerful enemy. In order to save Jiren's strength, let me get to know you. Toppo's face was filled with solemnity. With a leap, Toppo crossed the smoke-filled arena with an attitude completely inconsistent with his own, and landed lightly on the stone pillar. Looking at the back in front of him, a hungry tiger rushed towards Wang Yang. Seeing that his attack was about to work, Toppo couldn't suppress the surprise in his heart and couldn't help but smile on his face. Look at my strong lockman. Suddenly Toppo screamed, and his huge body shot towards the distance like an arrow from a string. Toppo felt as if his cheek had been hit by an extremely hard stick, and the huge force almost knocked him unconscious. The clown god of destruction from Universe 11 suddenly stood up and looked at Wang Yang above the stone pillar in disbelief. Just now, he discovered Toppo's thoughts and his attention was always on Wang Yang. He saw with his own eyes that at the moment Toppo was about to hit Wang Yang, the tail behind him hit Toppo's face with an invisible movement and knocked him away. Beerus, a powerful guy has appeared in your universe. No wonder you don't look nervous at all. The clown god of destruction turned to look at Beerus. Beerus crossed his arms and couldn't help but smile. But no matter who it is, Jiren will defeat him. The clown god of destruction shouted. Really? Beerus chuckled. On the side, Kampa ignored the quarrels around him, like an evil ghost reincarnated, holding a lot of snacks in his hands and stuffing them into his mouth. Master Kampa, you will get fatter if you eat like this. Vados looked at Kampa with a smile. It's better to die of fat than to be wiped out. Kampa said vaguely while chewing the food. Jiren saw one of his teammates being eliminated by Kair, and immediately sent out a Kigong wave to hit Kair, then turned around and didn't look at the explosion. Real men never watch explosions. Ah, a familiar scream came. Jiren turned his head slightly and looked behind him, and found that the Kigong wave he sent out actually hit Toppo's body. Boom! With an explosion of fiery energy, Jiren's Kigong wave exploded, like a golden sun that completely swallowed up Toppo and Kel. Jiren's heart was full of doubts. He was fighting Kel, so why did Toppo run over to block the opponent's damage? Rabbit stepped forward and pointed at Wang Yang to explain. Jiren finally understood what happened, with anger in his eyes. Looking at Wang Yang with a cold expression, he slowly walked towards Wang Yang. He must repay this situation. This is the first time he has taken the initiative since the war began. In the distance, Caulifla was caught and knocked back to normal. The unconscious Kair glanced at Jiren, who was approaching menacingly, and then ran away. In the distance, Son Goku saw that Jillian seemed to be looking for Wang Yang, and immediately appeared in front of Jillian, looking at him solemnly. He must prevent Jillian from fighting Wang Yang. If the two fight, with Wang Yang's terrifying strength, he will definitely eliminate Jillian, and then he will no longer be able to fight Jillian. In Son Goku's heart, Wang Yang's strength is extremely terrifying, and even the mysterious Jiren in front of him will not be his opponent. Go away. Jiren finally spoke, staring coldly at Son Goku. If you want to get through, you must defeat me first. How could Son Goku let Jiren go? You are no match for me. Jiren looked at Son Goku expressionlessly. Really? Son Goku shouted with a smile on his lips, and his body glowed with red and blue light, activating the transformation of Super Saiyan Blue plus Kaioken, which is currently his most powerful transformation. Looking at Son Goku in front of him, the expression on Jiren's face finally changed. He felt the aura that Son Goku was exuding at this moment, and this power was enough to threaten him. Over the years, Son Goku has often been trained by Wang Yang. His strength is much stronger than in the original work. In addition, his physical body has become stronger, and his Kaioken has also increased even more. If you don't understand the self-free ultimate intention Kung Fu, relying on this power alone is still a little short of the mark. Wang Yang's eyes fell on Son Goku. The next moment, Jiren moved, punching Son Goku with a movement that was invisible to the naked eye. Countless arm shadows are like pythons, enveloping them with turbulent weather. Snapped. Son Goku could barely see the opponent's movements clearly, and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He felt an overwhelming force coming from his arms, causing his body to move backward 3 meters, and his feet were even more intense. There were 2 deep plow marks on the ground. Jiren was a little surprised when he saw that the person in front of him named Son Goku could barely block his attack. Although he did not use all his strength, this power was not something that ordinary people could resist. Jiren swallowed his contempt. Son Goku's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He suddenly rushed forward and kicked Jiren in the abdomen, sending him flying into the sky. Jiren's body flew higher and higher in a large shape. His eyes quickly calmed down and he quietly stared at Son Goku below. Red flames spread from Jiren's body, and extremely oppressive power burst out from his body. The next moment, Jiren's entire body turned into a ball of red flames and crashed towards Son Goku. Seeing this scene, Son Goku was not to be outdone. The red light expanded and complemented the blue flames, and his body rushed towards Jiren from bottom to top like a cannonball. The fists struck each other, and the 2 terrifying forces collided in midair. The aura that destroyed the world spread out, setting off a boundless energy storm directly on the ring. The whole ring was shaking crazily, as if it would be completely destroyed in the next moment. Disintegrate. The 2 were in a stalemate in midair, and Wang Yang could clearly see that Son Goku's arms were shaking. Boom! Son Goku suddenly retracted his arm, turned his body in a circle, and thrust his right leg towards Jiren like a knife. Before his legs could reach him, the sharp energy split the air and spread toward Jiren. Not to be outdone, Jiren fought back with the strongest possible attitude. The figures of the two people hit each other from the sky to the ground in midair. Their strikes were like lightning, and they fought fiercely. The air was detonated during the collision between the two people. Mushroom clouds bloomed on the battlefield one after another, and the flat arena became riddled with damage. The aftermath of the battle blew up several unlucky contestants from other universes, scaring everyone away from the two. He can actually fight Jiren. The clown god of destruction's face changed drastically and he shouted in disbelief. Wang Yang didn't feel any surprise about the fierce confrontation between Son Goku and Jiren at this moment. Since their acquaintance, he has given Son Goku a lot of guidance, making him stronger than in the original work, and also taught him how to exercise. With more powerful power and 30 times Kaioken, although Son Goku's strength is still slightly weaker than Jiren, it is not easy for Jiren to defeat him. Suddenly, Son Goku screamed. It turned out that during the battle, Son Goku finally fell, and Jiren caught the flaw and attacked wildly. Boom! The red aura filled the whole body. Jiren's momentum was like a rainbow, and he punched Son Goku in the abdomen, and the terrifying energy exploded directly behind him. Puff! Suffering this heavy blow, Son Goku couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Jiren's body flashed and appeared above Son Goku, and his muscled thighs were like a giant axe, violently hitting Son Goku's back. Boom! In midair, Son Goku was like a cannonball, being thrown into the ring by Jiren. The destructive power carried Son Goku through the layers of obstacles, seeming to penetrate the entire arena. After knocking Son Goku away, Jiren didn't give up. He raised his hands to the sky, and a huge orange-red energy bomb gathered together. The dazzling light was like a blazing fireball. Waving his hands downward, the energy bomb roared towards Son Goku under the ring. After doing all this, Jillian gasped slightly and reached out to touch the blood at the corner of his mouth. Dad! Sun Wuhan exclaimed. The orange-yellow Piccolo, whose body looked even stronger, stood next to Sun Wuhan, with a serious look on his face. Trust your father. Piccolo put his palm on Sun Wuhan's shoulder and said in a deep voice. Sun Wuhan nodded seriously. On the stone pillar, Wang Yang's right hand moved slightly. Suddenly he raised his eyebrows and lowered the hand he was about to raise. Lord Beerus, don't you have any thoughts? Weiss was smiling. Beerus slowly closed his eyes, and after a moment, his eyes suddenly opened. Coming. At this moment, the entire arena was shaking, and a terrifying energy wave came from below the arena, as if a sleeping peerless beast was about to awaken. A blazing white energy beam rose into the sky, rendering the entire Wuja into a silvery white color. Shocking shouts came from below, and I saw that Son Goku's super blue form at this time had disappeared, and his whole body was covered by a layer of white light. He raised one arm to hold up Jiren's energy bomb and slowly rose. What? On the viewing platform, the clown god of destruction shouted in disbelief, his blood-red mouth wide enough to hold a fist. Kakarot. Vegeta, who was fighting Toppo, suddenly felt the aura emanating from Son Goku, and was immediately furious. His strength was actually stretched further by Kakarot. Boundless anger soared into the sky, and dazzling dark blue arrogance spurted out of his body like a blowout. Vegeta's blue hair quickly turned into dark blue. In anger, Vegeta's aura became more and more violent, and he punched Toppo hard in the face, causing Toppo's saliva to fly out. You got Wang Yang's guidance and transformed into a Super Saiyan god before me. Boom! Vegeta appeared behind Toppo in a flash, flew up and kicked Toppo in the waist, trying to break him in a few steps. In order to catch up with you these years, I have practiced like crazy. Vegeta put his hands together and struck hard, sending Toppo flying like a heavy hammer. Why is the gap between us getting bigger and bigger? Vegeta roared to the sky, veins popped out on his forehead, and his eyes were covered with a large number of dense bloodshot eyes. At the same time, a violent dark blue flame rose into the sky, distorting the surrounding space. Fist marks were like rain, hitting Toppo's whole body continuously. Facing the extremely angry Vegeta whose strength increased again, the backup god of destruction was beaten extremely miserably. There was no room for a backhand, and blood continued to flow from his body. Not far away, when Son Goku came to the ring, he slowly made a fist with his right hand and punched out. The indestructible punch directly penetrated the energy bomb above his head. The energy bomb vibrated immediately, and then exploded like fireworks, falling to the ground and igniting in flames. Snapped! A silvery white light flashed across the ring, and the next moment Jillian flew backwards, smashing into a raised stone. The white light stopped at the spot where Jiren stood before, and soon revealed the appearance of Son Goku. Jiren, Toppo. Watching the battle on the battlefield, the clown god of destruction turned pale with fright, and all the warriors in his universe seemed to be at a disadvantage. Come over. Caulifla suddenly heard a voice in her mind, and subconsciously turned her head to look at Wang Yang on the stone pillar. After thinking about it, Caulifla jumped onto the stone pillar with Kair in her arms. Are you going to teach me the next transformation? Caulifla looked at Wang Yang expectantly. Wang Yang nodded. Great, tell me quickly. Caulifla looked at Wang Yang unblinkingly with her big eyes. I'm going to teach you Saiyan transformation, should you call me master? Wang Yang looked at Caulifla with a smile. After this conference is over, I will leave this time and space. I don't know if I will come back to this time and space in the future. Accepting a disciple and leaving a different kind of inheritance in this time and space is also out of interest. Master, Please bow to me as a disciple. Caulifla rolled her eyes, pulled Kyer in an unruly manner, knelt down with a plop, and kowtowed to Wang Yang. After kowtowing, Caulifla stood up impatiently. Master, I've finished my apprenticeship, please teach me quickly. Caulifla couldn't wait to grab Wang Yang's arm and shouted. As expected of a Saiyan, the monkey's anxious temper cannot be changed no matter what. Wang Yang smiled. What I'm going to teach you next is a transformation that others can't do. This process is a bit painful. Wang Yang said with a smile. It's just a little pain, I can bear it. Caulifla waved her hand nonchalantly. By the way, Master, if I learn the subsequent transformation, can I defeat those two guys? Caulifla suddenly thought of something and pointed at Son Goku and Jiren who were fighting an earth-shattering fight in the distance. What are you thinking about? You are still far behind. Your normal strength is like a weak chicken. Even if you become the form Son Goku is in right now, even one of his hands is too much for him to hit you. Wang Yang shook his head and said Caulifla poured cold water on her. Son Goku is already a grandfather, and Caulifla is still a young girl. There is a huge gap in their cultivation time. Even at Caulifla's age, he couldn't defeat Son Goku at this time. Pure blood Saiyans are not as unreasonable as mixed blood Saiyans. If Gohan doesn't study, Jiren will cry. I can't even defeat him, so isn't our universe going to be wiped out? Caulifla suddenly frowned and looked listless. Even if you can defeat Son Goku, do you think you can defeat me? Wang Yang glanced at her sideways and said calmly. That's not certain. Caulifla said unconvinced. Even if he understands that the gap with his opponent is too big, he still refuses to admit defeat. As a Saiyan, he will never admit defeat. Don't worry, even if your universe is erased, we will use the Super Dragon to restore the erased universe. Wang Yang smiled. Master, is it true? Caulifla hugged Wang Yang's arm and looked at him with surprise. Why did I lie to you? If you just disappeared, why did I spend so much effort teaching you how to transform? Wang Yang pointed at her and gave her an idea. It hurts. Caulifla covered her head, tears flowing in her eyes. Let's get started. Wang Yang put away the smile on his face and said seriously. Master, what should I do? Caulifla said a little confused. Don't resist, I'm going to pull out your tail. Wang Yang appeared behind Caulifla in an instant, picked her up with one hand, and clasped her thumb and index finger like lightning before Caulifla disappeared completely. Tail. Tail? I have, Caulifla was confused, how could she have a tail? The next moment, Caulifla's whole body trembled, as if struck by lightning. She only felt a bone-piercing pain sweeping through her whole body from behind her buttocks, and the severe pain almost overwhelmed her reason. She just wanted to resist, but found that her whole body was imprisoned and she couldn't even move a finger. I just told you that the next transformation will be a bit painful, just bear with it for a while. You, big liar, where is a little painful, it's killing me, I can't live anymore. Caulifla pulled her down taking advantage of the air conditioner, he shouted intermittently. Kyer on the side saw his sister screaming in pain and her breath fluctuating violently, so he stepped forward to stop her. Wang Yang noticed Kyer's abnormality and glared at her. A powerful aura covered Kyer's body and imprisoned her in place. Let me go, you big hooligan. Caulifla shouted loudly, tears streaming down her face in pain. Since you don't want to become stronger, then forget it. No, master, it hurts me to death, you continue, haha. Caulifla was in so much pain that she couldn't help laughing, and tears kept flowing out of the corners of her eyes like a floodgate had been opened. Beerus, that guy from your universe is a big pervert, and he's actually torturing Caulifla. Kampa, who didn't know the truth, turned to Beerus and roared loudly. What do you know? Just shut up if you don't understand. Beerus shouted loudly, although he didn't know what Wang Yang was thinking. Cold sweat mixed with tears dripped down Caulifla's forehead like rain. She was now in so much pain that she couldn't breathe and couldn't speak. I don't know how much time passed, but Caulifla felt that a century had passed. She suddenly felt that her whole body was relaxed, and the imprisonment on her body had disappeared. Snapped. Caulifla's legs weakened and she collapsed to the ground with a plop. Finally, is it over? Caulifla let out a long breath, and touched her back with trembling hands. Her hands were fluffy and soft. Tail. Wang Yang reached out and touched Caulifla's forehead, and the secret of Super Saiyan 4's transformation sank into her mind like flowing water. Caulifla closed her eyes and meditated for a moment, then suddenly opened her big eyes, her eyes gleaming with joy. Haha, the pain is not in vain. Caulifla couldn't wait to condense a fluorescent white ball of light, and threw it into the air. Artificial moon. In the distance, Vegeta kicked Tokpo away. He had been paying attention to Wang Yang during the battle with Tokpo just now. When he saw Caulifla's movements, he couldn't help but be stunned. The artificial moon was once his special skill. When he came to Earth and transformed into a giant ape to violently torture Kakarot and others, his tail was cut off by a wretched fat man, and he could no longer condense the artificial moon. Tail, moon, is the transformation behind Super Saiyan 3 related to the giant ape. Wang Yang's behavior must have a deep meaning. Combined with what he just did, Vegeta suddenly made a connection in his heart. Roar! A figure suddenly expanded like a bubble, and in an instant it turned into a 100-meter-tall golden giant ape. The giant ape jumped down from a high place, and the solid ring couldn't help but tremble. Bang! 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 The golden giant ape beat his chest with both fists, making a huge explosion that made everyone's eardrums buzz. The entire arena was completely destroyed in the battle between Son Goku and Jiren. At this time, a 100-meter giant ape suddenly appeared, making the entire battlefield become a bit crowded. Boom! The giant ape slapped her, and the entire arena was shaking violently. The edge of the arena was shattered by her palm. Great, I destroyed the ring and I won this battle. The giant ape's huge eyes turned and flashed through the light of humanity. Caulifla is a genius Saiyan with a very high bloodline level that is not lower than Vegeta's. She will not lose her mind when she transforms into a giant ape. A palm as big as a house was shot from the sky, and a shadow enveloped the two men, Goku and Jiren, who were fighting below. Son Goku and Jiren were really fierce. They only had eyes for each other. Facing the big attack, the two of them remained calm and punched each other. The invisible punch hit the giant ape's body through a distance of 100 meters. The giant ape screamed, and its huge body rose from the ground and flew into the distance. Wang Yang was a little speechless. Caulifla was so swollen that she dared to attack Son Goku and Jiren at the same time. Seeing that the golden giant ape was about to fall out of the field, in midair, the giant ape no longer dared to neglect, and transformed into Super Saiyan 4 based on the knowledge Wang Yang taught her. Golden flames covered the giant ape's body, like a sun, and a large number of lightnings wrapped around it. The body of the giant ape shrank rapidly, and the light dissipated, revealing Caulifla's body covered with fine red hair, red eye sockets, and golden eyes, which looked very cool. The violent aura was like a hurricane, rushing from one end of the ring to the other in an instant. Wouldn't it be boring to have Super Saiyan 4 in Chrono? Is this the Super Saiyan 4 that surpasses Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta squinted and looked at Caulifla. At this moment, Caulifla noticed that her body was falling, and then she remembered that she was about to fall off the field. Caulifla didn't panic, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, twisted her strong waist, and her whole body spun rapidly, like a red tornado falling towards the ring. It's so powerful. Is this Super Saiyan 4? I feel like I'm invincible. Caulifla looked at her hands and felt the power flowing out of her body, and couldn't help laughing happily. The people in Universe 6 couldn't help but smile when they saw Caulifla's change. Invincible? In my opinion, it's nothing more than that. Just when Caulifla was caught in surprise, a cold voice came. What did you say? Caulifla suddenly heard someone belittling her, and she was furious. She turned back suddenly and saw Vegeta approaching with an unkind expression. Vegeta had already walked up to Caulifla, and he decided to teach this young female Saiyan a lesson. Vegeta looked at Wang Yang, with provocation in his arrogant eyes. He wanted to eliminate Wang Yang's apprentice and kill his majesty. Master, will my sister be okay? Kair saw his sister facing Vegeta, holding their hands together and looking at Wang Yang weakly. Wang Yang heard that Kair also called him master, and he readily accepted it. One sheep is herded, and two sheep are herded. Of course, if something happens, you won't have to run away after a hard time. Wang Yang chuckled and said with some gloating. Ah, my sister has transformed into Super Saiyan 4, so why can't she beat him? Kair suddenly became very nervous when he heard that his sister was going to be beaten. Although Caulifla has transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta cannot be underestimated. He has a stronger transformation. Besides, Caulifla's normal strength is far inferior to Vegeta's. Is it any wonder that she can't beat him? Wang Yang explained. Kair became even more melancholy after hearing this, looking at Caulifla with worry. Master, can you also help me transform into Super Saiyan 4? Kair suddenly turned his head and looked at Wang Yang with a guilty conscience. Wang Yang was slightly stunned, and couldn't help but think of Kair with red hair in his mind. The battle between Caulifla and Vegeta was about to break out. Caulifla flew forward and hit Vegeta hard with her fist. Vegeta didn't seem to react and was knocked back by Caulifla. After a successful blow, Caulifla smiled triumphantly and pursued the victory. Countless fist seals fell on Vegeta continuously, beating Vegeta back again and again. What? Is this your strength? Caulifla became more and more excited as she fought. Under Caulifla's violent attack, Vegeta kept his head lowered and the corners of his mouth slowly raised. Boom! Caulifla charged back with her right hand, and then suddenly attacked forward. The fierce force directly flew Vegeta out and smashed it into a large rock. Boom! Vegeta directly exploded the surrounding stones with his explosive energy, walked out of the smoke and dust slowly, and came to Caulifla. Did you not eat? Vegeta patted the dust on his combat uniform, looked up at Caulifla and mocked. Whoosh! Caulifla became furious, took a few deep breaths, and once again clenched her fist and attacked Vegeta. Snapped! With quick eyesight and quick hands, Vegeta spread out his right hand to catch Caulifla's fist steadily. What? Caulifla looked shocked. She didn't expect that her full blow had no effect. She was about to withdraw her fist but found that her fist was tightly grasped by the opponent. Vegeta raised the corners of his mouth and pulled Caulifla in front of him. At the same time, he hit Caulifla hard in the abdomen with a knee kick. The terrifying force exploded and hit Caulifla directly to the ground, spitting out her saliva. Vegeta transformed his hands into countless arm shadows and beat Caulifla crazily. His attack was powerful and heavy, causing Caulifla to scream in pain. What Super Saiyan 4 is, it's so ridiculous. Vegeta taunted while attacking. Master, please let me transform into Super Saiyan 4 quickly. I want to help my sister. Kair begged Wang Yang sadly. Don't worry, it won't be a big deal and won't kill anyone. Wang Yang waved his hand nonchalantly. Kel's expression kept changing, and then she couldn't control it anymore. Her slender body expanded in a large circle, green flames burned on the surface of her body, and she dived towards Vegeta. With the help of Caulifla just now, Kyle was able to maintain his sanity when he transformed into the super form. Well done. Vegeta noticed Kyle rushing towards him. Not only did he not panic but he also seemed very happy. Vegeta reached out with both hands and grabbed the hands of Caulifla and Care respectively. His body started to spin rapidly like a top, and a powerful tornado appeared out of thin air on the ring. Caulifla and the two spun rapidly, making them dizzy. Caulifla and the two figures were thrown out of the tornado. Before they landed, blue light pierced the sky. Vegeta appeared beside them and kicked them hard. Bang, bang, Caulifla screamed, their bodies changed direction, and they flew towards the outside of the battlefield. Facing Deep Blue Vegeta, Super Saiyan 4 Caulifla and Chuan Chao Kai were defeated without even the slightest backhand. Vegeta raised his head and looked at Wang Yang on the stone pillar confidently. His expression seemed to be saying something. Super Saiyan 4, nothing more than that. Wang Yang couldn't help but smile when he saw Vegeta's arrogant look. He grabbed the air with his right hand and caught Caulifla and the two who were about to fall out of the field. Caulifla saw that she was about to fall out of the ring, and suddenly her whole body tensed up, and then the scene in front of her flashed rapidly, and the next moment her feet were firmly on the ground. Her legs were weak, and the injuries on her body made her almost unsteady. Thinking that he had just transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and was ready to show off his skills, he didn't expect to be beaten so badly. Looking at Wang Yang standing proudly in front of her, Caulifla thought of her high-spirited appearance before and felt a little embarrassed. Of course, with Caulifla's shamelessness, she would forget about it in the blink of an eye. Master, do you know how to transform into Super Saiyan V? Quickly teach me. Caulifla looked at Wang Yang longingly. Super 4 can't beat it, so Super 5 can do it? Caulifla won't give up until she gets this place back. Cough? Wang Yang coughed lightly and said, yes, but your current physical body cannot withstand the power brought by the 5th Super Saiyan transformation. Once you transform, you will explode with a bang and die. Caulifla's throat rolled and she swallowed subconsciously, obviously frightened by Wang Yang's words. I'm really unwilling to stop here. Caulifla sat down on the ground in an imageless manner, with a face full of unwillingness. Ding ding, the clear voice echoed, and Wang Yang looked around. Just when I said you were coming, you came out on your own. It turns out that a pair of earrings fell out of Caulifla's pocket. Haha, this is before the game. I saw Fat Supreme Kai wearing earrings. I thought they were valuable, so I stole them. I thought I would take them back and sell them after the game. Caulifla laughed dryly, and quickly picked up the earrings and stuffed them again like a money fan. Put it in your pocket. These are Patara earrings. If they are worn on different ears of two people, they can combine to become a powerful warrior. Wang Yang said with a smile. Really? Caulifla took out the earrings again and looked at them carefully. Her big eyes turned around and then looked at Kel who was aside. Caulifla, put the earrings on your and Kale's different ears. On the viewing platform, Kampa saw that Caulifla actually had a Patara. His eyes were shining, and he made loudspeaker gestures with his hands, shouting to Carly shouted Fulla. When did she steal my earrings? Supreme Kai from the 6th universe subconsciously touched his earlobe and found that his earrings had disappeared. Just when Caulifla was about to put on her earrings, Wang Yang's voice sounded. Even if you two fit together, you still can't beat Jiren and Son Goku. Wang Yang couldn't help but pour cold water on them. Why? Caulifla stopped what she was doing and couldn't help shouting. As I said before, your normal strength is too overwhelming. Caulifla suddenly frowned. She could transform into a Super Saiyan as long as she understood it. However, normal power needs to be accumulated over many years and cannot be greatly improved overnight. Vegeta, I will train a powerful warrior for you. I wonder if you are interested in fighting. Wang Yang turned his head and looked at Vegeta with a smile. Why don't you dare? You can just let your horse come over. Vegeta said confidently, looking up to the sky. Wang Yang smiled and appeared behind Caulifla in a flash. He put his hands on their heads and white light instantly covered their bodies. AFK. Caulifla was shocked. Before she could finish her words, she suddenly felt warm all over her body, and an extremely huge power continued to surge from deep within her body. So powerful, so awesome, I feel like my strength is constantly increasing. Caulifla's face was full of surprise, and she almost broke away from Wang Yang's hand and jumped up to cheer. Aha! Kier echoed. The golden and grass-green flames complement each other and soar into the sky, and the violent power spreads in all directions with the two people at the center. Vegeta's eyelids twitched slightly, and he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Wang Yang, what are you doing? You are siding with the enemy, you BD who has no overall perspective. Beerus couldn't help but cursed when he saw what Wang Yang did. This guy was playing from start to finish, getting on his nerves every moment. Boy, you did a good job. Kampa, forgive you for being unreasonable before. A pleasant smile appeared on Kampa's round face. This is not a person from the 7th universe, he is clearly a person from our 6th universe. What on earth is Uncle Wang Yang doing? Sun Wufan looked at Wang Yang with some confusion. This guy Wang Yang is guiding the potential of those two people. Piccolo said. Sun Wuhan suddenly understood. He thought of the scene when he was a child on Namek and his potential was stimulated by the Great Elder. Vegeta was suddenly stunned when he heard this, and couldn't help but glance at Sun Gohan. They are pure Saiyans, so their potential shouldn't be as great as Gohan's, right? Vegeta couldn't help but murmur in his heart. I do not know how long it has been. I thought you two were just like that at such a young age, but I didn't expect that you have a lot of potential, especially Kair. This time, if we guide them out and wear fitted earrings, the battle will be more successful. Wang Yang finally took back his hands and praised. Although Kel is the legendary Super Saiyan, she is still young and her potential is not very deep. If it takes 10 or 20 years, she can fight against Deep Blue Vegeta alone. Haha, this power is really powerful. I think I can defeat that Vegeta. Caulifla was overjoyed. She felt that she could do it again. This is an illusion, just like an ordinary person who suddenly feels that he can kill a Siberian tiger with one punch when his strength suddenly increases. Stop talking nonsense and give me the Patara earrings. Wang Yang reached out and hit her on the head with a snap of his fingers, and said angrily, "Ah, it hurts so much." Caulifla covered her head with tears in her eyes. She pitifully took out her earrings and handed them to Wang Yang. "Master, you can't take away my treasure, I have to sell it. Look at your potential." Wang Yang glared at Caulifla, and then looked at the earrings lying quietly on his palm. Golden airflow rose from the palms of the hands, wrapping them like an octopus. In an instant, the surface of the green earrings seemed to be covered with a layer of gold foil. "Master, what are you doing?" Caulifla stretched her head over and looked curiously at the greatly changed earrings. "It should be more valuable if it becomes golden. This earring has its limits. Once the combined warrior is too powerful, the combined time will be shortened. With my strength, the combined earrings have no effect. Once I use this earring to combine, it will be destroyed immediately. Now I am blessing them with my power. As long as the combined warriors are not as powerful as me, the combined time will not be shortened because of their strength. Put it on. This is enough to last until the end of the game." Wang Yang stretched out his hand and handed it to the two of them. "Oh, okay." Caulifla's face was full of joy and she nodded like garlic. "Now that Kair and I are much stronger, if we put on the matching earrings, can we really not beat the master?" Caulifla looked at Wang Yang up and down with her big eyes, with a look of eagerness on her face. "Traitor." Wang Yang didn't know what Caulifla was thinking, so he laughed and shook his head. Saiyans will not shed tears until they see the coffin. A dazzling light soared into the sky, and an extremely powerful force exploded. The solid arena trembled violently under the impact of this force, and a strong figure slowly emerged in the light. Since it is the fusion of Kair and Caulifla, let's call it Kefla. The combined warrior Kefla looked at her hands with a happy and confident smile on her face. What a powerful force. Is this a combination? The power is flowing out continuously. I wonder what the upper limit of this power is. Kefla shook her head, the strong wind was violent, and the grass-green wind head swayed with the wind. "Master." Kefla hit her left palm with her right fist, with an eager expression on her face. "As long as you can defeat them all, I will accompany you through a few moves." Wang Yang smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he was not interested in fighting you. How could Kefla give up so easily? After finally getting it together, she still wanted to try the quality of this cheap master. "Punch me first." As soon as he finished speaking, a ferocious fist rushed toward Wang Yang with a violent wave of air. Wang Yang shook his head helplessly, turned his body slightly, and dodged at the last moment. At the same time, he swung his tail and hit Kefla hard on the waist. Not good. As soon as his fist passed through Wang Yang's phantom, Kefla already felt something bad. Just as he was about to change his move, a terrifying force suddenly came from his back, and with the inertia that made it impossible to hit him, his whole body fell from the sky like a cannonball. "Ah, boom, it hurts." Kefla climbed up from the pit, grinned and touched her waist. When Kefla raised her head, she found Sun Wuhan, Piccolo, and Vegeta looking at her curiously. Her cheeks suddenly turned red and she felt a little embarrassed. "Damn master. Is this Wang Yang's trump card? It seems like this." Vegeta looked at Kefla coldly. He also knows a lot about fusion, but he is more confident in his own strength. "How arrogant. Let's see how I defeat you this time. You three can join us." Seeing that this guy actually looked down on her again, Kefla burst into anger in her heart, and a violent aura spurted out from her body, spreading throughout the entire battlefield. "Why do I need someone else to beat you? I can defeat you again alone." Vegeta was not to be outdone. Blue light flashed, and he transformed into super blue form again. The blue and green flames squeezed and rubbed crazily, and dense explosions continued one after another. Along with a large amount of lightning, the battle between the two was once again on the verge of breaking out. "Uncle Vegeta, be careful. The Saiyans do not allow others to interfere in the battle. If Vegeta gets angry and beats one of his own, Son Gohan knows this very well." What's more, the power Kefla showed at this time made Sun Wuhan feel that he was no longer his opponent. In fact, if Wang Yang didn't give Caulifla a small start, the combined power of Kefla would only be on par with Sun Wuhan. A huge bolt of lightning struck down, and Vegeta and Kefla disappeared at the same time. Huge roaring sounds continued in the sky, and the invisible space was like a lake, with ripples appearing out of thin air. Vegeta gathered his strength and punched Kefla. In the flash of lightning, Kefla's mind suddenly flashed into Wang Yang's dodge action. She leaned slightly to avoid Vegeta's attack, and at the same time punched back to counterattack. Vegeta is extremely experienced in fighting. He exerts force on his right leg and retreats like a catapult. The fist passed in front of Vegeta's nose, and the blow failed. Kefla didn't care, her body blurred and she quickly dodged behind Vegeta. The slender legs were drawn out in the air, and a fierce attack was launched, and the space actually caused a rapid and sharp sound. What? Vegeta didn't notice the opponent's movements. When he realized something was wrong, the opponent's attack was already coming. Huge pain swept through his body, and Vegeta screamed and was knocked out. Kefla's attack was unrelenting. She jumped up and grabbed Vegeta and launched an indiscriminate attack. Good disciple. Wang Yang's eyes lit up. He was very satisfied with Kefla's fighting style. Vegeta found that the opponent's power was getting stronger and stronger, and his attacks became more and more fierce. This is Kefla who has just merged and has not fully mastered the power in her body. Through fighting, she is quickly mastering the power in her body. Looks like I'm going to use all my strength. Facing Kefla, who is getting stronger and stronger, Vegeta has to take it seriously. Vegeta roared up to the sky. The blue light on his body became more and more intense, and his hair turned into dark blue in an instant. Under the impact of the powerful force, Kefla couldn't help but retreat under the pressure, but she was not surprised at all, and the smile on her face became more and more prosperous. Watch how I eliminate you. Transforming into the new form he had just realized, Vegeta's face was full of confidence, and his right thumb pointed at himself. This is interesting. Kefla raised her eyebrows lightly. Using both legs, Kefla rushed forward, with surging power, and attacked Vegeta at extremely high speeds. Vegeta raised the corners of his mouth, waved his hands without dodging, and directly faced Kefla. The two figures clashed fiercely on the ring, their figures constantly flashing as if they were teleporting. Suddenly, he intervened in the battle between Son Goku and Jiren. Son Goku and Jiren both stopped and stood on the spot, staring at the two Vegetas who were fighting fiercely. Interfered by Vegeta and the two, Son Goku's state of mind fluctuated. The white light on his body distorted and disappeared, and his state of freedom receded. The battle between Vegeta and Kefla made Jiren look a little sideways, but that was all, and he couldn't face it. During the battle, Vegeta was full of fighting spirit. Suddenly, a gleam flashed in his eyes. He spotted a flaw in Kefla, and he kicked her away with a flying kick. Oops. Kefla was hit so hard that her saliva was spitted out, and she smashed several raised stone walls before stopping. At this moment, Vegeta lowered his waist and stood up, swinging his arms at high speed, and energy bullets poured down like a torrential rain, continuously pouring towards Kefla. Boom! The sound of the big explosion continues, and the powerful energy fluctuations are stronger than the other. Thick smoke billowed and spread toward the entire arena. Shocking roars echoed throughout the world without warning, and a golden light broke through the energy storm with a force that shook the sky and the earth, and shot straight into the sky. This is... Jiren and Son Goku both looked sideways, and Jiren's eternal expression finally showed an expression of emotion. Strong again. Son Goku murmured in a low voice, but the fighting spirit in his eyes became more and more intense. There seemed to be a strong resistance in the space. The energy bombs sent by Vegeta slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, the suspended golden light could no longer take a step forward. The golden light suddenly expanded in a circle, and the aura exuded by Kefla once again rose to a higher level. The smoke surrounding her was instantly dissipated by the impact of this air wave. Her jet black hair flutters in the wind, her red eyes are full of coquettishness, her fine red hair, and her strong and powerful muscles all show her strength to everyone. Super Scene 4, Kefla. At this moment, not only the people in the ring, but also the gods on the viewing platform could not calm down. Great job. Kompa danced happily, the fat on his round face trembling. A red figure, as vigorous as a swimming dragon, rushed in front of Vegeta like lightning. What? Vegeta was shocked. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then his feet left the ground and he flew backwards. They were fighting on the edge of the ring, but Kefla punched him and sent Vegeta flying out of the ring. Vegeta's figure flickered in midair and appeared on the viewing platform. With the guidance and potential improvement from Wang Yang of the 7th universe, Kefla possesses Caulifla's fighting talent and Kaila's powerful strength. The final battle of this battle is about to begin. Vados looked at it with a face full of surprise. Battlefield. Beerus made a long nasal noise and stared at Vegeta unblinkingly with his yellow eyes. Beerus values Vegeta very much and regards him as half of his apprentice, and also wants to let him take over the position of God of Destruction in the future. He was very dissatisfied with this battle, especially since that person was from the 6th universe and was Wang Yang's disciple. Vegeta was a little embarrassed and didn't dare to look at Beerus's face. When the battle is over, you can go to the God of Destruction realm to practice hard. Next time, you must defeat Kefla of the 6th universe, Wang Yang's disciple. Beerus said quietly. Speaking of Kefla, his voice was clear a little higher. Yes. Vegeta responded hurriedly. At this moment, he didn't dare to provoke the unhappy Beerus. Inspired by the Super 4 Kefla aura, Son Goku's eyes boiled with fighting spirit, his hair moved automatically without wind, and his body was covered by a hazy white aura. In the state of ultimate freedom, be inspired again. Jiren in the red suit, Goku, the Supreme Master of Freedom, and Fura, the Super 4-dimensional warrior. Each of the three of them has a corner, and they are each other's horns. The three arrogances of red, white, and gold are squeezing and rubbing like crazy. Boom! The battle was about to break out, and the three people turned into streams of light and entangled together at extremely fast speeds, and intensive collision sounds occurred one after another. Kefla was arrogant and felt that Jillian was the strongest, so she attacked Jillian with all her strength. Jiren only has eyes for Son Goku, who was evenly matched with him just now. Son Goku didn't want to take advantage of others' danger and besieged Jiren with Kefla, so he turned around and attacked Kefla. The scene was chaotic, and the whole arena was shaking violently. The battle between the three quickly turned into a melee. Sometimes Son Goku and Kefla besieged Jiren, sometimes Jiren and Son Goku besieged Kefla, and sometimes it turned into both Jiren and Kefla attacking Son Goku. In the end, the three of them used real fire and no longer restrained their attacks. They only felt that the two people in front of them were opponents, and the attacks in their hands were poured towards the two of them crazily. Son Goku, who is at ease with his will, is like a slippery loach, showing a little ease in the battle. At this time, Jiren hit Son Goku directly in the face with a heavy punch. Son Goku, who was in a state of extreme concentration, his body was faster than his mind, and he dodged it very quickly. Dodging Jiren's quick punch, Son Goku suddenly approached and punched Jiren in the abdomen, his huge fist completely engulfed. Well, Jiren was hit by this blow and couldn't help but spit out a stream of blood. A red shadow flashed past, and Jiren's body was thrown away without any warning. Son Goku retracted his fist and looked calmly at Kefla, who attacked him. With his feet staggered, Son Goku's body rotated 360 degrees to avoid the lightning-fast Kefla. Kefla raised her eyebrows, a little annoyed at Son Goku's dodge. It's really annoying to hide and hide. Jiren stood up from the ground, being attacked again, and he was extremely angry. Ah! He shouted violently. Jillian's eyes widened, the veins on his head popped out, and the red chi on his body burned violently like gasoline. His chi once again increased to an incredible level, and the ring under his feet was his momentum was shaken to the point of collapse. Jiren bent his knees and jumped up, his burly body jumped high, and he turned over and stepped on the rocks floating in the air with his feet. With a fierce kick, Jiren relied on the impact of falling from high altitude, and his whole body was like a god descending, rushing towards Son Goku and Kefla below with irresistible momentum. Countless heavy punches came in an instant, overwhelming like a mountain falling apart. The intensive attack brought with it a terrifying shock wave, forming a powerful air cannon on the ring. Most of the ring disappeared under this force. He wanted to knock them both out this way. At this time, both Kefla and Son Goku felt an unprecedented pressure, and regardless of the two sides, they stepped away from each other. Kefla looked up to the sky and shouted angrily, crossed her arms above her, and a hemispherical protective shield appeared above her out of thin air, resisting Jiren's attack. The fist hit the protective shield, causing a lot of muffled sounds. Except for the half-meter-wide stone at Kefla's feet, all the surrounding areas had been destroyed by Jillian. On the other side, Son Goku felt an unavoidable attack, and every inch of his skin felt like needles pricking him. A terrifying crisis came, but at this moment he felt peaceful as never before. The victory or defeat of the battle, the survival of the universe, the difference in power, all emotions are like the best firewood, igniting his body's instinctive fighting consciousness. At this time, there was only a pure and fiery fighting spirit left in his heart. Son Goku slowly closed his eyes, his palms vibrated violently, and his 5 fingers slowly clenched together. The fists hit each other, and sparks filled the air. This was an air explosion caused by the fierce collision of fists. Above Son Goku, a row of brilliant firelight appeared, and he fought fiercely with Jiren with a tough attitude. At this moment, Son Goku's self-free ultimate intention gong increased at an unprecedented speed, reaching a new level. His body's potential was stimulated, and an uncontrollable terrifying force awakened in his body. Wang Yang's heart moved. He felt the aura in Son Goku's body increase rapidly, and a smile appeared on his lips. A breakthrough. The gods present noticed this scene, their expressions changed, and they all stood up and stared at Son Goku. On the battlefield, Son Goku took a deep breath and stood up straight. The white energy shot straight into the sky with his movements, breaking through Jiren's layers of offensive and hitting his body directly. The aftermath of the power penetrated his back, passed by and fell into the boundless realm of nothingness. Jillian spurted blood from his mouth in midair, his body arched like a shrimp, and he fell from the sky. A dazzling white light emerged, rendering the entire Vegeta, and countless divine powers flooded into Son Goku's body. Son Goku's whole body was covered by white light, and then the white light broke out like a lens, revealing his silver white hair, eyebrows, and pupils. White God Son Goku. The aura of God spread out as high as the sky, surged at a terrifying speed, and swept across the entire Vegeta. The scorching waves of air hit the audience stand, and none of the gods of destruction present could remain calm. As Jiren was hit by Son Goku and the offensive ceased, Kefla immediately retracted the protective shield and looked at Son Goku solemnly. Son Goku stood there, calmly looking at Jiren and Kefla not far away. Jiren adjusted his posture in midair and saw Son Goku's current form. His face was heavier than ever before, his eyes reflected blazing flames, and the aura in his body surged without warning. The extremely tough red suit shattered into pieces under Jiren's terrifying burst of power, flying around like fire butterflies. The muscles are like granite inlays, containing extremely terrifying power. At a glance, they are filled with a strong sense of oppression. The flames were raging into the sky, and the fierce scorching breath rushed towards Liu He Bawang, complementing the white star sea caused by Son Goku below. Feeling the auras erupted by Jiren and Son Goku, Kampa's face on the viewing platform suddenly became extremely ugly, because at this time, the power of the two of them was already surpassing Kefla. Kefla, you have to do your best, Kampa, I will leave my fortune and life to you. Kampa clenched his fists and muttered. Wang Yang glanced at Son Goku and Jillian. In his eyes, when Son Goku broke through, Jillian was no longer his opponent. Because Son Goku has received his guidance for many years, he is stronger. Now after transforming into White God, he has power beyond the limit. As he expected, Son Goku rushed past and appeared behind Jiren in an instant, standing back to back with him. Jiren couldn't react, and then he seemed to have been severely attacked. The red aura all over his body was scattered, and he staggered forward. On the viewing platform, the clown god of destruction covered his head with both hands. He felt like his head was exploding. The invincible Jiren actually fell into a disadvantage. The fate of the 11th universe. Kefla clenched her fists and stared at Son Goku without blinking, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. I have taught you what I can teach you. The next path depends on you. Wang Yang looked at Kefla with a faint look. Haha, it seems there is no suspense in this battle. Beerus laughed. Damn Beerus. Kampa was furious and stared at him angrily. Jiren roared to the sky, turned around and counterattacked. At this moment, he abandoned all defenses, and his arms transformed into countless phantoms. His offensive was faster than before, and he could barely keep up with Son Goku's movements for a while. Son Goku and Jiren fought fiercely together, their figures constantly changing, and the red and silver lights were like two bolts of lightning, moving freely around the ring. During the battle, Son Goku gained the upper hand and relied on his exquisite body instincts to beat Jiren with scars and blood spurting out. Seeing that Jiren was at a disadvantage, Kefla roared and jumped to join the battlefield, attacking Son Goku with Jiren. The addition of Kefla greatly reduced Jiren's pressure, and the battle situation reversed. The two attacked Son Goku in a flanking attack. Son Goku was like a monkey and could easily avoid the two attacks. Suddenly, Son Goku prepared a punch and hit Jiren's rock-hard chest. The terrifying force came out and illuminated the entire arena. Under the attack of this powerful force, Jiren was knocked away without any resistance, and his body was deeply embedded in the stone in a large shape. After knocking Jiren away, Son Goku kept moving and flew sideways to kick Kefla away. Withstanding Son Goku's full blow, Jiren's already precarious aura exploded like the last straw, and his monstrous momentum weakened off a cliff at a speed visible to the naked eye. Son Goku's figure was reflected in Jiren's eyes. Strength is justice, strength is absolute. If you fail, it will be meaningless and you will lose everything. Jiren gritted his teeth, and scenes of the once indelible trauma flooded into his heart. I won't fail. Jiren roared angrily, and all his unwillingness turned into the power of grief and anger, and a world-destroying energy exploded in his body. Fiery energy swept across the battlefield, and the violent breath was like a furnace of heaven and earth, burning everyone present. The terrifying energy was stronger than the other, detonating the entire arena like ripples, as if the end of the world was coming. Red light pierced the scene, and the invincible energy split the arena. Jiren's majestic body rushed towards Son Goku with the monstrous momentum. Son Goku automatically dodges and turns around to counterattack. The battle escalates again, and the two of them fight to the point of going crazy. During the battle, Son Goku knocked back Jiren with one punch. Just when he was about to take advantage of the victory, Jiren suddenly jumped into the sky with this power, raised his hands above his head, and condensed a huge red fireball. High power cutting. Not to be outdone, Son Goku slightly arched his body, gathered his hands, and a large amount of energy poured into his palms. Turtle-style Qigong wave. The two energies collided in midair, and the dazzling light made it impossible to look directly at them. On the audience stage, the corners of Beerus' mouth curled up slightly. He saw the Qigong wave sent by Son Goku rushing towards him against Jiren's power. Jillian. The clown god of destruction stared wide-eyed and exclaimed. The huge energy beam fell on Jiren's body in an instant, flying through the layers of resistance with Jiren's body towards the outside of the ring. No. Jiren's body was hit by the light wave in a large font shape, and he roared in disbelief. Unfortunately, facing the more powerful Son Goku, everything was in vain and he fell off the field. Jillian actually lost. The clown god of destruction slumped in his seat, beating his head with both hands and wailing feebly. A red light flashed, and Rabbit and other proud warriors appeared in the stands. They were eliminated by Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Since then, all the fighters participating in the 11th universe have been eliminated. Jiren was a little silent, staring quietly at Son Goku on the ring. Zeno gently shook his right hand, and everyone in the 11 universe except Angel was instantly wiped out by Zeno. Well done, Son Goku. Eliminate the last one quickly. A satisfied smile appeared on Beerus's lips. Damn Beerus, it's not certain who will be eliminated. Kampa was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, all the hair on his body stood on end. After Jiren was eliminated, Son Goku looked coldly and looked at the only person outside the 7th universe in the field. I won't lose to you. Unwilling to fail, Kefla turned over and landed on a boulder, roaring angrily, and the golden flames continued to turn green. When Wang Yang saw Kefla's change, he let out a light sigh, with a hint of surprise on his face. Son Goku quietly watched Kefla's changes and did not stop him. At Kefla's feet, green flames suddenly spun out, wrapping her whole body like a big green cocoon. In the blink of an eye, the light dissipated, and Kefla had completed her transformation. The red hair on her body quickly turned green, and at the same time, her aura surged crazily. Super Saiyan 4 Kefla activates the Super Saiyan blood in his body and transforms into the Super Saiyan 4 form. This is a transformation that is far more powerful than before. The terrifying green energy impacted everything, and only half of the arena was shattered by this wave of power. The only place on the arena that was safe and sound was where Wang Yang was. One blow determines the outcome. Kefla looked up to the sky and roared, her hair flying wildly, like an invincible female war goddess. Red and green rotating energy waves gathered in her hands, and countless lightnings tore through the solid realm of nothingness and exploded around her. When Son Goku saw this scene, his body sank slightly, and his hands also condensed the turtle-style Qigong waves. Kefla finished accumulating energy, and suddenly pushed forward with both hands. The two high-speed rotating energy bullets in his hands instantly merged into one, and attacked the entire arena like a roaring mountain and a tsunami. I'm going to knock you all off the ring. Kefla roared, as if he was crazy, and the energy in his body continuously surged from his body to his hands and was submerged in the shock wave. Traitor. Wang Yang slowly spit out 2 words, but his face was not angry. Otherwise, he would also want to eliminate everyone. It's just that you want to eliminate everyone. Why? Swish, brush, brush. 3 figures jumped up from the broken ring and landed behind Wang Yang. Uncle Wang Yang. Sun Wufan smiled awkwardly. He was really not sure of catching Kefla's attack without leaving the ring, so he could only run to Wang Yang's side to seek shelter. Voldemort number 17 stood behind Wang Yang speechlessly. He had already hid and was ready to eat chicken, but he didn't expect to encounter Kefla, a violent female Saiyan who wanted to destroy the entire arena. He had no choice but to come out and hide behind Wang Yang. Wang Yang didn't answer. He spread his hands toward both sides, and the energy surged to form a thin energy shield, completely covering the 4 people. Son Goku glanced at Wang Yang indifferently. He believed in Wang Yang. If he took action, he would have no worries. Kefla. Kampa clasped his hands together and looked at Kefla without blinking. Beerus took a deep breath, his face looked a little downcast, and he subconsciously glanced at his brother Kampa. Kampa. What? Kampa turned his head and shouted at Beerus angrily, but when he saw Beerus' heavy face, the anger in his heart disappeared. Snort. Seeing that he was about to be hit by the shock wave, Son Goku's figure flashed and he dodged. He gathered a dazzling light in his hands, and his whole body turned into a silver dragon with a bead in its mouth, and the shock wave wrapped around Kefla rushed towards the opponent. Boom! The terrifying power exploded in the ring, and the entire ring was turned into powder under the impact of this force. Under the impact of Kefla's violent force, Wang Yang's protective shield was like a rock on the shore, without taking a step back. At this moment, Kefla suddenly noticed the figure of Son Goku appearing beside her, her pupils shrank violently, and a panicked cry came from the corner of her mouth. Ah! Boom! Son Goku didn't hesitate at all, pushed hard with both hands, and the Qigong wave came out of his hand, directly hitting the unsuspecting Kefla, sending her into the dark realm of nothingness. Kefla fell off the ring. Wang Yang looked away, with a look of helplessness on his face. At this moment, Kefla's power has surpassed that of Son Goku. If we fight seriously, it is still unclear who will win and who will lose, but she abandons all her defenses just to fight Son Goku. Unexpectedly, due to his lack of combat experience, Son Goku, who was in a state of extreme freedom, spotted the flaw and hit him at close range. Since then, this universe-wide power conference has come to an end, and the winner is the 7th universe. Master, don't forget your promise to me. Caulifla had already released her body, made a trumpet shape with her hands, and shouted loudly to Wang Yang. Wang Yang looked at Caulifla and nodded slightly towards her. After receiving Wang Yang's reply, Kefla suddenly smiled, and then her body flashed and disappeared from Wang Yang's sight. Seeing this scene, Wang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Zeno dancing lightly. Zeno wiped out everything in the universe in an instant. Did he rely on his own power or did he have some kind of authority? If he relied on his own abilities, his power and control would be simply incredible. If you have some kind of authority, is it like getting the power of heaven? Using the power of heaven to wipe out the entire universe? If it's the second situation, I, a non-time and space person, don't know if I am within the scope of his erasure. The 7th universe has won the final victory. Congratulations on getting the chance to make a wish from the Divine Dragon. Grand Priest looked at everyone in the 7th universe and said slowly, Wang Yang. Son Goku hesitated and looked at Wang Yang. Do you want to restore the previous universe? Wang Yang knew in his heart that Son Goku was a kind-hearted man. How could he just watch people from other universes disappear? Yeah, Son Goku nodded firmly. That's what I meant. After all, I promised my apprentice to resurrect them. Wang Yang chuckled. Master Grand Priest, please restore the universe that was erased by Master Zeno to its original state. Wang Yang looked at Grand Priest without blinking. He hates Zeno and others who regard the life and death of the universe as a game, and he doesn't mind causing trouble for them. There must have been something in the universes that Zeno had wiped out that had offended him, so he resurrected them all together through the Dragon of God. If Zeno saw those universes again, would he be angry again? Grand Priest was stunned for a moment, looked at Wang Yang carefully, and then nodded. Grand Priest whispered softly, summoned the divine dragon in the language of God, and told it Wang Yang's wish. A dazzling golden light bloomed on the dragon of gods, the figures on the viewing platform flickered, and the universe and life that had been wiped out by Zeno were soon restored. Haha, I'm actually resurrected. Kampa was as happy as a child. Master, thank you. Caulifla waved to Wang Yang excitedly. Jiren glanced deeply at Son Goku, with a fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. He is not willing to lose at the hands of the opponent? Son Goku waved to Jiren with a smile on his face. Your name is Wang Yang, right? Suddenly all eyes fell on Wang Yang. Yes. Wang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded to Zeno. The two tall and thin guards beside Zeno saw that Wang Yang had no respect for Zeno and immediately glared at him. In the game just now, everyone played very well. I was very happy to see it, but why didn't you take action? Zeno looked at Wang Yang curiously. Because without me taking action, our universe people will defeat everyone. Wang Yang said calmly. Zeno looks innocent on the surface, but still reveals a superior attitude in his bones. So you're stronger than them all? Zeno's eyes lit up and he asked curiously. Well, Wang Yang glanced around and felt that these people were indeed no match for him. Beerus had a bad feeling in his heart. Beerus, go fight Wang Yang. If the fight is not exciting enough, I will wipe you out. Zeno looked at Beerus and ordered. Yes. Beerus hurriedly knelt down and agreed without hesitation, but the sweat on his forehead kept dripping down. Beerus stood up and blinked desperately at Wang Yang with his shit yellow eyes. Wang Yang, let's put on a good show later so that Master Zeno can watch it happily. Wang Yang understood Beerus' thoughts, but Grand Priest snapped his fingers, and the shattered arena returned to its original state in an instant. Wang Yang and Beerus disappeared from the viewing platform at the same time, and were moved to the ring by Grand Priest. Boom! Purple flames emitted from Beerus' body, and a rich and destructive aura wrapped around him, like a meandering purple dragon. Beerus winked at Wang Yang again. Wang Yang didn't have much interest in playing house games with him in front of others. White light slowly rose from under his feet. Wang Yang appeared behind Beerus in a flash, and struck Beerus' neck with a heavy elbow. What? Beerus stood on his head with hair all over his body. He felt as if his neck had been stabbed by a steel needle. He was startled and jumped forward with a tiger pounce. Unfortunately, Beerus was still half a step slower. His neck was swept by the tip of Wang Yang's elbow, and his whole body was immediately rotated 720 degrees by this force. Wang Yangfei stepped forward and kicked Beerus hard on the waist, sending his whole body flying out and hitting the spectator stand before stopping. Boom! Beerus was embedded in a large font on the solid viewing platform, and the atmosphere was somewhat silent for a while. People in other universes stared at this scene in shock. How could a mortal easily defeat the god of destruction? Really? Kampa is not surprised by this result. Quitella, the mouse god of destruction, has no idea. Although he defeated Beerus in an arm wrestling match, he may not be his opponent in a real fight. The clown god of destruction was a little distracted for a moment. Beerus's strength can be said to be the top among the many gods of destruction. Even so, he actually lost completely. Then wouldn't he also be an opponent? Jiren looked at Wang Yang in silence. Recalling the battle just now, he was completely convinced even though he was unwilling to do so. Even if he didn't lose to Son Goku, he would never be able to defeat the man in front of him. Master is so awesome. Caulifla stared at Wang Yang in stunned silence, then jumped up and cheered. The more powerful the cheap master is, the harder her backstage will be, which makes Caulifla feel happy. At this moment, Beerus wished he could crawl into the cracks of the rocks. Losing was not scary, and it was not like he had never lost before. What made his face dull was that he was so embarrassed in front of everyone. After this battle was over, he felt ashamed to raise his head in front of the other gods of destruction. After the battle, I will sleep with him for 100 years, and when I wake up, others will not remember this. Beerus lay on the pile of rocks, pretending to be dead. Come together. Zeno looked at all the gods of destruction present. Yes. All the gods of destruction present nodded helplessly. At this time, Beerus stopped pretending to be dead and stood on the ring with a dark face. The gods of destruction from the 12 universes formed a circle and surrounded Wang Yang inside. At this time, the elephant god of destruction from Universe 10 took the lead. He roared and rushed toward Wang Yang with terrifying sound waves. On the viewing platform, the weak people felt weak all over and lay limply on the ground unable to move. It's so amazing, I can't move my body. Son Goku exclaimed in shock. This is Rumshi's unique skill. Sound waves can temporarily paralyze people's nerves. Weiss explained. Wang Yang only felt that his movements became sluggish, and his breath immediately circulated around his body, dispelling the negative influence on his body. 11 Universes clown god of destruction saw that the elephant god of destruction had already taken action. He immediately did not dare to neglect, spread his hands, and covered Wang Yang's entire body with transparent energy bombs. Crossing his hands on his chest, the clown god of destruction condensed energy between his fingers and turned it into poker cards. His wrists flicked wildly, and countless energy poker cards hit Wang Yang in a shower of flowers. The fox of the 8th universe lowered its waist and stood up, its 9 tails behind it raised high and pointed at Wang Yang. An overwhelming Qigong wave came from the tip of its tail and poured out towards Wang Yang crazily. The other gods of destruction were not to be outdone, and they all showed off their special skills. Countless attacks rushed towards him crazily. When Wang Yang saw this, he opened his hands and an energy shield as thin as cicada wings covered his body. A shockwave containing terrifying power hit Wang Yang instantly. Colorful energy exploded on the arena, and thick smoke billowed across the arena. Boom! The protective shield condensed by Wang Yang was as solid as a rock in the big explosion. His vision was blocked, so Wang Yang closed his eyes instead. His skin was trembling slightly. At this moment, he seemed to be in God's perspective. With the body as the center, all the surrounding scenery comes to mind in detail. The thick smoke could no longer obscure his vision. He saw Kampa on the right raised his arms and hit him with excitement on his face. He saw Beerus on the left condensing a destructive energy and firing it. Later, the elephant god of destruction rushed towards him. Wang Yang noticed that one flaw after another appeared on the opponent's body, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and the energy shield was retracted into his body. He slowly made a fist with his right hand, and while dodging countless attacks, he punched through the air. At this time, his freedom reached a deeper level. It was no longer the instinct of the body, but the moment the opponent moved, he already knew the subsequent moves. In this case, no matter how sophisticated and fast the opponent's moves are, in Wang Yang's eyes, they are full of flaws and can be broken easily. This realm is called the third level of the self-contained ultimate intention gong, the field. Within the realm, I am the master. Wang Yang's whole body exuded a mysterious aura. At this moment, his eyes were clear and as pure as a newborn baby. Something interesting. Grand Priest looked forward indifferently. His eyes seemed to be able to see everything clearly. Can't see clearly at all. Zeno was a little unhappy and kicked his calves vigorously. At this moment, a purple figure flew out of the smoke and hit the ground heavily, bouncing a few times on the ground because of its fat body. Son Goku took a closer look and saw that it was Kampa from the 6th universe. Lord Kampa. Vados lowered his head and put his hand on his forehead, looking helpless. 12 gods of destruction attacked at the same time, and the first one to be injured was actually his master. Vados didn't know what to say. Call out? Call out? Call out? The next moment, there were several more sounds breaking through the air, and several figures shot out from the thick smoke. In of the 1st universe? Hyles of the 2nd universe? Arak from the 5th universe? Sidra from universe 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Caulifla stared at the ring without blinking, opening and closing her little mouth. Wang Yang's speed became faster and faster, and the moment his body disappeared, he rushed past the remaining god of destruction, and then stood in the center of the ring. 7 figures flew out of the ring at the same time, screaming. The smoke on the ring gradually disappeared, and Wang Yang's tall and straight figure gradually appeared in everyone's sight. Wang Yang is stronger. Son Goku murmured in a low voice, his whole body trembling. He was not disappointed because of this, but was filled with a strong fighting spirit in his heart. What Wang Yang could do, there was no reason why he, a Saiyan, couldn't do it. You can't beat him. Zeno looked at the gods of destruction without blinking. He thought he could see a fierce battle, but he didn't expect to be defeated in a short time, which made him very disappointed. This Wang Yang is already stronger than Angel. It's not surprising that he can't defeat the god of destruction. At this time, Grand Priest suddenly interjected. As soon as these words came out, the 12 universes present stood up involuntarily and looked at Wang Yang in shock. Even the very nervous Son Goku couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Grand Priest's words. Damn it, he's powerful again. Vegeta clenched his hands and said with a look of dismay on his face. Hehe, Master is so powerful and powerful. Caulifla was the only one present who smiled triumphantly. Zeno's eyes rolled around and landed on Weiss and Angel. Angel cannot violate the rules and attack with all his strength. Grand Priest reminded. Okay. Zeno muttered in disappointment. You have good strength and can be a god of destruction. Zeno changed his voice and looked at Wang Yang. Beerus was shocked, as if struck by lightning. If Wang Yang becomes the god of destruction, what will he do as the current god of destruction? Although he intends to cultivate a replacement god of destruction, that doesn't mean he has to retire? Lord Zeno. Beerus looked at Zeno helplessly. It's not the 7th universe. The Dragon of God restored the universe I had erased just now. Although those gods of destruction from the universe have also been resurrected, I am not satisfied with them. I am going to replace them all. Wang Yang, you have become the god of destruction. When the time comes, you must clean up some things in the universe. Zeno's clear childish voice had an unquestionable tone. Phew, Beerus let out a sigh of relief, as long as he doesn't miss him. Did you dig this hole yourself? Wang Yang was speechless. A tall and thin guard held a plate with both hands. There was a folded god of destruction costume on the plate, and a metal earring lay quietly on top of the costume. Padara earrings are the status symbol of Supreme Kai. This earring is an exclusive prop for our god of destruction. Wear it to understand the god of destruction's destructive skills. Beerus explained from the side. Many people looked at the costume of the god of destruction on the tray with envy. Sir Zeno, can I go back and think about it and give you an answer tomorrow? Wang Yang glanced at the god of destruction costume and then said to Zeno. He made up his mind to go back and immediately ran away with Yuer and his daughter. He couldn't believe that Zeno could still do anything to him after leaving Super Dimension. No need to go back and think about it, just put it on now. I don't know if Zeno was aware of Wang Yang's intention and rejected his request. Master Zeno, I have no plans to become the god of destruction for the time being. Wang Yang's face sank and he refused. From what he saw, Zeno could easily erase the god of destruction, and it was impossible for him to accept it. If he became the god of destruction, it was unclear whether his life would be in the hands of others. Following Wang Yang's words, the entire Wushija suddenly became deathly silent, and a depressing atmosphere filled the space. Zeno frowned, and his face suddenly became angry. No one would ever dare to disobey him. Wang Yang, you are not a being from the 7th universe, are you? I don't feel the breath of the 12th universe in you. I guess you are a life outside our time and space. Grand Priest's voice was ethereal, and he looked at him with a faint look. Wang Yang. Although Trunks is from the future, he still belongs to time and space, and he also has traces of life from the 7th universe in his body, while Wang Yang has none at all. Grand Priest manages the universe and is naturally aware of this. Sure enough, I have been discovered. Wang Yang's heart sank. He had tried his best to simulate the life breath of the 7th universe, but he didn't expect that Grand Priest would see through it at a glance. Being seen through by the Grand Priest level was both unexpected and expected. Grand Priest's meaning is very clear: either he agrees to become the god of destruction, or he will change history according to the violation of time and space. What? Wang Yang is not a life in our time and space. Besides the 12 universes, are there other universes? Son Goku and others were even more stunned. Although they knew that Wang Yang was not from the 7th universe, they thought that he came from a parallel time and space like Trunks. Could it be that Saiyans still exist in other time and space? Vegeta's eyes narrowed and he stared at Wang Yang. Wang Yang remained silent, clenching his hands tightly, and a hazy brilliance spread out. Future world? Wang Yangzhang and Son Goku had a fair fight in the sky. During the battle, Wang Yang's palm felt warm, and a message came through. Boom! Wang Yang's aura surged, and he knocked Son Goku away with one punch, and at the same time, his arm instantly pierced the void. A big hand covering the sky suddenly appeared above Yuer and her daughter. Yuer, who was playing with Singer, felt that the scenery in front of her was changing rapidly, and the next moment she appeared in a strange place. Wang Yang, you are so disgusting. You actually cheated. We promised a fair fight. Son Goku stood firm and shouted to Wang Yang unhappily. Son Goku, it's a pleasure to meet you over the years. We are destined to meet again. Wang Yang looked deeply at Son Goku, then his body twisted violently and disappeared in front of Son Goku. Wang Yang. Son Goku shouted, and he felt a bad premonition. It seemed that they had said goodbye and the two would never see each other again. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Son Goku stood in the void, feeling lost. Over the years, Wang Yang taught him too much and formed a deep friendship. He was very reluctant to leave Wang Yang, who was both a teacher and a friend. It only took a very short time for Wang Yang to receive the information and leave. The 7th universe, Earth. The figure of future Wang Yang suddenly appeared in the house. Brother Yang, you are back. Yuer noticed Wang Yang's figure immediately. Let's go. Wang Yang didn't say anything in the future. With a wave of his arm, Yuer, mother, and daughter also disappeared. Different space. When future Yuer saw Yuer who looked exactly like her, she was immediately shocked. Who are you? The two spoke at the same time and looked at each other. We, younger sister. The two stars greeted each other and soon started playing together. I'm sorry, I have to go home. I can't be the god of destruction here. After a long silence, Wang Yang raised his head and looked at Grand Priest firmly. Wang Yang. Son Goku shouted eagerly. No matter how innocent he was, he knew at this time how serious the consequences of rejecting Zeno would be. Above, Zeno's face became increasingly gloomy, and he suddenly stood up. You two, kill him. Zeno pointed at Wang Yang and shouted. Wang Yang heard this and his eyes fell on Zeno's angry face. The two guards had long wanted to beat Wang Yang, and their tall and thin bodies disappeared from the spot. Soon after, Wang Yang raised his hands to block the fists of the two guards, and the huge impact took him flying out of the ring. White light filled the entire Wuja, and a powerful momentum swept across Liuhe. Wang Yang's whole body was emitting white light, and his body was spinning like a tornado, and the two guards were directly rotated by him. Wang Yang glanced at the people in the 7th universe indifferently, then smashed the void with a punch and was about to get in. Wang Yang, you'd better stay. Grand Priest's indifferent voice suddenly sounded, and the void seemed to be wiped by an invisible hand. The void shattered by Wang Yang recovered in the blink of an eye. Wang Yang's body stood frozen in the air. He felt as if he was stuck in a quagmire and it was difficult for him to move. Only then did he remember Grand Priest's supreme spatial control. In this case, the space was frozen and he couldn't even move instantly. Wang Yang's body trembled slightly. He no longer held back, and mobilized all his strength crazily, trying to break out of the Grand Priest's space cage. Grand Priest's power is extremely terrifying. Although Wang Yang is stronger than Angel, he still can't catch a move in front of Grand Priest. Weiss looked at Wang Yang, who was half a disciple, with a complex expression. Wang Yang. Son Goku's expression changed, his body shone with white light, and he went to help Wang Yang. Snapped. Beerus sensed Son Goku's thoughts and slashed him on the back of the neck with his hand knife, knocking him unconscious. Turning to look at Vegeta, whose aura was fluctuating, Beerus snorted coldly. Do you want to die? Snort. Vegeta stared at Beerus' cold eyes, clenched his fists together, and then let go with great reluctance. Although he didn't deal with Wang Yang, it could be seen that he still couldn't calm down when he saw him suffer. Master Kompa, please hurry up and beg Grand Priest, please let my master go. Caulifla and Kale begged pitifully to Compa. Shut up. Compa said fiercely. How dare he ask for Grand Priest? He could only turn his attention to Vados. Master Compa, if Wang Yang is weak and leaves as soon as he leaves, Grand Priest will not pay attention to him. But his power is very terrifying, and Grand Priest and the others cannot let him go easily. Vados said softly. Sighed softly. Why? Caulifla asked hurriedly, puzzled. Vados shook his head and said nothing, looking at Wang Yang who was still struggling. Two attendants appeared on the ring. They had known each other for hundreds of millions of years and already had a good understanding. They looked at each other and raised their hands to point at Wang Yang. The energy fluctuated violently, and two violent forces roared towards Wang Yang. Wang Yang struggled hard, but was unable to break free from Grand Priest's imprisonment, and watched helplessly as the attack got closer and closer. The two shock waves were entangled like a dragon and a snake, and finally merged together under the eyes of everyone, and then hit Wang Yang's body fiercely. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded, scorching flames rose into the sky, and the entire arena melted under this force. Master! Caulifla exclaimed. The smoke dispersed with the wind, revealing Wang Yang's figure inside. What? The two attendants stared, looking ahead in disbelief. Are you tickling me? Wang Yang lowered his head and his deep voice echoed in Wuzhija. At this time, Wang Yang's shirt was torn, revealing a body that looked like cast steel. There were scars on his body surface, and countless brilliant rays of light emanated from the wounds. In a moment, Wang Yang's injuries had recovered as before. Grand Priest, please stop, I really don't want to break up with you. Wang Yang raised his head and looked at Grand Priest, his expression more serious than ever. Grand Priest smiled indifferently, seeming to be contemptuous and mocking. For eons, he has managed the universe and has always said the same thing, and even Zeno would not contradict his decisions. In front of everyone in the universe, if he was frightened by Wang Yang's words, wouldn't he, the Grand Priest, be very embarrassed? Really, does it feel like the sky is high after defeating a few losers? I would like to see what trump cards you have. Grand Priest looked at Wang Yang with interest, wanting to know if he could give him any surprises. When Beerus, the god of destruction, and the two guards heard Grand Priest's contemptuous words, they immediately looked ashamed, but they couldn't bear the slightest displeasure in their hearts. Faced with Zeno, who treated people like dogs at all times, if they wanted to live with dignity, they would have died countless times. You will pay the price for ruining my path. Wang Yang looked at Grand Priest with cold eyes. Ah! Wang Yang looked up to the sky and roared, his dark hair and eyebrows instantly turned silvery white. The potential hidden deep in his body was suddenly detonated by him, and an unimaginable force awakened from his body. This is a transformation that transcends the limits of the self-extreme intention skill. He usually avoids this transformation deliberately because this transformation will release all the potential in the body. Every time a Saiyan is seriously injured and dying, the potential in his body will be released. The reason why Goku and Vegeta's training speed is astonishingly fast is that they are desperately squeezing the potential in their body. While practicing hard, they stimulated their potential and achieved the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Since Wang Yang was born, he only transformed into a giant ape and was beaten half to death by Broly when he was a child, and he basically did not fall into a state of serious injury and dying. Over the years, his potential has become deeper and deeper, and he has been deliberately sealing it away. He just hopes that one day he will reach the limit, and then achieve the ultimate leap by releasing his huge potential. For example, if your strength reaches 99 but you can't get any higher, then you suddenly get a huge force and you can easily break through to 100. Now Wang Yang's power is still in the growth stage, and his potential has not yet reached its limit. If the potential in his body is stimulated before the time is right, he will never reach 100 in any case. Ah! Terrifying power raged out of Wang Yang's body. Wang Yang's power became stronger, and subtle ripples appeared in the space imprisoned by Grand Priest. Grand Priest noticed all this, and his expression remained as calm as water. Wang Yang. Awakened by the shock caused by Wang Yang, Son Goku just opened his eyes and shouted loudly. Shut up. Beerus cursed in a low voice, then looked at Wang Yang solemnly. What's wrong with Wang Yang? Son Goku frowned and looked at Wang Yang. His strength has increased a lot. Vegeta said sourly. Wang Yang's strength increased faster than riding a rocket. I really don't know how he practiced. Wang Yang is releasing the potential in his body, but even so, he will not be Grand Priest's opponent. Why said calmly. Following Wang Yang's shocking roar, the light on his body was extremely dazzling, and his silver white hair suddenly grew, flying like a snake. The energy storm appeared out of thin air, and the power of space that imprisoned him suddenly collapsed under the explosion of all his power. At this time, Wang Yang's face looked even colder. As he completely broke free from his restraints, endless pressure filled the entire Wuzhija, and weak people were directly pressed to the ground by this force. Supreme Kai lay on the ground unable to move, struggling to stand up with a look on his face. Even Beerus, the god of destruction, felt breathless at this moment, as if he was carrying 100,000 mountains on his back, and every move he made was filled with strong pressure. He is actually so powerful. Beerus shouted in disbelief. Pressure comes and goes quickly. Wang Yang's eyes moved down and stopped on the two tall and thin attendants. When the two attendants saw Wang Yang's gaze, their expressions couldn't help but change. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they stepped back in an attempt to distance themselves from Wang Yang. Wang Yang withdrew his gaze, clenched his right fist and punched it lightly. The void suddenly opened in front of his fist, swallowing his arm. Snapped, snapped. Son Goku noticed that a spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of the head of a fast-flying attendant in the distance, and a crystal-like jade fist flew out. The attendant's body exploded like a watermelon, with violent force tearing and crushing every inch of his flesh and blood. When this fist blasted one attendant, the next moment the fist sank into the void and appeared on the body of another attendant. After doing all this, Wang Yang withdrew his arm from the dark hole and looked calmly at the two dazzling fires in front of him. Killing two powerful Xeno attendants with one punch, this change happened in a flash of lightning, and the speed was incredible. Son Goku suddenly had an idea in his mind. Even if these two attendants ran to the other side of the universe, they would both be killed by Wang Yang in an instant. All the gods of destruction present were silent. The two attendants were far more powerful than the god of destruction, but they couldn't even take a single move from Wang Yang. Gilu? Beerus swallowed subconsciously, sweat dripping down his face, and he felt a dull pain in his head. He thought of his first unfriendly meeting with Wang Yang. Fortunately, he didn't have such terrifying strength at that time, otherwise. Beerus touched his head and exhaled with lingering fear. Kampa in the distance was also shocked when he saw this scene. He had always been hostile to Wang Yang. Jillian looked at Wang Yang, who was standing proudly in the void, and remained silent. Wang Yang, you are so disgusting. Zeno was very angry. Although he threatened them with erasure at every turn, it didn't mean that he could watch them being killed. After being together for so long, even having a dog had feelings for them. Humph. Wang Yang snorted coldly, his eyes flashed with light, and an invisible sword of soul shot out from his eyes. Zeno looks weak, but he can wipe out the universe with a wave of his hand. Wang Yang wants to see what he relies on. Erase. Zeno seemed to feel something, raised his hands, and said the most terrifying words in the universe in a childish voice. The soul sword collapsed in midair, and Wang Yang suddenly felt a boundless power descending on him, as if the world-destroying mill was about to wipe out his existence. Wang Yang's majestic and solid body bloomed with blood flowers, and then disappeared without a trace. His whole body was also distorted, and his body was fading like a dream. When he is now, he can barely resist some of Zeno's magical powers of erasure, and he will not be erased instantly like the god of destruction. I see. Even if his own existence was to be completely wiped out, Wang Yang still remained calm. Wang Yang, master. Son Goku and Caulifla's expressions changed greatly, and they watched Wang Yang's body fade. They knew that if this continued, Wang Yang would be wiped out by Zeno. The people from the 12 universes present looked at Wang Yang with complicated eyes. Zeno's magical power to erase even the universe would disappear in the first moment. But at this moment, Wang Yang actually resisted. Even if it would be erased in the end, the power is still incredibly strong. Just when everyone thought Wang Yang's fireworks were about to end, a white stream of light traveled through the universe, penetrated endless time and space, and then crashed into Wang Yang's body. What? Zeno was slightly startled. As this white light approached, Wang Yang's whole body emitted a mysterious white light, and everyone looked at him in disbelief. Within the light, Wang Yang's body was solidifying, and his body was emitting bright light. He actually became more solid and immortal under Zeno's magical power. The universe was destroyed, but he was immortal. Wang Yang's face changed, as if he was a little more mature. His limbs stretched out, his eyes suddenly opened, a divine light shot into the sky, and a terrifying white beam of light broke through the barrier of the unlimited with a devastating force. At this moment, the dozens of universes surrounding Wushija, like chickens, were shaking violently. All creatures in the universe looked up to the sky. The planet burned into the sky, the sun moved towards the north, and the sun, moon, and stars all deviated from their original positions. What happened? Why is the earth shaking violently? What a terrifying power. In front of this power, I feel like I'm not even an ant. In the universe that was restored by the Dragon of God, there was a burly man. He felt this extremely powerful power, and his wild face couldn't help showing a look of shock. That's Wang Yang. Son Goku was vaguely aware of the figure in the white light just now, and looked up at Vegeta, who was silent. Feeling Son Goku's gaze, Vegeta nodded imperceptibly, as if confirming something. At this moment, his eyes became extremely profound. Fortunately, I am not a creature of this time and space, otherwise it would not be so easy to block it. Wang Yang thought to himself. It turns out that he just received the magical power that Zeno erased, and he already understood that Zeno's magical power was with the help of the power of the universe. Especially against the life in the universe, the lethality is even greater. On the contrary, because he is in existence outside the universe and is powerful, the power of Zeno's erasure magical power has been weakened a lot. Wang Yang? Stop it! If this continues, all universes will be affected. Grand Priest noticed the movement of all universes, and his expression finally changed. Even if your universe is completely destroyed, what does it have to do with me? You wiped out the universe wantonly before, why are you worried now? Wang Yang snorted coldly when he heard Grand Priest's words, but still withdrew all the power he released. Even the universe is affected, which is like the end of the world for the creatures in that universe. There are more than a dozen universes and endless creatures, and Wang Yang doesn't want those people to disappear because of him. Just now, we actually wanted to compete with him for the championship of the Tournament of Power. It's so bullying. How can he have the nerve to play? Jiren and Tokpo looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Beerus, your grandma has no martial ethics. Kampa yelled angrily at Beerus. He knew that Wang Yang was very strong, stronger than the god of destruction. But who knew that Wang Yang was so powerful that even Xeno's erasure power couldn't eliminate him? The other gods of destruction also looked at Beerus with unkind expressions, feeling that he was as shameless as ever. Snort? Beerus saw the looks of the people around him and snorted disdainfully. He was also speechless in his heart. He never imagined that Wang Yang's explosive strength could be so terrifying. If I had known that Wang Yang was so powerful, I would definitely lick him. Wang Yang's eyes were like daggers, and a terrifying wave of air cut towards Xeno. Boom! The tall figure of Grand Priest appeared in front of Xeno, and slapped Wang Yang's attack away with a palm. As Xeno's housekeeper, he would naturally stand in front of someone who tried to attack Xeno. Wang Yang and Grand Priest looked at each other, and a terrifying storm broke out between them. The space suddenly collapsed, and time and space turned into nothingness under their gazes. Grand Priest finally felt that things were a little tricky, and now Wang Yang's power could threaten him. Wang Yang, you are able to reach this point in such a short period of time. Your talent is unprecedented in my life, but it's still too early to defeat me. Grand Priest looked at Wang Yang's eyes filled with fighting spirit and said calmly, you won't know until you try it whether or not you can beat it. Wang Yang sneered. By forcing himself to this point and letting all his previous efforts go to waste, he wanted to show off to these self-righteous and superior gods. Master, come on. Caulifla shouted loudly, fearing that the world would not be in chaos. Wang Yang turned his stern eyes to Caulifla. Ha, ha. Caulifla looked at her master's majestic eyes and smiled awkwardly. This apprentice is not in vain. Wang Yang looked away, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Caulifla, stop talking. Sensing the unkind looks cast by the gods of destruction from other universes, Kampa covered Caulifla's mouth, not daring to let her speak anymore. No matter what, Grand Priest is their boss, so why should his arms be pointing outwards? Boom! Wang Yang raised his arm and pointed his palm at Grand Priest and Xeno. A terrifying Qigong wave gathered in his palm. Grand Priest spread his hands, and the time and space around him was distorted, and the purple flames covered the surroundings like a torrent. Wang Yang and Grand Priest's bodies flickered and submerged into it, appearing in a strange place. Where did they go? Son Goku was a little confused, feeling as uncomfortable as a cat scratching his heart. He still wanted to watch this peak showdown. Where have they gone? Xeno murmured to himself, and then he looked around at everything around him. Countless galaxies were flowing in his eyes, endless creatures were disillusioned in his eyes, and at this moment, every corner of the universe fell into his hands. Fundus. Found it. Suddenly Xeno's eyes lit up, and his small figure disappeared in front of everyone. That's okay, we can have a good fight. Wang Yang looked at the surrounding environment and saw that this mysterious space was filled with purple light. The surrounding space was extremely solid. Even the god of destruction could not break the space here. Wang Yang didn't care that the battlefield was changed. Looking at the Grand Priest in front of him, the Qigong waves in his palms were condensed and roared towards the opponent like a shocking thunder dragon. Grand Priest shouted loudly, his arrogance was overwhelming, and his body was completely covered. Through a hazy shadow, you could see that his whole body was undergoing drastic changes inside. Seeing that Wang Yang's Qigong wave was about to bombard the purple flames, at this moment, a strong arm poked out from the flames. The muscles of the arm seemed to be filled with extremely violent power, and the 5 fingers were like a spiritual snake. Hold the Qigong wave firmly in your hands. With a strong squeeze of this palm, the Qigong wave that was enough to cripple an entire universe collapsed and disappeared into the air. The purple aura around him shattered and disappeared like a lens, revealing the Grand Priest's new posture inside. At this time, Grand Priest's face was resolute, his figure was taller and bellier, and the divine ring behind his head also looked bright and dazzling. If the previous Grand Priest was gentle, then now he is a strong man with arrogance. You are the second to force me to use all my strength. Grand Priest opened his hands wide, with a trace of reminiscence on his face. Is the first one the dragon god Salama? Wang Yang said lightly. You actually know about Salama. Grand Priest was a little surprised. He actually knew about something so long ago. Salama was the previous Grand Priest. He was very evil, and the universe was in chaos under his management. Later, he even created the Super Dragon Balls to fulfill his evil wishes. In order to prevent his conspiracy from succeeding, I had no choice but to defeat him and become the new Grand Priest. Grand Priest said with pride. Saying this kind of thing to a weak person is like playing the piano to a cow. Only by saying it in front of a being of the same level can he feel proud. What could be more evil than destroying a universe? Wang Yang sneered. Regarding Grand Priest's words, Wang Yang did not completely believe that history is written by the victors, and what Grand Priest said was what he said. Besides, whether Salama is evil or not has nothing to do with him. He has long disliked these superior gods. If possible, he also wanted to turn Xeno and Grand Priest into evil beings in other people's mouths. At this time, Xeno's figure suddenly appeared in the space, and Wang Yang didn't take a second look at his arrival. Suddenly, Grand Priest struck forward with his right hand. The next moment, Wang Yang's figure appeared out of thin air in front of Grand Priest. His fist was being blocked by Grand Priest. Not far away, the shadow left by Wang Yang slowly dissipated. Didn't Weiss tell you? Is it me who passed down the ultimate intention kung fu to everyone? My understanding of the self-extreme intention gong far exceeds all of your imagination. Your every move cannot escape my perception. It's rare for Grand Priest to meet someone as powerful as Wang Yang. He also talks a lot more than usual, as if he wants to reveal all his inner thoughts. Don't you think I can't see your movements? Wang Yang retracted his arm with an unpredictable smile on his face. Within the realm, Grand Priest's movements are also fully controlled by him. Grand Priest's face darkened, and then he remembered that the guy in front of him had made a breakthrough under his nose just now. Before Wang Yang, he was the only one in the universe to master that kind of state. If that's the case, then don't use it. Grand Priest sneered, and the purple field spread, squeezing and rubbing against the white light around Wang Yang. At this moment, Wang Yang realized that the place very far away was still covered by the purple field of Grand Priest, but the aura of the two people's positions was in chaos. He could no longer rely on the field to detect enemy aircraft. What they compete now is strength, speed, and combat experience. The battle is about to begin. Boom! Wang Yang was the first to take action. There was no so-called probing attack. His fierce fist contained the power to create the world, roaring towards the Grand Priest. Not to be outdone, Grand Priest fought back with a strong stance with his strong arms. Boom! The terrifying power detonated where the fists collided, spreading towards this mysterious space with a devastating force. The sharp air wave like a steel knife slashed across Zeno's little face, and he subconsciously raised his little hand to cover his face. Boom! The sound was like thunder, and the rolling sonic boom resounded throughout the world. Wang Yang and Grand Priest fought desperately together. Grand Priest's combat experience was extremely sophisticated, and Wang Yang found it difficult to find any flaws. Grand Priest was also quite surprised in his heart. With hundreds of millions of years of accumulation and fusion of physical instinctive fighting experience, it can be said that his rich fighting skills are unparalleled in the entire universe. I didn't expect that the youngster named Wang Yang in front of me could fight him for such a long time. It was simply unimaginable. Wang Yang was also glad that since he was born, in order to hone his combat experience, he had deliberately fought with others at the same level and experienced various combat methods. Otherwise, he would have lost to the Grand Priest, who had extremely tricky combat skills this time. Although the strength of the two people was extremely restrained, the aftermath of the collision still caused huge tremors in the space, and a large number of cracks filled the entire space. Zeno spread his hands flat to both sides, powerful power emitted, and the space on the verge of collapse stabilized again under his control. Boom! Grand Priest punched Wang Yang in the chest, causing his chest to collapse. Before he could feel joy, his head was suddenly hit by a casserole-sized fist, a mouthful of blood shot out, and slight cracks appeared on the divine ring behind his head that emitted divine light. Wang Yang and Grand Priest flew out at the same time. Wang Yang only felt something flowing back from his abdomen to his throat, and endured the severe pain in his chest and swallowed it in one gulp. Grand Priest raised the back of his hand to wipe the corners of his mouth. When he saw the blood on the back of his hand, his whole person suddenly became gloomy. After all these years, your second one has hurt me. Grand Priest's voice was bone-chilling, divine light covering his entire body, and his injuries recovered in the blink of an eye. Opposite him, Wang Yang took a deep breath, and his collapsed chest filled up like a balloon. After the two recovered, they roared and rushed towards each other again. Wang Yang had a mad look on his face, his strikes became faster and faster, and his attacks became more fierce and fierce. For a moment, he was overwhelming the Grand Priest. Wang Yang abandoned all defenses in exchange for a more powerful attack, which was indeed beyond Grand Priest's expectations, but he quickly adjusted, and the battle suddenly became more bloody and cruel. When we meet on a narrow road, the brave will win, and whoever is timid first will lose. This simple truth is also understood by Grand Priest. The two fought against each other hundreds of millions of times in an instant, and the entire space was filled with their figures. A large amount of blood flew out of their bodies, and the space was faintly covered with a layer of golden purple mist. Zeno stood in midair, his eyes reflected the figures of the two fighting, and his small face couldn't help showing a look of shock. So powerful. As the battle between Wang Yang and Wang Yang escalated, the shirts of both sides exploded in the terrible battle, revealing their sharp-edged explosive muscles. This was an evenly matched battle, and Wang Yang's sturdy and immortal body actually had scars that were difficult to heal. The power of time surged from his body to his fist, and Wang Yang's fist hit Grand Priest's face hard with a force that shook the world and exceeded the speed of light. Boom! Grand Priest felt that Wang Yang's figure suddenly exceeded his perception, and then there was severe pain in his head, and he screamed and flew backwards. On the back of Grand Priest's head, the extremely tough divine ring shattered like a lens under Zeno's shocked gaze and dissipated in the air. After succeeding with one blow, Wang Yang wanted to take advantage of the victory and pursue it, but suddenly found that the power of time in his body had been exhausted. If he did not activate the full potential in his body, then the power of time in his body would be enough for him to have a hearty battle. It's a pity that his power surged too much in a short period of time, and his power of time could only barely give him an increase of one blow. If you want to use the magical power of time many times, you must spend some time to gather the power of time. A flash of lightning flashed across Wang Yang's mind, and countless pieces of information came to mind. However, the movement of his hands did not stop, he dodged and chased after him, and swept towards the Grand Priest with one kick. I just realized the power of time. Grand Priest vomited blood, teleported to avoid Wang Yang's attack, and appeared in the distance laughing wildly. Suddenly Wang Yang found that Grand Priest was actually rushing towards him. What shocked him was that Grand Priest's speed was extremely terrifying, which was not much faster than his speed just now. FK. Only then did Wang Yang realize that Angel could use the power of time. As Angel's father, there was no doubt that Grand Priest could also use it. His billions of years of time, the power of time in his body must be much deeper than that. I was so fooled by Lard that I actually used this trick in front of him. Now I will suffer a lot. Wang Yang took up his stance and complained secretly in his heart. Using the power of time in front of me, you are really trying your best. Grand Priest waved his arms, covering Wang Yang's body at an invisible speed. Even though Wang Yang tried his best to resist, he was still defeated, and a large amount of blood penetrated the space and shot out. In the realm of nothingness, golden blood filled with sacred light carries majestic power through the space, and powerful pressure surges toward the entire place. The waiting people in the 12 universes suddenly suffered a disaster. Some weak people were hit by the blood-containing terrifying power and were directly obliterated. Weiss hurriedly waved the scepter in his hand, forming a protective shield out of thin air to wrap around the people of the 7th universe. Drops of blood collided with the protective shield, and the powerful force caused ripples in the protective shield. Golden blood, is this Wang Yang's? Son Goku exclaimed. It is indeed Wang Yang's. The blood of our angel family is not like this, Weiss said calmly. Seeing the space shrouded in blood mist, and the terrifying energy fluctuations permeating the realm of nothingness, Son Goku fell silent, feeling as if his heart was being pressed by a boulder. Wang Yang's situation doesn't look good. Wang Yang's body was like mud, and there was not a single inch of skin on his body that was good. His flesh seemed to be hanging on a skeleton that was as warm as jade. He suddenly noticed that Grand Priest's speed had slowed down. The power of time in his body must have limits, and it is impossible to use it without limit. Wang Yang was overjoyed, and his whole body seemed to melt and condense into a ball of flesh. The light wave struck, a big explosion exploded, and the meat ball was immediately submerged in the fire. Zeno quickly ducked to avoid harming Chayu. The smoke dissipated, and the meat ball was seen flying through the void and flying into the distance. During the flight, the flesh ball squirmed rapidly, its limbs and head protruded from the surface of the flesh ball, white light shone, and soon Wang Yang appeared intact in front of Grand Priest and Zeno again. Wang Yang's body is full of infinite vitality, and with his control, he can already be reborn with a drop of blood. However, there was no blood on Wang Yang's face at this time, and his breath was fluctuating. Strong recovery power does not mean that he can return to his peak condition every moment. This guy's defense is simply terrifying. If he hadn't been hit hard with the power of time this time, he would have been killed by this guy if he continued to fight. Grand Priest felt the serious loss of origin in his body, and his face was extremely ugly. This was the first time in his life that he had fought such a tragic battle. Such a serious injury, I don't know when I will recover. However, Grand Priest felt that at this moment in the battle, the injury of the guy on the opposite side must be more serious than his. Wang Yang looked at Zeno, who was harmless to humans and animals not far away, and then at Grand Priest, whose divine ring disappeared from the back of his head. His eyes darkened, not knowing what he was thinking. If we continue to fight, even if we can drag Grand Priest to death, I will be extremely weak by then. Any angel can probably kill me, not to mention that there is Zeno here. Grand Priest, you are seriously injured, please step aside and let me do it. Zeno suddenly spoke at this time. Wang Yang was speechless when he suddenly heard Zeno say unnatural words. Yes. Grand Priest nodded quickly, his figure shattered on the spot, and appeared behind Zeno in the next moment. Since Grand Priest won't fight, let's fight next time. As for Zeno, I won't play with a little brat like you. Wang Yang yelled at Zeno angrily, and then his body shook, the void shattered, and he was completely submerged into it. Don't leave, erase it. Zeno noticed that Wang Yang was leaving quickly, and hurriedly raised his hands to use the erasure power in the direction of Wang Yang's departure. Grass. Wang Yang's furious roar was heard in space and time, causing the space and time to become turbulent. The broken time and space slowly healed. Grand Priest and Zeno looked at each other and exhaled. At this moment, a huge beam of light penetrated the void and directly hit Grand Priest and Zeno. Zeno and Grand Priest did not expect that Wang Yang would launch such a terrifying attack before leaving. The unprepared two people were suddenly covered by this terrifying explosion. Boom! The violent power exploded directly, the entire mysterious time and space was instantly disintegrated, and everything around him fell into nothingness. Wang Yang, don't leave if you dare. Wang Yang, you BD, don't let me meet you again. For a long time, in the dead silence of the void, two embarrassed figures stood up, and extremely angry voices came from their mouths. When Grand Priest appeared again in the world of nothingness, a group of people looked around, trying to search for traces of Wang Yang. Could it be that the man named Wang Yang has been killed by Grand Priest? At this time, Grand Priest has put on Grand Priest clothes and restored his elegant and easygoing appearance. Wang Yang. Son Goku didn't feel any breath from Wang Yang. He lowered his head, clenched his fists tightly, and his whole body was trembling. He also felt that Wang Yang died in the hands of Grand Priest. Snapped. A thick palm pressed on Son Goku's shoulder. He raised his eyes subconsciously and found Beerus looking at him with a gloomy expression. Master. Caulifla and Care were a little depressed. They finally had a great master, but they didn't expect to be beaten to death in the blink of an eye. Are you two disciples of that Wang Yang? Grand Priest's eyes fell on Caulifla. Yes. Kel nodded pitifully. No, Master Grand Priest, he used to be our master, but since the master has offended Master Zeno, we decided to judge him and he is no longer my master. Caulifla panicked. He covered Kaire's mouth and sneered at Grand Priest. Master, you were beaten to death by the Grand Priest, and we can't defeat the Grand Priest. In order to protect ourselves, we have no choice but to do it. You don't want me to be beaten to death, right? Caulifla said to Wang Yang in her heart. You guys should disperse. Grand Priest looked at Caulifla indifferently, waved his hand, and signaled the people of the 12 universes to leave quickly. Who hasn't seen Grand Priest? He could see through Caulifla's thoughts at a glance, but he wasn't brave enough to take it out on Wang Yang's young apprentice just because Wang Yang provoked him. Where is Lord Zeno? Grand Priest seems to be injured. Weiss looked at Grand Priest and thought to himself. When they came to Wuji, Grand Priest used his magical power to take them out of the universe, but now he let them leave on their own, not even willing to take action. Ahem. When everyone left, Grand Priest could no longer suppress it and coughed while covering his chest. Wang Yang, UBD. In the endless time and space, a figure is disillusioned step by step, walking in the colorful time and space. What a loss! Big loss. A large amount of blood and essence has been lost, and the source of blood has been severely depleted. It seems that I will need to rest for a while. If I had known that Grand Priest and Zeno would suddenly attack, I would not have participated in this tournament of power. Wang Yang touched his chest and felt the injuries on his body, and his heartache suddenly became unbearable. Originally, as long as I cultivated steadily to the peak, and then made the final leap, I didn't take them seriously, whether it was Grand Priest or Zeno. Unfortunately, everything has changed now. All my plans have been ruined. Just wait for me, I will come back. Different space. The 2-month-old children held their daughters in panic and looked up at the sky full of cracks. Countless streaks of blood-red lightning struck down, and a large amount of water splashed on the calm lake surface, as if the world had fallen into doomsday. Brother Yang, don't worry, I'm fine. I have something to deal with outside and I can't get away for the time being. We can meet soon. Wang Yang's voice rang in the air. As his voice appeared, the cracks in the sky healed quickly, and the lake gradually returned to calm. A big silver-white fish flew out of the lake and fell at Yuer's feet. Then be careful. 2 months sir shouted in unison, and then the two of them looked at each other, smiling with relief. Mother, I'm hungry. I want to eat grilled fish. Da Singer jumped on Yu's body, pressed it to the ground with her small hands, and turned her head to look pitifully at Yuer, who looked more mature. I want to eat too. Xiao Singer was not to be outdone, holding a fin in her fleshy little hands. Okay. Seeing the scene in a different space inside his body, Wang Yang's tired face showed a happy smile. Concentrating his mind, Wang Yang speeded up again and moved rapidly in one direction. Now that his strength has greatly increased, he is no longer lost in time and space, and he has a rough idea of the way home. Wang Yang couldn't help but smile when he thought that he would be able to go home and see his relatives soon. Walking in time and space, there is no concept of time at all. Suddenly Wang Yang's expression changed. He raised his head and looked far ahead. Waves appeared in time and space, and a purple-black figure rushed from the front at great speed, leaving a long tail flame wherever it passed. This figure also noticed Wang Yang's voice and raised his head and looked over. The two people's eyes met, and for a moment the space-time storm stagnated and dissipated. It's really surprising that we can meet other people in the vast space and time. In space and time, if the direction is slightly shifted, or even 1 second difference, we may never meet again. Soon the two were close. Wang Yang looked this man up and down. I saw this man's protruding mouth, pointed ears, and a furry tail behind him. The whole man looked somewhat similar to a dog. What are you looking at? This man was so angry that he couldn't help shouting at Wang Yang. Wang Yang suppressed the displeasure in his heart and looked at him deeply, as if he wanted to keep the other person in mind. The other party was also observing Wang Yang, and a trace of surprise soon appeared on his face. You? Wang Yang glanced at him indifferently, then passed him by, and walked away without slowing down. Although he met a bad-tempered person in time and space, Wang Yang wanted to go home and was injured, so he didn't want to cause trouble. Unfortunately, things backfired. When the man saw that Wang Yang was ignoring him, he felt angry. After hesitating for a while, he turned around and chased after him. Brush! This man appeared in front of Wang Yang with a charge, forcing Wang Yang to stop. What's the matter? Leave as soon as possible, I want to go home. Wang Yang looked at him coldly. I asked you something, but you didn't answer. Do you want to die? As soon as this person opened his mouth, people's anger immediately increased. Even if you die, I won't die. Wang Yang's face darkened and he said bluntly. Since you want to die, then I will make it happen for you. Unexpectedly, Wang Yang didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble came to his door. The man's face showed murderous intent, and his hand movements were like thunderbolts, and he punched Wang Yang. He was simmering with anger in his heart and always wanted to find someone to vent to. This time he met Wang Yang and deliberately made trouble. You want to kill me, but I don't know how much you weigh. Wang Yang stared at the opponent coldly, raised his right hand, and struck the opponent with a fist. Boom. The two of them fought for a moment, and time and space trembled violently. Countless cracks appeared in the time and space tunnel. Through the cracks, one could vaguely see the bizarre world outside. The terrifying aura spread out, the universe trembled violently, and a large number of planets inside exploded under the impact of this force, like a firework blooming in the universe. The two of them exchanged countless moves in an instant. Why is he so powerful? Doge was horrified in his heart. He had been dominating for hundreds of millions of years. He knew that this time he was kicking the iron plate again, and there was an imperceptible slowness in the movements of his hands. Wang Yang has extremely rich fighting experience, and he can see the opponent's flaws with a clear mind. His arm is like a dragon coming out of the abyss, and a punch passes through the opponent's layers of defense and hits him on the head. When? There was a sound like metal knocking, and Wang Yang felt as if he had been hit on a piece of extremely hard metal, and his fists were numb from the shock. This guy's head is harder than the Great God's tube, and his fists feel a little painful. Wang Yang was secretly surprised. Dog screamed in pain and flew out, blood blurring his vision. The aura in Doge's body surged, and the violent arrogance directly turned a piece of time and space into nothingness. He touched the collapsed fist mark on his head, and his heart was filled with horror. Of his whole body, only his head was the strongest. Even after experiencing a terrifying battle before, his head was still intact. After fighting with this man for a moment, his proud head was punched to pieces and blood shot out. His power is simply terrifying. This guy is so scary. Who is he? Why does such a scary guy appear again? Doge screamed crazily in his heart and looked at Wang Yang with a gloomy face. There is something. No wonder you are so arrogant. Wang Yang looked at the red mark on his fist and said coldly to Doge. His strength is on the same level as Grand Priest. Even if his strength is greatly reduced at this time, one punch is enough to kill someone of Angel's level. Boy, if I hadn't been valued, how could you have hurt me? I'll let you off this time, and let's have a good fight next time we meet. Duo Ge shouted to Wang Yang with a stern voice. You are seriously injured. Is it possible that I am not injured? Wang Yang's face turned cold, and murderous intent enveloped the other party. Time and space are endless. I don't know when we will meet again next time. It is a joy to have an opponent. I don't think it will be later, but now, it is a matter of victory or defeat, and it is also a matter of life and death. This time, only one of us will leave. He shot at himself for no reason. Did he really think he was a fool? He was so angry at Super Dimension, and he wanted to find someone to vent his anger to. When Doge heard Wang Yang's words, he suddenly panicked in his heart, and his cruel eyes were full of fear. I just want to kill you, not fight to the death with you. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Duo Ge's face was ferocious, and his whole body was full of arrogance. His hands gathered a huge purple energy and shot towards Wang Yang. Wang Yang did not dare to be careless. He flipped his wrist and a huge energy bomb gathered in front of him and pushed towards Doge with a thunderous force. Boom! The two energy bombs collided together, and a terrifying light filled the surrounding space and time. The destructive explosion destroyed everything around it, and the parallel time and space connected to this huge space and time was suddenly disconnected. In the universe and parallel time and space derived from this space-time, everything is disintegrating and dissipating, as if everything is rootless duckweed. At this moment, the life of universe in the tributary of time and space suddenly sensed something abnormal. What happened? Why are my eyelids beating like crazy? An ominous premonition. Why do I feel like I'm going to die? I'm not at my prime, and I still have a lot of time left. How can I feel like this? Illusion. Everything is an illusion. Natural and man-made disasters continue on the planet, which is no longer suitable for the survival of life. Stars are drying up without warning, and even the universe is collapsing. This weak spacetime tributary is like a branch growing on a big tree. When Wang Yang's attack destroyed the connection between the branch and the trunk, the branch suddenly lost nutrients and slowly withered. People in this time and space don't understand what happened at all. Everything is going to annihilation. Endless pictures flashed across Wang Yang's eyes, and he looked at the countless sentient beings inside with a heavy expression. This is the sadness of being weak and never being able to control your own destiny. Even if I am now, I wonder if to some beings I am as insignificant as the people in this time and space. Are they being wiped out in silence? A terrifying energy storm swept across Liuhe No. 8, and a black figure used this powerful impact to turn over and swing its limbs wildly, running towards the distance. Being in the field, this scene automatically appeared in Wang Yang's mind. It turned out to be a bully that bullies the weak and fears the strong. Wang Yang smiled coldly, and rushed towards the terrifying energy explosion, chasing after Doge. He was disillusioned step by step, his figure was approaching rapidly, and a large number of intersections between time and space were quickly thrown behind him. Dog took the opportunity to look back and found Wang Yang's figure getting closer and closer. He was so frightened that the hair on his body exploded, and an indescribable feeling of fear filled his whole body. I shouldn't have provoked him just now. Dog's intestines were trembling. Brother, please wait a moment, there are things to discuss, there are things to discuss. Duo Ge continued to speed up, turning around and shouting at Wang Yang. Did you just say you wanted to kill me? Wang Yang looked indifferent, and his aura was locked on Doge, making it impossible for him to escape from his grasp no matter what. Brother, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? I was rude and talking nonsense just now. Don't take it to heart. After using violent methods for a long time, even if he doesn't use his brain often, Doge understands this time that he cannot admit it and must surrender, otherwise he will die without any chance of survival. Wang Yang was non-committal, but his speed became even faster. Brother, I'm telling the truth. I really didn't want to kill you, my companions and I just met a strong enemy. He was too cruel and attacked us as soon as we disagreed. My companion died in his hands. Seeing the bad opportunity, I ran away quickly and escaped. Unexpectedly, I met you, the boss. I just have anger in my heart. When I saw you just now, I was angry and said something rude to you. Why don't you show mercy and treat me like a fart? In order to survive, Doge begged for mercy without moral integrity. So that's it. Wang Yang said quietly, but his speed did not slow down at all. In a blink of an eye, Wang Yang was already approaching, and Wang Yang was about to capture him in one fell swoop. When the crisis came, Doge turned around suddenly, purple-black flames covering his whole body, and punched out. The fist exuded powerful power that made the surrounding space and time tremble violently. The space-time storm that was approaching rapidly in the distance collapsed under the pressure of his fist. Wang Yang sneered, being within the domain, all the other party's actions were invisible. While dodging to avoid the opponent's attack, he raised his fist and punched it out like a sky-shattering force. Boom! Doge's head was hit hard again, and he screamed miserably as his whole body flew away with Wang Yang's punch. Blood-containing powerful life energy flew across the river of time and space. At this moment, Doge's face was completely covered in blood, and he couldn't help but roar in pain, causing the surrounding time and space to fluctuate. He felt that everything in front of him was twisting and spinning, his indestructible bones were about to crack, and a strong fear rose uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart. A flash of white light appeared in front of him. The silver-white hairs were like steel needles, emitting crystal light. It seemed that every hair had the power to pierce the barrier of time and space. The thick and long tail flicked gently, leaving cracks in space and time. No one doubted that his tail could break up a huge star. The terrifying aura was like an abyss and a prison, and the surrounding space and time could not bear the weight of Wang Yang's body, causing cracks to form. Wang Yang's cold eyes were like ice falling on Doge's body, and he suddenly became more awake. Just when Wang Yang took action again, it was too late, but it was too late, and Duo Ji was lying on the ground for an instant, with a tail hanging between his legs. He looked as timid as possible. Uncle, spare my life. Wang Yang didn't know what to say for a moment when he saw Doge, who was trembling at his feet and not as domineering and ruthless as before. A person who is shameless is invincible, especially when such a strong man surrenders to him. Wang Yang's murderous intention towards him also dissipates a little bit. Spare your life? Didn't you just want to kill me? How can I spare your life? Wang Yang looked down at Doge, his voice unusually cold. Me. Dog was trembling with fear and was speechless for a moment. The surrounding time and space suddenly seemed silent. Doge lay motionless at Wang Yang's feet. For a long time, he noticed that there was no movement above him, so he couldn't help but quietly raise his head. When he saw the other party staring at him sternly, Doge was so frightened that he immediately lowered his head, and the cold sweat on his forehead could not stop dripping down into the vast space. Maybe it would be good to have a dog. Next time if you disobey, you can stew it and eat it. Wang Yang's sharp gaze made Doge sting as if his whole body was being pricked by needles. With a flip of his hand, space-time energy gathered crazily. Dogger felt this huge energy fluctuation, and the hair all over his body suddenly exploded, and he jumped into the air. He thought Wang Yang was going to kill him. Come here. Wang Yang said coldly towards Doge, holding a dog leash condensed with energy. This. Doge hesitated for a moment, and suddenly found that the other person's eyes were narrowed, and the cold murderous intention once again enveloped his body. The dog chain in his hand melted like ice and snow, turning into a terrifying energy bomb. Master, if you absolutely can't do it, I'll come over right now. Doge's face was uncertain, and he turned back reluctantly. He couldn't escape, nor could he be beaten. He knew that if he didn't obey, it would be his fate to die without a body intact. Wang Yang's face turned slightly bright, and with a flick of his wrist, the energy bomb turned into a chain again and wrapped around Doge's thick neck. This is not the first time that I, Doge, have been used as a dog for others. When I recover from my injuries, it will be the day when I, Doge, will bite my master. Doge lowered his head, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He always felt that his new master was not as powerful as he was in his heyday, so he treated Wang Yangxiu as a slave for the sake of his future affairs. A dog should be a dog. Well, why do you need extra wisdom? Perhaps he noticed that Doge's brain was rebellious. Wang Yang's cold voice sounded in his ears. A great crisis and terror spread throughout his body. Doge felt the chains around his neck tighten, and his whole body was imprisoned by a powerful energy. He tried his best to slowly raise his head and look at Wang Yang. A broad slap gradually enlarged in his sight, and then slapped him firmly on the head. No. Doge was frightened and cried out. Snapped. Wang Yang's hand was so strong that Doge's tough fur cracked again, and the invisible and qualityless spiritual attack detonated in Doge's mind. Woof, woof, woof. I saw Duo Ji lying at Wang Yang's feet, shaking violently, his limbs bent, his eyelids turned up, and his mouth unconsciously making instinctive screams, accompanied by white foam constantly coming out. His body was emitting a purple-black light, and his whole person was undergoing inexplicable changes. Then his limbs shrank, and he turned into a thick black dog under Wang Yang's eyes. Wang Yang didn't believe how loyal this guy would be. His strength should not be underestimated, and his personality was even more arrogant and cruel. In order to prevent his injury from getting better and causing trouble for himself, it would be better to directly erase his consciousness for peace of mind. Holding the dog leash in his hand, Wang Yang moved his body and dragged the big black dog that looked like a dead dog away. The surrounding environment was changing rapidly, and soon Wang Yang had arrived at the location of the spacetime explosion just now. Well, a long sigh echoed in the long river of time and space. Countless sentient beings are really too heavy. Since it started because of me, I naturally can't sit back and ignore it. Wang Yang's right hand passed through the barrier of time and space, and his arm became larger and larger, like a golden torrent of energy. It seemed like eternity, yet seemed like a moment, and finally turned into an energy arm larger than the universe. The universe is as small as a chicken in front of his arm. I don't know how long it took, but the big hand of energy suddenly grabbed the tributary of time and space that was about to dissipate, and imprisoned it again. Living in time and space, Wang Yang dragged this strange tributary of time and space with all his strength. Fortunately, this strange tributary of time and space is not as vast as the other side of super time and space, otherwise he would be powerless. Wang Yang looked solemn, and grabbed this piece of time and space with one arm, dragging it towards the vast river of time and space where he was. Boom! As his power exploded completely, the disconnected tributaries of time and space were completely connected by his astonishing power, and all the lives in the tributaries of time and space suddenly felt as at ease as a baby swallow returning to its nest. What happened? I feel like I don't have to die. Haha, haha, I have found the meaning of existence. Illusion, everything is an illusion. The murder I just committed must also be an illusion. Why didn't the end of the world happen? Didn't I have to be judged for what I did just now? God, you are playing tricks on me. Some are happy, some are angry, all living beings are in various poses. Bang, bang, bang. In time and space, Wang Yang clenched his fist and beat a black dog as big as a calf, making it howl and bark. Woof, woof woof. Dehei, squat down for me. The black dog looked at Wang Yang blankly, but when he saw the fierce and cruel man in front of him raised his fist again, the black hair all over his body exploded, and he hurriedly lay down and trembled, with his huge head buried deeply between his two front paws. Inside. Bang, bang. I told you to squat down, not lie down. Ouch. I don't know how long it took, but after Wang Yang's heavy lessons, Dehei quickly obeyed Wang Yang's instructions. Suddenly, two breaths erupted from a certain dimensional space from the tributaries of time and space, attracting Wang Yang's attention. Wang Yang lowered his eyes, and countless pictures flashed by. His eyes seemed to have passed through layers of space and finally settled on a planet. It turns out this is this time and space. Interesting. Wang Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Let's go. Wang Yang pulled the dog leash. After hearing Wang Yang's words, the big black tail was sandwiched between his legs, and he followed Wang Yang step by step. A sacred place? Ancestor, what happened? The white-haired man looked at an old man with a hunched body and a thin figure. If Wang Yang were here, he would know these two people. They are Old Supreme Kai and Jebit God respectively. Just now, we were almost finished. I feel like the universe is dying. Old Supreme Kai's deep voice sounded. Is it that terrifying wave at the beginning? That power is truly earth-shattering and frightening. God Jebit couldn't help but tremble when he thought of that power. In front of this power, he was as weak as an ant on the ground. Even Majin Buu was nothing in front of it. It's okay now, the universe is back to life again. Old Supreme Kai looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. Why is this happening? Is there someone powerful? But aren't Goku and the others the most powerful people in the universe? Jabit was completely confused. Your vision still needs to be improved. Each mountain is higher than the other, maybe even for people outside of time and space like us. The old Supreme Kai glared at God JB with hatred. Haha. God JB smiled awkwardly. Oops, ancestor, look at Goku, he seems to have lost his mind. Suddenly God JB's eyes fell on the crystal ball and he couldn't help but exclaimed. Wang Yang took Dehei and disappeared into time and space, appearing on a planet in the universe. With a wave of his hands, Yor and others from another space suddenly appeared in front of him. Father. As soon as the two little stars saw Wang Yang, they immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly. Haha, my singer, you miss me so much. Wang Yang laughed and rubbed his cheek against theirs, feeling that the two singer were cuter than her two brothers. The 2-month boy on the side looked at this scene with a smile. Soon the eyes of the two stars fell on the obedient big black dog at Wang Yang's feet. Dog, stand up. Dehei showed his snow-white teeth, the hair on his body suddenly stood up, and he looked at Singer and the two men fiercely. Facing Dehei's ferocious gaze, Liang Singer was not afraid at all, and still flew toward it with a smile on his face. Be honest with me. At this moment, Wang Yang glared and punched down. As if struck by lightning, the big black dog whined and lay on the ground obediently, letting Singer and the two jump around on its generous back. I know you have doubts in your hearts, which time and space am I, Wang Yang? Right. Wang Yang turned his head and looked at the two you are opposite with a smile. Actually, we are fused. The future is me, the past is me, and they are all me, Wang Yang. Wang Yang explained. Fusion of two Wang Yangs, still Wang Yang, in this case there is no difference in who is the master and who is the auxiliary, it just has some more memories. When one day he returns to his own universe and merges with his other self, their memories will merge together again. This kind of fusion is equivalent to holding a bowl in his left hand and chopsticks in his right hand, and they are naturally harmonious with each other. If you continue to fuse, won't I have one more person? Yor couldn't help but ask, and future Yor also nodded. They already knew that Wang Yang came from other time and space, and would one day return to his own universe and merge with another person. There is still 1 month over there, and now they can each have half of it, but what will happen to the 3-month-old then? Wouldn't the love given to them become 1/3? I think we should also merge into one person, 2-month children said in unison. Really? Don't think about it again. Wang Yang asked. I won't consider it anymore. I won't consider it anymore. The 2 months children looked at each other and nodded firmly. Then let's get started. Wang Yang reached out and touched their foreheads respectively, passing on the secret technique of origin fusion. The fusion secret technique of the Madama people is to fuse 2 different people together. This secret technique has several shortcomings. The stronger the strength, the shorter the fusion time. With Wang Yang's current strength, this fusion secret technique has lost its effect. Once fusion is used, he will be separated instantly. The original fusion secret technique that Wang Yang passed on to Yor was specially created by him for himself. When he fought the Grand Priest before, he used this technique to successfully fuse with his future self. After fusion, the 2 people completely become one person, their origins are enhanced, and their powers are superimposed. Yor and the 2 closed their eyes, holding each other's hands with both hands. White light enveloped the 2 of them, their bodies gradually became transparent, and then fused together towards each other. The white light dissipated, and the 2 people completely became one person. The appearance of the new Yor is not much different from the previous one. Although its power is a little stronger, it is still the same in Wang Yang's eyes. One mother is missing. The white light dissipated, and De Singer was riding on the back of the big black dog. His eyes widened when he saw the scene in front of him. My mother is gone. Xiao Singer sighed and burst into tears. Good boy, don't cry. Mom is here, we just became one person. Yor walked up and hugged little Singer and said in a funny and good-natured way. Seeing Yor missing one person, Wang Yang felt a little sad and felt a little disappointed in his heart. Do you regret it? Yor suddenly tilted her snow-white neck and winked at Wang Yang slyly. As to whether I regret it or not, it's best to be one person, so that I won't neglect others. Wang Yang shook his head righteously. When he returns to his own time and space in the future, he will feel a big headache after 3 months. Tell me, do you and Singer want to? They don't need it. Isn't it good to have more daughters? Wang Yang refused. You're right. Yor thought for a while and nodded. On the top of a high-rise building, Wang Yang's family appeared out of thin air. Who is that man with red hair? He looks a bit like Son Goku. Yor looked curiously at a man with red hair in front of him fighting a huge golden ape. He is Son Goku, the Son Goku of this time and space. Wang Yang explained. Seeing the plot ahead of him that he had stayed up all night watching in his previous life, Wang Yang felt a little sad and a little emotional. That's it. Yor suddenly realized. It seems he can't defeat that giant ape. Why don't you go over and help? No need, he will defeat the opponent. Wang Yang smiled faintly, and if Son Goku lost to him, he would help him. But according to the original destiny trajectory, Son Goku will defeat the opponent. In this case, why should he go there? After hearing Wang Yang's words, Yor said nothing more. She knew that Wang Yang and Son Goku were inseparable. Even if Son Goku in other time and space encountered threats, he would not sit idly by if he saw it. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and a stone as tall as a person roared towards Wang Yang at high speed. Boom! A vigorous figure appeared in front of Wang Yang's family, punched and exploded the flying stones. Don't stand so high. It's very dangerous. Come down quickly. Seeing that the crisis was over, Xiao Fang turned to Wang Yang and shouted loudly. Little sister, it's okay, we are safe. Yor looked at Xiao Fang and smiled gently. Where could she be safer than her husband's side? You haven't lost your mind. Xiao Fang couldn't help but be surprised when she saw that the Wang Yang family's eyes were clear and not full of evil like other people who were controlled. We are fine, thank you for your concern. Wang Yang smiled slightly and looked at Xiao Fang curiously. Time flies so fast. When he opens his eyes, he and his grandson Goku were born on planet Vegeta at the same time. In the blink of an eye, his grandson Goku in this time and space is already a grandfather. I wonder how old Xiao Shen and Xiao Sheng are now. Have they found girlfriends? If I go back, I don't know if I can have a grandson. Just when Wang Yang was thinking about it, the battlefield changed dramatically. Sun Wufan and others regained their consciousness after being baptized by the super divine water. All the energy gathered in Son Goku's body, and the battle was reversed. The golden giant ape was defeated by the super fourth grandson Goku. Seeing Son Goku blasting the escaping baby into the sun with a wave of turtle Qigong, Wang Yang smiled and teleported away with Yor and others. After watching the fun, let's go. Not long after Wang Yang left, Son Goku turned his eyes to where Wang Yang was standing just now. Grandpa, what are you looking at? Xiao Fang looked at Son Goku curiously. Nothing, there seemed to be something flashing over there just now. Son Goku pointed to where Wang Yang was just now and smiled. Where are they? Xiao Fang said in surprise. Wang Yang moved through the void and came to the earth with his family and a black dog. With Wang Yang's current strength, if he is willing to explore, he will have all the scenery in the universe in his heart. With his understanding of the way of time and space, he can go anywhere in the universe without the other party's breath. The earth is actually entangled with countless black energy. Wang Yang could see the black energy that ordinary people could not see at a glance. The black air is getting thicker and thicker, giving people a strange and ominous atmosphere, as if the earth is being cursed. Wang Yang didn't have a deep understanding of this curse-like negative aura, but, with a heavy foot on the ground, the golden light spread from the soles of Wang Yang's feet in all directions like lightning, completely enveloping the entire earth in an instant, and then the golden light disappeared in a flash. This light has no effect on the people on the earth. They only feel as if their whole bodies are shaken by the sun. As Wang Yang baptized himself with his own energy, the black air that filled the surface of the planet suddenly dissipated. Wang Yang's strength is enough to destroy the entire universe and imprison this piece of time and space. Purifying the curse on an unobservable planet in the universe is as simple as drizzle to him. Let's go home and rest for a few days before leaving, Wang Yang said to Yuer with a smile. The home he was talking about was the home on the superdimensional Earth. There is also an Earth here, and an identical home can be rebuilt in its original location. His injury has not healed, and it took a lot of effort to stabilize this space and time this time. He really needs to rest for a while. There was a terrifying aura flashing across the Earth just now. Son Goku suddenly raised his head and looked at the position of the Earth, saying seriously, "Not bad." Trunks looked at the Earth deeply. Is the Earth about to explode? Sun Wuhan said as he pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. This possibility cannot be ruled out. It seems that we must hurry up and bring people from the Earth to this planet. Son Goku nodded, and then joined forces with Xiao Fang and others to bring all the people on Earth to the new Ziful planet. Relying on the perception of breath, Son Goku took people from the Earth away one by one. On this day, Son Goku noticed that there was still breath left on the Earth, and immediately rushed over with a teleportation. Son Goku, the Earth can't explode, there's no need to leave. As soon as Wang Yang spoke, Super 4th Son Goku was shocked. You know me? How do you know the Earth won't explode? Son Goku looked at Wang Yang with some confusion. The Black Star Dragon Balls were created before the gods split. When the dragons are summoned to make a wish, if they are not collected within a year, the wishing planet will explode. Son Goku and the others finally found the 7 Black Star Dragon Balls from the universe, and they were taken away by Baby and made a wish to create a new Ziffer star, so that the Earth was not far away from exploding. Because the curse on the Earth has been purified by me, the Earth will not explode. Wang Yang smiled lightly. Even if there is no curse to purify the Earth, as long as he wants, he can suppress the explosion of the Earth with his powerful power. And even if the Earth really explodes, the recondensed power of time and space can turn back time on the Earth. Really or not? Son Goku was a little in disbelief. The ordinary man in front of him had an aura the size of an ordinary person. Does he have such a powerful ability? Just in case, why don't you go to another planet with me first? If the Earth doesn't explode by then, I will send you back. Son Goku thought for a while and decided to take them away together to be on the safe side. Go. No, you can go on your own. Wang Yang smiled at Son Goku, waved his hand, and the power of space covered Son Goku's body, moving him directly to the new Ziful planet. Son Goku only felt that the environment in front of him had changed, and noisy sounds came over. He subconsciously looked up at the crowd of people around him. At this moment, his brain was slow. Dad, you are back. Have you brought everyone on the Earth with you? Sun Wuhan saw his father standing there without moving, so he flew forward and asked. I just met a mysterious man on the Earth. He said that the Earth will not explode. Son Goku scratched his head and said, Dad, many people didn't believe that the Earth would explode before. It was Mr. Satan's explanation that made everyone believe it. You must have met people who don't even believe Mr. Satan's words. Sun Wuhan said with a smile. The Earth is so big that it is full of wonders, so it is not surprising that some people do not believe what Satan says. I was going to bring him here, but he waved his hand and I appeared here. Son Goku still feels incredible every time he thinks about it. This man is so powerful. Even after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he was teleported away without any resistance. What he said should not be a lie. Sun Wuhan was also shocked by Son Goku's words. Is there such a powerful person in the world? No matter whether the Earth will explode or not, we are here to wait and see how it gets better. Since that person is so powerful, let Dad come here in an instant. I believe that even if the Earth explodes, it will not hurt him. Sun Wuhan said with a smile. When the time for the Earth to explode came, Son Goku and others standing on the new Ziffer planet looked at each other. The Earth really didn't explode? It seems that what that person said is true, the Earth will not explode. Son Goku laughed. This is a great result. Uncle Piccolo won't have to die. Sun Wuhan also smiled. In order to prevent the Earth from exploding due to the side effects of the Black Heart Dragon Ball again, Piccolo chose to remain silent with the Earth, making the Black Heart Dragon Ball useless. In this case, do we need to look for the Black Heart Dragon Ball again? At this time, the girl Xiao Fang asked doubtfully. No need to search. If they are collected and used again, wouldn't the Earth explode again? It is better to distribute them to the universe so that they will not be collected. Son Goku thought for a while and said, yeah. Xiao Fang nodded repeatedly after listening to Son Goku's words. The Earth is safe and sound, and the humans on New Zephal are sent back one after another by Son Goku and others. Peace returned to the Earth. On this day, 2 uninvited guests came to Wang Yang's home. Son Goku, why are you here? Wang Yang was fishing with his daughter in his arms and asked without turning his head when he saw 2 streams of light falling behind him. Haha, I want to make friends with you. You know I am Son Goku, but I don't know your name yet. Son Goku, who turned into a child, walked up with a smile. He knew that the opponent's strength should not be underestimated, so he couldn't wait to bring Xiaofang to Wang Yang after finishing his work. My name is Wang Yang. It turns out it's you. Xiaofang walked up and couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Wang Yang's face. He was clearly the person he met on Zephyr. Wang Yang smiled. Boom, boom, the 2 stars, one big and one small, grabbed stones and threw them towards the river. The fish that was about to bite the hook suddenly swam away in fright. The 2 of them had so much fun that water jets exploded across the river. Your daughter is so amazing, just like Xiaofang when she was a child. Son Goku looked at the 2 stars in surprise. Xiaofang? Where is Xiaofang? When De Singer heard Son Goku's words, he stopped what he was doing and his big, pure eyes turned around. I'm Xiaofang, you guys are so cute. Xiaofang picked up Daxinger with stars in her eyes and teased her with her fingers. You are lying, you are not Xiaofang, Xiaofang is only so big. Daxinger pouted her mouth and made gestures with her hands in front of her. Xiaofang was this big when she was little, and now she has grown up. Son Goku laughed. The fish hook with concentrated energy streaked across the bottom of the river and sank into the mouth of a big fish like lightning. Wang Yang raised his right hand, and the big fish struggled to break through the water and landed on the shore. Son Goku, you have to practice hard recently. If you continue to relax like this, you will be in big trouble. Wang Yang turned his head and looked at Son Goku, who looked like a child with a relaxed expression. Trouble? What big trouble? Son Goku was immediately attracted and asked curiously. Soon, a powerful enemy will appear. Wang Yang raised his head and saw that there were many space-time cracks in the universe, and a large amount of black aura was continuously flowing in from outside the universe. Although he reset this tributary of time and space before, it still had an impact on the universe in time and space, and a large number of time and space cracks appeared in the universe. These time and space cracks are connected to other time and space, some of which are past time and space, and some of which are future time and space. Maybe someone comes through these time and space cracks. That's great, we finally have a powerful enemy. Son Goku clenched his hands into fists and shouted excitedly. He is never afraid of how strong his enemies are, he only worries about whether he has any enemies to fight against. Looking at Son Goku's longing expression, Wang Yang also showed a smile. How happy you are now, how desperate you will be in the future. Wang Yang, I feel that you are very powerful, let's have a fight. Son Goku opened his stance and shouted towards Wang Yang. Hey, you have a fight with Son Goku. Wang Yang shouted to the big black dog huddled at the door with a lack of interest. Wang Yang, why don't you take action? Do you look down on me? Son Goku shouted to Wang Yang angrily. Wang Yang nodded silently, his ordinary combat skills could no longer be improved. After the battle with Grand Priest, he now has little desire to fight against weaker people. The terrifying Super Saiyan 4 was not even noticed by him, and Son Goku and Xiaofang didn't know what to say. The big black dog who was sleeping at the door suddenly jumped up when he heard Wang Yang's words, swung his limbs very fast, and ran towards Wang Yang like the wind. Over the past few days, Dehei has also understood people's words. Call? A huge black shadow flashed past, accompanied by strong winds, blowing Son Goku Crab's hair to the left, and the leaves of a big tree not far away fell like a goddess scattering flowers. Dehei. Son Goku looked at the big black dog with his tongue sticking out in front of him, a little confused. Wang Yang is asking me to fight a dog? Wang Yang, you're not asking me to fight a dog, are you? Son Goku reacted and pointed at the big black dog in disbelief. Woohoo! It was like a thunderous sound coming from the mouth of a big black dog. Its body sank slightly and it stared at Son Goku unkindly. It felt the contempt of the other party. Be careful, don't hit too hard. Wang Yang ignored Son Goku and said calmly to the big black dog. It's okay, don't be merciful. Son Goku suddenly became unhappy when he heard Wang Yang asking the opponent to let go. He didn't care whether his opponent was Wang Yang. Come on, Dehei. Son Goku looked relaxed and raised his palm to wave at Dehei. Dehei had just heard that the guy in front of him was looking down on him, and his big mouth was already thirsty. How could he hold back after hearing his words? Woof. Dehei barked loudly, with anger in his eyes, and his calf-sized body carried an aura as heavy as a mountain, like a black lightning streaking across the sky, flying towards Son Goku. Son Goku was accidentally thrown to the ground, and his arms were pinned to the ground by Dehei's claws. Son Goku struggled desperately, but the big black dog pressed down like a mountain, making it impossible for him to break free. Dehei's long tongue licked the outside of his mouth, and his saliva dripped on Son Goku's face, showing a greedy look on his face. Boom! Golden light surged, and Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan with a roar, trying to break free from the opponent's imprisonment. But soon Son Goku's expression changed. He found that even if he transformed into a Super Saiyan, it was still difficult to break free from the opponent's control. How is that possible? Son Goku shouted in disbelief. Inside the house, Yor, who was preparing meals, heard the noise outside and couldn't help but walk out. Why is Daehei fighting with someone? Yor watched from a distance as Daehei pressed a child to the ground and hurriedly stepped forward. Daehei, be careful, don't hurt the child. Yor thought Son Goku was a naughty child in the village. That's Son Goku. He wants to fight me. I'm not interested, so I let Daehei fight him. Wang Yang smiled at Yor, who was approaching. That's it. Yor suddenly realized, and then looked at the person and the dog with bright eyes curiously. Seeing that he could not escape no matter what, Son Goku finally faced the big black dog pressing on him. This is not an ordinary dog, this is a big black dog that is more terrifying than Majin Buu. The big black dog's ferocious mouth slowly turned downwards. At this time, Son Goku felt a creepy feeling in his heart. The roar resounded through the sky, and the danger was approaching. Son Goku could no longer hide his clumsiness, and the light flashed. His body grew rapidly, and a large amount of red hair grew on his body. Son Goku, who transformed into Super Saiyan 4, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, showing a confident look on his face. Son Goku moved his arms, and the smile on his face suddenly froze, but he still couldn't break free. How can it be? Get up. A roar pierced the sky, the rolling sound was like a stormy sea, the golden flames shot straight into the sky, the ripples of the air seemed to spread out, and the surrounding trees all rose from the ground. Snapped. Wang Yang stepped on the ground, energy spread out, and a huge protective shield enveloped everyone. As soon as the energy storm generated by Son Goku's explosion hit the protective shield, it was immediately insurmountable. Suddenly, the golden light emanating from Son Goku suddenly collapsed, red blood spurted out, and his shoulder was bitten by a big black dog. It hurts. Stop your mouth, loose your mouth. Son Goku's head whipped around in pain, making a hole in the ground. Grandpa. Xiao Fang was shocked when she saw the scene in front of her. She ignored Da Singer and put her on the ground to rescue Son Goku. Okay, let go. Wang Yang walked up and hit Daehei's head with the fishing rod to signal him to let go. After hearing Wang Yang's order, Daehei opened his mouth angrily, and drops of blood dripped down his sharp fangs. The scarlet tongue with black spots rolled up, and the dripping blood was swept into its belly, and then the big black dog walked toward the door of the house with disdain. Grandpa, are you okay? Xiao Fang helped Son Goku up with a worried look on her face. It's okay. Son Goku touched the wound on his shoulder, grinned and shook his head. Daehei, let's start over. Son Goku was a little unwilling and shouted towards Daehei, who was facing him with his butt. Daehei didn't seem to hear Son Goku's words and was still walking on his own. Look at the punch. Son Goku shouted and rushed towards Daehei. Seeing that he was about to hit Daehei with a punch, Daehei was still indifferent. Son Goku subconsciously withdrew half of the strength of his fist. Snapped. Son Goku screamed, and his strong body was thrown away at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Grandpa. Xiao Fang, with quick eyes and quick hands, flew to catch Son Goku. I actually can't see its movement. Son Goku covered his chest and looked in disbelief at the big black dog huddled up in a ball, sleeping with its eyes closed. Don't think that you will be invincible after transforming into Super Saiyan 4. You still have a long way to go. Wang Yang held Yor's hand and slowly passed by Son Goku. The protective shield dissipated silently. It's time to eat fish. Big Singer cheered and dragged the big fish on the ground, and followed Wang Yang's pace with Little Singer. Grandpa. Xiao Fang looked at the shocked grandfather with some worry. It's great. Son Goku's dull eyes gradually brightened, and he shouted excitedly. The strength of the other party inspires his passion, and he will surely be as strong as him, or even stronger. Son Goku looked at Wang Yang's back firmly. I knew Grandpa would not be defeated. Xiao Fang saw a smile on her face when she saw her grandpa regaining his fighting spirit. The aroma of rice filled his nose, and his mouth was full of saliva. Son Goku's stomach suddenly growled, and he brought Xiao Fang to the house with a smile to eat. I'm so hungry, Wang Yang, Xiao Fang and I can have a meal together. Okay. Wang Yang didn't care. I didn't expect Son Goku to turn into a child. I'm still a little uncomfortable with it. Yor looked at Son Goku with a smile as he ate 10 bowls of rice in a row. It was Pilaf and the others who made a wish to the dragon to turn me into a child. Son Goku said vaguely while eating. Delicious, delicious. The food you make is so delicious. Son Goku swallowed it whole, laughed, then lowered his head and continued to eat. Xiao Fang saw that her grandfather was very imageless and couldn't help but hold her forehead and smile bitterly. Wang Yang couldn't help but smile. The innocent Son Goku is really fond of people. After eating and drinking enough, Son Goku slumped on the sofa in an inconspicuous manner, stroking his belly with both hands. So full. Wang Yang, your Daehei is so powerful. Even if I transform into Super Saiyan 4, I can't hurt it. Son Goku admired. Daehei's breed is a bit special, and his personality is also very ferocious. It took me a lot of effort to subdue him. Wang Yang smiled lightly. Then your strength is really terrifying. I didn't know there was a person like you on Earth for so many years. Son Goku couldn't help but swallowed when he saw Wang Yang. He was obviously shocked by Wang Yang's strength. But since you are so powerful, why didn't Baby show up when he caused trouble to the Earth before? Son Goku thought of the previous disaster and immediately looked at Wang Yang in confusion. You guessed it wrong. I just came from another time and space. It's not surprising that you haven't seen me before. Wang Yang said with a smile. Like future Trunks. Son Goku subconsciously thought of Trunks, who came from the future world more than 20 years ago. Roughly the same. Then do you have many time and space experts here? Son Goku asked curiously, his eyes shining. There are so many. With your strength, you can't even rank in the top 30 there. Wang Yang thought for a while. The Dragon of God restored the universe that was erased by Zeno. Now there are 18 universes. The God of Destruction and Angel 36 in total. Coupled with Zeno, Grand Priest, and some powerful warriors, the Son Goku in front of him can even be ranked 40. So many. Son Goku suddenly jumped up. Xiao Feng on the side also had some doubts. Are there really so many strong people over there? You must know that Son Goku, who has transformed into Super Saiyan 4 here, is the strongest person in the universe known to Xiao Feng. Aunt Yuer, is what Uncle Wang Yang said true? Xiao Feng turned to the gentle and quiet Yuer and asked. It's true. Yuer nodded with a smile. Although she hadn't met many strong men, she believed everything Wang Yang said. Then where does your strength rank? Son Goku looked at Wang Yang without blinking. Even Xiao Feng's eyes were attracted. Not long ago, I had a battle with 2 people ranked in the top 3. Where do you think I rank? The smile on Wang Yang's face gradually disappeared. It's really, really awesome, so scary. Son Goku couldn't help but gasped when he heard Wang Yang's words. He could beat 2 of the top 3 by himself. How powerful could he be? Although that experience seemed extremely remarkable to others, it was his biggest setback for Wang Yang. Wang Yang, can you guide me in my cultivation? Son Goku looked at Wang Yang with a pleading look. Okay, since I have to rest here for some time, I'll give you some advice by the way. Wang Yang nodded in agreement. Without him, Goku, the grandson of this time and space, would disappear together with Shenlong after defeating the Super One-Star Dragon. When he saw this scene back then, he felt an unexplainable regret in his heart. Next, I will give you good guidance, and I hope you can defeat future enemies. Wang Yang looked up at the negative auras that continued to gather from other time and space, and said lightly, yeah, I will become stronger and I will definitely be able to defeat the enemy. Son Goku jumped up happily when he heard that Wang Yang agreed to give him instructions. He felt that the passion that had been dormant for a long time was once again aroused. Wang Yang, let's get started. Son Goku tightened his belt, raised his head and looked at Wang Yang with burning eyes. This anxious look is indeed very Goku. Bring it on. Wang Yang put his hands behind his back and walked outside the house. Son Goku Pian followed closely behind. Xiao Feng was extremely curious about the advice of a super strong man like Wang Yang, so she was not willing to miss it. The time and space I came from is somewhat similar to yours. There are also you, Vegeta, Sun Wuhan and the others. Wang Yang said as he walked. Huh. Son Goku couldn't help being surprised. There's nothing surprising. Time and space are endless. It's not surprising that there are countless you. I've seen several of you along the way. Wang Yang said lightly. The time and space in which he was born, super time and space, future Wang Yang's time and space, Trunks time and space, Black Goku, plus the grandson Goku in front of him, there are 6 in total. Am I strong in other time and space? Son Goku asked curiously. Just so. Wang Yang said with a faint smile. I see, it turns out that I was so weak in other time and space. Son Goku was a little disappointed. Wang Yang looked at him speechlessly. Isn't it right? Seeing Wang Yang looking at him like a fool, Son Goku couldn't help scratching his head in confusion. The average thing I say is for me. It means your strength in my eyes, that's all. Wang Yang couldn't help laughing. Haha. Son Goku laughed dryly, and then he realized that he had made a mistake. In the last time and space, Son Goku there would not transform into Super Saiyan 4, but would walk on the path of a god after Super Saiyan 3. Wang Yang stopped teasing and started talking about business. God. Son Goku looked at Wang Yang longingly. After they defeated Majin Buu, one day, Wang Yang briefly told Son Goku the story of Son Goku from time and space. The arrival of the God of Destruction, transformation into Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, Golden Frieza's revenge, Zamace's plan to eliminate humans, the fierce battle in the Tournament of Power, White God, etc. Here, Son Goku has been living peacefully for more than 10 years after annihilating Majin Buu. At this time, he suddenly heard about the experience of Son Goku from across time and space. His blood boiled and he wished he could take his own life. It's really, really enviable. No matter which time and space he is so awesome. Xiao Feng's eyes lit up, cheering for Goku, the grandson from other time and space. Super Blue, the ultimate freedom of mind. Son Goku murmured to himself, his eyes getting brighter and brighter, like 2 big light bulbs. Wang Yang, what do you mean? Son Goku looked at Wang Yang without blinking. I'll let you take a path that I have explored before. Wang Yang said with a smile. Son Goku couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. If he followed the path that Wang Yang found, wouldn't he be able to reach his current level? It's very exciting just thinking about it. What is it? Son Goku's voice was trembling, and his fiery eyes almost melted people. Back then, I fused the power of Super Saiyan 4 with the power of Super Blue. This is a very powerful path. Do you want to learn it? Wang Yang looked at Son Goku with a smile. Learn? I want to learn. Son Goku blurted out. He only felt trembling all over, thinking about Super Blue and Super 4 fusion. If it could succeed, the power would be extremely terrifying. What should I do now? Son Goku asked. Become a god first. If you don't become a god, How can you fuse the two powers? Wang Yang said. I'm going to call everyone here. Son Goku jumped up immediately and pointed two fingers on his forehead. After hearing Wang Yang's report just now, he already knew the way to transform into a Super Saiyan God. The mind power of 5 upright Saiyans was injected into the body of another Saiyan. Soon, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Vegeta, and Trunks were brought over by Son Goku. Vegeta and others looked at Wang Yang, who Son Goku said was powerful. Kakarot, don't lie to me. If you can't become a god, I want you to look good. Vegeta withdrew his gaze, crossed his arms and looked at Son Goku coldly. Don't worry, you can definitely become a god. Son Goku waved his hand and said confidently. He was convinced of Wang Yang's words. Let's start. Wang Yang said lightly. After hearing Wang Yang's words, Sun Wuhan and others immediately stood behind Son Goku. The 5 people's mental power surged out of their bodies and became one, integrating their mental power into Son Goku's body through the arms of Sun Wuhan and Vegeta. Clouds gathered quickly in the sky, as if darkness had fallen. At this moment, a brilliant ray of light rose into the sky from Son Goku's body. The golden beam of light directly broke through the thick clouds above his head, and then suddenly dispersed, and countless light spots scattered down around him. The clouds were rendered golden by this light, and then covered their heads again. The grass grows long and the orioles fly, the sun shines brightly, the sky is high and the clouds are pale, the sky is full of ice and snow. In a short period of time, the breath of God caused the rotation of the 4 seasons. At this time, Son Goku's body was covered by a rich red light, his body elongated, and he changed from a child to an adult. Covered in red light, Son Goku's body slowly floated upward. Under the gaze of everyone, silently, the red light outside Son Goku's body dissipated, revealing Son Goku's body. The red pupils, hair, and eyebrows also turned red, making him look thinner and younger. The big black dog at the door opened its blurred eyes and looked at Son Goku in the sky. He pulled down his ears with his front paws, turned over and faced the room, closed his eyes again and fell asleep. I can't feel daddy's breath at all. Son Gohan looked at Son Goku in shock. Yeah. Xiao Fang nodded and agreed. Is this the Super Saiyan God? Vegeta murmured to himself, his eyes becoming more and more fiery. He has been stuck in Super Saiyan 2 for more than 20 years. Although his normal combat power continues to improve, he still has no clue about his new transformation. On the other hand, Son Goku can not only transform into Super Saiyan 3, but also transformed into Super Saiyan 4 not long ago, and now he can even transform into Super Saiyan God. The gap between the two is getting bigger and bigger invisibly, which makes him more and more unwilling. Wang Yang, how should Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God fuse? Son Goku landed in front of Wang Yang and asked curiously. You first integrate this divine power and transform at will like a Super Saiyan. Wang Yang said calmly. You just learned to walk and want to run? How can it be that easy? It took me some time to successfully fuse the two. Okay. Son Goku lowered his head in disappointment. He also understood that what Wang Yang said was correct, but when he thought about the more powerful transformation later, he became impatient. Son Goku tried to contain the aura of God spreading outside his body, and became familiar with this power bit by bit. Seeing the changes in Son Goku, Vegeta's expression was uncertain and his mouth opened, as if he had something unspeakable. Wang Yang glanced at Vegeta who had a troubled face, then withdrew his gaze, picked up the fishing rod and walked away. Vegeta clenched his fists and looked helplessly at Wang Yang's retreating back. Mr. Wang Yang, please teach me to become stronger. Vegeta appeared in front of Wang Yang, bowing his body and pleading. In the end, he chose to lower his arrogant head for more powerful power. The corner of Wang Yang's mouth curled up slightly, he knew that Vegeta would come to beg him. In order to become stronger, Vegeta would let go of his so-called pride. Just like Vegeta in time and space, in order to become stronger, he did not hesitate to put down his pride as a Saiyan prince and work as a nanny for Beerus. Vegeta looked at Wang Yang without blinking, beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead, for fear of being rejected by Wang Yang. Cook a dinner that satisfies me and I will promise you. After a long time, Wang Yang finally spoke. He felt that he had given him face by not asking him to be his nanny every day. Okay. Vegeta's expression relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. It's just cooking, this is my specialty, Vegeta. Vegeta moved swiftly and swiftly flew away and soon flew back with a package as big as a house on his back. Soon, Vegeta began to sort out the ingredients. Uncle Vegeta. Son Gohan stared at Vegeta who was as busy as a cook. This was the first time he saw Vegeta like this. Trunks, your father can also cook. Son Goten poked Trunks' waist with his index finger, somewhat unbelievably. I can cook some. Trunks also looked surprised. I want to eat grilled chicken wings. Big Star jumped around Vegeta. Okay, I'll bake it for you later. Vegeta raised his head and showed a kind smile. As Wang Yang's daughter, he naturally wanted to fawn over him. Good. Wang Yang smiled, raised his right hand, and a golden fish broke out of the water and hung in front of Wang Yang. Unhooking the fish hook, Wang Yang loosened his grip, and the fish jumped into the water with a pop, swung its tail and swam away quickly. A gust of fragrant wind blows, Yuer's waist is graceful, her gait is graceful and light, and she sits beside Wang Yang. Vegeta in this time and space seems to be much kinder than over there. Seeing Vegeta talking amiably to Singer not far away, Yuer couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Yang smiled and said nothing. seeing Vegeta busy cleaning an old hen, Trunks, as a son, could not remain indifferent and immediately stepped forward to help. Time passed slowly, and soon the golden crow fell to the west, and the sparkling ripples on the river reflected the sunset on Wang Yang's face. Vegeta, are you ready? Wang Yang shouted towards Vegeta. The fishing rod disappeared in his hand. With a wave of Wang Yang's right hand, the fish guard opened a hole, and a dozen fish inside immediately swam along the hole. Okay, you can eat. Vegeta responded repeatedly. Looking at the table full of food, Wang Yang nodded slightly. Seeing Wang Yang nodding, Vegeta smiled with relief. It smells so good. Vegeta, you are really good at it. Son Goku came after smelling the smell and sat down at the table. Kakarot, go away. Vegeta's face darkened, and he grabbed Son Goku by the back of his collar and dragged him out. Don't want. Son Goku was like a little scoundrel, grabbing the legs of the table and even biting the edge of the table without letting go. Kakarot, let me go. Vegeta's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. I won't. Son Goku shouted vaguely. Grandpa. Xiaofang patted her forehead helplessly. Then let's eat together. Wang Yang couldn't help but laugh when he saw Son Goku's character turning into a child like his body. To be honest, he almost treats Son Goku as a real child now. Wang Yang had already spoken, and Vegeta said nothing more. He let go of Son Goku with a cold snort, and a group of people followed him and sat down. I didn't expect the food you made, Vegeta, to be so delicious. I didn't realize it before. Son Goku said to Vegeta vaguely with his mouth full. Vegeta raised his head slightly proudly and looked at Wang Yang from the corner of his eye, hoping to get praise from him. You're, what do you think? Wang Yang looked at Yor with a smile. Although there is still some distance compared to you, the food made by Mr. Vegeta is also very appetizing. Yor smiled slightly. In that case, let's count you as passing. Wang Yang turned to Vegeta and said. Call? Vegeta breathed a subtle sigh of relief. As long as it was a 5-star review, he didn't care if Wang Yang's food was better than his own. Maybe Yor is in the eye of the beholder, and Wang Yang even boils a hard-boiled egg and thinks it's better than him, Vegeta thought to himself. What? Wang Yang, the food you cook is more delicious. Son Goku froze and looked at Wang Yang in shock. He felt that the aroma of the food in his hands had dissipated a lot. Wang Yang nodded slightly in affirmation. Then when will you cook a meal for me to try? Son Goku swallowed the food in his mouth and looked at Wang Yang longingly. Vegeta saw Son Goku acting erratically, his hands clenched into fists, and his blood vessels protruded. In front of him, eating the food he made and thinking about others was an insult to Vegeta. Let's talk about it. Wang Yang waved his hand angrily. If he wanted to cook it, it would be for Yor to eat. There was no reason why it was specially made for Son Goku. Okay, Son Goku said disappointedly, and then started to eat the food on the table. Except for Yor, the group of people were all Saiyans, and the food Vegeta had worked hard to prepare for a long time was quickly eaten by everyone. Vegeta, why don't you prepare more? I haven't even eaten enough. Son Goku said complaining as he looked at Vegeta. Kakarot, you are the best. The veins on Vegeta's forehead were beating wildly, and he roared loudly into Goku's ear. Haha. Son Goku laughed dryly. The night gradually darkens, the clouds in the sky disperse, the stars hang high in the sky, and the hazy starlight falls on the earth, adding a bit of mystery. You have to transform into Super Saiyan 4 now. Standing in the open space, Wang Yang said to Vegeta opposite. Super Saiyan 4. How to change? Vegeta's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he could dispel the darkness. First transform into a super giant ape, and then return to the normal form in the super giant ape state, and you can become a Super Saiyan 4. Wang Yang explained. But my tail has been cut off, so I can't transform into a giant ape. Vegeta said with a frown. When he invaded the earth and transformed into a giant ape, his tail was cut off by a dead fat man, and it never grew back. As a Saiyan, Wang Yang understands that as long as the body is still growing, the tail can grow back if it is broken. If it breaks off when it reaches adulthood, it will be difficult to grow it back unless the tail is violently pulled out. But, although it can't grow, you can still forcefully transform into a giant ape. Wang Yang flicked his finger, and a bright ball of light hovered in front of Vegeta. The Boolean light emitted by this light ball is 1,000 times that of the ordinary moon, which is enough to transform you into a giant ape. Vegeta's eyes were attracted by the ball of light in front of him. His whole body trembled suddenly, and his body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! A 100-meter golden giant ape appeared on the ground. The giant ape kept beating its chest with both hands, and its regrown tail swung wildly in the air. No, Vegeta will lose his mind when he transforms into a giant ape. Son Goku's expression changed, and he immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 4, then flew and stopped in front of the giant ape. The giant ape suddenly stretched out his huge palm, grabbed Son Goku, and squeezed him tightly. Son Goku felt that all the bones in his body were making crackling sounds, and every muscle in his body was tingling. Vegeta, wake up! Son Goku shouted to Vegeta. I am a Saiyan prince, how could I lose my mind? The huge voice of the giant ape echoed in the air. At this time, the golden giant ape's body surface emitted golden arrogance. When he let go of Son Goku, his body quickly shrank. After regaining his freedom, Son Goku watched the changes in the giant ape and couldn't help but smile on his face. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta also transformed into Super Saiyan 4 like Son Goku, and the two were suspended side by side in the void. Super Saiyan 4. Great, Vegeta, you have also transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Son Goku watched Vegeta successfully break through and couldn't help but congratulate him. Humph. Vegeta turned his head and snorted arrogantly, but the upturned corners of his mouth could not hide the joy in his heart. After more than 20 years, I finally have a breakthrough. Vegeta looked at Wang Yang, with an eagerness to try, but he quickly suppressed it. Kakarot can't even defeat a big black dog in Wang Yang's family, so why can he be Wang Yang's opponent now? Mr. Wang Yang, what should I do next? Vegeta landed on the ground and asked Wang Yang respectfully. You can't do whatever you want with the Super 4 power. When you are familiar with this power and can freely transform into the form of a god, come and find me. Wang Yang waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. Good. Since transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta has transformed into the form of God with the help of Son Goku and others. Then Vegeta plunged into the gravity chamber to practice. After half a month of hard work, he was finally able to transform into the Super Saiyan 4 gods at will. On this day, Son Goku and Vegeta arrived hand in hand. I didn't expect that there would be so many transformations behind Super Saiyan 3. It's really unbelievable. Vegeta couldn't help but sigh. If there is no one to guide him, he alone may only be able to transform into Super Saiyan 2 in his lifetime. This is the benefit of having someone to guide him. Thinking of this, Vegeta just felt that it was a very correct decision to put down his body and flatter Wang Yang. Yes, I have been stuck in Super Saiyan 3 for more than 10 years. I used to think that Super Saiyan 3 was the end. Son Goku said with a smile. Vegeta, you know, the world's best martial arts tournament is about to begin, let's go and participate. Son Goku suddenly thought of something and said to Vegeta excitedly. I have no interest in participating in that kind of children's game of playing house. Vegeta snorted coldly and expressed his disdain for the participating Earthlings. If you don't participate, wouldn't I have no opponent? Son Goku scratched his head and said with some distress. Ahem, actually, participating in this kind of conference once in a while can be enjoyable for the body and mind. Vegeta's face suddenly changed when he heard Kakarot's words, and then he looked at Son Goku with burning eyes. The breakthrough in strength ignited Vegeta's long-dormant fighting spirit. He really wanted to fight Kakarot. Haha, that's great. With Vegeta participating, this competition will be fun. Son Goku exclaimed with surprise on his face. Okay, in that case, you can go to the martial arts conference first and then come back. Wang Yang waved his hand impatiently to interrupt the conversation between the two. These two shameless people are so strong, and they even went to participate in the martial arts competition of the Earthlings. How could the weak Earthlings stand up to a fight between them? After hearing Wang Yang's words, Son Goku immediately smiled and remained silent. Are you kidding me? Participating in the martial arts competition and getting guidance from Wang Yang, they can still figure out which is more important, and they are not in a hurry to fight Vegeta/Kakarot this time. Vegeta and Son Goku looked at each other, and then looked at Wang Yang. Wang Yang saw that Son Goku had become more honest, and then he spoke. I once fused the three powers of Super Saiyan, Giant Ape, and God together, taking the path of the Super Giant Ape God. To reach this point, you must understand the two powers of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue. Without understanding these two powers, you will not be able to successfully transform. Super Saiyan 4 is the sublimation of the Great Ape plus the Super Saiyan, and Super Saiyan Blue is the breakthrough of the God plus the Super Saiyan. At that time, he was trying to understand the idea of the Super Giant Ape God, but he was stuck at a key point and could not break through. He once thought that this path was wrong. It wasn't until later that he made a breakthrough as a Super Saiyan and transformed into Super Blue on the basis of God. With the power of the Super Saiyan as the hub, the bottleneck of the Super Ape God suddenly disappeared. Son Goku and Vegeta nodded seriously, with fascinated expressions on their faces. The fusion of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue must be extremely powerful. You mean, we have to learn the transformation of Super Saiyan Blue next? Son Goku asked. Good. Then how to transform? Vegeta asked. I'm just pointing you in the direction. It's up to you to realize whether you can succeed in the end. If you rely on me for everything, what's the use of you? Wang Yang glared at the two of them angrily. Ha! Son Goku and Vegeta laughed sheepishly. I'll send you to a mysterious space. You can't get out of it without transforming into Super Blue. Wang Yang waved his right hand lightly, and the void suddenly twisted, like swirling water ripples that sucked the unsuspecting Son Goku into it. Appearing in a strange place in the blink of an eye, Son Goku looked up and down at the surrounding environment, only to see a golden light filling the surroundings, and strands of light were flowing. There was no distinction between up, down, left and right, as if he was in the universe. Taking a deep breath, the cool air flows in from the mouth and nose. The whole person feels like drinking a glass of ice water in summer, and the pores all over the body are stretched. What a magical place, the vitality is so strong, you don't have to worry about eating when you stay here. Son Goku exclaimed with a face full of shock. Wang Yang's casual move showed the terror of his strength. This dimensional space was created by Wang Yang. The space is extremely strong. According to his control, only two people who break through to the Super Blue level can come out of it together. Kakarot. Vegeta suddenly shouted. Vegeta. The smile on Son Goku's face disappeared and he looked at Vegeta seriously. There are only 2 of them in this space, and they can't think of anything else to do except fight, and the Saiyans break through in the battle. Red light rose from the feet of the 2 people, Son Goku's body grew rapidly, and they both transformed into the form of gods. Fighting ensued. Time passes slowly. Hell, the 2 old men looked at the young man in front of them with excitement on their faces. Great, we finally succeeded. I can finally leave this hellish place. At this moment, a black aura rushed out of the young man's body, and at the same time, a man with the same appearance burst out with powerful power on the earth. The energy vibration frequency of the 2 people is the same, and at this moment there is a certain connection between the earth and hell. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and a huge black vortex appeared high in the sky, with a powerful and evil aura coming from it. The expressions of the warriors on the earth suddenly changed. They actually felt the breath of many former enemies from this hole. In a quiet and harmonious mountain village, a staggering young man walked over from a distance. Mr. Wang Yang, where are my father and Uncle Goku? Trunks leaned his upper body on a tree trunk and asked Wang Yang while breathing heavily. They practice in a mysterious space. Wang Yang was not surprised at all by Trunks' arrival, because everything that happened on the earth could not escape his perception. Trunks was very depressed. He thought he had been seriously injured. The man in front of him named Wang Yang wanted to at least intervene. Unexpectedly, he ignored him and continued to sit there fishing, making what he wanted to say aborted. Middle. Mr. Wang Yang, the earth is now being attacked by terrifying enemies. Please come to our rescue. Trunks sincerely requested Wang Yang. Keep on holding on, Son Goku and the other 2 will come out soon. Wang Yang said nonchalantly, that mysterious space was blessed by him to accelerate time, and one day in the real world would be 1 year. Really? Trunks suddenly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Wang Yang's words. His eyelids rolled up and he couldn't hold on anymore and passed out on the ground. You mixed blood Saiyans are so comfortable, and your strength is simply unbearable. Wang Yang snorted, with a hint of hatred in his voice. In the mysterious space, Son Goku and Vegeta didn't know how many days passed and how many battles they fought. They were fighting here. As they continued to fight, the more than 10 years of comfortable life had worn away a lot of fighting spirit, which was rekindled by them, and the whole person was like a sharp sword about to be unsheathed, showing its sharp edge. Suddenly the 2 of them roared angrily, punching each other with fists, and they were both stagnant in midair, and terrifying energy swept around them. A huge bolt of lightning struck down. Suddenly, a blue light emitted from the fists of Son Goku and continued to spread towards the body. Soon both of their bodies were covered by this blue light, and their hair stood up high and turned blue for a while. Kaka? At this moment, the void could no longer withstand the impact of the 2 people, and actually made a crisp sound. A blue crack appeared out of thin air, and then the clicking sounds became more and more intensive, the cracks became more and more numerous, and countless auras were revealed from the outside world. Breakthrough. Wang Yang murmured in a low voice. Just as Wang Yang finished speaking, a huge hole suddenly opened in the void, and 2 strong figures carrying terrifying power, like 2 blue lightnings, flew out of the mysterious dimensional space at extremely high speeds. Blue light rises into the sky, rendering the surrounding environment into a blue sea. Super Saiyan Blue, Son Goku? Super Saiyan Blue, Vegeta? You came out, and your cultivation speed is barely passable. Wang Yang's voice sounded in the ears of the 2 of them. Haha, finally a breakthrough. Son Goku looked at his hands and couldn't help laughing. Although Vegeta didn't speak, the raised corners of his mouth said everything. Suddenly, Son Goku's expression changed, and he raised his head to look at a huge black hole in the sky. How is this going? Someone in hell is forcibly opening the space between hell and earth, trying to release the people imprisoned in hell. Wang Yang said lightly. What? Son Goku exclaimed. No wonder I feel some familiar atmosphere, that's it. But even if they escape from hell, let's just send them down. Vegeta said calmly, his words full of the confidence of a Saiyan prince. Dad, you are finally out. At this time, Trunks vaguely heard the voices of Vegeta and Son Goku. He suddenly woke up, his eyes lit up instantly, he jumped up from the ground and shouted happily. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Vegeta patted Trunks on the shoulder, his cold face softening slightly. Uncle Goku, the man who injured me said that if he wants to prevent this disaster, he will let you inside. Trunks thought of what the previous man said and immediately said to Son Goku, in that case, I will go to hell to stop him. After saying this, Son Goku flew directly towards the hole in the sky with an explosion of energy. Son Goku is full of confidence in his own strength, regardless of whether there are any traps in hell. Wang Yang was speechless. Son Goku was too deceptive. Son Goku is too frizzy and hopeless. He will probably be trapped in hell. Next, the earth will look at you Vegeta. Wang Yang turned to look at Super Blue Vegeta. Don't worry, I will save the earth this time. Vegeta pointed his right thumb towards his head with a confident look on his face. Ever since he met Kakarot, Frieza, Cooler, Cyborg, Broly, Majin Buu, Hilditsuna, these enemies were basically defeated by Kakarot. Vegeta has been holding his breath for a long time, and now it is finally my turn, Vegeta, to play the leading role. In the sky, the black hole gradually became smaller and soon disappeared, and Son Goku's aura also disappeared. Vegeta looked at the sky in surprise. The door to hell has been closed, and that guy Son Goku really fell into the opponent's trap. Wang Yang said with some gloating. It's okay to be locked up in hell, so it won't affect my performance. When he heard that Kakarot was imprisoned in hell, Vegeta not only did not worry about him, but instead smiled. Dad, have you achieved a breakthrough? Trunks looked at Vegeta's new transformation and shouted in surprise. Yes, my strength has improved greatly now. Vegeta withdrew Super Blue's power and returned to his normal form with a smile on his face. Mr. Wang Yang, I'm leaving first. Trunks, let's go and kill those guys again. Vegeta said something to Wang Yang, then called to Trunks and flew away first. Super number 17 is still the appetizer, and the enemies behind you will suffer the consequences. Wang Yang said quietly, looking at the leaving figures of Vegeta and his son. The universe is filled with a large number of time and space cracks, and negative energy is constantly gathering. The strength of the next enemy will far exceed the original Super 1-star dragon. The elders of Namek suddenly discovered that a black rotating airflow appeared inside the crystal clear Dragon Ball. The red star points of the Dragon Ball became darker and darker, with faint signs of blackening. First elder, why did the Dragon Ball change like this? The second elder held the 2-star Dragon Ball in both hands and said to the first elder with a solemn expression. A few days ago, a large amount of negative energy suddenly appeared in the universe, and it continued to increase. Our Dragon Balls have not been purified of the negative energy generated by previous wishes, and have absorbed the negative energy in the universe. They absorb energy faster than we can purify it, so there are more and more negative energies in the Dragon Balls. What can we do? Several elders around looked worried. They all understood that the Dragon Ball was full of negative energy and a huge disaster would occur. Many years ago, Namek's abuse of the Dragon Balls caused a huge disaster and had to leave its homeland. Take the Dragon Ball down for baptism, hoping to eliminate the negative energy inside. The Great Elder sighed, for the current plan can only be used as a living horse doctor. As long as the negative energy has not been completely eliminated, we can no longer ask Palunga to make wishes. Yes, Great Elder. In hell, Son Goku finally saw Dr. Gero and Dr. Meow and understood that they were the initiators of everything. Son Goku, just repent in hell. Dr. Gero and the other two taunted Son Goku and then flew towards the gate of hell with hell number 17. Damn it. Son Goku swooped down, but unfortunately the door to hell closed before him. Just then, old rivals Frieza and Cell appeared. Son Goku, you are finally here. Shala smiled the moment he saw Son Goku. In order to deal with you, we have been practicing here for many years, and now you dare to appear in hell. This time you will be doomed. Frieza sneered. Both of them were furious and planned to show Son Goku a lesson. Really? Then come over here. Not to be outdone, Son Goku put his small body into a posture, roared at the two people, and the golden flames exploded, suppressing the two people opposite him for a moment. Frieza and Cell felt this huge pressure and immediately panicked. Your strength, Shala said with his mouth wide open in disbelief. When Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was no match for him. Why, after so many years, has he become so powerful that he can overwhelmingly defeat them simply by his aura without transforming into a Super Saiyan? It seems that your training in hell these years is not very good. Son Goku appeared above the two of them teleportingly, taunting with his arms crossed. Hateful. Frieza and Cell were furious, and the demon light killing cannon and the Ki Yuan slash flew out of their hands, flying towards Son Goku above. Son Goku's little face was full of excitement. He turned sideways to avoid Cell's attack, and at the same time he turned over and landed on top of Chi Yuanzhan, controlling Chi Yuanzhan to fly in hell. Seeing his attack being used as a toy by the opponent, Frieza was so angry that his face turned black. Go to hell. Turtle-style Kigong wave. Shuru roared loudly, condensing a terrifying Kigong wave with both hands and hitting Son Goku. Well done. Son Goku easily pulled up an iron rod, swung it up with both hands quickly, and waved an airtight wall of sticks in front of him, which bounced back the turtle-style Kigong wave that Shala used with all his strength. Sharo was unprepared and was hit by the Kigong wave he sent out, and his upper body was directly destroyed. A group of evil people who escaped from hell were scattered in every corner of the earth, launching bloody killings against the people on earth. Vegeta led Trunks and others to kill these guys who escaped from hell. At this time, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mayo came to Earth and found Vegeta immediately. Vegeta, you hateful Saiyan. Dr. Mayo glared at Vegeta with a face full of hatred. It was because of his kindness that he took in the Saiyan clan, which resulted in the Saiyans annihilating the clan. Dr. Meow was full of strong hatred for the Saiyans. Even if he died, this overwhelming hatred would still not be washed away. Humph. Vegeta looked coldly and snorted coldly, raising his right hand and pointing it at the two of them. Boom! Before Vegeta could launch his attack, a big explosion suddenly occurred around him, and a figure walked out of the blazing flames. It was Hell number 17. There was a huge sonic boom in the sky, and a figure appeared. He was the Earth's number 17. At this time, Earth's No 17's eyes emitted a red light, which was obviously controlled by someone. This is our latest achievement. As long as the two of them merge into one, none of you will be his opponent. Dr. Gero exclaimed happily. After hearing Dr. Gero's words, Vegeta subconsciously retracted his arm and looked at the two number 17 with a cold expression. No matter how strong they are no match for me, Vegeta. Vegeta is still the same Vegeta. Prince Saiyan's pride makes him full of confidence and allows them to fuse. At this time, after dealing with the evil people from hell, Sun Wuhan and others flew over one after another. The two No 17s stood side by side, golden light bloomed on their bodies, and then their figures gradually approached. With a flash of dazzling golden light, the two people suddenly became one. Super number 17 is born? Super number 17 looks more mature and powerful than the previous number 17. He can destroy a city with just a glare. Vegeta's eyes lit up, he roared angrily and punched Super 17. Super 17 didn't even look at Vegeta. While stroking his hair, he grabbed Vegeta and threw him away. Orb, Son Gohan, Son Goten and Trunks took action one after another. It's a pity that their attacks were like flies shaking a tree in front of Super number 17, and they were knocked to the ground in a few hits. Haha, Super 17 is really powerful. This time I want all of them to die. A ferocious smile appeared on Dr. Gero's bark-like face. Very good, you do have the arrogance. Vegeta stood up, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Vegeta roared angrily, golden light shot into the sky, and a layer of fine red hair suddenly grew on his body. Vegeta finally transforms into Super Saiyan 4. Even though Vegeta transformed into Super 4, Super 17 was still confident in himself and didn't even look at Vegeta. Snapped. As if teleporting, Vegeta punched Super 17 in the face. The expression on Super 17's face suddenly froze, and he screamed and flew high into the sky involuntarily. A huge wave of air passed by his side, causing Super 17's long hair to dance wildly. Vegeta paused slightly, then his body flashed and disappeared to the ground. Super number 17 suddenly felt something was wrong. The next moment, he was hit by a strong force on his back. The terrifying punch force directly blew his clothes to pieces. But it was Vegeta who appeared behind him at extremely fast speeds. Damn it! Super 17 ignored his messy long hair and roared as he rushed towards Vegeta. Snapped! There was a muffled sound, and Vegeta hit him in the face with a sharp fist, sending Super 17 flying straight away and smashing several mountains in succession. What? How could Super 17 not be able to defeat Vegeta? Dr. Gero and Dr. Mayo were shocked when they saw Super 17 being brutally tortured by Vegeta. According to the theoretical setting, Super 17 should be invincible, so why can't he defeat just Vegeta? I know. Looking at Super number 17 who was constantly being ravaged, Dr. Meow suddenly thought of something, and his face suddenly darkened. What? You know. Dr. Gru subconsciously turned his head and stared at Dr. Meow. Energy. Super 17's energy is insufficient. Dr. Meow stared at Vegeta with angry eyes, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth. Impossible. Number 17 has the eternal energy furnace I once built in his body. It is impossible for him to be insufficient in energy. Dr. Gero shook his head and exclaimed. That was in the past. The energy furnace was eternal for the former number 17, but it is not enough for the current Super No 17. Dr. Meow said angrily. Just like the energy emitted by a nuclear power plant, to an ordinary person, it is like eternal energy and can be used for hundreds of millions of years without exhaustion. But compared to the sun, the energy generated by nuclear power plants is very small. What should we do? Dr. Gero was anxious. After so many years of hard research, just for revenge, he was really unwilling to fail again. High in the sky, Super 17 was not to be outdone, and angrily punched and kicked Vegeta. The terrifying force spread out, shaking the ground into deep pits. Does your power stop here? Trash should go back to the trash can. Vegeta completely blocked all the attacks of Super 17 with just one hand, raising the corners of his mouth and taunting him. Go to hell. Super 17's eyes widened with anger, and he raised his right arm high, preparing a punch to hit Vegeta's hateful face. Snapped. Vegeta had quick eyes and quick hands, and his right hand sank deep into Super No 17's belly like a heavy hammer. He exploded with fierce force and blew him away. Puff! After receiving a heavy blow, Super 17 screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell downwards. Below, Dr. Gero and the two of them were gnashing their teeth in hatred. Go to hell. Vegeta put away his playful intentions, then waved his arms and used the prince's fighting method, and countless light waves roared towards the opponent. Dr. Gero and Dr. Meow's eyes suddenly lit up when they saw this scene. Their upper bodies subconsciously leaned forward, and their two dry heads stretched forward like chicken heads. If the energy is insufficient, wouldn't this guy Vegeta come to replenish it? Super number 17 stabilized his body with a burst of anger, roared angrily, and formed his body into a large shape to receive Vegeta's attack. Rumble. A dense explosion sounded, and Vegeta couldn't help but smile. Vegeta didn't know that in this explosion, a large amount of energy was absorbed by Super 17, and the explosion of the remaining energy could not hurt him at all. When the smoke cleared, Vegeta looked at the uninjured Super 17 with some surprise. Nothing more than that. Super 17 wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Vegeta with disdain. In that case, let's try this move. Vegeta's face suddenly darkened when he heard this, his body opened wide, and then his hands came together, and terrifying energy gathered crazily in front of him. Dark clouds in the sky rotated rapidly and gathered over Vegeta, accompanied by a large number of thunder and lightning. The ground shook violently, and small stones were suspended in the air despite gravity. Super 17's eyes flashed with greed. Ultimate. Flash. As Vegeta roared, a bright beam of light carried dense lightning and roared towards Super 17. Super 17 roared, and opened his body again to withstand the Kagong wave of Vegeta's full strength. The violent energy was slowly absorbed into Super No 17's body. His eyes were wide open, his expression was ferocious and terrifying, his body suddenly expanded in a large circle, and saliva flowed out from the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. Whoosh! Super 17 hunched over and gasped. It was not easy for Super 17 to completely absorb Vegeta's Qigong wave. He felt as if he was reaching his limit. Haha, great. Super 17 will be supplemented by the energy of this idiot Vegeta. His strength will be even more powerful. He will definitely be able to defeat Vegeta. Dr. Gero couldn't help shouting to the sky. Dr. Mayo on the other side also had a sinister smile on his face, looking at Vegeta evilly. This guy, he's absorbing my energy. Vegeta is extremely experienced in combat and quickly understood Super 17's intentions. Super 17, kill Vegeta. Dr. Gero shouted towards Super 17 in the sky. Super 17's face changed, and his eyes flashed with a dangerous red light. Dr. Gero was puzzled, and the next moment a light wave fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed and fell towards his head. Boom! A powerful energy burst out, Dr. Gero screamed, and his body melted between heaven and earth. Dr. Gero was killed by number 17 again. Sun Wuhan, who was standing not far away, saw this scene and immediately couldn't laugh or cry. Dr. Gero was killed by number 17 back then. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Dr. Meow laughed unpleasantly from his dry throat. How could Super 17 listen to you? I have quietly modified the order a long time ago. Now he completely obeys my order. Super 17, kill Vegeta quickly. The triumphant Dr. Mayo shouted towards Super 17 in the sky. Death? No one can order me. Super No 17's will broke through the instructions in his body and angrily threw a Qigong wave towards Dr. Meow. Dr. Meow followed in Dr. Gero's footsteps with a look of disbelief on his face. After Dr. Gero and the two were resolved, Super 17's eyes shifted to Vegeta. Absorbing Vegeta's energy, Super 17's strength greatly increased. He roared angrily, appeared behind Vegeta like a teleport, and punched Vegeta hard on the back. He wanted to return all the attacks Vegeta gave him just now. Vegeta felt like he was struck by lightning, his whole body was knocked away by the opponent's punch, and his aura couldn't help but become weaker. Just as Vegeta was about to turn around and fight back, he suddenly felt his wrist tighten, and then his whole body was lifted up by Super number 17, and he was overwhelmed by a series of fierce fists. The Qigong waves emitted by Vegeta with all his strength were absorbed by Super 17, which consumed a lot of energy. The strength of Super 17 has exceeded that of Super 4 Vegeta at this time. Deep in hell, Son Goku had already finished taking care of Frieza and Cell, and saw what was happening on the earth on a crystal ball, his face full of anxiety. Vegeta is at a disadvantage, what should we do? Son Goku was so anxious that he kept spinning in circles like the ants on the hot pot. Because Wang Yang dispelled the curse of the earth, Piccolo did not become silent with the earth, so naturally he could not go to hell, and it was impossible to work with Tiendi to open the gate of hell and send Son Goku back. Son Goku suddenly froze on the spot. He suddenly thought of the scene when Majin Buu came out of the dimensional space more than 10 years ago. I don't know if my power can penetrate the space of hell and reality. Thinking of this, Son Goku immediately shouted loudly, and a brilliant blue flame rushed up from the top of his head. The blue light swept towards the space above, passing through the 17th level of hell space like a beast. At this moment, the 18th level of hell was destroyed by Son Goku's completely filled with breath. Son Goku took a deep breath, his belly bulged high, and then he roared in the void ahead with a shocking roar. The veins on Son Goku's forehead bulged, and a powerful wave of energy spurted out. Kaka? A crack appeared in the void in front of Son Goku, and the space between hell and the world was actually penetrated by Son Goku's sound waves. Through this crack, one could clearly see the scene of Vegeta being ravaged by Super 17 in the outside world. Very good. Son Goku cheered, and then like a flexible monkey, he flew into it. The space exploded, a blue flame rushed out, and the extremely rich aura of God filled the entire sky in an instant. This turn of events captivates everyone on Earth. Kakarot actually escaped from hell. Vegeta was shocked and could no longer hide it. The blue flames in his body were like a volcano erupting, and he directly swung Super 17 away in front of him. Transforming into Super Blue, a new energy spreads in the body like an explosion. Vegeta's aura rises by leaps and bounds, and the terrifying blue aura shoots straight into the sky like a volcano erupting. Bang! Contrary to everyone's expectations, Vegeta completed his transformation and turned around to punch Son Goku, who was rushing towards him. Son Goku never expected that Vegeta would be so cruel to him. He was unprepared and was hit in the head by Vegeta's punch. His body flew across the sky above the earth, and with a cry of pain, he came to the other side of the earth in the blink of an eye. One side, Son Gohan, Trunks and others who were watching the battle were stunned to see this scene. Why did they start fighting for no reason? Kakarot, this guy belongs to me, you are not allowed to interfere. Vegeta snorted coldly. He didn't care whether Son Goku could hear it or not, and turned around and rushed towards Super 17. Son Goku stabilized his body, shook his dizzy head, and then followed Vegeta's breath to teleport over. When he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help being dumbfounded. Vegeta's arm was seen piercing through Super 17 like lightning. Under Super 17's horrified gaze, a powerful energy suddenly erupted from the wound, completely submerging the dying Super 17 in it. Boom! Ah! A deafening explosion sounded, mixed with the painful roar of Super 17. After a long time, when the smoke dissipated, everyone looked and saw that there was nothing in the place. Super 17, death. Number 17. In the distance, number 18, standing on a hilltop, watched his brother being killed, feeling sad and angry, because her husband Klin was killed by his brother, Vegeta. Son Goku was a little unhappy. He was such an opponent, but he didn't give him a chance to make a move. Snort. Vegeta knew Kakarot's thoughts and immediately turned sideways and snorted coldly. In order to prevent Kakarot from interfering, Vegeta finally stopped holding back this time and wanted to eat alone, not even leaving a mouthful of soup for him. A smile appeared on Vegeta's lips. This time he could finally be the protagonist. Looking up at the sky, a white cloud floated across the blue sky. The proud and self-reliant Vegeta back then was back. Why did you beat him to death, and I still want to fight him? Son Goku complained as he looked at Vegeta, who was happy for some reason. If you want to fight, I will fight with you to the end. Vegeta looked at Son Goku with high fighting spirit. Next time, this disaster caused a lot of casualties to the people on the earth. Let's let Shenron resurrect everyone first. After this is done, I will fight you again. Son Goku looked at Bai deeply. Vegeta. Vegeta's strength has greatly increased, the happier he is, so that he is not alone. Vegeta nodded slightly and transformed into Super Blue. The two of them had indeed not had a good fight yet. Xiao Fang, let's go and find the dragon beads. Son Goku flew up, and his granddaughter Xiao Fang began to look for the 7 dragon balls. Vegeta looked at Kakarot's leaving back, rolled his eyes, and immediately flew towards a certain place with anger, leaving a long blue tail flame in the sky at such a fast speed. Where is Daddy? Trunks looked at Vegeta's leaving figure with some curiosity, because this was not the direction to go home. Mr. Wang Yang, now that the enemies of the earth have been eliminated, I hope you can teach me the next path. Vegeta said to Wang Yang respectfully. It turned out that he wanted to take advantage of Kakarot's time to look for the Dragon Balls and sneak into makeup lessons, so that he could overtake in the curve and get in front of Kakarot. I originally wanted you to realize it on your own, but it's too late. Wang Yang said calmly. It's too late? Are you leaving? Vegeta looked at Wang Yang nervously. No, your enemies of the earth will appear soon. Could it be that with my current strength, I still can't defeat the enemy? Vegeta said with some confusion. Haha. Wang Yang couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Wang Yang's expression, Vegeta didn't know what it meant and was shocked. He really couldn't imagine what kind of enemy he was that he couldn't defeat even his greatly increased strength. Let's start. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Vegeta immediately dismissed his distracting thoughts and looked at him without blinking. First you transform into the Great Ape God, and then you transform into a Super Saiyan based on the Great Ape God. You have learned the Super Saiyan transformation of the Giant Ape and the Super Saiyan transformation of the God. It is very easy to do this. Vegeta was thoughtful, and with a thought, a bright white ball of light jumped out from his palm. When he transformed into a Giant Ape before, his tail had grown back. This time, an ordinary artificial moon can transform into a Giant Ape. Wang Yang waved his right hand, and Vegeta, whose body expanded rapidly, was thrown into the mysterious space again. On the other side, Son Goku took his granddaughter Xiao Fang to a forest and groped in the grass according to the radar display. Grandpa, is this a Dragon Ball? Suddenly Xiao Fang raised a fist-sized black ball in her hand and shouted towards Son Goku. Xiao Fang, how could this black ball be a Dragon Ball? The Dragon Ball is orange with red stars inside. Haven't you seen it? Son Goku glanced at it and couldn't help laughing. Isn't it? Xiao Fang carefully looked at the cracked black ball in her hand, muttering to herself with some disappointment, and then put the black ball into her backpack. As night fell and the sky gradually darkened, Son Goku beat a wild wolf and roasted it on the fire. Where are the Dragon Balls? Why can't they be found? Son Goku squatted on the ground, supporting his chin with his hands and standing on his knees with his elbows, looking at the grilled wolf in front of him with confused eyes. Grandpa, is this really not a Dragon Ball? I feel like it. At this time, Xiao Fang took out the black ball from his backpack again and handed it to Son Goku. Of course not. Son Goku shook his head and said. Suddenly his words stopped and he grabbed the black ball. I saw that the surface of this black ball was covered with dense cracks, as if it could be crushed with a slight force. There was a deeper black star point in the center of the black ball. It was really impossible to see clearly without careful observation. The airflow in the black ball slowly rotates, as if it is alive and constantly rotating around the black spot. The hazy starlight falls down, and the black ball emits a purple-black halo under the starlight, looking full of monsters. It's the same size as a Dragon Ball, could it be? Son Goku had a bad idea in his mind. Grandpa, are these really Dragon Balls? Xiao Fang couldn't help but ask after seeing her grandfather's expression. I'm going to try it. Son Goku put the black ball into his pocket, then grabbed Jirao and flew into the sky. Robot Jirao absorbed the Dragon Ball radar and now has the functions of the Dragon Ball radar. Son Goku checked the Dragon Ball radar screen displayed by Gyro and found that a Dragon Ball was moving at high speed with him. Son Goku tried to control the direction, and the radar showed that the Dragon Ball was exactly the same as his path. This result is self-evident. Grandpa, how are you? Is this black ball a Dragon Ball? Xiaofang couldn't help but ask when she saw Son Goku falling. It's Dragon Ball. Although he found the Dragon Ball, Son Goku's interview was very heavy. No matter how nervous he was, when he saw the orange Dragon Ball turn black, he knew that something was serious. How is this possible? Why did the Dragon Ball turn black? Xiaofang shouted. I don't know either. Son Goku was also very confused and scratched his head. Did the other Dragon Balls also become like this? I don't know. Let's look for other Dragon Balls tomorrow. The next day, when Son Goku found the second Dragon Ball, he found that it was exactly the same as the previous one, both black. What happened? Why did the Dragon Balls turn black? Son Goku looked at the Dragon Balls he was holding with both hands, his face full of confusion. It doesn't matter if I turn black, I'm afraid it will be troublesome if I can't make my wish come true. How strange. Xiaofang picked up the black Dragon Ball and looked at it carefully. Let's collect all the Dragon Balls first. Son Goku put the 2 black Dragon Balls on Xiaofang's backpack. Yeah. Xiaofang nodded. Soon, Son Goku collected 7 Dragon Balls and came to Bulma's home. Goku, this is the Dragon Ball you are looking for? You're not kidding me, are you? Bulma looked at the 7 black balls on the ground and couldn't help being surprised. Bulma, this is really a Dragon Ball. I don't know why it turned black. Son Goku spread his hands and said helplessly. Bulma, who did not believe in evil, took out the Dragon Ball radar and found that the radar showed that 7 Dragon Balls were gathering at her current location. Seeing this scene, a group of people looked at each other. Can such a Dragon Ball still grant wishes? Bulma looked at the 7 black Dragon Balls on the ground suspiciously, stretched out her right foot and kicked the front one. Bulma's gentle kick made the Dragon Ball make a crisp clicking sound, as if it would break into pieces at any moment. I don't know, let's try it. Son Goku said. Son Goku, stop it. Just when Son Goku was about to summon Shenlong, the voice of Old Supreme Kai suddenly sounded in Son Goku's ears. Old Supreme Kai, what do you want from me? Son Goku raised his head and said to the Old Supreme Kai, Goku, you can't summon the Dragon Balls, otherwise a catastrophe will happen. The Old Supreme Kai said in an unprecedented serious tone. Goku, I feel that the Dragon Ball contains extremely terrifying dark energy, and the dragon cannot be summoned. The voice of God Gobit also came over. As Supreme Kai, he is extremely sensitive to this kind of negative energy. Son Goku hesitated a little. If he didn't summon the dragon, wouldn't it be possible for Krillin and the dead people on Earth to be resurrected? Goku, the dragon cannot be summoned. At this time, Piccolo's figure also walked out of the darkness. Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wuhan greeted Piccolo. Gohan, you are here too. Piccolo nodded gently to Sun Wuhan. Did you really tell Supreme Kai that summoning the dragon would cause a disaster? Son Goku asked Piccolo. Every time you make a wish, negative energy will be generated in the Dragon Balls, and this negative energy needs to be purified for a long time. However, the Dragon Balls on our Earth are used many times in a short period of time, and the negative energy inside does not decrease but increases. Especially in the past few days, the negative energy in the Dragon Balls has increased sharply. You can see that the Dragon Balls have turned black. According to my expectation, it will take at least thousands of years to purify them. Piccolo said solemnly. If you want to summon a dragon, your wish may not be granted, and it may cause huge disasters. The deepest memory in Piccolo's mind came to mind, and the hazy memory showed that his hometown was the abuse of Dragon Balls, which caused a huge disaster. In this case, I won't summon the dragon. Son Goku also understood the seriousness of the matter. Klin, I'm sorry. Since the Earth's Dragon Balls have changed like this, why not ask the people on Namek for help? Their Dragon Balls should be fine, right? Son Goku suddenly thought of the Namek Dragon Balls, and his eyes couldn't help but brighten. The Namekians have pure souls and respect nature, which is very helpful in purifying the negative energy of the Dragon Balls. Their Dragon Balls should be fine. Piccolo hesitated for a while and said, Son Goku, give up this idea. Old Supreme Kai was very angry. Old Supreme Kai-sama, I promise not to use the Dragon Balls again after using them this time. Just for the last time, just do it and agree. Son Goku shouted to the Old Supreme Kai with a smile. After saying this, he immediately appeared. Move to Namek. Whoosh. Son Goku insists on going his own way, and the old Supreme Kai can't stop him, so he can only sulk in the Supreme Kai world. UBD, the universe will be destroyed by you sooner or later. Old ancestor, since Goku said this is the last time, forget it. God Gobit comforted the old Supreme Kai. You know what the heck, things are not that simple this time. Old Supreme Kai walked away angrily. An hour later, Son Goku came back with a disappointed look on his face. Goku, how's it going? Bulma asked hurriedly. The Dragon Ball on Namek has also developed cracks, and the negative energy inside is also increasing. The Great Elder is afraid of a huge disaster and has sealed the Dragon Ball. How so? It was difficult for everyone to accept this result. The Dragon Ball asked me to take it to the temple and seal it, hoping to slowly purify the energy inside. Piccolo said as he stepped forward to put the Dragon Ball away. Son Goku nodded and stared blankly at the 7 black Dragon Balls on the ground. The past events are still vivid in his mind. When he was young and ignorant, he met Bulma because of the Dragon Ball in Bayazai Mountain. He followed her on the journey to find the Dragon Ball, and also met friends, relatives, and enemies because of the Dragon Ball. It started because of Dragon Ball and ended because of Dragon Ball's departure. Son Goku only felt empty in his heart, as if something important had left him. At this time, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed, and black clouds surged rapidly in the sky, completely covering the entire earth. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly sounded, causing the ground to tremble violently. The 7 black dragon beads lying quietly on the ground were suspended in the air uncontrollably. A large amount of black aura fell from the sky like a horse, and all of them were absorbed into the 7 black dragon beads. Father, is it dark? De Singer hugged Wang Yang's calf and looked at the sky curiously. It's not getting dark, but a big monster has appeared. Wang Yang touched her little head and said with a smile, Father, I want to fight monsters. De Singer waved her little hands and looked at Wang Yang unblinkingly with her big innocent eyes. I want it too, I want to fight monsters too. Xiao Singer shouted next to her. Okay, I'll let you guys, Singer, defeat the monsters and save the world later. Wang Yang smiled broadly, and his heart melted when facing his lovely daughter. In the sky, 7 black dragon balls transformed into 7 huge dragon shadows covering the sky. Endless negative energy surged from all corners of the universe and then sank into the dragon balls. What's going on? Son Goku's expression changed and he looked at this scene solemnly. How scary. Sun Wuhan and others looked up at the sky with disbelief. Feeling this terrifying power, they felt their whole bodies trembling uncontrollably. The words of old Supreme Kai were finally verified, and the terrible disaster finally came. The 7 dragon shadows gradually shrank and solidified, and their scarlet eyes stared at everyone, making people shudder. Who are you? Where are the dragon balls? Son Goku shouted towards the 7 figures above. We are Dragon Ball. 7 figures slowly fell down, looking at everyone evilly. At this time, everyone discovered that they were each inlaid with a black dragon ball. Ha ha ha, I'm finally out. The leader was dressed in dark black, with several sharp black horns on his body. The black dragon ball on his forehead emitted a deep light. He was clearly a 1-star dragon. The terrifying and rich negative energy eroded the 1-star dragon's original white skin into dark black. Stay away. Son Goku waved everyone to move behind him. Let this universe welcome the arrival of darkness. 1-star dragon spread his arms and said with intoxication. The 6 people behind him couldn't help but laugh, and the deep black aura spread out from their bodies like a tide, wrapping around the sky above the earth. I will never allow you to mess around. Son Goku was furious and jumped up and rushed towards the 1-star dragon. Boom! Son Goku left just as quickly as he came. He was punched by Issei Ryu and flew out, hitting 3 buildings before coming to a stop. You said you don't allow us to mess around, then you were the one who gave birth to us in the first place. Impossible. Son Goku ducked back to where he was and shouted towards him. It's because you have been abusing the Dragon Balls that negative energy appears in the Dragon Balls, thus giving birth to us, so you are the culprit of everything. No matter what, I will definitely destroy you. The blue light flashed, and Son Goku roared and transformed into a super blue form. The blue gas flames rose into the sky like sawtooths, violently rubbing against the black gas in the sky, and a large number of terrifying lightnings were generated in the rumbling sound. In the flash of lightning, Issei Ryu raised his right hand and lightly blocked Son Goku's full blow. What? Son Goku shouted in disbelief. This was his full blow, why couldn't he hurt the opponent? 1-star dragon sneered, with a look of ridicule on his face, and flew up with a kick. The strong wind was raging, and the terrifying force exploded, directly kicking Son Goku away, and a violent explosion occurred in midair. Boom! A huge hole was torn in the dark sky, which was quickly healed. Son Goku's super blue form was destroyed by 1-star dragon with one move, and the small figure fell to the ground motionless. Grandpa. Xiao Fang was shocked and hurriedly stepped forward to check his injuries. Next, let's settle the score. Who kicked me just now? Yi Xinglong walked slowly in front of everyone. Bulma and the others were so frightened that they huddled in a corner and shivered. Only then did Bulma remember that she seemed to have kicked a black dragon ball just now. Thinking of this, Bulma's face turned green and she couldn't help shouting at 1-star dragon. Don't come over here. Trunks and Son Goten transformed into Super Saiyans, and together with Son Gohan, they ducked in front of everyone. Get away. 1-star dragon waved his big hand, and a blast of wind blew the 3 of them away, spraying blood into the sky. Gohan. Trunks. Goten. Everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. Did you kick me just now? Yi Xinglong walked up to Bulma, who had turned pale, and looked at her with a sullen face. It's not me, it's not me. Bulma was so frightened that she kept backing away, shaking her head repeatedly. You still dare to lie to me? It must be you, you lying woman. Yi Xinglong's expression changed and he kicked Bulma away. Ah, bang! Bulma was kicked out by the 1-star dragon. Her body was embedded in a wooden door in a large shape, and then fell down with a plop. Mother. Aunt Bulma. Bulma, are you okay? Shishi and others hurried over and helped Bulma up. It hurts. Bones are about to break. Bulma covered the fleshy patch on her head, tears welling up in her eyes from the pain. She was not young yet. How could she bear being attacked like this by a 1-star dragon? Fortunately, the 1-star dragon wanted to torture Bulma and did not kill him. Otherwise, Bulma would have been kicked to death by the 1-star dragon. As a creaking sound approached, the majestic body of a star dragon slowly approached. Looking up at the evil face of the 1-star dragon, Bulma rolled her eyelids and fainted. Several other evil dragons looked at the people below, their faces full of cat and mouse banter. At this moment, a burst of blue light rose from a distance, blasting away the darkness above the earth with unprecedented force, and the soft sunlight once again illuminated the earth. Vegeta finally completed the transformation of the super giant ape god and came out of the mysterious space. Dehei in front of the house raised his head and looked at the arrogant Vegeta in front of him, a trace of disdain flashed across his face, and then he closed his eyes again and fell asleep. Vegeta turned to look at Wang Yang, his stern face softened a little, and nodded to him. Go back quickly. Several powerful enemies have appeared at your house. If you go back slowly, Bulma may be killed by them. Wang Yang said to Vegeta. Boom! Vegeta's expression changed, and the arrogance exploded from his body crazily. The domineering figure broke through the air at high speed. The void was ignited wherever he passed, and dense thunder and lightning enveloped his body. Huge tornadoes set off on the ground, driving countless energy storms to explode. Brother Yang, with Vegeta's current strength, can he defeat those evil dragons? Yor looked at Wang Yang curiously. With this strength, if nothing unexpected happens, there will be no problem. Wang Yang smiled slightly. As the light passed by, Vegeta seemed to be teleporting, flying from Wang Yang's side to his home in Zidu. A hurricane ravaged the land, and a figure covered in blue hair appeared on the battlefield at some point. Yuxinglong looked at the other party with a slight frown. He felt a strong pressure from the man opposite him. You actually dare to hit my Bulma. Vegeta looked at the injured Bulma, his whole body trembling with anger. The violent blue aura was like fire cooking oil, expanding rapidly, knocking back a star dragon and several figures in the sky. Bang! There was a burst of blue light, and Vegeta stood up where the one-star dragon was before him, while the one-star dragon screamed and was punched away by him. Vegeta. Son Goku touched his chest and stood up tremblingly. Fortunately you're here. Son Goku took a deep breath and flew forward, landing next to Vegeta. Looking at Vegeta's new form at this time, which exudes the terrifying power of Super 4 and Super Blue, how can Son Goku not know what is happening? This must be what Wang Yang said, the god of super giant apes? This guy Vegeta actually secretly went to Wang Yang for guidance. Kakarot, let me deal with them next. Vegeta's self-confidence grew, and he returned what Kakarot said to him when he faced powerful enemies in the past. I don't know why, but after Vegeta said this, he felt a lot more comfortable. I knew I would have gone to find Wang Yang just now, Son Goku muttered, retreating unwillingly. Without breaking through the super giant ape god, he is indeed no match for the one-star dragon and the others. It's interesting. One-star dragon wiped the corners of his mouth and flew down in front of Vegeta. One-star dragon, can you do it? If not, let me come. In the sky, the three-star dragon laughed at the one-star dragon. After absorbing a large amount of negative energy, they all reached their peak state just after they were born, and the strength of the 7 of them is not much different. Just watch carefully how I killed this guy. One-star dragon couldn't stand the ridicule of others and shouted loudly to the 6 people. Boom! There was lightning and thunder, and the terrifying explosion was like a volcano erupting. Vegeta and Isilong stared at each other for a moment before disappearing. A star dragon and Vegeta in the sky instantly exchanged thousands of punches, like 2 laser points across the sky. Sometimes the two chase each other, chasing each other in the sky above the earth, and sometimes they both rush into the mountain and fight, shaking down the peaks. Suddenly, a star dragon broke through the layers of smoke and hit Vegeta's chin with a shoryuken punch, causing his head to tilt back. One star dragon put a heavy knee on Vegeta's chest, then raised his arm and hit Vegeta hard on the neck. Boom! Vegeta's body rushed towards the ground like a cannonball, exploding a huge deep pit. That's all. One star dragon raised the corners of his mouth, stretched out his index finger and pointed at Vegeta in the pit, and a black beam of light shot out from his fingertips. Boom! Suddenly there was a huge explosion below, and Vegeta's body was like a stream of light, wiping the beam and rushing towards the one-star dragon. The powerful and heavy arms sank deeply into the belly of Yi Xinglong. The one-star dragon received a heavy blow from Vegeta, with a look of pain on his face. He covered his abdomen with his hands and staggered back. Cold sweat slipped from both sides, gathered at his chin and dripped down. You know nothing about my strength. Vegeta had a cold and arrogant smile on his face. It turns out that he was playing with Yuxinglong just now. The one-star dragon at this time has absorbed a large amount of negative energy, and its strength is far greater than the super one-star dragon that absorbed the power of other evil dragons in the original time and space. Unfortunately, not only the one-star dragon is powerful, Vegeta's power is also extraordinary. After Wang Yang's guidance, the power of the super ape god is far greater than that of Super Saiyan 4. Compared with the two, Vegeta's power is superior. One-star dragon took a step back, secretly thinking about countermeasures. It's a pity that Vegeta didn't give him a chance anymore. Bulma, who dares to hit me, I will never spare you. Vegeta took action brazenly, unleashing his violent power on the one-star dragon. Yuxinglong was beaten to the ground and fell backwards, and the blood in his body was spurted out. One-star dragon dodged and distanced himself, shouting loudly to the 6 people watching the show above. Brothers, how long will it take before you take action? Only by working together can we defeat each other. The 6 of them looked at each other and felt that what one-star dragon said made sense. The Vegeta in front of them was indeed extremely powerful, and it was not something they could handle alone. Brush, brush, brush. The 6 people moved instantly, and the 6 rays of light crossed and rotated like a spider web. The next moment, they and a star dragon surrounded Vegeta in the middle. Facing the siege of 7 people, Vegeta did not change his expression, but showed an eagerness to try. How despicable! Son Goku shouted and transformed into a super blue form. Relatively speaking, the power of Super 4 is more stable and lasting, while the power of Super Blue is more powerful and terrifying, but it also consumes a lot of physical strength. Don't affect us. An orange-yellow, 4-star dragon with 2 wings on its back flew up and kicked Son Goku away. Super Blue Grandson Goku hits the street again. Son Goku was very hurt and unwilling. He was not even qualified to intervene this time. Vegeta looked at Son Goku's embarrassed appearance at the moment and couldn't help but think of his past self. Boom! The battle was about to break out. Vegeta and the other 8 people mingled together, and a rain of colorful energy swept across the entire battlefield, turning into an airtight dragnet. The fragile earth could not withstand this attack. The earth trembled violently, raging waves surged into the sky, and countless magma spewed out, creating a scene like the end of the world. A huge whirlpool appeared out of thin air, like a giant's mouth, swallowing up Vegeta and others who were fighting fiercely below. During the battle, they were suddenly moved to a strange place. Yuxinglong and others stopped one after another and looked around. I saw nothingness all around, and the silence was terrifying. What place is this? Yuxinglong looked at the surrounding environment with some surprise. The others looked at each other and didn't understand why they entered here during the battle. Only Vegeta looked clear. There was no doubt that this was Wang Yang's handiwork, and only he could throw everyone into this mysterious space silently. His strength is still so unfathomable. Vegeta originally thought that he could fight Wang Yang by transforming into the form of the super giant ape god. I didn't expect that he would still be as tall as a mountain, and I could never get a glimpse of his true strength. Boom! A big explosion exploded, and the 3-star dragon attacked the surroundings with all its strength. Destructive energy was raging, but when the smoke dissipated, he found that his attacks were unable to shake this space. Vegeta, did you do this? 1-star dragon couldn't help but shouted at Vegeta when he saw this scene. Humph, you want to get out unless you defeat me, Vegeta said coldly without explaining. You really don't know how to live or die. Since you want to die, we will help you. Princess Dragon God's long hair was flowing. She formed a seal with her hands and waved towards Vegeta. Whirlwind, whirlwind. The sharp sound of breaking through the air echoed in the space, and the indestructible wind was better than all weapons in the world. Even a planet would be cut into pieces in an instant. Vegeta moved with his steps, his body like a stream of light dodging among the dense air blades. Fireball. The 4-star dragon's body became increasingly red, like a blazing fireball, and countless fireballs shot towards Vegeta like needles. Explosion wave. Life erosion. Freeze ray. High voltage thunder blast. 1-star dragon and others also took action one after another, using their special moves. Facing the attack of 7 evil dragons, Vegeta was accidentally shot in the calf by the 3-star dragon's freezing power. His body became sluggish, and then a large amount of energy roared out. The big explosion overwhelmed Vegeta, the colorful energy reflected each other, and the terrifying energy storm swept through the entire space. Successful. A smile appeared on Yuxinglong's face. He didn't believe that anyone could withstand the attacks of the 7 of them without being hurt. He lowered his head slightly, and 6 figures passed through his eyes, with a cold smile on his face. A heart-rending roar came out, and a flash of blue light filled the explosion. The next moment, the blue light directly broke through the big explosion. Ultimate, flash. The mighty energy went straight towards the 6 people above, and Yuxinglong and others burst out of the way. What? 5-star dragon's reaction was slower, his eyes were filled with bright light, and he couldn't help but turn pale with shock. In the blink of an eye, 5-star dragon's entire body was engulfed by this Qigong wave and dissipated in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! A shocking thunderous sound sounded, and the aftermath of the big explosion ravaged the entire space, causing ripples in the extremely solid mysterious space. The smoke dissipated, the 5-star dragon completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, and an orange dragon ball fell down. 5-star dragon death? The whole place was silent. Yuxinglong and others were shocked by this turn of events. Whoosh! Vegeta wiped the scars on his face and panted slightly as he looked at the 1-star dragon and the others opposite them. To be honest, he almost couldn't bear all the attacks he received just now. How dare you kill my brother? 1-star dragon picked up the 5-star dragon ball, with protrusions on his arms, and looked at Vegeta with anger on his face. With a roar, 1-star dragon took the lead in attacking Vegeta. Kill. The other evil dragons followed behind the 1-star dragon with stern expressions on their faces. The 6 people flew by like lightning and launched a fierce attack around Vegeta. An evil dragon died, and the rest no longer dared to be careless. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta refused to be outdone and responded with a strong attitude. For a moment, the 7 of them were in chaos, and the entire space was filled with their 7 figures. The energy storm raged wildly, the rumbling sound in the space was endless, and the hot air waves were stronger than the last. Suddenly a white light flashed in Vegeta's eyes, and he saw the right opportunity to punch the 3-star dragon. Unexpectedly, the 4-star dragon's body exploded with terrifying heat, and punched Vegeta on the back, leaving a black mark on his back. Blue. The down is all burnt. Splitting wind vacuum slash. Princess Dragon God had quick eyes and quick hands. She made seals with both hands and launched a long-range attack towards Vegeta. Vegeta tried to attack the 3-star dragon again but missed the opportunity. He moved around, dodged the attacks, and then looked at the right opportunity to punch a slow-moving figure beside him. Bang! Suddenly a scream rang out, and 1-star dragon was hit in the head by Vegeta's punch, and its dark body cut through the void and flew into the distance. After finishing off the 1-star dragon, before Vegeta could even take a breath, a storm of air blades fell on him, blasting him away. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. His fists were difficult to defeat. None of these people were his opponents individually, but together they were too much for him. On Earth, when the 7 evil dragons and Vegeta were thrown into the mysterious space by Wang Yang and lost their connection with the Dragon Balls, the negative energy permeating the sky seemed to have lost its target, slowly dissipating and spreading towards the depths of the universe. Great, these negative energies have finally left. Son Goku put his hands behind his head and shouted happily. This energy will not disappear after leaving the Earth. Wang Yang and his wife and daughter instantly appeared next to Son Goku, looking at him as if he were a fool. What do you mean? Son Goku put down his hands and asked in confusion. Goku, even if these negative energies leave the Earth, they are still in the universe. The total amount remains unchanged. It may create new enemies in the universe. Piccolo explained. Oh, Son Goku understood. This is indeed the case. The negative energy of the Earth has retreated, and they seem to be flying consciously towards the container deep in the universe that can carry negative energy. I hope Vegeta can defeat those evil dragons. Thinking that Vegeta was fighting with the enemy, but he could only wait, Son Goku's face suddenly filled with depression. No, how can I let Vegeta face the enemy alone? I have to break through to the super giant ape god to help him. Wang Yang, tell me what should I do next? Son Goku was startled, turned over and fell to the ground and shouted loudly to Wang Yang. The sky of Namek dimmed, and a group of dark clouds completely covered the beautiful Namek. 7 black light pillars fell from the sky, connecting the sky and the earth. Endless negative energy keeps coming, turning the beautiful Namek into an abyss that swallows all things. What is supposed to come will eventually come. The elder couldn't help sighing as he watched a star dragon ball fly out of the room automatically, quickly turning black under the black light beam. We, the Namek clan, should not have created the Dragon Balls. As soon as the great elder finished speaking, the entire planet fell into deathly silence for an instant. Even the panicked flying birds in the sky were strangely stagnant in the air, as if time had been suspended. Several majestic figures seemed to appear slowly in the darkness, with red eyes as big as a baby's fist filled with endless bloodlust and violence. The black energy dissipated, and the beautiful Namek disappeared without a trace, as if it had been wiped out from the universe. The old Supreme Kai saw this scene with his supernatural power and sat down on the ground, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Ruined. It's over this time. This universe is completely finished. The old Supreme Kai slumped on the ground, staring blankly at the blue sky of the Supreme Kai world, recalling his life in his mind. Wang Yang, is Vegeta's transformation just now the super giant ape god you mentioned? Son Goku looked at Wang Yang without blinking. How to change this? Son Goku asked curiously. Wang Yang briefly explained to Son Goku, and suddenly his face changed slightly. Vegeta is dying, go and help him quickly. Wang Yang pushed Son Goku. Why haven't I made a breakthrough yet? Son Goku's small body had no resistance and just sank into the void and disappeared in front of everyone. Vegeta completely gave up all defenses in his body, just to improve his attack, even if he was seriously injured. Dragon Balls fell to the ground one after another. The last one. Vegeta was covered in scars and couldn't stand firmly, with a large amount of blood sliding down the burnt black hair on his body. His eyes were a little dim, and he forced himself to look at the 4-star dragon opposite, whose aura was also erratic. Vegeta. The fire on the 4-star dragon's body was flickering, and their eyes collided in midair. At this moment, they felt sympathy for each other. You are very tenacious. I am glad to have fought with you for so long. Let me give you a ride. The 4-star dragon took a stance, condensing 2 blazing fireballs in each hand, and then put his hands together to fuse them together. Explosive energy bomb. To show my respect for you, I will do my best. The ultimate flash. Vegeta roared and roared, condensing all the energy in his body and blasting towards the opponent. Boom! The 2 light waves collided fiercely, and a grand fire burst out, illuminating the entire space. The 4-star dragon's face was ferocious, and the energy in his body continued to converge into the light waves in his hands. The light waves that were stuck in the air moved towards Vegeta bit by bit. Vegeta was suppressed by this huge force, his body slowly retreated while trembling, and dazzling light waves filled all of Vegeta's eyeballs. Bulma. Trunks. Earth. And I can't lose to Kakarot. Under the reflection of the light, the crisis of death came to mind. Countless images flashed through Vegeta's mind, and finally settled on Son Goku. He believed that if it were Kakarot this time, he would definitely not lose. The bond in his heart and the Saiyans' competitive spirit, Vegeta will never allow himself to fail this time. Vegeta's eyes were firm, he roared angrily, his blue hair was flying, and a burst of energy suddenly surged out of his dry body and was injected into the Qigong wave. Boom! The Qigong wave that was only a finger away from his body's surface suddenly stopped, and was then pushed away by Vegeta desperately. Then the speed became faster and faster, rushing towards the 4-star dragon with a devastating force. The 4-star dragon looked horrified when it was hit by this light wave, and its body rose up from the ground. Its hard body was broken into sections by the explosion of terrifying energy, and then it was completely submerged by this energy. Whoosh! Finally, wiped them out. Vegeta could no longer maintain his transformation into the super giant ape god, and fell to one knee on the ground, sweat dripping down his face. Although this battle was full of hardships, Vegeta had a hearty smile on his face. Ding! An orange 4-star Dragon Ball fell from the sky and landed in front of Vegeta. It's finally over. Kakarot, this time Vegeta, will still protect the Earth. Vegeta murmured to himself, looking at the Dragon Balls on the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Vegeta couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Why are there only 5? In the distance, in the hazy darkness, a star dragon lay on the ground, quietly opening half of its eyes and looking at the movements around it. When he realized that Vegeta had destroyed other dragons, he secretly took out the 5-star Dragon Ball he had just captured. After swallowing it in one gulp, the tall body of the star dragon disappeared from the ground like lightning. Snapped! A flash of black light flashed, a strong wind roared, and the 1-star dragon kicked Vegeta away, then rolled up the 5 Dragon Balls on the ground into the sky. Vegeta screamed, and blood spurted out of his mouth as if it was free. He didn't know that he had been tricked, and his mind immediately thought of the 1-star dragon that he had just punched away. Vegeta, thank you for killing my brothers for me. A star dragon figure appeared in the sky, raising his right hand, and 5 Dragon Balls were suspended above his palm. After pretending to be dead for so long, he finally waited until Vegeta destroyed the others and he could openly enjoy the fruits of victory. Damn it! You despicable and shameless guy. Vegeta's chest felt tight, and he tried to stand up, but his legs gave out and he fell down again. After fighting those evil dragons for so long, he had exhausted his energy. This time he was hit hard by the 1-star dragon again. He didn't die because he was in good health and could withstand beatings. You guys don't understand good people. If I hadn't been merciful just now and wanted to leave the battlefield, do you think you could have killed my 6 dear brothers? A sinister smile appeared on the dark face of Yi Xinglong. The tall body of the 1-star dragon stood in front of Vegeta, its muscles bulged with the power to destroy the world, and an invisible sense of oppression enveloped Vegeta. Vegeta's body sank, and he immediately fell to the ground unable to move. Hateful. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his face was full of anger, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. But I also want to thank you. Without you, how could I have obtained the power of my brothers so easily? Yi Xinglong said his thanks, but the smile on his face was full of malice. At this moment, the void opened, and a small figure fell from the sky and landed in front of Vegeta. Haha, Vegeta, you are so powerful, you actually destroyed 6 evil dragons. Son Goku looked around and found that only 1-star dragon was there, and the auras of the other 6 evil dragons had disappeared. Kakarot. Vegeta looked at Son Goku and breathed a sigh of relief. Son Goku. 1-star dragon's face darkened when he saw Son Goku appear. He thought it would be a long night and many dreams. He opened his mouth and a suction force came out. 5 Dragon Balls suddenly fell into 1-star dragon's mouth. Vegeta, leave the remaining one to me. Son Goku circled his right arm a few times, his little face looking eager to try. Vegeta nodded slightly and refused to show off to him. As the 1-star dragon swallowed 6 Dragon Balls, a terrifying dark energy erupted from his body, instantly filling the entire battlefield. Red lightning struck down from above, making the 1-star dragon look like a terrifying demon. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a huge light pillar appeared in the void. An indescribable feeling spread out, and the entire dimensional space began to shake. The light faded away, and the majestic body of the 1-star dragon gradually appeared in front of Son Goku and the other 2. At this moment, Yi Xinglong's body underwent drastic changes. Sharp horns sprouted from his elbows and back, and 7 black star dragon balls were neatly embedded in his chest. The vast abyss-like black flames burned crazily on the body surface of the super dark 1-star dragon, and a pair of blood-red eyes revealed endless frost, which seemed to be able to freeze people into ice sculptures in an instant. Son Goku looked at the super dark 1-star dragon in front of him whose form changed greatly and whose aura became more fierce. He felt awestruck in his heart. Bring it on. Son Goku shouted loudly, the blue aura suddenly expanded, and his body suddenly rose to the height of an adult. Kakarot, you are still hiding it, your transformation is useless. Vegeta's nose suddenly became angry when he saw Son Goku transforming into Super Blue. But I haven't understood the form you just had. Son Goku looked at Vegeta with some embarrassment. If you don't understand, why did Wang Yang send you in? Are you here to seek death? Vegeta roared loudly at Son Goku. He thought Wang Yang had sent Kakarot in and handed him the secret of transformation, but he didn't expect. It's too late, you're in danger. Son Goku shouted helplessly. If Vegeta hadn't been in danger, he might have started trying to break through. Vegeta was at a loss for words. In the end, am I the one to blame? Whirlwind, whirlwind. High in the sky, the super dark 1-star dragon had a gloomy face, flicked his right hand, and the air blade storm roared straight towards Son Goku. After devouring other Dragon Balls, the 1-star dragon also fully mastered the evil dragon's unique skills, and the power it exerted was even more terrifying. What a speed! Son Goku was shocked, and all his escape routes were affected. His body paused slightly, his teeth clenched, and his hands suddenly pushed forward, condensing into an invisible wall of air to block in front of him. The air blade was indestructible, breaking through the air wall in an instant and then flying towards Son Goku with lightning speed. What? Son Goku was horrified. Seeing that the air blade was about to approach, he immediately teleported, dodging narrowly and narrowly. Absorbing a large amount of negative energy, the one-star dragon is already extremely powerful, let alone swallowing up the power of other evil dragons. The current super dark one-star dragon is no match for even Vegeta in his heyday. Blue light flashed in the void, and Son Goku's body appeared behind one-star dragon. Just as he was attacking one-star dragon, a sharp fist had already hit him, so fast that even Son Goku could not see it. Son Goku only felt severe pain in his abdomen, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and he screamed and his whole body flew out like a cannonball. The corners of the super dark one-star dragon's mouth raised slightly, and his body flashed and disappeared in place, appearing behind Son Goku like a teleport. He raised his right leg high and kicked Son Goku away like a ball. Bang! Son Goku's screams echoed in the space. There is no backhand power at all. Vegeta looked a little ugly as he watched Son Goku being crazily ravaged by the super dark one-star dragon. His figure kept flying back and forth in the air, all over the space. Son Goku, you dare to come here to save Vegeta with your little strength. You really don't know how to live or die. Super Dark One-Star Dragon punched Son Goku in the abdomen with disdain, and he was submerged into the darkness like a cannonball. Boom! Son Goku hit the ground heavily, the blue flames around him extinguished, and his body shrank into the appearance of a child in an instant. It's so powerful. Son Goku was lying on the ground with serious injuries, and his whole body felt like it was being torn if he moved even a little bit. In the outside world just now, the One-Star Dragon was not so terrifying. Unexpectedly, after absorbing other evil dragon queens, he would become incredibly powerful. It's true that Wang Yang didn't even know how to transform into the super giant ape god, so he just threw me in. Son Goku looked at the hazy sky and smiled bitterly. Kakarot, you BD, how long are you still lying down? Get up and transform. Vegeta shouted towards Son Goku. Wang Yang hasn't explained how to transform yet, so I don't have a clue yet. Son Goku said with a wry smile, and got up with a grin on his face. You idiot, Wang Yang didn't tell you to transform, so you can't do it? I learned it on my own before, Vegeta roared. Did you realize it yourself? Son Goku looked at Vegeta in disbelief, and then shouted confidently. Since you learned it on your own, I can do it too. Vegeta's face turned red all of a sudden, and his face was twitching. Vegeta had Wang Yang's advice and the blessing of time acceleration in the mysterious space, giving him enough time to think slowly and try again and again. Go to hell. The super dark one-star dragon's body was suspended in midair, looking down at the two Son Gokus below. A large fireball condensed in his right hand and roared towards the two of them. The temperature of the entire space suddenly soared, and the space was distorted by this terrible temperature. Every breath felt like a burning sensation in the lungs. I'll buy you time. If you don't transform successfully, I will never forgive you. Vegeta gritted his teeth and roared at Son Goku. Blue light flashed and blue fluff appeared on his body again. When Son Goku was tortured just now, Vegeta barely recovered some strength. It was impossible to beat a one-star dragon with this energy, but it was still possible to endure a severe beating. Vegeta yelled angrily and raised his hands, his arm muscles bulging high, ready to resist the energy bombs of the one-star dragon. The terrifying power struck, Vegeta's eyes widened in anger, and he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying force coming. His arms trembled, and his body was pushed back quickly by the light wave, and then his whole body was covered in energy. Boom! The fire shot into the sky, and the destructive energy swept across the world in an instant, swallowing up everything. The surrounding space was violently distorted, and there were faint signs of cracks. Vegeta. Son Goku's expression changed greatly, and he wanted to help him, but the reason in his heart stopped him. I can definitely transform. A ray of blue light rushed out from the smoke of the big explosion and crashed into the super dark one-star dragon as if teleporting. Snapped. The super dark one-star dragon leaned slightly to avoid Vegeta's angry blow, and then hit Vegeta's abdomen with an uppercut that was so powerful that it exploded directly from Vegeta's back. Well, Vegeta felt like he was struck by lightning, blood spurting out of his mouth. The super dark one-star dragon twisted its waist and gave a sharp side kick, kicking Vegeta away again. Quite tenacious. Super dark one-star dragon laughed at Vegeta, and then looked at Son Goku in the distance. I haven't lost yet. Vegeta's voice was weak and filled with determination, and he stood up slowly again. Transformed into the super giant ape god, containing the physical body of the giant ape, Vegeta has extremely strong resistance to attacks. I want to see how long you can hold on. The smile on the super dark one-star dragon's face gradually became ferocious, and he dived towards Vegeta. The powerful body cut through the sky, and the terrifying power caused a sharp explosion. Kakarot. Vegeta's face was extremely ugly. Feeling the terrifying evil energy of the other party, he roared and rushed towards him. No matter how strong the enemy is, he cannot retreat and must give Kakarot time to break through. Watching Vegeta being crazily ravaged by the super one-star dragon, the screams could not be heard. At the critical moment, Son Goku's face suddenly looked extremely calm, and thoughts flashed through his mind. How on earth should I transform? Wang Yang said that the next step is to merge the three powers of Super Saiyan, Giant Ape, and God into one. Son Goku thought of what Wang Yang said before, and the red light on his body flashed crazily, red hair grew on his body, and his black hair also turned red in an instant. The Great Ape God. Next comes, the Great Ape God's Super Saiyan transformation. Son Goku's eyes suddenly opened, and he looked up to the sky and let out a shocking roar. A rich golden flame burned violently on his body, as bright as the sun. As the golden aura was absorbed into his body and combined with the power of the Giant Ape God, his power seemed to be catalyzed. A blue halo emanates from Son Goku's body, and the blue light quickly spreads to various parts of the body. In the blink of an eye, the aura in Son Goku's body had completely turned blue, and a large amount of blue fluff grew on his body. Boom! A mighty blue beam of light shot straight into the sky, and then suddenly spread out, rendering the entire mysterious space into a gorgeous blue ocean. Huh! Super Dark One-Star Dragon flew Vegeta with one punch and turned to look at Son Goku's position. Kakarot, you succeeded. Vegeta lay on the ground with a bruised nose and a swollen face, looking up at the sky with blurred eyes, a faint smile on his face. This severe beating was not in vain. Kakarot, what happens next is up to you. Son Goku's body's surface was blazing with blue flames, and the edges seemed to be inlaid with a circle of indestructible jagged teeth. Terrible power surged crazily from his body. Brush. Enough is enough. Son Goku's figure shook, and he was already standing in front of the Super One-Star Dragon, looking at him coldly. Enough is enough? Son Goku, don't you think this is funny? Super Dark One-Star Dragon sneered. It was you who created me, and now it is you who tell me to stop. No matter what, I will never allow you to act recklessly. Son Goku knew that he appeared because of his own use of the Dragon Balls. What I hate the most is your face. Super Dark One-Star Dragon's already dark face became even darker. With one punch, the terrifying power seemed to be able to shatter the void, and the sharp wind cut the surrounding void crazily. Son Goku only noticed a blur in front of his eyes, and the next moment he felt severe pain on his face. He was involuntarily knocked out and fell next to Vegeta. Vegeta stared at Kakarot beside him in stunned silence. Kakarot, who transformed into the Super Giant Ape God, was defeated with just one punch. Although, it would be the same if it were me. I just fought to the death for him and got beaten by him. Is it worth it? Vegeta, this guy is so powerful, I feel like he is no match for him. Son Goku climbed up and said to Vegeta with a wry smile. After absorbing other evil dragons, the strength of the Super Dark One-Star Dragon has far surpassed the two of them. Son Goku, how do you get out of this space? Super Dark One-Star Dragon looked at Son Goku coldly. Killing the two people is still secondary, the most important thing is to leave this space. We won't be able to get out if Wang Yang doesn't let us out. Son Goku said with a bitter smile. Wang Yang? Who is Wang Yang? Call him over and I will kill him. Super Dark One-Star Dragon shouted loudly. He who doesn't know is fearless. In the real world, Wang Yang was teasing his daughter when he suddenly shook his head and laughed. Father, what are you laughing at? Desinger asked curiously, tapping Wang Yang's face with his finger. There is a little loach that wants to bite me. Wang Yang said with a smile. Then fry this little loach. It will be crispy and delicious. Desinger licked her lips with her red tongue, looking greedy. Haha, little greedy cat. Haha, his strength is far stronger than the two of us. You can't even break through the space he created. How can you kill him? Son Goku couldn't help but laugh loudly when he heard the words of Super Dark One-Star Dragon. Laugh. The Super One-Star Dragon's face changed drastically, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. You said I can't break this space? I'll break it now to show you. Black light passed by, and the two thick palms of the Super Dark One-Star Dragon grabbed the faces of Son Goku and Vegeta respectively, and took them into the sky. Boom! The Super Dark One-Star Dragon was faster than the streamer. It reached the edge of the space in an instant, grabbed the two people's heads and slammed them against the space barrier. Son Goku and Son Goku screamed and felt as if their heads were going to explode. Especially Vegeta, who was severely injured, felt that he was getting closer and closer to death, and hallucinations began to appear in front of his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Super Dark One-Star Dragon went completely crazy when he saw that he had not broken through this damn space. He grabbed Son Goku and the two of them beat the space barrier crazily, hoping to break through this space and get out. Tell me how else to get out. There is no way to get out. I have tried my best to absorb other brothers. What's the use of a huge increase in strength? Isn't it just like a prison? Wait, I have a way to get out. Vegeta's feeble voice was mixed in with the heavy impact. What? You have a way to get out? Super Dark One-Star Dragon was overjoyed and couldn't help but stop what he was doing and look at Vegeta. Ahem, let go first. Vegeta patted the wrist of Super Dark One-Star Dragon and shouted with difficulty. Humph. Super Dark One-Star Dragon thought for a while and felt that with his own strength, he was not afraid of the two of them playing tricks. Snap, snap. He threw it away as if throwing away garbage, leaving Son Goku and Son Goku at his feet. Tell me how to get out. The Super Dark One-Star Dragon was condescending, staring at Vegeta without blinking. Vegeta stood up tremblingly, ignoring the ugly-looking Super Dark One-Star Dragon, and turned to look at Son Goku beside him. This indifferent attitude made the Super Dark One-Star Dragon furious, and its red eyes flashed with a biting cold light. I'll bear with you for a while, but when I get out I will kill you too severely. Kakarot, use that move? You can get out. Vegeta shouted to Son Goku. Obviously, the first sentence was for Son Goku, and the latter sentence was for One-Star Dragon. What? Son Goku looked at Vegeta with some confusion. That's the move you taught Trunks and Goten back then. Vegeta roared angrily. You mean fusion? Son Goku couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Not bad, Vegeta said with an ugly expression. He felt that even if he and Kakarot died in the battle, Wang Yang outside would not help, so he could only rely on himself for the current plan. I thought you wouldn't use this move with me. Son Goku looked at Vegeta in surprise. Do you think I want to fuse with you? It's just this once, and I will never fuse with you again next time I die. Vegeta felt aggrieved. He really didn't want to fuse with Kakarot. You two don't know how to play any tricks, do you? Super Dark One-Star Dragon looked up and down at the two of them suspiciously. What tricks can we do? As long as we use that trick, we can break through the space and go out together. Vegeta cursed in his heart. The Super Dark One-Star Dragon nodded slightly, feeling confident in his own strength and thinking about leaving, so he had to let them have a try. But despite this, he still looked at the two of them without blinking. If there was anything fishy, he would definitely take action immediately. Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other, their eyes filled with joy, and they immediately distanced themselves and used fusion's moves openly in front of the One-Star Dragon. Merge, merge. If you dare to lie to me, I will never spare you too. When looking at the weird and funny actions of the two people, the corner of Super Dark One-Star Dragon's mouth twitched, feeling as if his intelligence was being ravaged. Can you take yourself out of this mysterious space with such a ridiculous move? It's simply ridiculous. Boom! As the fingers of Son Goku and Vegeta touched together perfectly, white light suddenly flashed, and Son Goku and Son seemed to turn into shadows, merging into one under the eyes of One-Star Dragon. The blue light rotated like a tornado, completely covering the two of them. A terrifying breath rose from the storm, and the powerful breath dispersed the tornado, rushing in all directions like a destructive force. The figures of Son Goku completely disappeared, replaced by a handsome man wearing a vest and covered in blue fluff. I am the warrior formed by the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta in order to defeat you, Gogeta. The super giant ape god Gogeta? As Gogeta finished speaking, his eyes slowly opened, and a golden light shot out from his eyes, disturbing the clouds in the sky. For some reason, the Super Dark One-Star Dragon looked at the man in front of him and felt an ominous premonition in his heart. He couldn't help condensing a terrifying dark energy bomb and threw it at him. Gogeta raised the corner of his mouth slightly, waved his right hand, and at a speed that was difficult to see clearly, the energy bomb emitted by the Super Dark One-Star Dragon was controlled and suspended in the palm of his hand. With a slight movement of his 5 fingers, the dark energy bomb was easily disintegrated and dissipated by Gogeta. The Super Dark One-Star Dragon couldn't help but take a few steps back, with a look of panic on his face. Danger? Fatal crisis? Looking at the terrifying man in front of him, he still didn't know that he had been deceived. Damn it! I was actually deceived by you. The Super Dark One-Star Dragon shouted to Gogeta with an angry look on his face. Ah! Gogeta roared angrily, and his aura exploded. A light that seemed to open up the world lit up. The 7 colored rays of light complemented each other and exploded in all directions with the force of splitting the sky and the earth. Boom! The terrifying energy is like a raging wave, rushing towards the Super Dark One-Star Dragon one wave after another. Boom! The Super Dark One-Star Dragon felt as if he was hit in the chest by a huge boulder, and couldn't help but fly out. As Gogeta's aura erupted, cracks suddenly opened in the solid space, and the aura from the outside world poured in. Good opportunity. Super Dark One-Star Dragon felt the aura of the outside world, his eyes lit up, and he ignored the terrifying Gogeta opposite, and his body turned into a black light and rushed into the space crack. Where to go? Seeing that the Super Dark One-Star Dragon actually wanted to run away, Gogeta immediately stopped breathing and rushed out with him. But when Gogeta came outside, he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. I saw that the Super Dark One-Star Dragon that was so arrogant just now was stepped on the ground by Wang Yang, unable to move. Super Dark One-Star Dragon was panicking in his heart. He thought he had absorbed the other brothers and was already invincible. He didn't expect that he would be easily subdued as soon as he left that damn space. Wang Yang's strength is as unpredictable as ever. Even though he is now transformed into the super giant ape god, he still feels like he is facing an abyss. Wang Yang, you. Put it on. Wang Yang interrupted Gogeta and threw him a pair of earrings. Are these Supreme Kai's fitting earrings? I have already merged and don't need these earrings anymore. Gogeta grabbed it and looked at Wang Yang with some confusion. It's not Supreme Kai's earrings, it's a pair of earrings I created myself. Your current strength is too strong, the energy in your body is fluctuating violently, and the fusion state will soon be disbanded. Wearing my special earrings, as long as your strength does not exceed mine, you don't have to worry about the fusion being released. When you want to separate, you can just take off the earrings. Wang Yang explained. Okay. Gogeta immediately put on her earrings after hearing Wang Yang's words. To be honest, just after fusion, he has not felt the powerful power in his body, nor has he seen Wang Yang's true strength, so he doesn't want to separate yet. As Gogeta put on the earrings, he felt as if the two violent and unstable auras in his body were caressed by a hand. They no longer tended to separate, but instead felt like water and milk were intertwined. Wang Yang. Gajita looked at the embarrassed Yuxinglong on the ground, and then looked straight at Wang Yang. Stop talking, there's a guy coming. Wang Yang waved his hand, interrupting him. Is there anyone? Gajita was shocked. Being introduced by Wang Yang, it seems that the strength of the person who came here should not be underestimated. Suddenly his expression froze and he suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. In the dark and quiet universe, a black shadow flew from the depths of the universe at a speed exceeding the speed of light. The speed was getting faster, and the space of the universe was torn apart with a long crack as he flew. Terrifying dark energy spread, and the stars and sun along the way, under the impact of his power, turned into grand fireworks in the universe. In front of this powerful force, everything seems so small and humble. In the Supreme Kai world, the old Supreme Kai and God JB had collapsed on the ground, completely speechless. Boom! When this figure rushed from the sky with a monstrous force, it suddenly stopped in midair, and the terrifying aura rushed towards the earth below. Boom! The fragile earth was hit head-on by this breath, exploding like a bubble, and disappeared into the universe in an instant. I saw that the person who came had a pair of large fleshy wings on his back, a tall and burly figure, a big mouth with fangs, and two sharp horns pointing toward the sky on the top of his head filled with deep black light. His skin was dark black, and a thick tail swung behind him. There were sharp sounds in the air, and black cracks appeared in the space. What is shocking is that the joints of his hands, feet, and shoulders are inlaid with huge black balls, and there is also a big black ball full of evil energy on his chest. Endless dark aura spread out, and his aura was far greater than the super dark one-star dragon that absorbed 6 evil dragons. The visitor ignored everyone. His eyes were attracted by the super dark one-star dragon at Wang Yang's feet, and his face showed a greedy look, like a hungry ghost seeing the supreme delicious food. Gajita first looked at Bulma, Shishi, and others, and found that they were being protected by Wang Yang's protective shield. Earth. Gajita breathed a sigh of relief, and then thought of the earth being destroyed by the opponent. The fluctuations on his face became more and more obvious, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. You actually destroyed my earth. A killing intent filled Gajita's body. Gajita's eyes were bloodshot, and extremely dazzling light radiated from Gajita's body. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a sun. Gajita suddenly looked up to the sky and roared. The void disintegrated piece by piece. A huge beam of light rushed out from his head, and the terrifying aura spread across every corner of the universe in an instant. At this moment, the huge anger caused Gajita's power to be completely released. Rumble. Sounds of thunder shook the entire universe, and people on countless planets looked at the source of the breath in horror. Whose aura is that? Kind of like Goku's. What a terrible smell. Is he fighting that evil? Please defeat the darkness, warrior of justice. Countless people across the universe are praying. Snapped. Wang Yang snapped his fingers, and countless smoke and dust gathered from the distance. In the huge firelight, a blue planet appeared under everyone's eyes. After the earth was restored to its original state, he gently grasped it with his 5 fingers, and the aura that destroyed the earth was easily erased by him. Everyone looked at Wang Yang blankly, not expecting that Wang Yang had such magical powers to restore the disappeared earth. Gajita couldn't help showing surprise on his face. He never expected the way the earth would recover. Go back in time. This scene is completely a scene in which time is retraced. Wang Yang smiled at Gajita. It was effortless for him to turn back time on a planet. The visitor turned to look at Wang Yang, with a strong fear on his face. He was obviously frightened by Wang Yang's methods, and he hesitated in the air for a while. You are the evil dragon transformed from the Dragon Balls of Namek. Piccolo looked at the 7 huge black dragon balls and had a bad feeling in his heart. Not bad. The beautiful evil dragon said quite proudly. How is Namek? Gajita suddenly thought of something and asked loudly. Haha, Namek has been destroyed by me, and all the people have been killed by me. The evil dragon couldn't help laughing when he thought of what he had done. Damn it. Piccolo was furious when he heard the bad news about his hometown, and rushed towards the beautiful evil dragon with his aura. Piccolo, you are no match for him. Gajita appeared in front of Piccolo and stretched out his right hand to block his chest. Piccolo understood what Gajita said was true. He clenched his fists tightly, and his sharp nails dug deeply into his palms, and drops of blood slipped from his palms. After a long while, Piccolo took a deep breath, loosened his fingers, shouted to Gajita, and then flew downwards. You must defeat him. Gajita nodded slightly. Namek is very far away from the earth. Why did you come to the earth? Sun Wuhan couldn't figure out why this guy came to the earth for no reason, and couldn't help shouting. It's for this guy. Wang Yang hooked his calf, and the super dark one-star dragon at his feet was immediately kicked away. No. The super dark one-star dragon screamed, with a look of despair on his face. Being both transformed by the dark dragon ball, he naturally understands the other party's purpose. You. The beautiful evil dragon grabbed the flying super dark one-star dragon by the neck and looked at Wang Yang in surprise. Although he felt strange in his heart, the beautiful evil dragon didn't think about anything else at the moment, and his eyes fell faintly on the super one-star dragon. Let me go. I saw the aura of the super dark one-star dragon surging, struggling desperately, trying to escape from the control of the beautiful evil dragon. It's a pity that the beautiful evil dragon's fingers are extremely strong. Not only was it unable to break free from the restraints of the other party, but his 5 fingers were deeply dug into the neck of the super dark one-star dragon. We are all transformed from Dragon Balls, and we are brothers. Let me go quickly. Super Dark One-Star Dragon found that it was difficult to break free from the other party's control. His face changed drastically, and he shouted loudly, "Yes, we are good brothers, and a good brother must be the same as me." The beautiful evil dragon's eyes flashed with red light, and its mouth suddenly became wider, swallowing the Super Dark One-Star Dragon in one gulp. The Super Dark One-Star Dragon was full of regret at this moment. If he had known this, he might as well have stayed in the mysterious space just now and not come out. The screaming sound of the Super Dark One-Star Dragon stopped abruptly. Belch. Comfortable. The beautiful evil dragon burped, and couldn't help showing an intoxicated look on his face. At this moment, black light shot up from his body, and the beautiful evil dragon's figure was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see his specific appearance. Extremely rich negative energy emanated from the body of the beautiful evil dragon, and the extremely deep dark aura was like substance, freezing the entire world. The temperature of the earth is decreasing rapidly. If you look from the universe, you will find that the earth shrouded in darkness is stagnant in the starry sky at this moment. Boom! The universe trembled, several terrifying breaths swept from the depths of the universe, and space cracks enveloped the entire Earth's time and space. Call out! A flash of light flashed, and the trembling figures of God Gabit and old Supreme Kai appeared out of thin air. Sir Supreme Kai, why are you here? Gogeta looked at the visitor in surprise. There are also 7 evil dragons born in the universe. They are fighting fiercely, and the universe is almost destroyed by them. God Gabit smiled bitterly, and now he always feels that nowhere is safe in the universe. Just now, the Supreme Kai world was hit by a light wave, and half of the divine world was destroyed. They were so scared that they ran away. Only here on Earth can he feel a little bit safer. There are 7 more evil dragons. Gogeta couldn't help being surprised. He sensed carefully and found that there were indeed 7 negative auras deep in the universe that barely passed through the sky covered by the beautiful evil dragon. It's the Black Heart Dragon Ball. Piccolo said. Before, he originally wanted to destroy the Black Heart Dragon Balls by destroying them together with the Earth. Unexpectedly, the Earth was protected by Wang Yang, and he survived, and the Black Heart Dragon Ball naturally did not disappear. At this time, the transformation of the beautiful evil dragon was coming to an end, and the rich negative energy was swallowed up by him like a long whale sucking water. Looking into the eyes, the body of the beautiful evil dragon expanded in a circle. On his chest, 7 black dragon beads from the earth formed a circle. On the outside of these 7 dragon beads, there were actually 7 black dragon beads from Namek. Dragon Ball. 7 big dragon balls set within 7 small dragon balls? If you look closely, you will see that there are already 14 dragon balls on his body. Boom! Absorbing the power of the super dark one-star dragon, the beautiful evil dragon's strength surged. With a slight squeeze of his fist, space was as fragile as paper, and the solid and immortal space-time barrier was easily destroyed by him. Father, he is ugly, he is so ugly. De Singer's delicate voice suddenly appeared. She was sitting on De Hai's back, covering her eyes with her left hand and pointing at the brand new beautiful evil dragon with her right hand. Little Singer lay in Yuer's arms, burying her little face deeply into her chest, squeezing hard at the same time, and seemed to be afraid of the beautiful evil dragon. When the beautiful evil dragon heard De Singer's words, he stared at De Singer fiercely. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the big star suddenly flew into Wang Yang's arms, and a black shadow flashed, accompanied by the scream of the beautiful evil dragon. Ah! Wang Yang smiled and touched his daughter's head, giving the black shadow a look of approval. It turns out that De Singer was frightened by the fierce gaze of the beautiful evil dragon just now. The guardian De Hai became furious and attacked the beautiful evil dragon. Woof woof woof. With Wang Yang's approval, De Hai Pao became even more ferocious, biting crazily on the beautiful evil dragon. The beautiful and evil dragon's strong muscles were easily bitten into bloody holes in front of De Hai's sharp teeth, just like breaking leather. Shut up, you damn BCH. The beautiful evil dragon was furious in his heart. Looking at the big black dog that was sticking to him like a dogskin plaster, he stretched out his hand desperately to hit the big black dog, trying to knock it away. It's a pity that even if De Hai's consciousness was erased by Wang Yang, as a terrifying existence that destroys time and space, its strength is still terrifying, far beyond what the beautiful evil dragon can match. Kaka? Hearing that the beautiful evil dragon dared to speak rudely, De Hai was furious. He bit down hard and shook his head hard. Under the shocked eyes of Bulma and others, the thick arm of the beautiful evil dragon was actually hit by the big black dog. It was bitten off. A sharp cracking sound passed through the sky, and the beautiful evil dragon raised its ferocious head and let out a shrill scream. Kaka? De Hai's sharp canine teeth took a few bites and swallowed the entire arm of the beautiful evil dragon. Gogeta thought there would be a big battle next, but he didn't expect that the beautiful and evil dragon in front of him, who was so arrogant, was actually bitten by the big black dog and howled in pain. Boom! The beautiful evil dragon's body exploded with a bang, turning into a stream of black energy that escaped De Hai's control, and regrouped not far away. The big black dog's tongue stuck out and licked his lips. A pair of dog eyes shone with green light and fell on the beautiful evil dragon. Get away. The beautiful evil dragon escaped from De Hai's control and looked at the big black dog walking towards him with a longing face. He kept retreating in panic. De Hai, why don't you give this guy to me? At this time, Gogeta flew forward and looked at De Hai with a smile on his face. The beautiful evil dragon's strength should not be underestimated, and it was a good opponent. Gogeta couldn't help but feel itchy. The big black dog's face suddenly sank, its dark hair slowly stood up, and the roar of thunder suddenly rose in its throat. Gogeta had a bad premonition in his heart, and a black shadow flashed across his mind. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he couldn't help but be thrown away. Big Black. The big black dog knocked Gogeta away, turned over, and landed on the ground, his face full of disdain, and then turned to look at the beautiful evil dragon. How could it be so strong? Gogeta stood up from Wang Yang, touched his chest, and exclaimed in shock. Isn't this quite normal? In Daihei's heyday, one move could destroy your universe. Now you are still far away from those top experts. It's not that easy to catch up with Daihei. Easy. Wang Yang looked at Gogeta matter-of-factly. Gogeta was speechless. He thought that even if he was not as good as Wang Yang, he would still have no problem beating a big black dog. Unexpectedly, that was just what he thought. However, Wang Yang said that Daihei could destroy his universe with one move. Then Wang Yang who subdued Daihei. Gogeta couldn't help but swallowed, obviously frightened by his own reasoning. Brush. The beautiful evil dragon's self-confidence has been shattered by the bite of Daihei's fangs. It can no longer care about anything else. Its whole body turns into a black light and rises into the sky. He wants to escape from this terrifying planet. You all just wait for me, I will come back. The roar of the beautiful evil dragon echoed throughout the earth. Although the beautiful evil dragon was fast, Daihei's speed was even faster. He rushed in front of it and bit the beautiful evil dragon hard with his bloody mouth. Seeing the lingering ghost of this hateful big black dog, the beautiful evil dragon felt resentful in his heart. In desperation, his body exploded again, and his whole body turned into countless black air currents and retreated from the sky above the earth. Where did such a horrible dead dog come from? Damn it! I will absorb those few in the universe, and then I will take revenge. The big black dog looked at the black energy receding all over the sky with confusion. It was wiped out of consciousness by Wang Yang. Apart from its instinctive biting, it didn't know any other magical moves. It was powerless to deal with this situation. Gogeta looked at the black aura of the beautiful evil dragon leaving, his brows suddenly furrowed, and he didn't know how to stop it for a moment. Just as Gogeta was thinking about countermeasures, the black gas flew out of the earth and left the solar system in the blink of an eye. Gogeta, go to the universe and stop those evil dragons. If you let them continue fighting like this, the universe will be destroyed, and none of us will be able to escape by then. Supreme Kai Xian looked up and looked deep into the universe, and then he was full shouted Gogeta with a worried face. Okay. Gogeta nodded, just as his terrifying power had nowhere to display, and he was panicking. If Daihei hadn't caused trouble just now, he would have had a good fight with the beautiful evil dragon. Gogeta pointed 2 fingers on his forehead, his majestic body flashed and disappeared from everyone's eyes, and soon his breath exploded from the depths of the universe. It's so scary. Being so far away makes me tremble all over, as if I'm actually there. Sun Wufan's mouth opened wide and he couldn't help shouting. Before, the entire universe fell into destruction, but you came to help. Old Supreme Kai staggered to Wang Yang and said to Wang Yang, who looked calm. Yes, I fought with this black dog in time and space. I accidentally struck too hard, cutting off the connection between this tributary of time and space and the main time and space. Later, I conquered it and successfully pulled you, a tributary of time and space, back. Wang Yang stretched out his right foot and kicked the big black dog beside him. Woo! The big black dog shrank into a ball in fear, trying to reduce its sense of existence. The big black dog that was extremely ferocious before was like an obedient little kitten in front of Wang Yang. The 2 old Supreme Kai looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turns out that the reason why there is a lot of negative energy in this universe is the person and dog in front of me. No matter what, thank you. Old Supreme Kai thanked him sincerely. He knew that the man in front of him could completely ignore the universe. Since he came to help, it means that he is an upright person. Wang Yang smiled and said nothing. Do you think Gogeta can defeat his opponent this time? Old Supreme Kai changed his voice and asked Wang Yang. Wang Yang's strength is so terrifying, he is right to ask about the outcome of the battle. Gogeta after fusion is very strong, and the evil dragon is no match for him, but... Wang Yang expressed his affirmation of Gogeta's strength, but he stopped after speaking. But what? God JB couldn't help but ask. But these evil dragons should not be underestimated. The negative energies from multiple time and space are gathered together. If they all merge into one, Gogeta may be in trouble. Wang Yang said with a smile. Gogeta shouldn't give the other party this chance, right? Godgubit's voice became weaker and weaker as he spoke, obviously having no confidence in the moral integrity of the 2 Saiyans. Grandpa will definitely defeat his opponent. Xiaofeng couldn't help but say, if Gogeta fails, I hope you can help me. Old Supreme Kai bowed to Wang Yang sincerely. A universe that can control multiple time and space with great supernatural powers. The strength of the man in front of him is really terrifying. The evil dragon born from mere negative energy is definitely no match for him. It was rare to see such a polite and humble old Supreme Kai, and Wang Yang felt a little uncomfortable for a while. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, they won't be able to change the world. Wang Yang nodded slightly, fully accepting the gift from the old Supreme Kai. the terrifying negative energy disappeared one after another, and even the breath of the beautiful and evil dragon that was so terrifying before completely disappeared without a trace. Great, Grandpa has eliminated another enemy. Xiaofang felt the breath coming from the depths of the universe and couldn't help but jump up and cheer. Soon Xiaofang felt something was wrong. She found that her father's face did not show the slightest joy, but was a little embarrassed. Dad, what's wrong with you? Xiaofang looked at Sun Wufan curiously. There is one less enemy, but the evil aura among them has become more powerful. Sun Wuhan pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and smiled bitterly. What does this mean? It means that the one with the smallest number is not destroyed, but merged with other auras. I knew that fusion, two inconspicuous guys, still can't place high hopes on them. The old Supreme Kai used his magical power to check the universe and knew what was going on. He immediately stamped his feet with hatred. Boom! Just as the old Supreme Kai finished speaking, a terrifying aura swept across from the depths of the universe, shifting stars and changing battles, and the world collapsed. The universe, which already had a large number of time and space cracks, could no longer withstand the impact of this force. The edges begin to collapse. The universe is over. Old Supreme Kai's vision went dark and he sat down on the ground. How is that possible? Gogeta noticed that the cracks in the universe were expanding, the edges of the universe were shrinking and collapsing, countless stars were colliding, and his expression couldn't help but change. All signs indicate that this universe is in ruins. You will pay for your arrogance. An indifferent voice rolled in like the demonic sound of hell. This is a person who is completely black, with its body covered with layers of fine black dragon scales, and a tail formed by barbed keel bones hanging down behind it. There is a circle of 7 black dragon beads inlaid on his chest, and there are 14 dragon beads on his back, forming a pattern of large circles and small circles. The negative energy carried by the Earth's Dragon Balls, the Black Star Dragon Balls, the Namek Dragon Balls, and the 21 Dragon Balls all converge into one. Under Gogeta's indulgence, a terrifying ultimate evil dragon was finally born in the universe. Boundless pressure permeated his whole body, and Gogeta suddenly became mentally alert. I must defeat you. Gogeta regretted it at this time. He did not expect that allowing the other party to grow would bring such serious consequences to the universe. The blue flames converged within his body, and the blue fur on Gogeta's body shone brightly. He roared and charged towards the ultimate evil dragon. There is no breath released, no violent arrogance, all the energy is absorbed into Gogeta's body, without any leakage. At this moment, Gogeta's strength not only has not diminished, but has become stronger. The ultimate evil dragon made a move with his right hand, and 10 stars were captured and compressed by him, turning into spheres as high as a person and arranged in front of him. Bang! The blue light did not pause at all. As soon as it passed through, 10 spheres exploded at the same time. Fire filled the sky, and a large amount of smoke flew into the distance with the universe storm. Roar! Seeing this, the ultimate evil dragon showed no panic. He clenched his fist with his right hand and struck at the flying Gogeta. An evil dragon as black as ink appeared on his fist and rushed towards Gogeta with a roar. A terrifying evil aura filled the air, as if it was going to swallow Gogeta whole. Gogeta punched away the evil dragon's aura, and his indestructible fist collided with the ultimate evil dragon's fist. Boom! A big explosion exploded, and a devastating energy storm swept across the world. The surrounding space rumbled and shattered, and countless stars were wiped out. A huge star exploded under the impact of this energy storm, turning into a huge black hole that swallowed all the surrounding matter. It's over, it's all over. Baihe Galaxy is over. I'm desperate. Destroy them all. King Kai's fat body seemed to have been hit hard, and he lay on the ground twitching. He ignored everything in the universe and just gave up on himself. Gogeta and the ultimate evil dragon backed up several thousand meters before regaining their balance. Their sharp gazes collided in the void, huge thunder and lightning struck down, and terrifying energy spread out like ripples. What a powerful, terrifying evil dragon. The fire in Gogeta's eyes was vivid, and his fighting spirit was soaring into the sky. Gogeta roared angrily and rushed towards the ultimate evil dragon like light and lightning. The two of them fought fiercely for an instant, like two blue and black divine dragons wreaking havoc, melting everything in their path. The ultimate evil dragon punched Gogeta in the chest, and explosive power came out from his body, exploding a space directly behind him. Gogeta received this heavy blow, and his whole body fell into time and space involuntarily. Before the ultimate evil dragon could breathe a sigh of relief, the space in front of him was shattered again, but Gogeta flew out from it with murderous intent. The ultimate evil dragon's face looked a little ugly. Before he could dodge, Gogeta punched him in the chest and sent him flying. Boom! Gogeta took advantage of the victory and pursued it. His body was like a thunderbolt, carrying an extremely powerful momentum, and hit the abdomen of the ultimate evil dragon hard with a knee strike. The ultimate evil dragon was beaten until it roared repeatedly, with a look of pain on its face. Seeing that Gogeta's attack was about to come, the ultimate evil dragon's face changed slightly, he opened his hands, and his whole body suddenly turned into billowing black mist covering the battlefield. Boom! Gogeta shattered the void with a punch, and glanced around with mighty eyes. This blow did not hit the opponent. At this moment, Gogeta's whole body was shrouded in strong negative energy, as dark as ink, without a trace of light. Gogeta closed his eyes subconsciously, trying to catch the other person's figure through his breath. What? Suddenly Gogeta opened his eyes in shock. Although he noticed the other person's aura was everywhere, as if the black mist was his body, which made him unable to do anything. What's even more terrifying is that the space shrouded in black mist is like being separated from the universe, making it impossible for him to feel the breath of anyone outside. Gogeta took a deep breath, forced himself to stabilize his emotions, and tried hard to perceive everything around him, trying to find out the flaws of the ultimate evil dragon. Snapped. A thick arm struck from behind, and Gogeta was punched far away without noticing. I am made of negative energy. I can have a body or not. How can you defeat me? The voice of the ultimate evil dragon came from every corner, full of pride. The black mist rolled violently, and sharp black knives gathered from all directions. The tip of the knife was pointed at Gogeta, stabbing towards Gogeta silently and at super light speed. Gogeta couldn't help but let out a long roar. Thunder rolled inside his body, and brilliant light spurted out from his body, turning into a nine-sky dragon that wrapped around him, illuminating everything around him and crushing the flying blades as quickly as possible. However, these sharp blades were not completely destroyed after they exploded. Instead, they turned into streaks of black energy and blended into the surrounding negative energy. Good boy. A cold smile appeared on the corner of the ultimate evil dragon's mouth, and he clasped his hands together and punched Gogeta in the air. Black air billowed above Gogeta's head, and a huge hammer the size of a mountain was condensed, and it hit Gogeta's head. Boom! Gogeta flew back, and at the same time energy gathered in the palm of his hand, his 5 fingers pulsed with lightning, and he suddenly struck out with a palm. The Kigong wave smashed the black giant hammer into pieces with a devastating force, and then passed through the boundless darkness. Gogeta frowned. Although he neutralized the opponent's attack, he still couldn't think of a way to eliminate the opponent. Through the light emanating from his body, Gogeta couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene around him. It turned out that the dark energy around him was distorted, and black shadows condensed one after another. The densely packed ultimate evil dragon, holding double blades and looking ferocious on its face, surrounded Gogeta. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Gogeta's forehead. Such a huge number of ultimate evil dragons made even him feel very troublesome. The last time I encountered this scene was more than 20 years ago, during a battle with Metal Cooler on a high star. But at that time, the opponent had a core fatal flaw, but now the ultimate evil dragon has no shortcomings. Kill. This group of ultimate evil dragons suddenly roared and rushed towards Gogeta like locusts. The sound of killing soared into the sky, crushing the void, and the terrifying murderous intention took the lead in turning into a series of materialized steel knives to strike at Gogeta. Unable to escape, Gogeta's figure was instantly submerged in the sea of people. Layer after layer, they soon piled up into a mountain of flesh. The mountain of meat quickly dissolved and turned into a real black mountain, completely suppressing Gogeta within the belly of the mountain. The black mountain expanded and contracted greatly, and wisps of blue light penetrated the gaps. With a louder roar, the blue light became stronger and stronger, and the aura of destruction descended on this black mountain. Boom! An unparalleled big explosion rose in the universe, and the dark energy condensed by the ultimate evil dragon disappeared in this terrifying energy explosion. Is it over? Cold sweat fell from Gogeta's forehead. He breathed heavily and looked at the dissipating black mist around him, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. The power of the life-saving explosion just now was certainly shocking to the world, but it also had a great impact on himself. It can be said that he injured the enemy by 1,000 and suffered 800 losses. When he looked at the empty planet around him, his face couldn't help but feel sad. With his explosion just now, a star field disappeared into thin air. The price of destroying the ultimate evil dragon was too high, and Gogeta couldn't help but regret what he had done before. Had I known, I should have eliminated them as soon as possible. I am immortal. At this time, the cold voice of the ultimate evil dragon echoed in Gogeta's mind. What? Gogeta's face changed drastically, and his eyes were like lightning. He found that the stars in the distance disappeared, the stars dimmed, and everything was shrouded in negative energy. Even the earth at the other end of the universe was affected by darkness. The black mist surrounded Gogeta slowly and quickly, trying to cover it again. Without thinking, Gogeta pointed at his forehead, teleported in an instant, and the whole person disappeared in a flash. The old Supreme Kai noticed a flash in front of his eyes, and a figure appeared in front of him out of thin air. When he looked closely, it was clear that it was Gogeta who was back. You still know that you came back, do you know what stupid thing you did? The old Supreme Kai's blood pressure immediately spiked, and he grabbed Gogeta's vest and roared loudly. Haha, don't be angry, old Supreme Kai. I didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. Gogeta couldn't help but laugh. I'm not angry, how can I not be angry? The universe is covered in darkness, and all of us are going to be doomed. Old Supreme Kai shouted. You are very knowledgeable, what can you do to deal with this situation? Gogeta said with a smile. The aura of the evil dragon is integrated with the entire universe. What can I do even if I have a way? The old Supreme Kai couldn't help but sigh. Do you really have a solution? Gogeta's eyes lit up and he shouted happily. The only way to eliminate him is to destroy our universe together. Old Supreme Kai stood on the ground dejectedly. Gogeta was stunned. He had just thought of this, and the universe would be destroyed if he continued to fight, so he did not dare to tangle with the ultimate evil dragon anymore. Unexpectedly, old Supreme Kai's words completely shattered his luck. Do we have to destroy the universe to eliminate him? Gogeta shouted with bitterness on his face and unwillingly. Wang Yang, yes, there is Wang Yang. Gogeta suddenly looked at Wang Yang, who had a calm face from beginning to end, and his heart seemed to be illuminated by a ray of dawn. There is nothing he can do, but Wang Yang's strength is unfathomable, so he may not be able to do anything. Wang Yang, is there any way you can kill the evil dragon without hurting the universe? Gogeta looked at Wang Yang with burning eyes. Supreme Kai and others also looked over expectantly. We have some days in this universe, and it's time to leave. Wang Yang did not answer Gogeta's words, and turned to look at Yuer, who looked calm. Yeah. Yuer was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Wang Yang, don't leave. The evil dragon has not been destroyed yet. Please tell me how to destroy him. Gogeta flashed to Wang Yang and shouted to him. Gogeta, you have to solve the problem yourself. I believe you will find a way. Wang Yang said to Gogeta expressionlessly. You promised me that you would destroy the evil dragon, why are you regretting it now? Old Supreme Kai felt like he was struck by lightning. Because, there is nothing I can do now. Wang Yang spread his hands and looked at the old Supreme Kai with a smile. Old Supreme Kai rolled his eyelids, straightened his thin body, and then fell directly backward. Old Ancestor. Supreme Kai Xian hurriedly stepped forward to help old Supreme Kai to prevent him from falling to the ground. Gogeta, we are destined to meet again. Wang Yang waved his right hand, and Yuer and her daughter were taken into a different space by him, and then they sat astride Dehei's majestic back and disappeared from everyone's eyes. It's over, our universe is over. The white hair on Supreme Kai Xian's head tugged down, and he was listless. The darkness above the earth shrouded again. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky, and their hearts seemed to be covered by a haze. Vitality bullet, yes. Vitality bullet? I can use the vitality bullet to purify this evil energy. Gogeta's eyes lit up and he shouted loudly. The universe is covered in darkness, and we can't contact the lives in the universe at all. Even if we can contact them, there is no way for those life energies to be transmitted through the darkness. It is impossible to destroy the evil dragon with the energy of the earth alone. Unless, Old Supreme Kai said after regaining his breath, but at the end of the sentence he paused and looked at Gogeta. Unless what? Gogeta's heart moved. Unless we replace the life energy in the universe with our own energy. The Old Supreme Kai looked at Gogeta deeply. Call. Gogeta looked extremely ugly. He understood what the old Supreme Kai meant, which was to use everyone's life force to destroy each other. Looking at the relatives and friends around him, Gogeta took a deep breath, his eyes gradually filled with determination. Sir Supreme Kai, since this happened because of me, let me solve this disaster completely. Gogeta's voice was firmer than ever before, and his face was full of determination. Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Bra, you must take good care of your mother. Xiao Fang, Grandpa has gone to destroy the enemy. You must be obedient at home. Goku, Vegeta, Dad, Grandfather. Everyone's expressions changed as they looked at Gogeta, who seemed to be explaining his funeral. Be careful. Old Supreme Kai sighed after regaining his breath and faced Gogeta. Gogeta looked deeply at the relatives who had been with him for many years, and then soared into the sky. The nostalgia in his eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by determination and perseverance to move forward. With everyone's faith, Gogeta will fight the ultimate evil dragon. Goku, you have to come back early, I will cook your favorite dishes at home and wait for you. Shishi smiled and waved at Gogeta's back. It wasn't until Gogeta's figure completely disappeared from sight that she reluctantly withdrew her gaze and slowly turned her back to everyone, with a crystal luster shining in her eyes. Be careful, you must come back alive. Bulma murmured in a low voice. High in the sky, Gogeta's body suddenly surged with a blue violent flame, which spread to the sky and the earth, becoming more and more dazzling. Boom! As Gogeta's breath exploded, he turned into a brilliant stream of light and flew out of the earth in an instant and came into the dark universe. The negative energy that enveloped the earth disappeared completely when it encountered Gogeta's aura like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun. Standing in the universe, Gogeta looked at the universe without any starlight. His face was extremely ugly. Taking a deep breath, Gogeta suddenly began to gather energy, and then roared suddenly. The terrifying energy rushed out of his body and spread towards the entire universe at a speed exceeding the speed of light. Wherever the blue energy passes, it rumbles and breaks through the negative energy in the universe with overwhelming force. But despite this, when a large amount of negative energy is purified, this blue energy also dissolves into the universe. Gogeta is integrating his pure vitality into the power of the Super Ape God to purify the negative energy of the universe. Deep in the darkness, the aura surged and condensed into the body of the ultimate evil dragon. He looked across countless distances and looked at Gogeta, with a hint of ridicule on his face. Court death. Manpower is endless, but I am infinite. The ultimate evil dragon waved its right claw, and the negative energy in the universe seemed to come alive all of a sudden, rushing towards Gogeta. At the same time, negative energy from other time and space continues to gather through space cracks and merges into the darkness of the universe. He wants to use this to drain Gogeta's energy, and then no one in the universe will be his opponent. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of happy things, the ultimate evil dragon couldn't help laughing. Hateful. Gogeta felt that the negative energy around him was rushing towards him like a flood. His pressure suddenly increased greatly, and the energy in his body was also rapidly decreasing. Even if it costs me my life, I will definitely destroy you. Gogeta's forehead was dripping with sweat, and as he roared, his breath surged again. He is squeezing and overdrawing his full potential, and now he has no way out. In the universe, there are only two colors left, blue light and black light. A large number of lightnings are generated where the two abilities collide. Countless planets appear extremely small at this moment. They are destroyed and obliterated under the impact of the two forces, and they turn into a flower one after another. A firework disappeared into the void. Suddenly Gogeta felt relieved and found that the negative energy in the universe began to decline. This is... Gogeta looked up, his face suddenly filled with shock. I saw that in the universe, the infinite negative energy seemed to be pulled by something. It rose in one direction, passed through the universe membrane, and disappeared into endless time and space. In the depths of darkness, the ultimate evil dragon's face changed drastically. He also discovered that the negative energy in the universe began to lose control of him and continued to drain rapidly outside the universe. What's going on? The ultimate evil dragon's face was full of panic, his negative energy decreased, and his strength also weakened. In time and space, Wang Yang chuckled, looking at the universe covered in black energy in front of him, and immediately stretched out his right hand, turning into an extremely huge energy hand floating above the universe. The huge universe is like an egg at this moment, easily grasped by this big hand. Whale swallows everything? As Wang Yang moved, the endless black energy was forcibly sucked out from the universe, and then imprisoned in the palm of his hand. I wonder if Gogeta is scared. If it weren't for Gogeta's pride and arrogance, the ultimate evil dragon wouldn't have appeared. Wang Yang had just deliberately scared him. Yuer just knew that Wang Yang would not stand by and watch, so she didn't persuade him. There was a huge gap in strength between the two sides. Under Wang Yang's strong absorption, as the last ray of negative energy flew out, all the negative energy in the universe in front of him was suddenly drawn out by him. Wang Yang thought for a while and stretched out his hand, and the spatial cracks in the universe were smoothly erased by him, just like wrinkled paper being smoothed by him. Let me go. A bead emitting strong negative energy condensed in the palm of Wang Yang's hand. A vague shadow inside the bead was roaring crazily. He kept hitting the edge of the bead, his face was extremely ferocious. You're in my hands and you still want to escape. Just stay in there. Wang Yang originally wanted to eliminate the opponent, but considering that the energy was quite considerable, it was a pity to eliminate him like this. When I have my hands free, I'll fix you again. The 5 fingers were closed together, a light flashed from the palm of his hand, and the bead that sealed the ultimate evil dragon was immediately thrown into the temporarily opened dimensional space by Wang Yang. Wang Yang, it was Wang Yang who took action. Gogeta watched the negative energy in the universe be consumed, and Fulin thought of Wang Yang heartily. Thank you, Wang Yang. Gogeta shouted loudly in the broken universe. At this moment, his heart was full of excitement. I'm leaving, don't be so arrogant again. Wang Yang's voice sounded in Gogeta's mind. Good. Gogeta's face lit up and he nodded. In time and space, Wang Yang looked at Gogeta's face, smiled and then left. When Gogeta returns to Earth, he tells everyone the truth. Haha, I was scared to death. This guy Wang Yang is really hateful. He even scared me before leaving. Fortunately, I have strong mental endurance, otherwise I would almost not be able to breathe. Old Supreme Kai's old face couldn't help but reveal a smile. It's a pity that many people died in this disaster, a large number of stars were destroyed, and the universe is on the verge of collapse. God Gabit looked at the universe he managed and said without tears. Gogeta, you have to bear the greatest responsibility this time. The universe is very fragile now, and it may completely collapse at any time. You have to help us stabilize the universe. The old Supreme Kai turned to Gogeta and shouted. Don't worry, old Lord Supreme Kai, I will definitely protect our universe. Gogeta said sternly. That's good. Old Supreme Kai's face brightened slightly, looking like a teachable child. Actually, we can use the Dragon Balls to make a wish and restore the destroyed planet and life. Gogeta's voice suddenly sounded. You still dare to use the Dragon Balls? Aren't the lessons you learned before enough? Are you willing to destroy our universe just because you want to? Old Supreme Kai's butt jumped as if he had been pricked by a needle. Sir Supreme Kai, don't worry. Just use it once, and you won't really need it after this time. Gogeta sneered. No, I don't agree. Old Supreme Kai flatly refused. Are we just going to let the universe remain in such a state of ruin? Gogeta asked rhetorically. This. Old Supreme Kai was speechless for a moment. Dragon Balls generate negative energy because they have made many wishes. This time we will make one wish and never use it again. Gogeta raised his index finger in front of him and said sincerely. It's impossible to promise evil once, right? The Dragon Ball has disappeared together with the evil dragon. How do you summon the Dragon Ball? Is it possible that you still want to summon the evil dragon to make a wish for you? The old Supreme Kai looked sideways at Gogeta. Although the Dragon Ball is gone, we can still create a new dragon. Gogeta smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Tiandi, the god of the earth. I can create a brand new dragon. Tiandi said in a deep voice. The destruction of Namek was always in his mind, and he also wanted to resurrect his people. Very good. With Tiandi's creation, a brand new model of the mini-dragon appeared. The sky darkened rapidly, and the 7 brand new Dragon Balls emitted dazzling light. The 7 rays of light fused together to form a golden dragon that rose into the sky and hovered over the capsule company. I hope everything will go well. Old Supreme Kai muttered. Say your wish. The low voice echoed between heaven and earth. Wang Yang rode Dehei and walked in the long river of time and space, and the smile on his face became more obvious along the way. I'm going back soon, I'm so happy. Bulma, little god, little saint. I don't know what my other strength is like. If he is too weak, I will definitely throw him into the dimensional space, increase his time flow rate 1,000 times, imprison him for a few years and then release him. Wang Yang murmured to himself. It's a pity that Wang Yang doesn't know that the other person has been cultivating in the time house to the end of the world, and is undergoing transformation in time and space. It is still unknown who is stronger and which is weaker. The big black dog carried Wang Yang, its 4 claws flying, time and space reversed, and countless time and space intersections were quickly left behind it. Time and space do not remember years. I don't know how much time passed. Wang Yang pulled the dog leash and made the big black dog stop. Dehei looked at the empty void in front of him. The black hair on his body stood up subconsciously, and his dog face wavered in a humanized way. For some reason, it felt a frightening feeling here, as if there was an extremely terrifying beast in front of it. Strange, I remember it was in this position. Wang Yang frowned. He was so weak before that it was easy to get lost in time and space. Now that he is powerful and has a profound understanding of the way of time and space, he can already retrace his own path. Wang Yang pulled his hands, and he opened a hole in space and time, and then he flew into it. Looking around, he saw loneliness and nothingness, and Wang Yang's brows suddenly frowned. There is nothingness. It seems that I must have gone the wrong way. Wang Yang murmured in a low voice. At this moment, he found an object. With a thought, a colorful crystal stone came through the air. What is this? Wang Yang reached out and grabbed it, looking at it carefully. I saw that this crystal was prism-shaped, extremely heavy and hard, and felt warm in the hand. At the same time, the surrounding energy surged in and submerged into this crystal. Wang Yang flipped his right hand and immediately put the crystal away, waiting to study it again when he was free. Unwilling to be reconciled, Wang Yang subconsciously sent out his spiritual thoughts and swept across the entire area in search of them. Suddenly, Wang Yang's expression changed, and when his body flashed and reappeared, there were actually 3 extremely high-dimensional auras hovering in the palm of his hand. Whose breath does this belong to? This belongs to the big black dog. This belongs to the little god. Wang Yang's face changed drastically, his eyes were like lightning, and he suddenly raised his head and looked at everything around him. The aura of his son Wangshan is here, which means that he has not taken the wrong path, which means this is the location of my universe. Wang Yang stood motionless on the spot, his face suddenly became more and more terrifying, and the aura on his body fluctuated. My universe is destroyed. Yuer's voice and smile, Bulma's intelligence, the 2 innocent and lovely children, countless pictures flashed through my mind quickly. Everything is gone? Ah. Wang Yang's eyes instantly turned blood red, and fine hair surged out. The silver-white hair that reached his waist danced violently. Each hair contained the power to pierce time and space, and endless breath exploded from his body. At this moment, the void shattered, space and time were shaken, and extremely powerful power spread toward distant space and time. Boom! The unimaginable terrifying aura swept in all directions, and countless air currents penetrated the surrounding time and space and disappeared into distant and unknown places. Time and space are violently turbulent under this powerful force, and the terrifying power endlessly sweeps and covers the upstream and downstream of endless time and space. Wang Yang's power became stronger and stronger. As his power continued to explode, the space-time storm slowly stopped, and the various lights in space and time became motionless, as if he could catch the light with just one hand. Everything has been paused. Woof woof. Sensing Wang Yang's terrifying aura, the black hair all over the big black dog's body burst out, and he ran away barking in fear. Ah! As Wang Yang roared, his whole body emitted endless light, and space and time exploded. With Wang Yang as the center, a large number of universes surrounding time and space exploded, which was more terrifying than the creation of the world. All matter was annihilated under the explosion of Wang Yang's power. The big black dog ran slowly, and the whole dog was immediately overtaken by the big explosion. Woof woof woof. Boom! The big explosion disappeared, and the big black dog with scars all over his body turned over and ran towards the distance. Wang Yang shook his body, smashed into the void and appeared in time and space. His body flashed and appeared in front of the big black dog. Woof! Looking at Wang Yang's gloomy face in front of him, the big black dog suddenly braked and only stopped when it collided with Wang Yang. Ouch! Dehei immediately shrugged his head, his slender tail sandwiched between his legs, and his limbs were trembling. My universe was actually destroyed by you, a piece of shit. Wang Yang's face fluctuated violently, endless anger filled his chest, and the terrifying murderous intention turned into a substantial air blade and rushed towards the big black dog. Wang Yang remembered that when he first encountered this dead dog, it said it was attacked together with its companions. According to the aura left behind in the land of nothingness, it seems that the one fighting them is his son Wangshan. You were attacked for no reason, and you came to my universe to kill people. You are so brave. No wonder he attacked me when we first met. It seems that he found out that I looked very similar to the little god, so he attacked me in anger. Sonorous? The air blade hit Daehei's strong fur and made a crisp sound. Woo, woo. Daehei was in pain and backed away cautiously. The dog's face showed fear and it shook its head vigorously. I have no idea. Its memory was destroyed by Wang Yang, and it no longer knew anything about what happened before. You BCH, you dare to quibble, you will die. Endless anger rushed out from Wang Yang's head. Wang Yang's face was ferocious with anger. He stepped forward and beat Daehei crazily. Woof, woof. The big black dog was in pain, its body struggled violently, and its cold fangs bit at Wang Yang. In a life and death crisis, it no longer cares about its master or not. Wang Yang has a deep understanding of the ultimate meaning of freedom. Although he is in a state of rage, his instinctive fighting reaction is still not affected at all. His right hand shrank and explored, not only avoiding Daehei's bite, but also pressing down on its head with his palm, holding Daehei's head firmly with his 5 fingers. Ah! As Wang Yang exerted force, the sound of bones cracking sounded. Daehei felt pain, his eyes bulged under the pressure of this force, and his limbs and claws swung wildly. Go to hell! Wang Yang roared angrily, and space and time shook violently. The terrifying energy turned into sharp air swords, slashing and cutting at the big black dog under him. Daehei, who had lost his memory, had nothing to do about it. His dog eyes were full of fear, and he watched helplessly as the air swords stabbed into his body one after another. Blood flowers bloomed on the big black dog's body one after another, and the huge barking sound echoed through time and space. Even if the big black dog struggled wildly, it still could not change the outcome. In the blink of an eye, it was cut into countless pieces by the furious Wang Yang. Only a fearful dog head was tightly grasped by Wang Yang's 5 fingers. Die to me. Boom! Wang Yang gritted his teeth, gathered his strength, and the extremely strong dog head exploded instantly. Even if this dead dog was cut into pieces, Wang Yang still couldn't understand his hatred, and the fire in his chest still became more and more fierce. The desire for destruction floated in his heart, and Wang Yang, who was extremely angry, wanted to destroy everything at this moment. Wang Yang waved his right hand, and the energy surged wildly and condensed into a hazy cauldron. The flesh and blood suspended in time and space gathered towards the interior of the cauldron as quickly as possible. The space-time energy washed down like water, filling the cauldron in the blink of an eye. With a palm shot, the blazing energy ball fell below the cauldron and burned brightly. Even after killing Daehei, Wang Yang still wanted to boil it and eat it. Wang Yang sat silently in front of the cauldron, the raging flames hidden deep in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, the top of the lid banged and a smell of meat came out. Wang Yang, expressionless, reached into the hot dog meat soup and grabbed a piece of meat. Damn thing! Damn thing! Wang Yang screamed bitterly while biting the strong dog meat vigorously. While Wang Yang was eating dog meat, time and space in the distance fluctuated, and a figure appeared in time and space from the outside world. According to the Demon God Emperor's guidance, we should be right ahead. Haha, I am truly blessed. There are so many people closest to me. After completing the mission this time, I wonder what the Demon God Emperor will reward me? Will it increase my strength? As long as my strength is better, I won't have to hide from that bad-tempered woman like Fu Na. It's very happy to think about it. I saw that this man had gray skin, narrow red eyes, a thick tail, a black horn standing high on his forehead, and a mysterious black rune between his eyebrows. At this time, the black rune emitted a rich black light, wrapped around him and shot towards a place. In front of the Saiyan with a big appetite, the large cauldron in front of Wang Yang, as tall as a person, quickly bottomed out. The pieces of meat disappeared, the soup entered his belly, and only the bones piled together. Wang Yang's body was like a long drought, and the powerful energy contained in the black dog meat was absorbed and devoured by him as quickly as possible. Dog meat is a great tonic, and the big black dog can easily destroy the universe. The energy contained in its flesh and blood is extremely terrifying, and ordinary people will overdo it even if they smell the fragrance. At this time, Wang Yang's whole body was steaming, and the hot breath was flowing in his body. The black dog was eaten until only the bones were left. Seeing this, Wang Yang did not give up. He reached out and grabbed a strong bone and violently cracked it open, revealing a shining marrow. Suck it, and the bone marrow quickly enters Wang Yang's mouth with a whooshing sound. Soon, all the bones were broken open by Wang Yang as quickly as possible, and the marrow inside was swallowed up by him. Belch! After touching his belly, Wang Yang stood up and couldn't help but burp. When Wang Yang saw the scattered broken bones at his feet, he thought about it and shot out an energy bomb containing powerful power. Boom! There was an explosion, and the black dog's bones melted under this force. All traces were erased by Wang Yang, not even ashes were left. Even if I cut this dead dog into pieces with thousands of knives, knocking out the bones and sucking out the marrow, I still won't be reconciled. Wang Yang shouted bitterly. It would be great if this dead dog came back to life. I'll kill him again to relieve my anger. Who are you? At this moment, a suspicious voice came from behind Wang Yang. You finally came. Devil, Kara. A deep voice sounded, and Wang Yang turned around slowly. Although he was eating dog meat just now, he had already discovered this person as soon as he came to time and space. Is it really you? Why are you here? Kara looked at Wang Yang's face, and memories from many years ago came to mind. No, your strength. Suddenly, Kara's expression suddenly changed. Looking at Wang Yang's strong body, a monstrous aura burst out, and a suffocating sense of oppression hit her face. At this moment, Kara felt like an ant facing a giant dragon, her heart filled with fear and despair. Boom! The energy exploded wildly, and Kara turned around and ran away without saying a word. At this moment, all tasks and rewards were thrown out of his mind. Mo Shang is so crazy. How come his strength has become so terrifying? Kara's stomach was cramping, and he only hated himself for being so obsessed with lard that he ran over to seek death. Snort! Wang Yang snorted coldly, grabbed it with his right hand, and a circle of light appeared out of thin air in front of Kara, swallowing him up. Kara only felt that the time and space around him were reversed for an instant, and a strange place appeared in his trance, with 5 pillars reaching into the sky and the earth standing in front of him. Wang Yang spread his right hand in front of his chest, and a very small grey figure appeared in the palm of his hand. The black shadow was like a headless fly flying around, but it was not as good as how he could never escape from Wang Yang's palm. Demon God Kara, give you a chance. As long as you escape from my hands, I will spare your life. The loud voice echoed in the space where Kara was like the voice of God. Puff! Kara couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood as if she was struck by lightning. His face was full of horror. With his own strength, he was actually shocked by the other party's voice. His tough skin cracked like a spider web. The strength displayed by the other party was simply terrifying. It's a deal. Carla didn't have time to think, and immediately shouted out. Without holding back her breath, her whole body turned into a black light and flew towards one place. Wang Yang's face showed sarcasm, the power of the space in his palm filled the air, and the dimensional space trapping Kara was stretching and folding. In Wang Yang's eyes, Kara in the palm of his hand has not moved forward at all. Haha, I flew so far and escaped from you. Kara tried her best to fly for a long time, and felt that even a universe was being flown out of her. She couldn't help but stop and laugh. Is it funny? Wang Yang's voice sounded again. Kara trembled all over, and the blood in his body was about to explode with the sound of this voice. He turned around in disbelief, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he stood stunned on the spot. I saw 5 huge pillars rising into the sky in front of me, and it was still difficult to see the top of them. I'm actually still where I am. Kara muttered in disbelief. Impossible? Impossible? Absolutely impossible. Kara shook his head violently. He seemed to have thought of something, and the mysterious rune between his eyebrows emitted a bright light. The light squirms in the void as if alive, outlining the outline of a portal. I can't fly out of this place, then I should open the door to time and space and leave the head office, right? Kara's face showed joy, but his smile soon froze. He found that the power of time and space in the portal was rolling and could not be completely condensed into shape. What's going on? Why can't the magical power given to me by the demon god emperor be activated? Carla suddenly doubted the devil. Hehe. Wang Yang's sneer echoed in the space. This portal is also a space gate. Unless you agree, how can the opponent's weak space power be able to break through your own power under the cover of your own majestic space-time power? I'm asking you to come here on the orders of the demon god emperor. You can't kill me. Carla was so anxious that she couldn't help but move out her backers. I don't know any demon god emperor. Even in the past, it was after the two of us settled our grudges. The trump card in Kara's heart suddenly failed. With a look of unwillingness on his face, he kicked his legs hard, and his whole body shot up into the sky along the giant pillar like a sharp sword. I don't believe I can't fly out of here. Wang Yang sneered, and the extremely rich power of time and space shrouded down, completely enveloping Kara. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, half a year, 3 years. According to Earth's time, a full 5 years have passed in the mysterious space, and Kara still has not flown to the top. After flying for so long, Kara's face looked a little dull at this time, her thinking became sluggish, and she only had one thought in her mind. Fly at full speed. Suddenly Kara trembled, stopped flying, and shook her head vigorously. Damn it, why did I forget his time and space ability? I fell into his trap. Kara looked at the 5 giant pillars in front of her and exclaimed. Although she understood the truth of the matter, there was no joy on Kara's face. Instead, she became even more desperate. Have you finally discovered it? Wang Yang's voice sounded again after 5 years of silence. The clouds in the void dispersed, and Kara raised her head, her whole face suddenly filled with horror, and she saw Wang Yang's figure in front of her occupying the entire sky. The 2 eyes are bigger than the sun, emitting endless brilliance that no one can look directly into. I'm sorry to tell you that you didn't fly out of my hand. Wang Yang looked indifferently at Kara, who looked desperate in the palm of his hand. Boom? No. Kara found that the tops of the 2 pillars were exposed in front of his eyes, attacking him with the force of overturning the world. If this person is attacked, he will definitely die without a whole body. Kara looked crazy, black light enveloped his whole body, and he wanted to fly out with all his strength. It's a pity that even if Kara flies with all his strength, he is still in the same place, unable to escape the attack range of these 2 sky-reaching giant pillars. Puff! Twisting gently with 2 fingers, Kara's whole body was instantly wiped out as if being crushed by a world-destroying mill. The scream stopped suddenly. Under Wang Yang's shocking power, Kara was killed by him without any resistance. Since then, the mighty demon Kara was easily crushed to death by Wang Yang. Next, who is looking for death? Wang Yang looked around with faint eyes, and then looked at the mysterious portal condensed by Kara in front of him. As the power of time and space was withdrawn into the body, this portal finally solidified in time and space and turned into a gate. Inside the portal, gray air currents swirl and surge, emitting an energy that can destroy flesh and bones. Anyone who is weak will die instantly if they step into it. At this moment, the portal was distorted by the power of time and space, and the energy of time and space was escaping, and it was about to disappear. Wang Yang thought for a moment and stepped in. Before, I was weak and cautious, not daring to go in. Now that he is strong, he has no worries in his heart, but he wants to see what is on the other side of the door. And he was not without a backup plan. A bead containing his strong aura was thrown out by him. As long as he can feel the breath in the beads, he can teleport from anywhere. If you are facing guys like Carla, then I won't be polite and I will beat you up until you are turned upside down. Wang Yang flew into the portal with an expressionless face. When Wang Yang's figure appeared in the spacetime tunnel, the surrounding gray mist seemed to come alive and moved towards him. Unfortunately, Wang Yang's strength was extremely terrifying at this moment, and this corrosive force was unable to do anything at all. Hurt him by a hair. Soon a light appeared in front of the spacetime tunnel, and Wang Yang flew past, leaving the spacetime tunnel and appearing in a huge square. Wang Yang was surrounded by a large number of people. This was a dark world filled with endless dark energy. Behind him was a constantly rotating gate of time and space. He had just come out of this gate of time and space. Wang Yang's figure suddenly appeared. Although his aura was restrained by him, it was still as bright as a torch in the dark night. Who? The figure shook rapidly, and several figures flashed around Wang Yang. Wang Yang found that the auras emitted by these people were very similar to Kara, but their strength was even worse than Kara. This discovery made a cold smile appear on his lips. I have nothing to do, come and hang out. Wang Yang's voice was cold, and his eyes swept across the faces of several people. How brave? Can you come to the Dark Demon Realm casually? One of them, a man with a strong build and several black lines on his chest, couldn't help shouting, and at the same time, his body turned into a black light and headed towards Wang Yang rushed away. If you dare to come here alone without an introducer, you must be an enemy rather than a friend. Why are you talking to him so much? Kill him first and then talk. Another person looked at Wang Yang with an evil smile on his face. Wang Yang's face showed no emotion at all, and he fired out a palm. The billowing air waves were like ocean waves, directly drowning the opponent's figure. This man was hit by Wang Yang's attack. He screamed and melted in midair without even a wisp of smoke coming out. Kick, kick, kick. The people around him were so frightened when they saw their partners being destroyed by the other party's palm, that they were afraid of offending the other party and giving them a slap as well. Sir, please tell me if you have something to say. One of them shouted to Wang Yang in an awkward tone. There's nothing to say. You shouted at me when I first came here. In this case, you all go to hell. Because of Kara and Funa, he had a bad impression of this place, and his universe was destroyed. I was holding back a lot of anger and wanted to vent it out. After hearing Wang Yang's murderous words, the people around him exploded and flew away as if they were encountering a snake or scorpion. Snort? Wang Yang snorted coldly, and 5 golden rays of light flew out of his body, turning into a golden dragon with fangs and claws in midair, and swallowed the opponent in one gulp. Boom! 5 fireworks exploded at the same time, lighting up the entire dark demon world. Feeling Wang Yang's terrifying aura, several powerful auras rose up from the depths of the dark demon god realm, sweeping in violently. Energy storms filled the sky, and endless destructive thunder and lightning rumbled across the sky, forming a dense thunder net. The terrifying energy fluctuations distorted the surrounding space. Soon the space returned to its original state, and the breath came and went quickly, seeming to be a warning. The silver-white hair moved with the wind, and Wang Yang's expression changed slightly. There is something in this world of dark demon god, and it looks like there are quite a few strong people. Brush! A ray of light flashed, and a graceful figure appeared in midair. You're not dead. Wang Yang's eyes narrowed and he was very surprised. He remembered that in Trunks' time and space, he completely destroyed the other party. How could she appear in front of him intact now? Of course I'm fine, why do you still want to kill me? Fu Na said with disdain. As a disciple of the great demon god emperor, she has life-saving methods taught by the demon god emperor himself. You woman still dare to be arrogant. Since you appear in front of me, I will see how you run away this time. Wang Yang smiled coldly, stretched out his right hand, and faced the storm with his big energy hand. A terrifying aura enveloped Funa. Wait a minute. The demon god emperor has ordered me to invite you over. Fu Na felt this terrifying aura, and her strength was instantly imprisoned. She felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She was so frightened that she no longer dared to be strong. Her voice was like a machine gun, and she shouted very fast. Facing the even more terrifying Wang Yang, she had no confidence that she could escape from her opponent this time. Wang Yang's eyes flashed, his powerful hand froze, and then he picked up Funa like a chicken. Let's go. Wang Yang looked at Fu Na deeply and threw Fu Na out with a flick of his hand. Those auras just now were obviously welcoming me, so I had to give them face no matter what. Feeling the power coming back again, Funa looked at Wang Yang with a guilty conscience. What did this guy eat? How did his strength improve so quickly? Funa waved her staff lightly, and a black light shield enveloped the two of them and shot towards a certain place. There are quite a few powerful people in the dark demon god realm like you. Wang Yang said calmly. That's natural. In the endless time and space, our dark demon god realm is also ranked among the top. Funa nodded slightly, Her tone was quite contented. How do they compare to Xeno and Grand Priest? Wang Yang rolled his eyes and said, in time and space, there are many Xeno and Grand Priests, but there is only one Demon God Emperor. Funa turned her head and glanced at Wang Yang, and then spoke in a calm tone, revealing her pride. Wang Yang felt awe-inspiring and had a strong fear of the unknown Demon God Emperor. Then the Demon God Emperor is stronger than Xeno and the others. Although Wang Yang was asking, he already had the answer in his heart. Fu Na chuckled and raised a green jade finger in front of Wang Yang. What's the meaning? Wang Yang frowned. Guess. Fu Na playfully winked at Wang Yang with her left eye, and then accelerated towards a huge palace in front of her again. This woman just needs to be dealt with. A terrifying aura came from the hall, as if there was a terrifying giant dragon lingering inside, making people feel terrified even before they got close. Wang Yang's steps subconsciously slowed down. The simple door slowly opened as Fu Na approached. Fu Na stepped in, turned around, and raised her eyebrows provocatively at Wang Yang. It seems that you dare to come in again. Snort. Wang Yang snorted coldly and stepped into it. At this moment, a huge pressure suddenly spread all over his body. This pressure was enough to crush a person into a ball of flesh. Wang Yang turned a blind eye and looked around, only to see that the interior of the palace was simply decorated, with 10 huge pillars standing on both sides. Each large pillar is surrounded by various sculptures of creatures, including a vigorous black dragon with a ball in its mouth, a pair of wings with ribs, a face as ferocious as a yiksha, and a one-horned devil covered in black metal. Wang Yang raised his head and his eyes fell on a hazy figure wearing black armor at the top. His face seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, only one of his eyes was blood red, and his tall and straight body revealed an alluring aura rushing toward his face. Are you the Demon God Emperor? Wang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. We meet again. The Demon God Emperor stared at Wang Yang for a moment, then nodded slightly, and his deep voice echoed in the hall. Again? How can I say this? This is not the first time we have met. Wang Yang was a little confused. The last time I saw you, you were still a soul that was about to be extinguished. I'm not surprised you didn't see it. Ants cannot see an elephant clearly, even if they are close at hand. I didn't expect that you would have grown to this point just after taking a nap. The Demon God Emperor's voice was filled with surprise. The time of soul, that is, the period between his previous life and his reincarnation, Wang Yang felt a chill in his heart. So you were born because I sent you to reincarnation. Without me, you would have been dead. Don't you thank me? The Demon God Emperor stood up. As his body stood up, an earth-shattering pressure hit his face. Wang Yang's whole body stiffened, and his pores suddenly exploded. He felt that the other party was standing there motionless, which actually made him feel helpless. It's so scary. His strength is unfathomable. Thank you Demon God Emperor for your help, allowing me to be reincarnated. Wang Yang cupped his hand to express his gratitude. But Demon God Emperor, I was still a weak soul body before, why did you help me? Wang Yang couldn't figure out why the other party wanted to help him reincarnate. There is no love without reason. He is just a soul that can be extinguished at any time. Wang Yang does not believe that the other party has good intentions. The Demon God Emperor did not answer. He raised his head slightly and looked above the palace, talking to himself. In the endless years ago, there was no concept of time and space, there was only one magnificent and vast world. At that time, a most powerful person was born at the beginning of heaven and earth. He controlled the power of this world. His strength was so strong that it was beyond compare. Countless people prostrate themselves, not daring to have two minds. As time goes by, a large number of strong people emerge, and even strong people at his level appear. But in front of him who controls the power of the world, everyone is vulnerable and can only succumb to his power. When the Demon God Emperor mentioned him, there were obvious fluctuations in his body, and at the same time, a vast aura flashed past. Wang Yang's expression changed slightly. Although he hadn't seen him yet, he knew that he must be a powerful man far beyond Xeno and Grand Priest. As a strong person, how can you live in depression for a long time? So those strong people are unwilling to look for opportunities. Then you found a chance. Wang Yang stared at the demon god Huangdao. Yes, some powerful people later discovered that as long as they shattered the void, entered time and space to create universes, and created a large number of parallel universes, they could weaken the opponent's authority and enhance their own strength. This is how the concept of time and space unfolded. Some powerful people began to enter time and space, open up the world, create universes, and create a large number of parallel spaces. They hope that one day they will not be afraid of each other, can walk in the original world openly, and even capture him authority. Wang Yang suddenly had a clue in his heart. This guy casually sent him to be reincarnated. If he was added to the Dragon Ball world, wouldn't it create a parallel time and space? No wonder Yufuna said back then that the more time and space the better. It turned out that everything was weakening him. Doesn't him have any countermeasures? Let you weaken his authority and do nothing. Wang Yang said suspiciously. He was naturally unwilling to do so, so he ordered that no one be allowed to enter time and space to create the universe and create parallel time and space. Not only that, he also sends his powerful men into time and space to hunt down all living things and all parallel spaces that are not under his jurisdiction. Boom! The demon god emperor's blood-red eyes suddenly shot out two cold rays of light, crushing the void in front of him. Boom! Wang Yang's eyes suddenly turned cold, His hands suddenly clenched into fists, and the void was crushed with one hand. He felt as if he was about to touch the truth of the destruction of his world. Demon God Emperor, I wonder if you know this person. Wang Yang's heart moved, and a burst of energy flew out from his fingertips, quickly condensing into the appearance of meeting Doge for the first time. Dog. Before the Demon God Emperor could speak, Funa beside him exclaimed. Doge is one of his generals. His main task is to destroy the universe that is not under his control in time and space. The Demon God Emperor said in a calm tone. I see. Wang Yang's face suddenly darkened. In this case, he was the culprit for the destruction of his universe. Your universe has been destroyed. Was it he who did it? The Demon God Emperor traveled through time and space with a thought, and saw that the location of the universe that had given Wang Yang reincarnation was completely empty. Yeah, that BCH Doge did it. Wang Yang responded coldly. Strange, if he destroyed your universe, why didn't he create a brand new universe in its original location? The Demon God Emperor murmured in a low voice. What do you mean by this? Wang Yang couldn't help but ask. Destroying a universe and creating a new universe, what kind of operation is this? Is it painful to be idle? There are pros and cons. Creating a large number of spacetime universes can weaken his authority. But if those spacetime universes are controlled by him, then his strength will also increase. How can he let such a good thing go? The Demon God Emperor smiled coldly. Wang Yang nodded to express his understanding. This means that you can't do this kind of good thing, only I can do it. After those locusts destroy a universe, they will leave a trace of his life in the heart of the universe, thus creating a brand new world. As time goes by, this life mark grows together with the universe, and it will be able to fully control the authority of this new world. In this way, this new world will be governed by him, and his power will become stronger. If one day, all the universes in time and space are controlled by him, then no matter who they are, no matter which time and space they are in, they may be wiped out by him with a single thought. A hint of worry flashed in the Demon God Emperor's blood-red eyes. Wang Yang understood why there was no new universe in his own universe. It was because his son Wang Shen defeated Doge and made him unable to do anything. Suddenly, Wang Yang's heart moved, and he couldn't help but think of a figure in his mind. I have sent many souls to reincarnate and create parallel time and space. You are the one who has grown the fastest among them. I am very optimistic about you. The Demon God Emperor's eyes fell on Wang Yang and chuckled. The Demon God Emperor might not smile often, but Wang Yang thought his smile was a bit ugly. Is this the heart of the universe? Wang Yang turned his right hand over, and a prismatic crystal appeared in his palm. Yes, after the universe is destroyed by a powerful force, it will quickly gather a heart of the universe. This heart of the universe contains a lot of power. You can absorb it and become stronger. Of course, you can also let it evolve into a new universe, but this new universe will be smaller than the previous one. The Demon God Emperor said calmly, perhaps his strength is too strong, and even treasures such as the heart of the universe cannot make any waves in his eyes. Thank you, Demon God Emperor. Wang Yang put away his universe heart and expressed his gratitude to the Demon God Emperor. Let himself be reincarnated and reborn, and this time he will solve his doubts and let himself know the truth about the destruction of the universe. Wang Yang has good senses about him, although this Demon God Emperor does not look like a kind person. No thanks, for freedom, everything we do is for ourselves. The Demon God Emperor waved his hand and chuckled. Wang Yang understands that at this stage, everyone can still get along well with each other, but when him is taken down, in order to seize him power, everyone will be at odds with each other. But what does this have to do with me? My strength has not yet reached the level of the Demon God Emperor, so power and other things are not in my consideration for the time being. Are you interested in becoming the leader of my dark demon realm? One person is better than 10,000 people. You can usually command those little devils to do some dirty work. There are many Saiyans joining us in endless time and space. I can put them all under your control. The Demon God Emperor's blood-red eyes fell on Wang Yang and began to solicit him. He couldn't help but not want to move. Wang Yang was full of vitality. He had already achieved such achievements at a young age. It was not impossible for him to become a being like him in the future. The Demon God Emperor was full of expectations for him. Wang Yang suddenly felt a strong pressure coming on him. Don't consider this yet. Besides, the other party and I also have a grudge against the destruction of the universe. I want to use my own method to take revenge. Wang Yang met the Demon God Emperor's gaze without showing any signs of weakness. Both sides have the same goal, and in a sense they are in the same camp. Well, it's all for freedom, I hope you won't let me down. The Demon God Emperor looked deeply at Wang Yang, and black light surged through his whole body and dissipated in the hall like blue smoke. As for the trash Wang Yang had killed before, the Demon God Emperor didn't take it to heart at all. Compared with them, Wang Yang's value is obviously higher. I'll send you away. The Demon God Emperor laughed, and Funa looked at Wang Yang carefully, fearing that he would suddenly go crazy and destroy the flower with his cruel hands. Let's go. Wang Yang took a deep look at Fu Na, who looked nervous, and flew with her in the direction they came from. At this moment, a familiar figure, a man wearing a mask, came from a distance, and his route was obviously in the direction of the gate of time and space in the square. This guy. Wang Yang's eyes fell on the other person. Zamesu. Unexpectedly, when Fu Na saw this man, her face suddenly darkened. Funa? Hello? Funa, goodbye. The moment Zamasu, also known as Black Goku, saw Funa, he felt like he was seeing a beast from the wild, a spirit flying towards the distance. Stop. Funa gave a sweet shout and called out to Black Goku. Black Goku didn't seem to hear, and his speed increased a lot again. Hehe. Funa sneered, waved her staff gently, and a light door appeared out of thin air in front of Black Goku. Black Goku didn't have time to react and rushed in. When he came to his senses, he actually appeared next to Funa. Snapped. The staff hit Black Goku's head so hard that stars appeared in his eyes and he couldn't stand still. Ruined. After regaining consciousness, Black Goku looked at Funa, who had a gloomy expression in front of him, and smiled. What do you want from me, Lady Funa? Why does this stinky woman appear again? Has she gone crazy recently or something? Why does she keep causing trouble for me for no reason? I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Funa looked at Black Goku coldly and said, Lady Funa, I have always kept in mind the Demon God Emperor's instructions to create parallel universes in time and space, so I got distracted. I'm sorry that I didn't hear your words. I have fought 99 guys in 99 time and space and created 99 parallel universes. I will soon complete the small goal of 100 parallel time and space. Black Goku shouted with pride, looking at Wang Yang who was standing side by side with Funa. Funa, a stinky woman, is actually a little restrained around him. This guy looks like he should be very powerful. What are you looking at? I hate you when I look at you. Get away from me quickly, you green-skinned bug. Wang Yang yelled at Black Goku. Black Goku's face suddenly turned red, obviously angry at Wang Yang's words. Damn it, bastards, all of you despise me, I will never let you go in the future. I didn't know it before and killed several demon gods. Now that I know the truth and have accepted the favor of the Demon God Emperor, these demon sons and grandsons in the Demon God realm are embarrassed to kill them again. If they met outside. Wang Yang looked up and down at Black Goku. Black Goku seemed to be being stared at by a ferocious beast. He couldn't help but look at Wang Yang, and his whole body was frightened. Go away, I'll be angry when I see you. Funa suddenly glanced at Wang Yang beside her, thinking that he could kill three Zamasu neatly, so she swatted away Black Goku like a fly. Huh. Black Goku glanced deeply at Funa and Wang Yang and prepared to leave. Stop. Suddenly Wang Yang called to Black Goku. Is something wrong? I told you to get out of here. What? You can't be humiliated, you dare to humiliate me. Black Goku was furious, his rose-red aura surged, and his black crab hair suddenly turned into rose-red hair. With a slight wave of the staff in Funa's hand, a black light flew out and condensed into a black rope. Black Goku was restrained all over his body without any resistance, his hands and feet were tied together, and he was suspended in midair like a ball. What? Black Goku tensed up and couldn't help but be shocked. His powerful power was actually controlled by her easily. Get out. Funa kicked out, and Black Goku immediately rolled forward like a gourd rolling on the ground, tumbling forward into the distance and submerging into the gate of time and space. I will not let you adulterers and adulterers go. Black Goku's broken voice came from a distance, and then stopped completely. The two sang and harmonized, no wonder Hey Goku misunderstood. Funa's fair cheeks suddenly darkened. If I had known I wouldn't have saved your life just now, you ungrateful fellow. This, Zamasu is talking nonsense, don't misunderstand me. Funa took a deep breath and looked at Wang Yang with some embarrassment. Don't worry, you are such an irritable woman. I won't fall in love with you. I don't take this insult to heart. Wang Yang said nonchalantly. With a flash of his whole body turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the gate of time and space. Funa stood frozen on the spot, black flames suddenly exploded from her body, her hair moved with the wind, and she looked like a violent female war goddess. Men are all bullshit. Funa's face was filled with anger and she roared. The black flames burned fiercely, and a black flame dragon soared into the sky, stirring up the dark clouds in the sky. In the distance, several people saw Funa's sudden explosion and immediately turned around and ran away. Damn it! This woman Funa is crazy again. I wonder which unlucky guy offended her. Slip away, slip away. According to the breath left before leaving just now, Wang Yang distorted time and space and appeared in his original position when he traveled through the gate of time and space. The portal behind him disappeared, and Wang Yang suddenly lost his sense of the dark demon realm. It's quite hidden. Wang Yang stood in time and space, and the erosion of the time and space storm could not shake him in the slightest. He just stood there quietly meditating. At this moment, Wang Yang moved. He smashed through time and space alone and appeared outside of time and space. The light in his right hand flickered, and the prismatic crystal that he had put away appeared in his palm. With a shake of his wrist, the crystal came out of his hand and turned into a stream of light that sank into the void in front of him. Then a big explosion sounded, and a huge airflow filled the space. The airflow rolled violently under Wang Yang's gaze, and soon formed a prototype like a chicken. This is the prototype of the universe? Wang Yang pierced the void with 10 fingers, swallowed all things and unfolded them, forcibly absorbing a large amount of power from the outside world, and then injected it all into the prototype of the universe. Nourished by a large amount of energy, the prototype of the universe is rolling and changing violently, and colorful light fills the entire world. Countless light points flickered in it, and a large number of stars condensed. When the universe was completely formed, Wang Yang's face moved slightly. The entire universe suddenly appeared in his mind, and he knew every sand and dust on the planet. With a flick of his fingers, a planet in the universe suddenly exploded and turned into dust in the universe. I see, I created this universe, which is equivalent to the existence of heaven in this world, and can easily erase everything in it. Wang Yang looked astonished. Not only that, Wang Yang felt that he could also mobilize the power of this universe to join him, making him even more powerful. From this point of view, the strength of he who controls the vast original universe must be extremely terrifying. I am afraid that he can crush himself to death with just one finger. At this moment, Wang Yang couldn't help but think of the him in the demon god emperor's mouth. This universe has just been opened, and there is not a single life. Wang Yang murmured in a low voice and appeared on a planet in a flash. Your mother and daughter in the dimensional space were also brought out by him. Brother Yang, are we here yet? Yor looked at the surrounding environment and asked curiously. Alas, we have arrived, but my universe has been destroyed. I reopened it in its original position. Wang Yang sighed deeply and told Yor what happened. Yor didn't speak. She held Wang Yang's arm and rested her head on Wang Yang's shoulder. Dehei is really hateful. He actually destroyed your universe, father. If it dares to show up, I will kill it. Daxinger couldn't help but clenched his little fists and shouted in a sweet voice. Yeah, beat him to death. Xiao Xinger echoed. It has been beaten to death by me, and I also cooked it and ate it. The dog meat is delicious. Wang Yang saw that his daughter was so fierce at a young age, and he touched their heads in confusion, and the anger in his heart dissipated. Quite a few. Life still has to go on, and continuing to fall into grief will not help. Only by moving forward can the future be better, and maybe we can find opportunities to resurrect them. Does dog meat taste good? Daxinger looked at Wang Yang with big watery eyes, and subconsciously wiped the non-existent saliva from the corner of his mouth with his hand. With Saiyan blood, she is also obsessed with food. Delicious and chewy. How bad is my father? He actually eats it secretly by himself without leaving any for me. Daxinger pouted, with an expression on her face that looked like she was crying but not crying. Bad, bad. Xiao Xinger hugged Wang Yang's thigh and shouted. Hehe. Yor, let me give you something. Wang Yang patted Yor on the back and said softly. What is it? Yor's eyes lit up and she looked at her husband with joy on her face. No matter how big or small the gift is, she is happy. Wang Yang smiled slightly and condensed a dazzling light in his hand into Yor's body. Yor's whole body trembled, her body rose up, and countless rays of light emanated from her body. Her consciousness was rising rapidly, and the appearance of planets, suns, galaxies, and even the entire universe came to mind. At this moment, endless energy gathered from the universe and entered Yor's body. Her body transformed and her strength increased rapidly. She had an intuition in her heart at the moment. In this universe, she could teleport anywhere she wanted. And Yor raised her hand and grabbed the sky, and a star suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a small black ball emitting huge suction force appeared in the palm of her pink palm. Black hole? With a gentle squeeze of her 5 fingers, the black ball in her palm was instantly erased and disappeared into the universe. This. Yor opened her mouth slightly and stared at Wang Yang dumbfounded, not knowing why she was so powerful. Looking at Yor's cute appearance, Wang Yang couldn't help but smile. I will give you part of the power of the universe, so that you can use the power of the universe and manage the universe for me, Wang Yang explained. He injected a lot of energy into this universe, and it has expanded to the size of the 7th universe across time and space. Yor, who has some authority in this universe, is suddenly more powerful than Weiss. As long as this universe continues to be strong, the power Yor can use will become stronger, even surpassing Zeno. Yeah, I will definitely manage universe well. Yor nodded solemnly. This universe was created by her husband, which is equivalent to her own home, so Yor is naturally very concerned about it. The current universe is still very desolate and has not yet given birth to life. Yor looked at the universe through her authority and couldn't help but frowned. Don't worry, I have injected vitality into a large number of planets. Life will be born soon, but it will take a lot of time to form civilization. When life is born, time acceleration will be added to the corresponding planets to make them grow quickly, Wang Yang said with a smile. Yor nodded excitedly. However, in our universe, I want to create a powerful race. Wang Yang thought for a while and said, whether it is revenge, strengthening himself, or weakening his authority, he must learn from the Dark Demon God Emperor and have a large number of masters under his command. Are you a Saiyan clan? You Saiyans are indeed very powerful. Yor couldn't help but ask. Saiyans such as Wang Yang, Vegeta, and Son Goku are all very powerful. No, it's our child. Wang Yang shook his finger in front of Yor and chuckled. What did you say? Singer is still here. Yor suddenly felt ashamed. To create a race, how many children should be born? How long will it take to have children? Yor couldn't help but think about it, and a trace of fascination appeared on her face. Wang Yang laughed dumbly, knowing that Yor was thinking wrongly. The index finger was raised upwards, and there was a cut on the finger. Golden blood continuously spurted out from it and gathered into a golden blood ball in midair. Yor was so blessed that she imitated Wang Yang's movements and condensed a large mass of fragrant blood. Wang Yang could obviously create a race of Saiyans with great potential on his own, but he wanted to add her bloodline to it. Yor felt that her whole body was weak, and she was wrapped in a huge happiness. Even if she had just obtained part of the power of the universe, she was not as safe as this. There was a layer of mist in her beautiful eyes, and she looked at Wang Yang without blinking. The love in her eyes almost melted Wang Yang. In fact, by gaining part of the power of universe, Yuer is equivalent to being half the owner of universe. The body has been baptized by vitality, and the bloodline has also undergone an astonishing transformation, completely transcending the scope of ordinary humans. Even the blood of Saiyans will pale in front of her. Under Wang Yang's control, the two streams of blood came together, and the gold and red colors were spinning and fused, quickly forming a blood ball as big as a football. The majestic and vast breath of life filled the sky. Affected by the breath of life emitted by the blood cells, the barren ground under the feet suddenly became green. Grass and trees emerged from the earth, and then spread towards the entire planet. Wang Yang stretched out his index finger and tapped the blood ball lightly. The blood ball immediately flew out under his control, and droplets of blood were suspended in the sky. A large amount of vitality came from the universe, forming a protective film to wrap the blood beads. The blood beads inside were nourished by the vitality and began to beat regularly like a heart. With the two people's own essence and blood as the root, their vitality as nourishment, and the universe as the mother's womb, they will give birth to a new Saiyan race. Seeing this scene, Big and Little Singer stood there blankly and murmured softly, "Are they all my brothers and sisters? These are all our children." Yuo looked at the hundreds of little lives with a loving face. It turned out that this was what Brother Yang said about creating a brand new race. Yes, with our strong bloodline, our children's potential will be very terrifying. Wang Yang looked at the little lives in front of him and felt the powerful potential within them, and couldn't help but laugh. He has been refining his body for decades, and the blood potential in his body has become stronger and stronger. He has perfected many of the Saiyan blood defects. For example, one of the things about having his bloodline is that you can live freely in the universe like the frozen people. With his bloodline and Yuer's bloodline as the Lord of the universe, their child's bloodline can be said to be extremely powerful. With the blessing of time accelerating supernatural powers, these little beings gradually opened up, and the outlines of their heads, tails, and limbs appeared. Through the transparent film, you can see that the baby's body inside the transparent film is becoming more and more solid, and every inch of the skin has the most perfect proportions, as if it has been carefully carved by the creator. Wang Yang's family lived on this planet, quietly accompanying the birth of hundreds of lives in front of them. Time passed slowly, and it was September 18th of the first year of the era. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight shines on the earth through the mist, and hundreds of film embryos emit a hazy light under this light. Suddenly, Wang Yang and Yuer felt something move in their hearts, and they raised their heads to look at the sky at the same time. At this moment, hundreds of rays of light rose from these membrane embryos and merged into a bright golden light beam in midair. In Wang Yang's eyes, the golden light beam directly broke through the thick clouds above his head with overwhelming force. The light beam flew higher, and then suddenly spread out. Countless golden light points fell from the sky and formed an umbrella shape that enveloped the earth. Everything is rendered golden by this light. An embryo fell lightly to the ground, like a chain reaction, and then one embryo fell one after another. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of embryos suspended in the air all landed on the ground. These little lives have finally come to fruition. Bo! The film suddenly cracked from the middle, revealing the shiny baby inside. Wow! Suddenly, a loud cry sounded, followed by countless cries, each one louder than the other, and when mixed together, they seemed to possess the power of piercing clouds and cracking rocks. This is a miracle, the birth of the first and most powerful race in this universe, and they will have unlimited possibilities. Baby, don't cry, mother is here. Yuer's body swayed, and countless figures appeared, each one holding a little guy. In this universe, Yuer, who holds the power of the universe, is almost omnipotent. Time acceleration, reversal, teleportation, etc. are just a matter of course. Distinguishing one's identity is child's play for her. If she goes outside this universe, Yuer's strength will be greatly reduced. Yuer raised her hand, and hundreds of milk bottles appeared out of thin air in the sky. The vitality violently rolled and gathered, and the condensed liquid flowed into the milk bottles. Wang Yang stepped forward and pinched a little guy's arm, leaving a red mark on his fair and tender skin. Wow! The baby felt pain, turned his neck and spit out the pacifier, then opened his mouth and cried, "Brother Yang, be careful, the baby is hurt by you." Yuer looked at Wang Yang tenderly, and touched the part of the baby where Wang Yang pinched the red mark with distress on her face. "Very good, very strong." Wang Yang nodded with satisfaction. He said he was relatively strong compared to other babies. These little guys don't have the violent emotions of Saiyans, but their hearts are very pure and flawless. These younger brothers and sisters are so weak. The big star flew up, bumping left and pinching right, constantly teasing them. Yuer also felt strange. When Singer was just born, she had great power. The breath was leaked unconsciously, and the houses were blown up. If Wang Yang hadn't taken action, the small mountain village would have been destroyed. Even though they are as weak as ordinary babies on Earth, in fact they are completely different concepts from ordinary babies. They each received our best bloodline. There are no flaws. They look weak with impurity bloodline. In fact, this is the point where their bloodline has returned to its original nature. Once they start practicing, their cultivation speed may be relatively slow in the early stage, but later on, their cultivation speed will be faster, their stamina will be stronger, and their future achievements will be very high. Wang Yang chuckled. So that's the case, then I'm relieved. Yor finally let go of her worries. She thought there was something wrong, but it turned out that her bloodline was too strong, causing her potential to disappear. There are so many children, what should they be called? Yor looked at the hundreds of little lives and looked at Wang Yang with some distress. His name is Zhao, his name is Qian, his name is Sun, his name is Li. Wang Yang opened his mouth and read hundreds of words. Wang Zhao, Wang Qian. Yor murmured in a low voice, always feeling that these names were a bit unpleasant. No, that's their first and last name. If they have children in the future, they will use this as their surname, such as Zhao Yi, Qian Duo, Ye Fan, Xiao Chen, Chen De, Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu, etc. In this way, if a child follows your surname of Wang, the other children will think that you prefer Wang. Yor poured a bowl of water flat and expressed her opinion. This is a question. Wang Yang touched his chin and nodded. After pondering for a moment, Wang Yang raised his head and looked at Yor. Yor, now that our identities have changed, it's time to change our names too. Why? Yor suddenly looked at Wang Yang in surprise. Look at Beerus, the god of destruction, Whis, the angel god, and Kara, the demon god, they all have a name. I will return to my real name, the Lord of the Universe, the Sun God, Khafra. As for the surname Wang, give it to the child. The Yang in the Yang god is taken from his name, Wang Yang, which is a souvenir. Yor nodded, knowing that Khafla was her husband's Xin name. What about me? What's my name? Yor looked at her husband with hope, hoping that he could give her a nice name. You, just call me Moon God. My name is Yang God, and you are called Moon God, so we can match it. Wang Yang, also known as Khafra, chuckled. When Yor mentioned the name Khafra gave herself, her whole body softened. She stared at Khafra with watery eyes, and her heart was filled with endless joy. She doesn't care about the name of the god. What she cares about is that her god's name can correspond to the Yang god. Okay, my lord of the universe, the Yang god, Mr. Kafula. The moon god, you are bowed affectionately to Khalifa. To be honest, I just changed my name, and Khafra is really not used to it. They are both our children. The common people are brothers and one family. Khafra looked at the group of children waiting to be fed, feeling very happy in his heart and feeling a great responsibility. I will lead them to conquer time and space and become the strongest Nusian race in all time and space. Khafra looked firmly at the sky, as if looking through time and space into the boundless vastness of time and space. Yor, please take care of the child first. Our universe is still very barren. I will go to other time and space to bring some people in. Khafra said to Yor. Okay, you have to be careful. With a flash of his body, Khaliver had left the universe and came into time and space. He slightly discerned the direction, his breath surged, and his whole body turned into a bolt of lightning and shot in one direction. A majestic body stood in the void. His face was filled with grief and anger, and he roared to the sky. Cracks appeared in the void where the roaring sound shook. At this moment, a white light flashed, and Khafra's body appeared out of thin air in this land of nothingness. Khafra just came in and couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. Gogeta, what's going on? I haven't already dealt with the evil dragon, why is your universe still destroyed? Khafra couldn't help but ask. At this time, Gogeta's body was covered in scars, and his shiny blue body hair was covered with a large amount of blood. He looked full of exhaustion and pain. It's all my fault. Gogeta clenched his fists, his face full of grief. It's all my fault, I'm too arrogant. Gogeta hit his head hard, making a BG sound, and didn't care about the injuries on his body. In the end, what happened? Khafra frowned slightly. After a long time, Gogeta slowly opened his mouth to explain. It turns out that although Khaliver eliminated the ultimate evil dragon, the universe was also destroyed. For this reason, Gogeta specially asked Tiandi to create a new dragon ball to restore the universe to its original appearance. When the new dragon restored the universe to its original state, before Gogeta and others could rejoice, the dragon balls instantly turned dark, thus generating a large amount of negative energy. The evil dragon reappeared, and its power was extremely terrifying. Gogeta was unable to do anything to defeat the ultimate evil dragon because he had consumed a lot of power in his previous decisive battle with the ultimate evil dragon. After a fierce battle with the new evil dragon, the fragile universe finally couldn't stand the battle between the two, and began to move towards destruction. The universe was destroyed, and everyone except Gogeta and the new evil dragon died in the universe explosion. And Gogeta was severely damaged in the universe explosion. Thanks to the fact that his universe is not very big, if the big universe created by Khafra had exploded, it would have blown Gogeta to ashes. When Khafra heard Gogeta's narration, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but look at Gogeta, who was full of self-blame, speechlessly. Usually, no matter how big the wish made by Son Goku and others, they can only resurrect the people on Earth or restore the Earth. The wish is simply insignificant compared to the entire universe. Even a small wish for underwear can generate negative energy and create an evil dragon. Gogeta actually naively let the dragon created by Tiandi restore the entire universe to its original state. Khaliver didn't know what to say to him for a moment. Not all divine dragons have the astonishing power of the transcendent divine dragon. A divine dragon created by a mere god on Earth dares to interfere with half of the universe. I really don't know how to write the word death. So, the evil dragon is not dead. Khafra looked around, inspecting the void. We were all overwhelmed by the universe explosion, and I can't feel its breath anymore. Maybe it was killed by the explosion, Gogeta said expressionlessly. How is it possible? If you can't die, how can it die? It probably ran away. Kafra glanced at Gogeta. If the evil dragon died so easily, he would have been killed by Gogeta long ago. When Gogeta heard this, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. Wang Yang, you are very powerful, do you have any way to restore my universe? Gogeta suddenly raised his head and looked at Kafra without blinking. My name has been changed to Kafra now. You can just call me Kafra from now on. Gogeta doesn't care what name he changes, he just wants to know if his universe can be restored. Kaliver patted Gogeta on the shoulder. There's nothing I can do about it. Kafra couldn't help but sigh. If a planet exploded, his magical power of time would be easy to recover. But if a universe explodes, there's nothing he can do. As for using the magical power of time to simply restore that area of the Earth, it is not feasible, because with the explosion of the universe, all the matter on the entire Earth has spread. Only the magical power of time covering this land of nothingness can restore the Earth. The problem then goes back to restoring the entire universe. Although he already knew the answer in his heart, Gogeta still seemed very disappointed when he heard Kafra's words. After a long time, Kafra spoke. We are brothers in distress. When I went back just now, my universe had been destroyed, and all my relatives and friends had disappeared. Your universe was also destroyed? Who did it? Gogeta couldn't help but asked in surprise. He never expected that Kafra's universe was also destroyed. It's that BCH Dehei. If I had known it was him who destroyed my universe, I would have cut him into pieces the first time we met. Kafra narrowed his eyes and said bitterly. As for the culprit him, Kafra will not tell Gogeta. It is useless even if he knows his current strength. Gogeta fell silent again, letting the blood flow out of his body. I reopened a universe at the original location. I wanted to bring some people with me this time, but unfortunately. I see. I was wondering why you came back after you left. Gogeta murmured quietly. This is the heart of the universe that was created after the destruction of your universe. You can use it to create a new universe, but this new universe is not as big as the original one. Kafra grabbed the heart of the universe with his right hand and handed it to Gogeta. Can you resurrect my family members? Gogeta's eyes lit up and he looked at Kafra with stern eyes. No. Kafra shook his head, interrupting Gogeta's fantasy. That's it, then it's useless for me to hold it. Gogeta said listlessly like a deflated ball. Actually, it also has another function. Absorbing the heart of the universe can enhance your own strength. I prefer that my strength is gained through my own cultivation step by step, rather than relying on external things to become stronger. Gogeta said calmly. Give it to me then. I can use it to enhance my universe. Since Gogeta doesn't need it, Kafra won't be polite to him. Up to you. Gogeta waved his hand indifferently. Gogeta, won't you take off your earrings? You should be able to feel that as time goes by, the two chi in your body are fusion. When they are completely fused together, even if you want to take off the earrings, you can't separate them. Wang Yang's eyes fell on Gogeta's own earrings. If they know that everything is destroyed, they will definitely go crazy. In that case, let me bear the pain alone. Gogeta took a deep breath and said slowly. That's good. Kafra nodded. Now that you have nowhere to go, why don't you come with me? I should be able to give you some advice on cultivation. Kafra couldn't help but extend an invitation to Gogeta. He owns a big universe, but his mind has changed. He wants to take powerful people for his own use. Good. Gogeta, who was already confused about the future, heard that he could get guidance from Kafra. He agreed without saying a word. For now, he would first practice with Kafra and become stronger. As for looking for the evil dragon, he had no clue and could only put it down for the time being. Let's go, I'll take you somewhere. Kafra put his right hand on Gogeta's shoulder, and the power of time and space surged, and both of them disappeared from the spot. In time and space, Kafra followed some trajectories upstream, his eyes shining brightly, scanning everything around him. Your universe has been destroyed, but the parallel universe belonging to your universe is still there. The place I am taking you to now is the universe of future Trunks. Unlike Gogeta's spacetime universe, the parallel universe associated with the Kafra universe was destroyed due to the war between Doge and King God. On Gogeta's side, only the universe he was in was destroyed, and other parallel times and spaces were still intact. Kafra did not bring Gogeta to Trunks' current timeline, and prepared to go against the long river of time and space to arrive before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. In the dark universe, the void suddenly rippled, and two powerful figures appeared out of thin air in the universe. As Kafra and Gogeta came to this universe, a light suddenly appeared in space and time, and then a parallel universe was derived. History cannot be changed, it can only create parallel time and space. Standing in the void of the universe, when Kafra dissipated the light, Gogeta's face flushed red, and the white film spread out rapidly, and he recovered. Kafra. Gogeta glared at Kafra. Sorry, I forgot that you can't survive in the universe yet. Kafra looked at Gogeta wrapped in a protective film and said with a smile. You must have done this on purpose. Gogeta's face darkened as he looked at Kafra, who was not apologetic at all. If he hadn't been able to defeat this guy, Gogeta would have wanted him to know why the flowers were so red. Well, why can you survive in the universe? Gogeta suddenly thought of this and asked in confusion. Everyone is a Saiyan, why are you so different? Because my body is constantly transforming, surviving in the universe is just a trivial matter. Kafra looked forward and said calmly. However, Gogeta's sharp eyes still saw Kafra's proud look. This is a small meaning, what's the big meaning? Gogeta asked curiously. What you mean is, I don't need strength to protect you, and you can't hurt my body with a single blow with all your strength. Kafra turned his head to look at Gogeta, with a look of arrogance on his face. I don't believe it. Gogeta's expression changed. There are two completely different concepts between aura amplification and no aura amplification. Without the amplification of breath, his simple physical body would be very fragile, and he probably wouldn't be able to defeat even Krillin. And with his aura amplification, even the universe will be destroyed if he exerts his power. Don't believe it? Then give it a try. Kafra glanced at Gogeta and said with a smile. As Kafra's words fell, the aura fluctuations on his body became silent. If there is a detector, it can be detected that Kafra's combat effectiveness at this time is only in the single digits, about the same as a farmer with a gun. Gogeta naturally felt all this. Looking at Kafra, who smelled like an ordinary earthling, his expression suddenly turned serious. My move is so powerful, are you sure you can really block it? Gogeta couldn't help but ask again. He was really afraid that Kafra would get carried away, become too arrogant, and then be beaten to death by him. Go with all your strength. Kafra nodded slightly and signaled Gogeta to come over. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. Seeing this, Gogeta no longer worried about Kafra, his eyes narrowed, and he roared angrily. A majestic and vast power spurted out from his body. Gogeta spread his right hand, and a gorgeous ball of colorful light appeared in his palm. When Gogeta condensed energy, all the energy detectors in this star field exploded at the same time. Bang bang bang. In space, a circular spacecraft is suspended in the void, and in front of the spacecraft is a living planet. At this time, everyone in the spacecraft was stunned. The detectors they wore on their eyes exploded at the same time. My eyes. Can anyone tell me what happened? Why did the detector explode? Is there something wrong with the detector system? Sitting on a levitator, the short Frieza looked at this scene, his expression suddenly gloomy. Why did the detector explode? Your Majesty, just now all of our detectors detected a powerful force. This energy exceeded the detection limit of the detector and caused an explosion. A staff member in white clothes wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and carefully reported the situation to Frieza. Powerful power? Could it be the Saiyan monkey on Planet Vegeta? Interesting. When Frieza heard this, not only was he not angry, he looked up at a living planet not far away with an enigmatic smile on his face. The threshold of the detector of Frieza's power is only over 10,000. No matter how powerful this power is, Frieza's combat power of 100,000 is still overwhelming. For him, who has a combat strength of 530,000 at this moment, he is like an ant, and can be killed with a wave of his hand. Ho ho ho! It seems that these Saiyan monkeys have known about our arrival and are a little restless. In this case, the entire army will attack and let those Saiyan monkeys feel despair. Frieza jumped off the levitator and walked gracefully to the window of the spacecraft. Boom! The colored light ball broke through the air and hit Kafra hard in the blink of an eye. The dazzling beam of light spread out, and the terrifying energy shock wave swept through Bawang Liuhi. All matter with Kafra as the center was torn apart and annihilated in this energy explosion. This is still the range where Gogeta controls the energy explosion, otherwise the entire galaxy will be destroyed by his power. King Kai was basking in the sun on a planet. His fat body bounced high, his legs plopped heavily on his knees, and his two tentacles turned into two straight lines. What a terrifying power. King Kai took out a handkerchief from somewhere and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead desperately. Gogeta stared at the center of the explosion without blinking, and the dazzling light still couldn't make him blink. You must know that even if you suppress your own breath, your breath will fluctuate once you take action. Even Gogeta's normal aura remains the size of an ordinary person. Once it explodes, he can reach the point of destroying the world in an instant. Gogeta's face was extremely serious, because according to his perception, Kafra's aura did not fluctuate from beginning to end, and it was truly the size of an ordinary earthling. In other words, Kafra really relied on his physical body to withstand his full blow. The universe storm swept past, taking away the smoke that shrouded the void, and Kafra's majestic body gradually appeared in front of Gogeta's eyes. How can this be? Although he already knew the answer, when Gogeta actually saw the intact Kafra, he couldn't help but exclaimed with disbelief on his face. As soon as he looked into the eyes, Kafra stood proudly in the void, his muscle lines were extremely strong, and every inch of his skin was faintly glowing. Looking at Kafra in front of him, the thought of being indestructible and immortal suddenly came to Gogeta's mind. If there is anything in the world that is the hardest, it is probably Kafra's body in front of him. Nothing is impossible. Kafra smiled brightly, feeling a little proud in his heart. Gogeta was silent, saying in his heart that Kafra was not a human being. Let's go, the show is about to begin. Suddenly, Kafra's heart moved, and he waved his hand and took Gogeta away from the place. Gone, where did you go? The two tentacles on King Kai's head moved around, trying to find traces of Kafra and the two. A man rushed out of the planet. There was a scar on his face, and he looked at a figure emerging from the universe spacecraft with an angry look on his face. At this time, Frieza looked at Bardock with an indifferent expression, raised his right index finger, and condensed a small energy bomb. The energy bomb came out of his hand, expanded instantly, and turned into a huge planet-destroying bomb. The planet-destroying bomb carried powerful force and fell downwards. Countless lightnings filled its surroundings, and everything in front of it was completely destroyed. Frieza, I must stop you. Bardock roared loudly and opened his hands, trying to stop this. But Bardock's combat power is only about 10,000, which is negligible compared to Frieza. Powerful force rumbled down, the huge pressure tore his clothes apart, and the terrifying energy tore at his body. In a desperate situation, Bardock was extremely calm at this moment. A familiar yet unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared in his mind. He was confronting Frieza. Kakarot. Bardock murmured in a low voice, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Saiyans will not be extinct. Suddenly, Bardock's body became light, and the scene in front of him changed, and he actually appeared in the palace. What's wrong with me? Have I made predictions about the future again? Bardock stood there and murmured softly. Suddenly, a huge sound of panic woke Bardock out of his thoughts. Greetings to King Frieza. King Frieza. There were a lot of shouts, and Bardock took a closer look and found that Frieza actually appeared in the palace. At this time, King Vegeta was leading all the Saiyans in panic to meet Frieza. As for Kafra and Gogeta who were standing not far away, King Vegeta temporarily ignored them. Saiyans come back every day, and it's not surprising that two strange guys suddenly appear. Frieza was a little confused. He was in the universe, preparing to destroy the Saiyans and Planet Vegeta in one fell swoop. How come he arrived at Planet Vegeta in the blink of an eye? Who can tell me what happened? Kafra instantly sat on the throne and glanced at the entire audience. All the Saiyans were immediately thrown away by an invisible force and fell to the ground screaming in pain. You are kneeling to the wrong person. Kafra's voice was like thunder, exploding in the ears of all Saiyans. The group of Saiyans who had just gotten up staggered to the ground again. Who are you? King Vegeta got up from the ground in embarrassment and looked at Wang Yang with fear on his face. There is no doubt that everything that just happened was his doing. Gogeta, do you have any objection to me killing King Vegeta? Kafra ignored King Vegeta and looked sideways at Gogeta, who was standing beside him with his arms folded on his chest. King Vegeta's legs shook, cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead, and he looked at Kafra with fear on his face. What do you think? Gogeta said angrily. Well, although I hate this guy, he is still half your father, so I will give you a face and spare his life. Kafra's eyes lingered on King Vegeta and Gogeta, and after thinking about it, he decided to let King Vegeta go for the time being. Suddenly, Kafra thought of something. He stretched out his right hand forward, and the void in front of him suddenly shattered. When he retracted his arm again, he saw a baby with a huge wound on his chest in his hand. Broly, you saved my life back then, now I will nurture you to grow. As for Paragus, who was lying next to the baby just now, when he took Broly away, he accidentally touched it, and there was a faint sound of bones breaking. Back then, he had just been reborn into this dangerous world. He was full of confusion about the future and was inevitably a little constrained in doing things. Even the ambitious Paragus did not dare to kill Broly because he was afraid of what he would think. Nowadays, Broly. Feeling the breath emanating from the baby in front of her, Gogeta looked at him in surprise. Back then, on a planet, the Saiyans led by Son Goku and others besieged the crazy Broly. For that bitter battle, Gogeta after the fusion still has Broly's aura fresh in his mind. King Vegeta, look at the stupid thing you did. You actually sent someone to kill a legendary Super Saiyan. With you leading the Saiyan clan, why worry about the Saiyans not being destroyed? Kafra glared at King Vegeta. If he hadn't given Gogeta some face, he would have destroyed King Vegeta in front of him. His right hand gently caressed Broly's chest, and vitality enveloped Broly, and the wounds on his body disappeared in a flash. After receiving the treatment, Broly's facial features relaxed, his cheek rubbed against Kafla's arm, and then he fell into a deep sleep. What? He is the legendary Super Saiyan. All the Saiyans' expressions changed greatly, and some even looked at the ugly-looking King Vegeta angrily. Super Saiyan is the key to the rise of the Saiyan family. As long as there is a Super Saiyan in the Saiyan family, they will be the most powerful race in the universe, and Frieza will also be liquidated. When Kafla exposed his despicable behavior, King Vegeta couldn't help shouting, "Who are you? Get to know me, I am Saiyan Kafla. From now on, I will be your king. Do you have any objections?" Kafla looked at all the Saiyans, while a furry tail swayed by his side, revealing that he is also a Saiyan. A group of people were whispering to each other, obviously not expecting that this strange man was also a Saiyan. The great king of our Saiyans is Biggie. A Saiyan stood up and shouted loudly towards Kafla, but before he finished speaking, his whole body suddenly swelled. The Saiyan watched himself getting bigger, and at the same time a sense of tearing filled his whole body. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, this Saiyan expanded to its limit and exploded on the spot with a bang, spraying flesh and blood and affecting the whole bodies of the surrounding Saiyans. King Vegeta and the other Saiyans were stunned. They couldn't understand how the Saiyan named Kafla in front of them acted. Under Frieza's rule, the nature of the Saiyans who had been trained to bully the weak and fear the strong was suddenly exposed. Seeing this scene, they were frightened into silence, for fear that he would do this to them. You must know that the fighting power of this dead Saiyan is as high as 6,000. Such a powerful Saiyan can't resist the opponent's look. Kafra's eyes slowly passed over the faces of the Saiyans below. Whenever he looked at them, the Saiyans immediately shrank their necks and did not dare to look at him. What did he just say? I didn't hear it clearly. Please tell me again. At this moment, Kafla pointed to a tall Saiyan. He just said that the king of our Saiyans is. The tall man cried sadly, his voice was bumpy, but the last name seemed to be stuck in his throat as he spoke. I couldn't say anything. It's King Kafla. At this moment, Bardock stepped forward and shouted towards Kafra. Just now he tried hard to persuade King Vegeta that Frieza was coming to destroy the planet. However, King Vegeta was short-sighted and indifferent to his persuasion. Bardock had long disliked him, and he would have had a good fight with King Vegeta if it weren't for the enemy. Now let a powerful Saiyan become the king, and he is willing with both hands and feet. King Vegeta glared at Bardock fiercely, and his fierce eyes almost seemed to eat Bardock alive. Bardock looked at him without fear, with a ferocious smile on his scarred face. Tell me, is Bardock right? Wang Yang looked at everyone with a calm expression. Yeah, Bardock is right, King Kafra. From now on, you are our king. This group of Saiyans believe that the strong are respected, but they don't know what propriety, justice, and shame are, and naturally they don't have much loyalty to King Vegeta. What do you think? Kafra looked at King Vegeta and chuckled. For some reason, looking at Kafra's smiling face, King Vegeta felt a chill spreading throughout his body from his tailbone, and the blood flow in his body became blocked. King Vegeta subconsciously looked at the Saiyans around him, but these Saiyans all looked away and did not look at him. I think you are our king, as everyone expects you to be. The Saiyans' corpse on the ground, which was not yet cold, suddenly came into view. King Vegeta couldn't help but get excited and showed an ugly smile to Kafla. He was scared too. Then are you still called King Vegeta? Kafra looked at King Vegeta with a faint look. No, I'm going to change my name right away. My name is Vegeta. No, Vegeta is my son, so I'll just call him Beta. Beta shook his head hurriedly. Very good. You are all Saiyans who know the current affairs and are well organized. As a king, I am not stingy. If any of you have outstanding abilities in the future, I will tell you how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Boom! Kafra's words were like a drop of water falling into the boiling oil. All the Saiyans present were shocked and asked questions one after another. Your Majesty, can we really become Super Saiyans? As long as I can transform into a Super Saiyan, my subordinates will swear loyalty to you to the death. If you ask me to go east, I will never go west. Yes, as long as I can transform into a Super Saiyan, even if you ask me to fight King Vegeta, or even Beta, I won't be merciful. Hearing the increasingly BD words in his ears, Beta's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Only then did he realize that these Saiyans were just a bunch of losers. Kafra nodded with satisfaction, golden light surged, and he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan form. This is Super Saiyan. Seeing this scene, the Saiyans below suddenly went crazy, and their noisy voices shook the Earth Palace violently. This is Super Saiyan. So powerful, so terrifying. This group of Saiyans trotted forward, and some Saiyans who were injured and unable to get up even knelt down all the way, wanting to touch the great power of Super Saiyans. It seems that if they feel the power of Super Saiyan in this way, they will have a higher success rate when they transform into Super Saiyan in the future. This group of Saiyans is even crazier than the idiot fans who met Appa in the previous life. Kafla raised his right hand, and with his movement, all the Saiyans below stood still, closed their mouths, and looked at Kafra eagerly. Kafra looked at the obedient Saiyans, nodded with satisfaction, and turned to look at Frieza who remained motionless. Frieza, did you just want to destroy this planet? What? Is what Bardock said true? Frieza really wants to destroy our planet Vegeta. When all the Saiyans heard Kafla's words, they were shocked and looked at Frieza angrily. Frieza, you BCH, we Saiyans work hard without complaining, but you actually killed a donkey for the sake of it. Fortunately, King Kafra showed up in time, otherwise your conspiracy would have succeeded. These Saiyans were very angry. They did all the dirty work for Frieza, but in the end he actually wanted to exterminate the Saiyans. It was really outrageous. As Kafra spoke, Frieza felt that the power that had imprisoned his whole body suddenly disappeared. So what if it is? So what if it's not? Do you think that by transforming into a mere Super Saiyan, I will be afraid of you? Frieza, who knew Kafla's power and resumed his actions, did not dare to yell carelessly, and purple light it permeated the whole body, and his whole person was changing. As Frieza's aura skyrocketed and terrifying pressure enveloped the entire palace, Saiyan became so curious that he couldn't help but turn on the detector to check Frieza's combat power. Beep beep beep, bang! With a loud noise, the detector exploded just after it was aimed at Frieza because his combat power exceeded the standard. Facing the unfamiliar Super Saiyan in front of him, Frieza did not dare to be careless. His body shape changed many times in the light, directly transforming towards his ultimate form. Because my fighting power is too strong, I usually maintain my original form. You can force me to finally transform, so you can be proud. The light converged, and Frieza directly turned into a silver-white appearance. Powerful power spurted out from Frieza's body, and the group of Saiyans below suddenly became unstable and were blown away like grass. So strong, so terrifying. Bardock's face was distorted, and under the pressure of Frieza's momentum, he immediately fell to the ground unable to move. At this moment, there was a huge disparity in power, and he couldn't help but be shrouded in haze. What's your fighting power now? Kafla glanced at a group of hillbilly Saiyans and smiled at Frieza. All he needs to do is let Frieza shine, let these rustic Saiyans know how terrifying he is, and then extinguish it himself, thereby highlighting his majestic image. strengthening 100% of my strength. My current combat power reaches 50 million. Frieza said with pride on his face. He was confident that the Super Saiyan in front of him was no longer his opponent. Kafra's heart moved, and he remembered that this was not Frieza who had a combat power of 120 million more than 20 years later. What? 50 million? King Frieza's strength is so terrifying. The scene was immediately detonated, and a group of Saiyans were immediately desperate. Among them, the combat power of 10,000 was already the top combat power. Facing Frieza's 50 million fighting strength, he is simply an ant compared to a giant dragon. Can a Super Saiyan really defeat the terrifying King Frieza? A group of Saiyans were beating in their hearts. A mere 50 million fighting power, look at how arrogant you are. Kafra chuckled, and slowly moved his right hand forward to make a false grab. What? Frieza suddenly felt that the space around him had become extremely solid, and the terrifying power crushed every muscle in his body. As Kafra's 5 fingers grasped him, Frieza's eyes bulged and he couldn't help but roar. No. Boom! All the Saiyans saw was that the arrogant Frieza screamed and exploded on the spot, following in the footsteps of the Saiyan. In the silence, all the Saiyans couldn't help but swallowed their saliva and looked at Kafla in full horror. This is Frieza with a combat power of 50,000, not the Saiyan with a combat power of only 6,000. In Kafra's eyes, there is no difference between 50 million combat power and 6,000 combat power. They are both like ants. Casually crushing Frieza to death with a combat power of 50 million, Kafla's figure became even more unfathomable in the hearts of these Saiyans. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? It's really terrifying. It's not unjust that I lost in his hands. Beta looked at Kafla and murmured to himself in a low voice. Under the leadership of King Kafla, our Saiyan race will definitely become the most powerful race in the universe. Bardock looked at Kafla with burning eyes. Next, I will announce a few things. Kafra glanced at all the Saiyans present. Anyone caught by his gaze would immediately close their mouths and PK up their ears. First, Planet Vegeta will be renamed Planet Kafra from now on. All Saiyans have no objection to this. Planet Vegeta back then was a planet that was robbed of other people's planets and then named after the king. Second, what Saiyans pursue is to strengthen themselves and desire the passion for fighting, rather than pure destruction. Kafla looked at the group of Saiyans expressionlessly. Simply wreaking havoc and releasing the violence in his heart would be of no use to his strength, let alone break through the Super Saiyans. Besides, when I bring these people into my own universe and they wantonly destroy the planet, isn't it equivalent to a distant relative's children coming from home and destroying the house? Not to mention that I can't stand it, even you or can't tolerate their behavior. And most importantly, he was afraid that these unruly and bad-behaved Saiyans would lead his children astray. No parent wants their child to be a destructive or murderous maniac. King Kafla, we Saiyans suppress our own nature, are we still Saiyans? A Saiyan couldn't help shouting. It is extremely uncomfortable to suppress one's natural destructive desire. A group of Saiyans also looked at each other in confusion. If they weren't worried about Kafla's strength, they would have made a scene long ago. Kafra slowly sat upright and stared coldly at the Saiyan below. Quiet? The entire palace was silent for a while. Although Kafla did not speak, invisible pressure enveloped the hearts of these Saiyans. Each Saiyan looked at Kafla in silence, fearing that he would suddenly go crazy. Time passed hard in the hearts of these Saiyans, each one seemed to be waiting for the final judgment. In the end, it was under Kafla's cold gaze that the Saiyans themselves collapsed first. Actually, what King Kafla said is right. What I actually like is the passion for fighting. As for the behavior of wanton destruction, I just thought about it and felt that it is really wrong. The Saiyan who just spoke could not withstand Kafla's gaze. Said weakly, that's right, from now on I will definitely not destroy things wantonly and change my behavior. This group of Saiyans couldn't resist Kafla's gaze, and each one of them reviewed his behavior from the bottom of his heart. I know you can't accept it, but I'm not negotiating with you. If you can't accept it, just hold it in. Kafla said coldly. There is no need to be polite to these Saiyans who bully the weak and fear the strong. The more severe they are, the more honest they will be. King Kafra, we accept it. Yes, I will definitely restrain myself in the future. This group of Saiyans said things that went against their conscience with a grimace on their faces. Third, I came from other time and space. I created a universe there, which means I am the master of the universe. I am here to take you to live in my universe. Kafra saw that these Saiyans were very knowledgeable, and the frost on his face melted away, and he nodded with satisfaction. Lord of the universe. In other words, the entire universe belongs to us Saiyans. I don't know what to say, I can only say that His Majesty Kafra is awesome. The faces of this group of Saiyans are filled with flamboyant smiles and they are full of expectations for the future. King Kafla, my children Raditz and Kakarot are still in this universe. I beg you to take them with you. At this time, Bardock couldn't help but said, if we go to other time and space, it is still unknown whether we will meet again in the future. And my child Vegeta. At this time, Beta whispered despite his fear of Kafra. Sunwoo, Kakarot has his own life, don't disturb him. At this moment, Gogeta's voice sounded. Half of his body is Son Goku, so he naturally understands that the most important and happiest thing in Son Goku's life is life on Earth. Without the experience on Earth, there would be no Son Goku, only Saiyan Kakarot, and no one can take away his life on Earth. His son's fate was actually determined by this guy in just a few words. Bardock frowned and looked at the man with a hairstyle that was somewhat similar to His Majesty Khafra's, with the same invincibility written on his face. Let me introduce, his name is Vegeta, he came from other time and space with me. He is Son Goku, a warrior who is the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta. He is extremely powerful. Even Frieza just now could be crushed to death with just a look in front of him. You, Bardock, are half of his father. He is more qualified to decide Kakarot's fate than you, Bardock. Khafra couldn't help but speak. What? You are Kakarot. Bardock's eyes widened and he looked at Vegeta with excitement. What Kakarot? Didn't you hear what King Kafla said? He is my son Vegeta. Beta glared at Bardock with an unhappy expression. Beta, he is Kakarot. Shut up, Bardock. He is my son Vegeta. Bardock and Beta quarreled with each other over the ownership of their son, and neither of them was willing to give in. Vegeta looked at the two quarreling people speechlessly. Goku and Vegeta don't get along, maybe they started from the previous generation. At this moment, Kafra's figure slowly dissipated like smoke. Where has King Kafra gone? Someone exclaimed. Outside, King Kafla is in the universe. A Saiyan at the door glanced outside, and then shouted with horror on his face. Boom! After hearing his words, a group of people immediately filed out. When they saw the scene in front of them, no one could remain calm. I saw that Kafra's figure in the universe was getting bigger, and he transformed into an extremely tall giant in a short period of time. At this time, one of Kafra's eyelashes spanned tens of thousands of kilometers, and his two eyes were larger than the entire planet Kafra. His huge body made it impossible to fully see his entire outline. The majestic body is like a peerless demon god who can stand tall on the sky and the earth. Is this our King Kafra? How terrifying! Bardock muttered to himself. This scene was completely beyond his imagination. Vegeta was also surprised. He could see it more clearly than these Saiyans with shallow vision. It was not that Kafla had grown bigger, but that he had compressed the space of the entire planet with his great supernatural power. Yes, this was Kafra using his space powers to shrink the entire Kafra star into the size of a grain of rice and suspend it beside him. He planned to take these ignorant Saiyans to experience the experience of traveling through time and space, and let them know how powerful the new Saiyan King was. Compared with him, the previous King Vegeta was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. What is your Majesty Kafla doing? Bardock looked at the huge Kafra stupidly. Kafra wants to take the entire planet away. Vegeta said calmly. What? What about Raditz? He is still in this universe. Bardock's expression suddenly changed. And my Vegeta? Beta couldn't help shouting. The void opened, and Wang Yang ignored Bardock and Beta's wishes and quickly submerged the entire Kafra star into it. Not long after Kafra left this universe, a white cat on Earth opened a clay pot, looked at it empty, and couldn't help but scream. Where are my fairy beans? As Kafra travels through time and space, Vegeta looks towards a long river of time and space, which is the future of the universe they just left. The images flashed across it quickly, but Vegeta still saw it clearly. In that universe's future, Son Goku's experiences on Earth matched those in Vegeta's mind. Because Frieza was killed, his forces were absorbed by the Kurdish king, and Vegeta worked under the Kurdish king. Raditz came to Earth, Vegeta was defeated and retreated to Earth, and Son Goku came to Namek. Just as Vegeta continued to look, a light flashed in front of his eyes, and he was taken to other time and space tributaries by Kafra. The people on the planet Kafra raised their eyes and watched the changes in the void. Countless time and space scenes passed by quickly, and everyone looked at the country bumpkin and stayed where they were. Son, who is more powerful, you or King Kafra? Beta looked at Vegeta curiously. Kafra is much stronger than me, Vegeta said calmly, looking at the sky without looking back. The last trace of ambition in Beta's heart was completely extinguished. Soon, Kafra brought Kafra's star to his own universe. The magical power of space is released, and the planet Kafra naturally integrates into the universe. In the second year of the universe era, Kafla, the lord of the universe and the sun god, brought the Saiyan clan from other time and space. Brother Yang, you brought all your people. Yuer has partial authority over the universe and immediately discovered the Saiyans on the planet Kafra. Well, our children have extraordinary potential. When they grow up, they will travel through time and space, and they will also have to do some odd jobs around them. Although these Saiyans are a bit grumpy, they can still be used if they are properly trained. Kafra smiled and said, he never had high hopes for these Saiyans from beginning to end. No matter how powerful their potential is, can they be as powerful as their own children? Of course, if the Saiyans on the planet Kafra become successful, he will also ask them to form a separate team to carry out the mission. Reaching out a little, 4 huge planets in the universe disappeared in place, forming a circle with the planet Kafra. These planets were named number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5 by Kafra. The gravity of Kafra 2 is 10 times that of Kafra, and the gravity of Kafra 3 is 100 times that of Kafra. In increments, the gravity of Kafra 2 is 1,000 times, and the gravity of Kafra 3 is 10,000 times. This is the planet used to train these Saiyans. On the planet Kafla, the extremely sophisticated martial arts theories and cultivation methods appear in the minds of all Saiyans. This is what Kafra has realized over the years. Bardock checked the memories that appeared out of thin air in his mind, and couldn't help showing a look of shock on his face. Following the methods taught by His Majesty Kafra, I feel that my strength will be greatly improved. Your Majesty Kafra, you are so great. Traveling through time and space, opening up the universe, he will be the eternal king of our Saiyan family. All the Saiyans were excited and cheered on the spot, shouting Kafla's name loudly. How do these Saiyans know what training is? In their opinion, constant fighting is training. Now obtained from the inheritance of Kafra, the extremely exquisite training method immediately shocked these Saiyans. It turns out that this is real cultivation, before it could only be regarded as play. In the mysterious space located at the highest point of the universe, Kafra pondered for a while, and the power of time and space continued to pour out, boiling in the palm of his hand. Yuer stared at the palm of Kafra's hand and found that the space in the palm of his hand was folded. There seemed to be dozens or hundreds of layers of space between the small square inches. Soon, a hazy small tower appeared in the palm of Kafra's hand. He turned his palm and the small tower disappeared from his hand. Creating a universe on his own, Kafra is now more proficient in the ability to create. In the universe, the middle of the 5 Kafra planets suddenly emitted endless light, and then a giant tower reaching the sky and the earth slowly revealed. In the Tower of Time and Space, each floor is a huge dimensional space, and each floor is guarded by a strong person. The characters inside are the powerful men that Kafra, the Lord of the Universe, has seen through time and space, and are created by simulating their combat data with the power of the world. The news was on everyone's mind. It's really exciting to fight against strong men from other time and space. Bardock's eyes widened and he couldn't help laughing. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder where my strength ranks among these strong men. Beta had a hint of pride on his face. Kafra's words rang in his mind. How could these warlike Saiyans sit down? They all looked towards the endless Tower of Time and Space. Let's go climb the tower. Beta shouted and took the lead to fly into the Tower of Time and Space. The throne was taken away by Kafla, and now Beta only hopes to be the strongest Saiyan under Kafla. Not to be outdone, Bardock followed closely behind. The Saiyans followed him enthusiastically. Are they strong men from other time and space? Interesting. Gogeta looked up and down at the Tower of Time and Space, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and followed with interest. The entrance to the Tower of Time and Space is a rotating light door, and a group of Saiyans file in. The space was distorted, and when it appeared again, it was already on a small island in the sea. The sea breeze blew by, bringing a salty smell, and the coconut leaves on both sides of the road moved with the wind. A Saiyan couldn't help but fly up, and picked a green coconut from the tree. He pressed lightly with his fingers, and the coconut burst into pieces with a bang. The crystal coconut liquid sprayed into the air, shining brightly under the sunlight. Light. The Saiyan's tongue gently licked the liquid on the rough fingers, and his eyes suddenly moved. So sweet, this is a real space. When the surrounding Saiyans heard this, they immediately followed suit and picked coconuts from the trees. It is indeed a fruit created by His Majesty Kafra. It is really delicious. I feel refreshed all over my body. One Saiyan took a sip of coconut water, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help but boast. Beta looked at the Saiyan's exaggerated expression and was speechless. At best, this fruit can be regarded as a sweet and delicious juice. How can it be so exaggerated? The group of people continued to move forward and saw a square martial arts arena in front of them, with the words "The World's #1 Martial Arts Club" written on it. In the void, there is also a rotating light door with the word "Exit" written on it. In other words, they can leave the Tower of Time and Space at any time. At this moment, a figure came from behind the martial arts club. A closer look revealed that he had crab-like hair and was wearing an orange martial arts uniform. At this moment, information about the man in front of them appeared in everyone's minds. Son Goku/Kakarot? The ultimate trick, turtle-style Kigong wave? Bardock. A group of Saiyans subconsciously looked at Bardock with scars on his face. This person is Bardock's child, Kakarot. The airflow surged in the void, and a picture was slowly revealed, which showed the scene of the battle between Son Goku and Piccolo during the world's best martial arts competition. Bardock watched his son fighting with others expressionlessly, his face extremely cold, and his eyes filled with deep disappointment. Judging from its combat situation, its combat strength does not exceed 500. Haha, you are indeed a low-level warrior. Your combat power is only 2 at birth, and you won't be able to do anything when you grow up. Beta couldn't help laughing, tears almost bursting from his eyes. He is extremely dissatisfied with Bardock now, and he will not miss this opportunity to mock him. Although the other Saiyans did not dare to laugh in front of Bardock, they could not hide the disdain in their eyes. Shut up, you guy. The veins on Bardock's forehead were beating crazily, his fists clenched tightly, and he roared at Beta. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Beta spread his hands and stared at Bardock without showing any signs of weakness. Bardock was speechless. Although he saw the prediction of the future, Kakarot and Frieza confronted each other. But seeing the man with low combat effectiveness in front of him, he really couldn't believe the prediction of the future. Kakarot's combat power is not even 1,000, what is it if it's not garbage? Beta said with a shrug. Tell me again. Bardock suddenly looked at Beta and shouted angrily. My son is trash, and you cannot mock him. Only I can mock him. I said, your son is trash. Beta walked up and tapped Bardock's chest with his index finger, his face full of contempt. You BD, I'll beat you to death. Bardock slapped Beta's hand away, then raised his fist and smashed it towards Beta. Beta had expected it and responded with a heavy blow. Bang! The two fists collided violently in the air, strong winds stirred up, and the surrounding Saiyans were instantly knocked away, leaving a deep pit with a radius of 10 meters on the spot. Stop fighting. Gogeta's face was covered with black lines. With a flick of his right hand, the strong wind blew Bardock and Beta hundreds of meters away. With Gogeta's intervention, when Bardock and Beta flew back again, they stopped taking action. Beta. Bardock was silent for a while, then looked up at Beta opposite. What? Aren't you convinced? Beta looked sideways at Bardock with disdain. I remember you also have a son named Tabor. Beta's expression froze. Haha, I heard that your son is so rubbish that he was exiled to a distant planet by you, right? Bardock couldn't help laughing. Bardock, shut up. Now it was Beta's turn to be furious. Tabor was his disgrace. As a member of the royal family, his bloodline level is the highest except for the legendary Super Saiyan. Haha, your son is trash too. Bardock looked up to the sky and smiled. Gogeta was speechless and choked, as if he was lying on the ground. Bardock and Beta mocked each other's son for being trash, and they seemed to be talking about him, but they didn't seem to be talking about him. At this time, it was shown in the void that after Kakarot went through all the troubles to defeat Piccolo, the screen flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. I'll go first. At this time, Bardock shouted, ignored the furious Beta, and flew onto the ring. Humph. Beta couldn't help but snorted coldly as Bardock took the lead. Come on. Kakarot. Bardock ignored Beta and walked up to Son Goku and shouted loudly. Son Goku looked calm, shouted and rushed towards Bardock. Looking at his son, Bardock had anger in his eyes and raised a finger to touch Son Goku's fist. Is this all your strength? Kakarot. Son Goku didn't panic and stepped back, condensing a Kigong wave with his hands on his waist. Turtle-style Kigong wave. Rubbish. Faced with Son Goku's unique move, Bardock couldn't help but sneered, and smacked his palm, and the Kigong wave shot out from his palm, instantly engulfing Son Goku's Kigong wave, and then swallowed him whole. Boom. The martial arts arena seemed to be destroyed by a huge tornado and turned into a land full of Lois. In front of Bardock with tens of thousands of fighting strength, Son Goku was destroyed without any resistance. A green bean fell from the sky into Bardock's hand. What is this? Bardock looked at the beans in his hand and asked with some confusion. Naturally, he would not treat it as an ordinary bean. How could the reward from Khafra, the Lord of the Universe, be so simple? Even a piece of grass has its own profound meaning. This is a fairy bean. Even if you are seriously injured, you can fully recover as long as you eat it. Gogeta explained. When a group of Saiyans heard this, they looked at the fairy beans in Bardock's hand with burning eyes, eager to snatch it away. Wouldn't this fairy bean complement the Saiyans' physique? Damn it! It was mine. Beta's face was full of anger, feeling as if his treasure had been taken away. Completely recovered. Bardock's eyes lit up, and he took him into his arms with great care. This kind of fairy beans, combined with the Saiyans' physique, my Bardock's combat power will take off. At this time, light shined in the void, condensing a light gate. Everyone knew that this was the portal to the next level, and they immediately jumped up to enter it. But only Bardock managed to pass through, and the others were hit by a force and flew backwards. Ouch. Why can't you get in? A group of Saiyans climbed up from the lowest in disgrace. At this moment, the martial arts arena gathered together again, and Son Goku's figure once again appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, these simple-minded Saiyans understood that only by defeating the gatekeeper in front of them can they enter the next level. Haha, it seems that as long as you defeat the gatekeeper, you can get the fairy beans, which is great. I don't know how many levels there are in this tower of time and space. With my strength, I should be able to pass it in one go, right? The arrogant Saiyan suddenly burst into laughter. There was only one guy with a fighting power of several hundred in the first level. There seemed to be no pressure to pass the level. I'll go first. Beta flew up and kicked a Saiyan away in the ring. He was afraid that Bardock could climb faster than him. The Saiyan, who was kicked away by Beta, got up from the ground, but he was reluctant to say a word. Who told him that he could not defeat Beta and could only be mute and eat cactus. Before Son Goku could take action, Beta fired a Kigong wave, directly destroying Son Goku. It's really rubbish. Beta didn't forget to mock him, but when he saw half a fairy bean falling from the sky, Beta's expression suddenly froze. What's going on? Why is my fairy bean half full? Could it be that the further you challenge, the fewer fairy beans you get? With this guess, Beta suddenly became anxious, and flew towards the portal on the next floor with an explosive energy. Bardock, please stop and let me challenge you first. As soon as Beta left, these Saiyans suddenly became anxious. They also thought of this and refused to give in. They were afraid that they would only get a quarter of the fairy beans, or even less. Interesting, interesting. Gogeta looked at Son Goku in front of him with nostalgia, and couldn't help but smile on his face. Yaching is back. I don't know if I can beat the level. Gogeta put a confident smile on his face, and then entered the ring. The Saiyans who were causing chaos among themselves in the ring were immediately swept away by Gogeta. This guy can't be offended, can't be offended. Seeing the invincible Gogeta in the ring, these Saiyans did not dare to make any mistakes. Gogeta waved his hand gently, and a powerful hurricane was generated out of thin air, blowing Son Goku off the ring. Looking at a complete fairy bean in the sky, Gogeta was very confused. After getting a magic bean, Gogeta jumped into the portal and entered the next level. The fairy beans haven't decreased. Then why did Beta only get half of the fairy beans? Maybe Beta is especially bad. When Gogeta left the first level, the Saiyans behind saw that the reward of fairy beans had not been reduced, so they stopped fighting among themselves, and one Saiyan after another came to the stage to break through the levels. The second level is Yamcha with a combat power of 1480. There are several Saiyans with low combat power stuck in this level. On the third level, there is Krillin with a combat power of 1770, and there are more than a dozen Saiyans who can't get through. The fourth level is Piccolo with a combat power of 3500. There are more Saiyans staying in this level, hundreds of them. The fifth floor is the 5-year-old King Saint with a combat power of 5675. It's grandma's. I can't beat a 5-year-old child. It's really crazy. Do we Saiyans have such a powerful kid? Why didn't I know? Even Vegeta is not that strong at this age. Is this the Saiyan's child? Oh my god, I can't pass the fifth level. How strong must the strong ones behind be? I naively thought I could pass the level. A group of Saiyans with bruises and swollen faces were lying on the fifth floor, looking at the children in front of them and couldn't help but curse. On the other side, Gogeta broke through the level very quickly and soon reached the 10th floor. There were only 2 people here, Bardock and Beta. The gatekeeper on this level is Vegeta, whose combat power is as high as 18,000. Haha, my son is really talented, far more powerful than that trash son of yours. Beta's eyes were like panda eyes, panting and mocking Bardock who looked the same. Although he was beaten to pieces by his son, Beta was still very happy in his heart. His son was indeed as good as he expected. So what if your son has strong fighting ability? Wasn't he beaten like a dog by 2 5-year-old children? Bardock shouted a little sourly, his heart suddenly moved, and he couldn't help but have an evil smile on his face. Oh, by the way, one of the 2 kids who defeated Vegeta is my grandson. It turns out that the scene just now showed a scene where Vegeta came to Earth to show off his power and then was violently beaten by the fused Saint Goku, and fled the Earth in panic. Damn Bardock, shut up. Beta was furious, and Bardock's words simply added salt to his wounds. My son, a genius, was beaten so hard by 2 children that I was really angry. Beta's whole body was in bad shape. Gogeta was speechless towards these 2 enemies. He shook his head and slapped his palm lightly. The wind from his palm directly knocked Vegeta away and he fell to the ground, losing his fighting power. Ignoring the stunned Bardock and the other 2, Gogeta collected the 2 falling fairy beans and flew towards the next floor. My son is really strong. Bardock couldn't help but marveled when he saw this scene. Shut up, this is my son. Beta roared at Bardock, feeling ashamed and angry that someone had taken advantage of him. He couldn't help but stand up and punch Bardock. Ouch! Damn Beta, I'll beat you to death. Bardock was hit by Beta's sneak attack. He immediately became furious and refused to be outdone. He immediately fought back and struggled with Beta. Brother Yang, the king of the 5th level is. You knew everything in the Tower of Time and Space, and couldn't help turning her head to look at Kafra next to her. It's the child I had with my other wife. His name is Wang Sheng. Wang Yang looked through the layers of space and saw Wang Sheng's little face on the 5th floor. Looking at his cute yet stubborn little face, Kafra couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Brother Yang, don't be sad, everyone might be taken away by another you. Yuer grabbed Kafra's hand and comforted softly. I hope so. Oliver smiled, but a trace of sadness flashed deep in his eyes. In the Tower of Time and Space, Gogeta swept all the way and soon reached the 45th floor. I wonder who the gatekeeper on this floor is. Gogeta looked around, still with a confident smile on his face. At this moment, a figure slowly descended from the sky. Kafra. Gogeta's face changed. No, his aura is wrong. He should be Kafra from before. The void changes, and a huge picture unfolds. In the scroll, Kafra stood proudly in the starry sky of the universe, casually sending out a wave of Qigong to destroy a white planet, and then defeated 3 figures. Gogeta watched with interest as Kafra was fighting with people in the picture. Although Kafra's strength was strong at this time, he still couldn't face it. The next moment, a white figure rushed out of the explosion and fought with Kafra in the universe starry sky. The strength displayed by the 2 of them was no less than that of Lightning Cell. Time continued to pass, and when Kafla defeated the Kurdish king, the battlefield changed again, and the warriors formed by the fusion of Frieza and Cooler launched an attack on Kafra. Is the Kurdish king so strong? Fusion warrior Frieza. Gogeta looked at all this with some surprise. The time and space he experienced did not have such changes, and the Kurdish king was far inferior to the characters in the picture. If these changes had occurred in his own time and space, Son Goku and others would have been in despair. When in the picture, Kafra used 25 times Kaioken to defeat Frieza, the picture in the void distorted and disappeared. No wonder you are so powerful. It turns out that your strength has been far superior to others since you were a child, and your physical body is extremely terrifying. Gogeta just came back to his senses and couldn't help mumbling to himself. In the previous 20th level, he had witnessed the battle between the teenage Kafra and the Kurdish king. Although the young Kafla's strength is relatively strong, the strength of the young Kafla behind him is becoming more and more terrifying, and he is completely different from one dimension. Gogeta feels that if young Kafla transforms into a Super Saiyan and has a powerful physical body, he can definitely fight against Big Bu. I really look forward to fighting you in the next levels. Gogeta's eyes flashed brightly, and the gatekeeper became stronger as he went on. Thinking of being able to fight against Oliver at all stages, his heart was filled with excitement. Eager. The next moment, the information about Kafra appeared in front of me. Different from the simple introduction of the previous level, the information about Kafra in front of me was extremely detailed. 24 years old, Kafra? Tricks, the giant ape's power is used regularly, Kaioken, Ryuhi Kigong Wave, Super God Wave, Forced Splitting Technique, Spiritual Sword, Teleportation, Time Stop. Even with Gogeta's calm mind, he couldn't help but be a little shocked by the densely packed names of special moves. 24-year-old Son Goku, still angry at Namek because of Krillin's murder, transformed into a Super Saiyan to fight Frieza. Unexpectedly, Kafra had already left Son Goku far behind at that time, and he could not even see his back. In fact, Oliver in the photos taken during this time period has already learned the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. Just to give those Saiyans a test, Kafra deliberately removed the Super Saiyan 4 transformation from the photo, otherwise the photo should not be on this level. Of course, even so, Kafra's strength is stronger than those in some later levels. The battle was about to break out. As if he knew that the man in front of him was very powerful, Kafra suddenly exuded a rich red aura. 50 times Kaioken. When Kafra came up, he exerted a power far beyond that of defeating Frieza, and crashed towards Gogeta like a giant, detonating a series of air explosions wherever he passed. Kafra, who used 50 times Kaioken, was naturally not noticed by Gogeta, who was normal at this time. Snapped. Gogeta raised his right hand to block Kafra's attack, making it impossible for Kafra's attack to overcome even a single point. With this Kafra stuck here, those Saiyans will suffer. Gogeta felt the power coming from his arm, and for some reason his heart was filled with schadenfreude. You must know that in the Tower of Time and Space, every 5th floor is a difficulty. For example, the gatekeeper cooler on the 40th floor is stronger than the people on the 41st to 44th floors. The 45th floor actually has a normal combat power of up to 780 million, and can use Kafra at least 50 times Kaioken, coupled with his terrifying body. Kafra in this form is no match for Son Goku, who returned to Earth from the underworld and transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Thinking of a group of Saiyans defeating Cooler, then aggressively crossing several levels to reach the 45th floor, and then being beaten by the perverted Kafra, jumping up and down, crying for father and mother, Gogeta's stern face couldn't help but twitch. I can't laugh, but I just can't help it. Haha. With one punch, Kafra, who opened the 50-fold Kaioken, was directly blasted by Gogeta's punch. This guy Gogeta must have done it on purpose. At the top of the universe, Kafra looked at the situation in the Tower of Time and Space with a somewhat unhappy face. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Yuer said curiously while holding Chen. I created the Tower of Time and Space mainly to hone their fighting skills. This guy Gogeta just won with great strength. He shows no respect for martial ethics. All my hard work was really in vain. Wang Yang shouted angrily. Maybe he regrets what he did, so he takes every battle seriously now. Yuer thought for a while and said. How is that possible? You said he would beat him to death, but when he met Son Goku and Vegeta, these two guys treated him lightly, and when they met me, they punched him to death. He must have a problem with me. Kafra crossed his arms and shouted with a dark face. Yuer couldn't help but laugh when she looked at Kafra, who didn't have the aura of the Lord of the Universe, but was rather childish. In the Tower of Time and Space, Gogeta defeated all the enemies along the way. Level 50, the Ultimate Kurdish King. 55th floor Frieza. 60th floor Fat Muppet. Floor 65 Gohan Puppet. Level 70, Super 3 Vegeto. Floor 75 Killer Hit. Floor 80 Dark Blue Vegeta. Floor 85 Jiren. Level 90 Super 4 Caulifla. When Gogeta reached the 95th floor and saw the man in front of him, his indifferent eyes suddenly lit up with a light, and a strong fighting spirit burned in his eyes. Yuer subconsciously looked at Kafra, who had a calm face. What's wrong? Sensing Yuer's gaze, Kafra raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a faint smile. I remember that the 95th floor was originally Goku, the grandson of the White God. Yuer said with a smile on her face. Son Goku suddenly fell ill, so I temporarily asked him to come over from the 120th floor to make a guest appearance. Kafra said without blushing. So that's it. Son Goku is practicing so hard. Maybe he has a heart disease and he really needs to be treated. Yuer suddenly realized it, and the husband sang and the wife followed. Besides, Gogeta's path has gone astray, and I want to correct it for him. Let him know that it is wrong to use force to overwhelm others, and he must learn to make up for his shortcomings and break through his limits in fierce evenly matched battles. Kafra looked into the void with a serious face, his eyes seeming to fall on Gogeta's face through layers of space. Cackle. Yuer laughed like a silver bell. That's right. Gogeta has gone astray and needs to change his ways. In the void scene, two powerful figures fought fiercely in the universe starry sky, and then ended with the defeat of a purple cat man. Kafra. Gogeta's voice came out slowly from his mouth, with a confident smile still on his face. It turns out that the gatekeeper of the new level is Kafra, who, like him, has transformed into the super giant ape god. On the opposite side, Kafra saw Gogeta, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and his index finger pointed at Gogeta provocatively. Gogeta was slightly stunned. He had an illusion that Kafra on this level seemed to be a little different from the gatekeepers on other levels. He felt that he was more intelligent. But regardless of whether you are wise or not, you are also the god of super giant apes. I want to see how strong you are. Gogeta roared angrily, and the blue flames of his body surrounded him, like a ray of light at the beginning of the world, illuminating the entire dimensional space. Dense blue hair grew from the body, and a wild aura surged towards Kafra on the opposite side. Facing Kafra at this moment, Gogeta will go all out. Boom! Kalafu exploded at the same time, and the two breaths collided, squeezed, and rubbed wildly. Countless thunder and lightning filled the sky, and space ripples spread toward the distance like ripples. The two people's aura bombardment did not break this dimensional space, which is enough to imagine how stable this space is. Dragon Fist. Gogeta came up with a terrifying killing move, turning into a giant blue dragon and roaring towards Kafra on the opposite side. Facing Gogeta's terrifying attack, Kafla on the other side remained calm, spreading his hands, and the protective shield originating from Broly covered his whole body. The giant blue dragon fiercely collided with the protective shield on Kafla's body, and then its huge body snaked around it, completely wrapping Kafra. Boom! A big explosion exploded, and a dazzling fire shot into the sky, illuminating the entire dimensional space. The violent energy struck in all directions, accompanied by thunder and lightning, and tornadoes rose from the ground, creating a scene like the end of the world. The smoke and dust in the sky slowly dissipated, and a slender and tall body gradually appeared in Gogeta's eyes. At this moment, the protective shield on Kafra's body was not broken, and rippled like water ripples. What? Gogeta's expression changed, and he never expected that his full-strength attack had no effect. In a daze, Gogeta seemed to see the smile on Kafra's mouth getting brighter inside the protective shield. The protective shield was withdrawn into Kafra's body. At this time, he looked sarcastic and raised his finger towards Gogeta again. Gogeta's expression was stern, and he waved his arms instantly, like dragon pythons wildly bombarding Kafra. The aftermath of the violent power shook the entire sky to tremble violently. Bang bang bang. Kafra put his left hand behind his back and waved his right hand forward, easily blocking all Gogeta's attacks. The more Gogeta fought, the more frightened he became. Kafra on the opposite side was like an impeccable mountain, making it difficult for him to take advantage of him. Suddenly, Kafra's arm flashed like lightning and grabbed Gogeta's wrist. What? Gogeta's attack came to an abrupt end, and then he felt a huge pain in his wrist, and his bones seemed to be crushed by Kafra. Boom! Kafra's arm exerted force, and Gogeta was thrown away by him, like a meteorite burning with flames and cutting through the dark void. Kafra. With an angry roar, blue light shot up into the sky, and Gogeta's figure rushed from a distance. The gorgeous blue light painted the entire dimensional space with a blue halo. Ultimate, Turtle Sect. Kigong Wave. Terrifying energy fluctuations came in a mighty force, crashing towards Kafra with unprecedented momentum. Facing Gogeta's full-strength Kigong Wave, Kafra's expression did not change at all. Seeing the attack coming, Kafra moved the next moment and raised his arm. Following Kafra's movements, the light from the entire dimensional space quickly converged on Kafra's fist. The world suddenly darkened, and dull thunder rolled up. Rumble. With one punch, the ground cracked, and lightning tore the entire sky apart, creating an apocalyptic scene as if the sky was falling and the earth was falling. The terrifying fist power defeated the Kigong Wave sent by Gogeta like a torrent, and then the speed did not slow down at all, hitting Gogeta's chest solidly. The extremely powerful punch came out from Gogeta's back, directly penetrated the void and sank into the void. Puff. Gogeta was beaten high into the air. He raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood, and the bright blue light on his body twisted and disappeared. He could no longer maintain the transformation of the super giant ape god, and his whole body fell from the sky feebly and hit the ground heavily. Kafra didn't even look at Gogeta, and slowly turned around and walked towards the distance. The smoke filled the air, covering his entire body, and disappeared from the battlefield. Kafra, how can he be so strong? Gogeta raised his head with difficulty and looked at Kafra, who was gradually disappearing. The strength shown by Kafra is even more terrifying than the battle with the purple catman in the picture. Lying on the ground, Gogeta recalled the scene of the battle just now, and the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Soon, Gogeta stood up after regaining his breath. Looking at the exiting door not far away, he stood up and walked out, clutching his chest. On the 95th floor, he encountered the terrifying super giant ape god Kafra. The strong man behind him didn't know how terrifying he was. Gogeta immediately put away his contempt. Did you breathe a sigh of relief? Yua looked at Kafra with a smile. Are you angry? What are you angry about? I just gave him a heads up. There are people outside the world, and I didn't go out of my way to teach him a lesson. Kafra said with a smile and shook his head. Yua touched the baby in her arms and smiled without saying a word. A group of Saiyans walked out of the Tower of Time and Space, each with injuries on their bodies, but when they touched the particles in their pockets, a bright smile suddenly appeared on their faces. When this group of Saiyans saw a smooth and huge screen next to the Tower of Time and Space, one name after another appeared on it. First place, Gogeta, 95th floor. Second place, Bardock, 10th floor. Third place, Beta, 10th floor. Fourth place, Greya, 10th floor. So powerful, Gogeta actually climbed to level 95. Beta and Bardock have only reached the 10th level, so how powerful are they as gatekeepers at the 95th level? I'm superficial. I thought I could climb to the 20th floor no matter what, but I didn't expect that I was stuck on the 5th floor and couldn't get up. A group of Saiyans looked at the rankings on the screen in amazement, whispering in small groups. Why am I still stuck on the 10th floor, but Bardock is ranked ahead of me? You must have reached the 10th floor before me, so you are taller than me. Beta's face was ugly and he glared at Bardock fiercely. Bardock ignored Beta and looked at the screen deeply, his eyes flashing with blazing fire. I, Bardock, must clear the Tower of Time and Space. With a flash of light, Gogeta's figure walked out of the Tower of Time and Space. Son, you actually climbed to the 95th floor. It's really impressive. Beta ignored his resentment towards Bardock and hurried up to greet him, looking at the silent Gogeta with a smile on his face. Who is the gatekeeper on the 95th floor? Bardock asked curiously. The scene suddenly became silent, and the Saiyans present pricked up their ears. Although they could not climb up, it did not hinder their curiosity. This feeling is like, although I am poor, I am also curious about what kind of delicacies the rich eat. Do they drive airplanes or sports cars? Do they go to the wild to shoot birdies or play golf? It's Kafra. Gogeta said calmly. Oh, it turns out to be King Kafla. After all, he is King Kafra, and his strength is terrifying. It's amazing that Gogeta can reach the 95th floor, because I have only climbed to the 5th floor. The Saiyan suddenly realized. Yes. Gogeta was speechless. Is it so natural that he lost to Kafra? Pointing 2 fingers on his forehead, Gogeta disappeared completely. He was too lazy to pay attention to these Saiyans. Son, where are you going? Beta watched Gogeta leave and couldn't help shouting. It's a pity that Gogeta has already left and his voice can no longer be heard. Humph. Bardock sneered at Beta and flew towards the planet Kafra 2. According to the cultivation methods taught by Kafula in his mind, he wanted to practice on the planet Kafula number 2, which has a stronger gravity. I must climb through the level. Damn Bardock, don't run away. When Beta saw Bardock actually leaving, he immediately roared and chased after him. This is an extremely vast space, with green mountains in the distance, blue waves, and white clouds, and a stream rushing from far to near with the flow of water. The river is crystal clear, and you can see all kinds of fish swimming freely in it. Occasionally, you can hear a crisp and melodious chirp of birds. A small drop of water falls on the lush grass, emitting crystal clear light under the refraction of the sun, like a beautiful diamond. A figure flashed in the void. This was when Gogeta felt Kafra's breath and teleported over. Gogeta was about to speak when he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw a group of people. As far as the eye can see, hundreds of 2-year-old children are laughing and playing among the flowers. Their cheerful voices fill the sky and the earth, and the whole space seems to come alive because of them. Gogeta looked at this scene stupidly. Why are there so many children? And these children actually have flexible tails behind their buttocks. They are all Saiyan children? You're here. Kafra saw Gogeta appear. His smiling expression disappeared, and he looked at the other party expressionlessly. Haha, Kafra, why are there so many Saiyan children here? Aren't they all your children? Gogeta couldn't help shouting. Of course it's my child, is there any problem? Kafra looked sideways at Gogeta and said angrily. Miss Ewer is really good at giving birth to hundreds of children at once. Gogeta marveled. Ewer had no choice but to roll her eyes at him angrily and walked away silently. You're such a foul mouth, you deserve to be beaten by Brother Yang. If you don't continue climbing the tower, why do you want to come to me? Kafra looked at Gogeta coldly. You know it all. Gogeta laughed dryly. Nonsense, I created the Tower of Time and Space, don't I know? I didn't expect you, Gogeta, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be very evil in your heart. Kafra raised his eyebrows and shouted loudly. Aren't you the same? Gogeta whispered. He also woke up. There must be something fishy about Kafra on the 95th floor just now. Snort. Haha, Kafra, don't be angry. Gogeta smiled and patted Kafra on the shoulder. Tell me, why did you come to me? Kafra nodded and looked at the sky, and said calmly. Are there really so many powerful people after the 95th floor of the Tower of Time and Space? Gogeta said with some doubt. That's natural. Don't be arrogant and complacent because you are very powerful. In fact, you are still far behind. Kafra said with some disdain. There are indeed many strong people behind the 95th floor, but they are stronger than the Kafra who took action just now. Well, Gogeta was speechless, he was indeed a little swollen. Kafra, can you continue to guide me in my practice? Gogeta looked at Kafra earnestly. Climb the Tower of Time and Space again. Kafra said calmly. Why? Gogeta asked confused. This time you can only keep your strength at the same level as the gatekeeper and rely on combat experience to break through. If you can climb to the 95th floor again, your strength will improve a lot. Really? I think my combat experience is already perfect. Can I continue to improve? Gogeta exclaimed in disbelief. You call this perfect? If you continue to climb the Tower of Time and Space, you will know how ridiculous your idea is. Think carefully about the knowledge I passed on to you. When you climb to the 95th floor again, you can come to me again. Kafra waved his hand, and a stream of light disappeared into Gogeta's mind, and then signaled that Gogeta could leave. The strength is quite equal. It is not easy to defeat the gatekeeper with combat experience, not to mention that there is also him with extremely abnormal physical fitness. Gogeta's expression changed. He wanted to avoid it but found that he didn't. But when Gogeta checked what Kafra passed to him, he couldn't help but smile. Kafra, I'll leave first. With an eager mood, Gogeta said hello to Kafra and then disappeared and came to Bardock's side. Goji. Bardock was about to say hello when he suddenly noticed Gogeta's figure. Brush. Gogeta ignored Bardock, and his whole body turned into a stream of light and rose into the sky, flying towards the distant planet Kafra 3. With Gogeta's strength, the gravity of planet Kafra number 5 cannot harm him. But if he only relied on his physical body, even the gravity of planet 3 would be enough for him to eat a pot. In November of the second year of the era, Gogeta came to the top of the universe to meet Kafra, the Lord of the Universe, and got the method of body cultivation from him. The 5 Kafra stars were integrated into one, and the void in the middle was not as airless as in the universe. Bardock quickly submerged into the Kafra star 2 next door under Bardock's full flight. No, I can't let Bardock, a lower-level warrior, surpass me. Beta looked at Bardock's back with a gloomy expression. He must also work hard to practice. Seeing the actions of Bardock and Beta, some Saiyans also followed closely, wanting to practice on the Kafra 2 planet with stronger gravity. A group of Saiyans flew menacingly towards the Kafra 2 planet. Suddenly, a strong force of gravity came, and Bardock and others who were the first to bear the brunt screamed and fell from the sky like birds that had lost their wings. Boom, boom. The sound of intensive bombing came, and one Saiyan after another fell like dumplings, making big craters on the ground. Such a powerful gravity. Bardock lay on the ground and trembled, trying to stand up. As he moved, the sweat on his forehead kept falling like rain. The Saiyan who was flying slowly saw the miserable state of Bardock and others in front of him, stopped suddenly in midair, and looked down stupidly. Fortunately, I fly slowly. With my strength, I can run over without thinking. Even if I don't die, my skin will peel off. A Saiyan wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted with lingering fear. Bardock's face was as dark as water. He found that he could not stand up, so he had to lie on the ground and struggle to adapt to the gravity of the planet. Although the gravity of the planet Kafra 2 is 10 times that of the planet Kafra, in fact the gravity of the planet Kafra has been changed by Kafra and is comparable to the gravity of the King Kai planet. In other words, the gravity of planet Kafra is 10 times that of the Earth, and the gravity of planet number 2 is 100 times that of the Earth. After an unknown amount of time, Bardock, who had regained his strength, sat up tremblingly, and began to practice with the help of this gravity according to the basic training methods in his mind. Bardock. Beta looked at Bardock with squinted eyes. He suddenly felt a little pressure. He was the first among the Saiyans to sit up and practice. As a lower-level warrior, if you want to surpass me, a Saiyan, the top warrior of the Saiyan clan, it is simply a fantasy. Beta muttered to himself. Bardock seemed to hear Beta's words and turned his head to look at Beta with difficulty. The flames in his eyes burned slowly, and then he continued to practice. With Bardock's actions, the other Saiyans also understood and gritted their teeth to resist this terrible gravity. Even Beta put aside distracting thoughts and began to adapt to this terrible gravity. After draining all the energy from his body, Bardock chewed and swallowed the fairy beans he had just taken the time to put into his mouth. When the fairy beans entered his stomach, Bardock's fatigue suddenly disappeared, replaced by a dragon's energy and a tiger's fierceness, with a twinkling light in his eyes. At this moment, under the disbelieving gazes of all the Saiyans, Bardock suddenly stood up. Bardock, you actually adapted to the gravity of this planet so quickly. What does this mean? It means that Bardock's combat effectiveness has improved a lot. My strength. Bardock looked at his hands and shouted in disbelief. Although there was no detector, based on the breath sensing taught by Kafra, he knew that his combat effectiveness had at least doubled. As long as you practice well according to the knowledge taught by Master Kafra, and wait until you are exhausted before taking the fairy beans, your strength will increase and you will soon be able to adapt to the gravity of this planet. Bardock said loudly to everyone. He finally understood Kafra's good intentions before. Meaningless fighting and destruction could not increase his strength. Only hard training could make him stronger. After receiving Bardock's advice, a group of Saiyans suddenly burst out with strong enthusiasm and began to practice seriously to squeeze out their remaining strength. Time passed slowly. Through the training of the knowledge in their minds, the strength of these Saiyans increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. More and more Saiyans flew from the Kafra planet to the second planet. On this day, the Saiyans, who felt that they had completely adapted to the Kafra 2 planet, began to get ready to move and fly in the direction of the distant aura. An ancient city came into view, with a tall tower in the center and rows of houses on both sides. A river runs through the north and south, and there is a constant flow of boats on it. Countless people are walking on the streets. There are vendors selling goods on the road, trackers pulling boats, women buying vegetables, lovers riding horses to marry their wives. Haha, let's go down and take a look. Greya, the leader, said with a smile to his companions. Okay, I wonder who lives on the planet Kafra 2. Are they Saiyans like us? A person next to him couldn't help but laugh. Being able to live on a planet with such a huge gravity, the people here are incredible. The strength should not be underestimated. Wow, it's an immortal. Seeing 5 Saiyans falling from the sky in Greya, someone below shouted in shock. Hearing this voice, a group of people dropped their work and raised their heads to look at the 5 people in the sky. This. Greya looked at the simple and enthusiastic person below and couldn't help being dumbfounded. Their combat power is so low? It's only around 5. Saiyan roughly guessed the combat power of the people below based on his sense of breath. The 5 people were suddenly confused. With such a strong gravity, how could the talented people living here fight against the 5 scum? What a joke! These guys looked like they had never seen the world, and they couldn't possibly be very powerful, Greya murmured in her heart. Immortals, are you immortals? As soon as Greya and others landed, a large number of people gathered around them. If you have trypophobia, looking at these densely packed people in front of you will definitely make your hair crawl. Get away. Greya looked a little impatient, frowned, roared, and the roaring sound directly blew away the people around him. Of course, he also deliberately tested them, and saw these people being blown away by the slightest release of his breath. This was Kafra's order, otherwise with his temper he would have attacked these people with a wave of Qigong. Lord Greya, this is Planet Kafra too, do we have to restrain ourselves? Saiyan said cautiously. I have restrained myself, otherwise these ants would have died long ago. Greya said coldly. I'm hungry, let's go get something to eat. Okay, stop. Suddenly a loud voice sounded behind the 5 people. Are you looking for death? One of the Saiyans suddenly turned around and looked coldly at the person who spoke. I saw this man wearing white clothes, thin and frail. You heard everyone, so you can't just leave. You have to wait for the escort to come and deal with the matter. Although the man's legs were so frightened that he was weak, he still pretended to be strong and shouted. Haha, what makes me laugh is that even if the escort team comes, they can't do anything to us. Greya couldn't help laughing. Haha, the other Saiyans couldn't help laughing, as if they heard the funniest thing in the world. Now that they know these people are trash, the Saiyans' arrogant nature can no longer be restrained. Let's go. No longer paying attention to this man, Greya turned around and left in a swagger. You can't leave. When the man saw that the other 5 people actually hit and run, he suddenly felt a surge of courage from nowhere and rushed to catch Greya. A cold light flashed in the eyes of a Saiyan with messy hair. He could no longer control the murderous intention in his heart and punched the man. This punch is enough to blast an ordinary person. Boom! The corners of Wallaby's mouth raised slightly. The expected explosion did not happen. The smile at the corner of his mouth could not help but stiffen, and then he screamed and was thrown away. It turned out that when he punched the man just now, he didn't kill the man. Instead, he was knocked away by the man's body. Greya's expression changed. Obviously this result was beyond their expectations. You can't leave? Stay and accept the punishment. Bang 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 bang. 4 crashes were accompanied by 4 screams, and the remaining 4 Greyas were actually beaten away by the opponent with their eyes closed and a BD punch. Greya felt like the bones in her body were about to break, and she fell to the ground and groaned. Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, a bunch of old guys. Kill you. Countless rotten vegetables and rotten eggs flew from all around, directly engulfing the 5 Greyas. Everyone get out of the way. Eat my bucket. The crowd suddenly separated into an aisle, and a group of middle-aged people rushed over very quickly, holding a pole in one hand and a large bucket in the other. I saw this middle-aged man raising his arms, and the yellow soup in the bucket streaked across the sky, accompanied by a ste. Wet and sticky covering their whole bodies, the roars of Greya and others stopped abruptly, and the disgusting breath penetrated their nostrils desperately, almost threatening to knock them out. Anger? The endless anger overwhelmed everyone's reason. As proud Saiyans, they had never encountered such an embarrassing thing. At this time, they wanted to kill all these humans. Boom! Greya stood up, breath spurted out from his body, and cold murderous intent enveloped the people around him. The great Saiyan cannot be insulted, I will kill you all. The other 4 Saiyans were also furious. At this time, Kafra's warning has been forgotten by them, and only by killing all these people can they relieve their hatred. When the surrounding people saw these people approaching menacingly and the stench rising into the sky, they were immediately frightened out of their wits and ran away holding their noses. It stinks, run. Only the man who was carrying the bucket and throwing excrement just now was holding a pole and standing in front of the 5 Greya people with his face lowered. He had the tendency of one man being in control and not being able to escape. The reason why he didn't take a step back was because he wasn't afraid of the smell. Boom! Greya roared angrily and punched the man with the pole. The other 4 Saiyans jumped high and rushed towards the people who ran away. The man with the pole suddenly raised his head, his face covered with stubble showing an indifference that had been reinforced by reality over and over again. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly lit up in the man's eyes, shining like a star. The pole in his hand stabbed toward the sky, and countless black stick shadows filled the void. A stick in the sky. Greya and other 5 Saiyans were drawn one after another. They fell from the sky like dumplings like being struck by lightning, and fell heavily on the road paved with bluestones. The 5 Saiyans huddled together, covering their buttocks with their hands, their faces twisted and hideous due to severe pain. At this moment, their self-confidence suffered a serious blow. Threads of blood dyed their pants red, and the 5 of them stared blankly at the blue sky. Who I am? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Soon a group of guards came over, dragged out the 5 Greyas without saying a word, beat them up, tied them up and took them away with smooth movements. Above the clouds, Bardock's reformed team fell silent, watching helplessly what happened to the 5 Greyas. Bardock, are the humans on this planet so strong? Sun Kabcha looked at Bardock blankly. Bardock was also confused. He didn't feel how powerful the human beings below were. Even the people who defeated Greya had mediocre fighting abilities. It's strange. Even if you hide your combat power, your aura fluctuates when you take action, but how come the combat power of the guy below hasn't changed from beginning to end? This planet is a bit weird, let's be careful. Bardock, who couldn't see the reason, could only seriously warn his friends. Good. In fact, even if Bardock didn't say anything, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly after seeing what happened to Greya and the others. Which Saiyan can bear this kind of estimation? When Bardock and his group were walking on the street, the people around them saw that Bardock and the others were wearing the same clothes as the previous 5 Saiyans, and they all pointed at them. Bardock and the others suppressed the Saiyan's irritable mood and walked away with a sullen face. Just then, a familiar scream came. It seems to be the voices of Beta and the others. Bardock raised his brows and said in surprise, "Go over and have a look." A Saiyan behind him asked curiously. Turning the corner, the scene in front of them suddenly came into view and Bardock and others couldn't help but be stunned. "Ah, you dare to humiliate me? I will kill you all." In front of a tavern, Beta and 6 other Saiyans had their hands tied and hung on a lamp pole like strips of bacon. Many people gathered around and pointed at them. "You still dare to speak harshly, and you dare to come to my shop to eat for free, and you dare to beat my wife. Let me tell you, this matter is not over." Snap, snap. The hotel owner was a tall and powerful man. He held an iron rod and beat Beta hard. At this moment, Beta and the others were filled with resentment, and they wanted to eat alive the people below who were beating them. The other 5 Saiyans couldn't help but shrink their necks when they saw their boss focusing on dealing with Beta, and tried to stay silent to reduce their presence. Beta felt a sharp stabbing pain in her heart and couldn't help but cry out in pain. "I didn't do it alone, why did you hit me alone? And what is this rope made of? It's so tough that I can't break free with my fighting power." Beta was filled with grief and anger. From the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw Bardock and others not far away. "Bardock, help." Bardock was speechless. Why didn't he think of me when good things happened? Now he doesn't dare to take action at will. The hotel owner looked at Bardock subconsciously, with an inexplicable smile on his face. In the eyes of Bardock and others, this smile was like a devil in hell, full of evil intentions. "I do not know him." Bardock smiled at the hotel owner, turned around and walked away neatly. The Saiyans behind him immediately followed, fearing that innocent people would be affected. "Bardock, my good brother, don't leave, save me." Beta became anxious when she saw Bardock leaving so unfaithfully. "Bardock, I'm not done with you." When Bardock's figure disappeared from sight, Beta suddenly let out an angry roar. "Shut up, you piece of shit." The hotel owner dug his ears, waved his arms, and hit Beta's body hard with the iron rod again. "Ouch, ouch. Please be merciful, tell me, how can you let me go? You are free eating here, and you have to leave me a job until the debt is paid off." "How long will it take?" Beta asked weakly. 1 year. The hotel owner stretched out a finger. "What? A year? How much food do we eat from you in total, and you actually let the noble Saiyan work for a year?" Beta shouted. "Yes, you are deliberately making things difficult for us." The other Saiyans couldn't help but say, "You eat more than pigs. Working for a year to offset your debt is a bargain for you. And because you are disrespectful to my wife, I will punish you with 2 more years of work, which means you will have to work for me for 3 years in vain. If you perform well, you will be free immediately when the time is up. If you dare to cheat, your contract will be automatically increased even when the time is up." The hotel owner said with a sneer on his face. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." After hearing such a crazy jump, Beta's face changed drastically, and the veins on his forehead popped out. Snap. Stop, I promise you that. In the end, Beta and others succumbed to the power of the hotel owner and had to sell themselves into the hotel. In the dead of night, in the drafty woodshed, the 5 Beta members were whispering, "It's dark now, let's run quickly. We can fly and he can't catch us." Good. The door of the woodshed opened, and Saiyan looked around. When he found that no one was there, he immediately greeted Beta and then flew into the sky with anger. "No one, let's go." Liu's figure burst out with white flames, flying towards the sky like an arrow from a string. At this moment, a figure in front of him descended from the sky holding an iron rod. Behind him was a bright white moon. From a distance, it looked like he was walking out of the moon, full of mystery. The black shadow flashed, and Beta and others' bodies suddenly froze, and then shot back at a fast speed. Boom! Beta fell to the ground first, and then the 5 people behind hit it one after another, stacked on top of each other like gourds. The hotel owner fell to the ground, stepped on Beta's face with 1 foot, and poked Beta's head with the iron rod, leaving a red mark on his skin and faint traces of blood flowing out. "Next time you dare to run away, I will break your legs. Just stay up there tonight and reflect on where you went wrong." Beta and the others were soon hung on the lamp pole again, their bodies swaying in the wind, their faces full of grief. This planet is simply too evil. Soon, the weirdness of Planet Kakarot too spread among all the Saiyan groups. Seeing the tragic situation of Beta and Greya, the Saiyans who did not believe in evil fell silent one after another and kept their tail between their legs. Occasionally, a few Saiyans who couldn't control themselves and caused destruction would soon follow in the footsteps of Beta and others and be severely beaten. At the top of the universe, Kakarot came from a distance. Looking at the 3-year-old child in front of him, who was gradually becoming wiser, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He seemed like a brand new race, rising in endless time and space. The two stars looked like children, and a group of little kids followed behind them. Father, father. When Daxinger saw Kafra, his eyes suddenly lit up and he hurried forward. The children behind him were also full of joy, and they followed Singer and surrounded him, calling Kafra loudly. Have these younger brothers and sisters been naughty these days? The smile on Kafra's face became even brighter after hearing this, and he touched little Singer's head. My younger brothers and sisters are all so well behaved. De Singer exclaimed like a little adult, puffing up her chest and pretending to be a little adult. Aha. The children behind him nodded one after another, indicating that they were very good. Haha. Kafra couldn't help but laugh out loud. He knelt down and reached out to touch the head and pinch the tender face. Be good, father. A weak voice sounded, and Kafra was slightly startled. He was seen timidly hiding behind Xiao Singer, exposing his head and looking at the long-haired child. Bush. Kafra picked him up with a kind look on his face. Father. Xiaobu saw himself being picked up by his father, with a happy smile on his face. Xiao Buledin has extraordinary potential, and his strength is increasing every moment. He is now much stronger than other children. Yuo looked at Xiao Buledin with a smile. Well, the impurities have been removed from the other children's bloodlines and they have returned to their true nature. The speed of cultivation in the early stage will be slower, which is not visible yet, but the further they go, the more powerful they will be. When they are washed away, that's when they will shine. Kafra laughed. A heart of the universe appeared in Kafra's hand. With a flick of his wrist, the heart of the universe spread through the layers of space and spread out deep in the universe. With the influx of this energy, the universe evolves even faster. If you look from outside the universe, you can see that the universe seems to have eaten something big, and it is obviously bigger. There is no sense of life in the universe. As the authority in the world, Yuor immediately raised her head and looked at Kafra. This is what was left after the destruction of Gajata's universe. I integrated him into our universe to enhance the power of our universe. I feel that our universe is getting stronger, and the power I can control has become stronger. Yuor looked at Kafra happily. It will be even stronger in the future. Kafra looked deeply into the void, as if he could see through the barriers of time and space and see other universes. One day, I will develop my universe and replace him. It would be great if my father is still alive. Yuor suddenly thought of her ambitious war emperor. My father-in-law is fighting on a small scale on the planet, and the structure is a bit small. How can he compete with the powerful warriors and universes in time and space like me? Kafra said proudly. I hate it. Yuor looked shy and patted Wang Yang gently. I've been in seclusion for a long time. I haven't held you in a hug for a long time. Let me give you a hug. Kafra smiled and grabbed Yuor's little hand, and gently took her into his arms. Silently, the two disappeared on the grass. On the lawn, hundreds of Yuor were teaching children one-on-one, and soon a blush rose on their cheeks at the same time. In the luxurious palace, figures intertwined in the translucent curtains, and a slightly thin white figure succumbed to the lustful power of a strong man. The child is still young now, so it's better not to give birth to it for the time being. The out-of-breath silver bell-like sound sounded, accompanied by the trembling figure, which made people feel pity for her and wanted to rub her into his body for comfort. I know, just ask another one to come in. It's not serious when it comes out, it's really annoying. On the lawn, a Yuor disappeared with a red face. Hey, I knew my Yuor was the most obedient. Time passed slowly on the planet Kafra. Many Saiyans restrained their tempers and began to practice honestly after suffering the consequences of the humans on the strange planet number 2. With the knowledge imparted by Kafra, a group of Saiyans, with the help of Sendo, were like taking steroids, and their combat effectiveness increased sharply. Whenever he succeeds in his practice, Bardock can't help but run to the hotel to celebrate and show off in front of Beta. Whenever this happened, Beta would be so mad with hatred that the rag would make holes one after another. Genesis 4 years? Planet Kafra 2, with a roar that resounded throughout the world, a bright golden light exploded. After 2 years of hard training, Bardock, finally broke through and became a Super Saiyan. Bardock couldn't help but smile on his stern face. Bardock actually succeeded in breaking through to Super Saiyan. Many Saiyans couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw the shining golden Bardock. Look, Bardock is going to climb the tower. This time he will definitely be able to pass the 20th level and defeat the great young majesty Kafra. Seeing Bardock walking towards the Tower of Time and Space, people surged in and followed closely behind. Damn Bardock! If I hadn't been controlled by others, I would have been the first one to transform into a Super Saiyan. Beta suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance, feeling that the aura belonging to Bardock suddenly surged dozens of times. Who knew what was happening? His face was twisted with jealousy and anger, looking unusually ferocious. Beta's right hand holding the rag turned a little white from clenching it so hard. A hole, why don't you hurry up and get to work? If you scratch my rag again, I'll peel off your clothes and use them as a rag. The hotel owner appeared at the right time and scolded Beta. Yes. Beta shrank her head, lowered her head and continued to wipe the table. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Snapped. Move quickly. After a slap in the face, Beta screamed and was thrown away, falling heavily to the ground. The 5 Saiyans working around were startled. They stuck out their tongues, lowered their heads and continued working, a little faster than before. Beta got up from the ground without saying a word and wiped the table desperately, with humiliation on his face. It's really unlucky. If I could go back in time, I would definitely not come here to run wild and eat some kind of overlord meal. Aren't the beasts outside bad? During this period of time, under the high-pressure training of the hotel owner, the Beta Saiyans refused to fight back when hit or scolded, which was a bit too honest. She doesn't have the temper of a cruel Saiyan at all, instead she looks like an angry little daughter-in-law. Many Saiyans followed Bardock to the 20th floor of the Tower of Time and Space. They have been stuck at this level for some time. Now that Bardock has broken through to Super Saiyan, they naturally want to come and watch him. Breakthrough. The scene of the young man Kafra fighting the Kurdish king disappeared, and everyone looked up. I saw the figure of a young man flying from the sky, with a smile on his face and a look full of confidence. Although he is young, he has already shown his prowess, and he is clearly the Kafra in his youth. A group of Saiyans looked at Kafla in front of them and couldn't help but sigh. Every time I see the young appearance of the great His Majesty Kafra, I feel deeply ashamed. At this age, I am still fighting Vegetable Man. Who says it's not the case? I'm at least better than you. When I was this age, I could beat 2 Vegetable Men. Forward. Your Majesty Kafla is really perverted. I have been stuck at this level for a year and I still don't know when I will be able to break through to Super Saiyan. It's not that no one has used the artificial moon to transform into a giant ape. It's just that after transforming into a giant ape, although the power has increased significantly, the speed has relatively slowed down. In front of the young man Kafla who used the power of the giant ape regularly, everyone was defeated. The beating was extremely miserable. Bardock's light green eyes were full of coldness, and he looked at the young man Kafra opposite him without saying a word. Now that he has transformed into a Super Saiyan, his strength is no longer the same as before, and the mere boy Kafla is no longer taken seriously by him. As if he knew that the man opposite him was extremely powerful, the young man Kafra roared and white light filled his body. At this moment, his strength surged tenfold. Trash. Bardock opened his mouth, spit out one word and hurriedly swallowed the following words. Although Bardock only said half of it, this group of Saiyans were very familiar with this mantra. How could they not know what it meant? He suddenly looked at Bardock with a strange look on his face. Bardock is swollen. I think there will definitely be His Majesty Kafra in the later levels. I wonder if Bardock will still dare to taunt him. Boom! A white light flashed, and the boy Kafra turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Bardock. Golden arrogance spurted out from Bardock's body, and Bardock punched out, his huge fist sinking deeply into the young Kafla's abdomen. The white light on young Kafla's body shattered, and he was unable to catch Bardock's move. He flew out and smashed meteorites one after another. Die. Yellow light gathered in the palm of his hand, Bardock roared, and the anger that had been suppressed by the opponent for many months was vented towards the opponent as quickly as possible. Terrifying energy bombarded the young Kafla's body, blazing fire shot into the sky, and Kafra's roaring voice suddenly stopped. A small glass bottle fell, and Bardock's eyes lit up. He grabbed it and looked at the 10 fairy beans inside. The corners of Bardock's mouth cracked behind his ears. The other Saiyans looked at the fairy beans in Bardock's hand with envy, tears slowly falling from the corners of their mouths. Damn it, the rewards are so rich, there are actually 10 fairy beans. Just when everyone thought the matter was over, a white light fell from the sky and landed squarely on Bardock's head. What's going on? A group of Saiyans were confused. In the white light, Bardock's eyes suddenly opened, and an extra move appeared in his mind out of thin air, called the power of the giant ape. No wonder His Majesty Kafra is so powerful. It turns out that he uses the power of the giant ape regularly. Bardock muttered. But I have already transformed into a Super Saiyan, so this move is a bit useless. Bardock, what is that? One Saiyan couldn't help shouting. I won't tell you. I want to know the projection of you defeating His Majesty Kafra. Bardock said coldly and with a stern face. The light hangs down in the void, outlining a portal, which is the entrance to the next level. Bardock glanced at the people around him, turned around and disappeared into the portal. He wanted to continue to challenge the gatekeeper behind. Hey, it seems I can't pass this level without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Gone, gone. The battle was over, and the group of Saiyans left the Tower of Time and Space. At this time, as Bardock successfully broke through the level, the stone tablet in front of the Tower of Time and Space changed. First place, Gogeta, 95th floor. Second place, Bardock, 25th floor. Third place, Piman, 20th floor. Fourth place, Aonai, 20th floor. Fifth place, Cruz, 20th floor. As for Beta, who was originally ranked in the top 3, he is still working as a waiter in the hotel, forcing a smile on his face at the guests in the hotel. After passing through several levels and reaching the 25th floor, Bardock couldn't help but feel a cold sweat on his forehead as he looked at the empty scene. In the picture, 2 men are fighting on a small planet. One of them had a face very similar to his, a man with red aura wrapped around his body, and the other was the adult Kafra. The scene ended quickly, with no winner or loser between the two. Bardock, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan and had extremely inflated self-confidence, felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over his head when he saw the strength shown by the 2 people in the picture. Floor 25, Gatekeeper Kakarot/Son Goku? This is Kakarot. Bardock looked at Son Goku, his eyes a little dazed. Is this still a lower-level warrior who was born with a combat power of only 2? The grandson Goku in the Tower of Time and Space has no thoughts and no thoughts. He does not come up like a real person but retains most of his strength. Red light enveloped the whole body. Son Goku came up and used Kaioken tenfold. The speed was hard to see with the naked eye. The huge fist hit Bardock's abdomen, and the entire fist sank deeply into the flesh. Even though Bardock's attention was always on Son Goku, he still couldn't see the opponent's movements clearly when Son Goku took action. Blood spurted out from Bardock's mouth, and the Super Saiyan form could no longer be maintained. His entire body turned into a stream of light and flew around the small planet for more than 10 times. Bardock's body plowed the surface of the smooth planet into crisscrossing ravines. Snapped. Bardock hit the ground hard, making a deep hit in the ground. After a long time, Bardock stretched out his hand with difficulty, took out a fairy bean from his pocket and ate it. The whole process took him 10 minutes. Kakarot. After recovering, Bardock looked at his son with his back to him in front of him, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. He never imagined that the Super Saiyan himself could not even catch Kakarot's punch, which was quite humiliating. I will come again. The gap was too big, and this battle was meaningless. Bardock gritted his teeth and turned towards the outside world. As Bardock came out, a group of Saiyans immediately gathered around and asked about the situation on the 25th floor. Although I am below now, it does not hinder my curiosity and exploration above. The 25th floor is my son, Kakarot. Bardock raised his head slightly and said quite proudly, I remember that on the first level, these short-sighted Saiyans still mocked his son as trash. When you get to the 25th floor, you will be able to enjoy your good fruits, and you dare to laugh at my son, Bardock. What? Bardock, are you confused? Your son was born with a combat power of 2. There is no one lower than him in the whole Saiyan family. How can he be the gatekeeper of the 25th floor? Someone exclaimed. Cruz, shut up, you will know how powerful my son is when you get to the 25th floor. Bardock's face changed. He grabbed Cruz's collar and roared loudly, spitting all over his face. Let go, Bardock. Cruz struggled. Snort. Bardock snorted coldly and left in anger. Bardock, is your child Kakarot really on the 25th floor? Kabcha said with joy on his face. Well, the screen on the 25th floor shows the battle between Kakarot and His Majesty Kafra. Kakarot is so powerful that even when I transform into a Super Saiyan, I can't catch any of his moves. The gap between me and him is just like how young His Majesty Kafra couldn't catch my move on the 20th floor. Bardock said solemnly. That's great, Bardock. We must ask His Majesty Kafra to bring your child Kakarot here in the future. Kabaka shouted to Bardock. He is very proud to have Super Saiyan Bardock as the captain. If Bardock's son is added to the team, then their team will be the strongest among the Saiyan clan. His Majesty Kafra's dragon has disappeared, and we haven't seen it for a few days. It's better to wait until I get through the Tower of Time and Space, and then I will go back and bring Kakarot and raid its over. Bardock shouted confidently. At the top of the universe, Kafra and Yor stepped into the sea of flowers, looking at the graceful and beautiful Yor dancing in front of them, with an inexplicable smile on their lips. Genesis 5 years? Beta regained his freedom, practiced crazy self-mutilation, and climbed the tower. Once the extremely suppressed anger was released, the golden flames shot straight into the sky, and his hair turned golden. Beta became the second person on planet Kafla to break through to Super Saiyan after Bardock. After the transformation was successful, Beta was so confident that he did not challenge the Tower of Time and Space, but turned back to the hotel to seek revenge. Contrary to the expectations of all Saiyans, Beta, who transformed into a Super Saiyan, was suppressed again. The golden arrogance was like a candle in the wind, twisting and dissipating. This scene shocked all the Saiyans who came to watch the excitement. Lying on the ground, Beta stared blankly at the sky, and a page of paper fell down and landed on Beta's chest. Beta raised his hand with difficulty and brought the paper to his face. The 6 words unpaid labor contract struck Beta's sight, and he was so furious that he fainted as soon as his eyelids rolled up. Sprinkle him with me to wake him up. Don't think it's okay if he faints. Let me start working today. The hotel owner gave the order, and a waiter carried a bucket of cold water and poured it on the head of Beta on the ground. At this time, the hotel owner looked up at the Saiyans around him and showed a kind smile. Everyone. Boom! The surrounding Saiyans suddenly dispersed and disappeared in an instant. Oh my god. Run. This planet is really evil. In the future, when I transform into a Super Saiyan, I won't dare to be arrogant towards them. With Beta's lessons, these Saiyans became honest again. Why are you running so fast? I just asked you if you are hungry and if you want to come to the store to eat. The hotel owner muttered with dissatisfaction. Soon, Gogeta returned from practice and was told what happened to Beta, so he couldn't help but come. He stood at the door of the hotel and looked in, seeing Beta Shang cleaning helplessly. Gogeta, save me. Beta suddenly spotted Gogeta's figure, and was overjoyed and couldn't help shouting. Gogeta is extremely powerful, and with only Kafra, it is more than enough to save him. At this time, the hotel owner and his wife came out smiling and smiled at Gogeta. Gogeta's face changed slightly, he looked at the two of them deeply, turned and left. Gogeta's departure shocked Beta. He stood there motionless like a wooden chicken. The story shouldn't be like this. Why are you still standing? Why don't you go to work for me? The hotel owner's face sank and he shouted at Beta. All Saiyans don't understand why Gogeta left without saying a word. Is this hotel owner more terrifying than Gogeta? In the 6th year of the era, Beta regained his freedom again, and he never dared to take revenge again. Turning grief and anger into strength, He practiced crazily, and finally plunged into the Tower of Time and Space to fight fiercely with the Gatekeeper. Only crazy training and fighting can make him forget the humiliation. In the same year, Vegeta began to challenge the Tower of Time and Space again. Each level suppressed the power in the body and maintained equal power to fight with the Gatekeeper. When I defeated all the enemies and reached the 95th floor today, I found that the Gatekeeper on this floor had been replaced by Goku, the grandson of the White God. I knew it. I knew there was something fishy. Vegeta couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked at Son Goku, who had silver hair and was glowing silver all over. The battle was about to break out, and Vegeta, who was extremely proud in his heart, gave up his absolute power and fought with equal strength against Goku, the grandson of the White God. Unfortunately, facing Son Goku, who was in a state of ultimate freedom, his attack speed and dodge ability were much sharper. Vegeta was unable to take advantage at all, and was restricted in every aspect. He could only rely on his body, which was stronger than Son Goku, to barely survive. In the void, two figures were fighting fiercely. Suddenly, Son Goku seized the fleeting opportunity and appeared behind Vegeta like a teleport, punching through the air and hitting Vegeta's back. Boom! Vegeta grunted, flew forward involuntarily, and hit the column of the ring heavily. Son Goku succeeded with one blow and waved his right fist again without hesitation. The terrifying fist sound roared and flooded Vegeta's body. A huge explosion rose and thick smoke filled the arena. The huge column broke at the waist, and Vegeta's figure was blown away, with blood spurting out of his mouth involuntarily. Under this attack, Vegeta's face turned cold. He was about to release the huge power in his body, but the Saiyan's pride made him give up this decision. I can definitely defeat you with equal strength. As expected, Vegeta, who did not activate all his strength, was finally knocked off the ring by Goku, the grandson of the White God. In the 7th year of the era, after a year of training and hard fighting, Vegeta learned the divine control skill from Goku, the grandson of the White God, with his unparalleled talent, and finally won the battle. Vegeta stood proudly on the battlefield, brilliant white light covering his body, and his face was full of confidence. At this moment, a white light fell from the sky and enveloped the majestic Vegeta. Free Ultimate Intention Kung Fu, the first level. Vegeta slowly opened his eyes and murmured in a low voice. There is no doubt that this is the reward for Vegeta's success. In the 8th year of the era, there were 50 Saiyans in the Saiyan clan who had reached the level of Super Saiyan. Most of them were stuck on the 25th floor of the Tower of Time and Space, and were defeated by Goku, the grandson of Kaioken, who superimposed the normal state 20 times. Only Bardock, Veda, Ona, Cruz, and others successfully broke through and reached the 45th floor. His Majesty Khafra is actually on the 45th floor. Bardock looked at the picture taken in front of him, his face couldn't help but change, and he was silent for a long time before turning around and leaving the Tower of Time and Space. The power gap is too big, it slipped away. In the 9th year of the era, 10 more Saiyans came to the 45th floor. Bardock was the first to break through to Super Saiyan 2 in a bloody battle, but he still lost to Kafla, who had the power of the giant ape. 10 years after the creation of the century, Kafla was like an insurmountable monument. More and more Saiyans came to the 45th floor, but no one could defeat Kafra. Even though Bardock was more powerful, he was beaten until the sky was stained with blood and his bones and tendons were broken in front of Kafla, who used Kaioken 30 times. Oh my god, His Majesty Kafla is already so terrifying even before he transforms into a Super Saiyan. How can we defeat him if he transforms into a Super Saiyan? Am I stuck in this level for the rest of my life? Many Saiyans saw Bardock's miserable scene, and their confidence gradually collapsed with Kafla's iron fist, and they were crying and howling in the 45th floor. At the top of the universe, Kafra and Yor sit opposite each other. Hearing more and more complaints from the Saiyans, Yor couldn't help but raise her head and look at Kafla with a smile. Those Saiyans have almost been shaken by you. How about you move this level back and let the ultimate Kurdish king and Frieza move in front of you? Okay. Kafra thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. With a grab with his right hand, all the Saiyans on the 45th floor of the Tower of Time and Space were swept out by him. The huge dimensional space was moved above under the control of Kafra's overwhelming power, and at the same time, the dimensional space representing the ultimate Kurdish king and Frieza descended. What is going on? Why did we come out? A group of Saiyans looked at each other in confusion. Perhaps it was His Majesty Kafra's method. Bardock had recovered after eating a fairy bean, and looked at the screen of the Tower of Time and Space with a solemn expression. Unconsciously, our children have grown up, and it's time for them to see the outside world. Kafra couldn't help but smile as he looked at the hundreds of children laughing and playing in front of him. Good. In the same year, hundreds of energetic young people appeared in the Tower of Time and Space. They broke through the level at an alarming speed. They soon stopped at the 20th floor and were stopped by the young man Kafla. Only Ziobu defeated the young man Kafra and reached the 20th floor. 5 floors. When these children walked out of the Tower of Time and Space, the Saiyans on the planet looked at such a group of Saiyan children and couldn't help being dumbfounded. Hey, kid, are you Saiyans? How come I haven't seen you before? A Saiyan stopped Ziobu and others and shouted loudly. We've been at home. Don't be surprised if you haven't seen us. This is my first time seeing you two. Ziobu was very polite. Who is your father? It's Kafra. What? Upon hearing the name Kafla, the expressions of all the adult Saiyans around him changed drastically. Although Kafla has not appeared for nearly 10 years, his power and majesty still make all Saiyans dare not disrespect him. It turns out to be His Highness Xiao Buletin. No respect, my name is Haru. Hello. Xiaobu nodded politely. Could they also belong to His Majesty Kafra? Xiao Buletin nodded. Looking at the dozens of children in front of them, as well as the children who were constantly walking out of the Tower of Time and Space, the Saiyans around them fell silent. No wonder His Majesty Kafra has not shown up for many years. Yes, Your Majesty has worked hard for the great Saiyan clan. Your Majesty has worked so hard, what else do we have to complain about? Yes, we must learn from His Majesty. I will make sure that my wife cannot get out of bed tonight. This group of children were lively and like wild horses running wild. They were all so happy that they flew to the city to play. Your Highnesses, be careful, the people in this city are very strange. The Saiyans behind hurriedly followed, shouting loudly. These hundreds of children were like wild horses running wild. How could they care about them? Hundreds of streams of light streaked across the sky and sank into the city, like water droplets falling into a river, and quickly merged into the crowd. Soon the Saiyans following him were dumbfounded. He saw a child accidentally knocking over a fabric stall because he was too naughty. Unexpectedly, the stall owner not only didn't get angry, but also gave him a slap in the head to make him leave. There was a child who happened to go to the hotel where Beta had suffered a lot and was eating for free, and was spanked by the hotel owner. Later, the hotel owner's wife came out to stop him, touched his head and taught him softly. Fake, it's all fake. Why is it that once we provoke them, we will be greeted by a thunderstorm? Is it because they are His Majesty Kafra's children? Those children were lenient when they did something wrong, but Saiyans like myself were merciless at all. When adult Saiyans see this scene, they just feel that the world is unfair. After Bardock recovered from near death, his strength improved a bit. When he was about to challenge Kafra again, he found that the gatekeeper on the 45th floor had actually been replaced by the ultimate Kurdish king. The gatekeeper has changed. Bardock knew the ultimate Kurdish king in front of him. He was the ultimate Kurdish king who was killed by Kafra as shown in the previous Kafra picture. It seems that His Majesty Kafra heard our wishes and changed the gatekeeper. It's a good change. I can finally pass this level. A relieved smile appeared on Bardock's face. Kafra can't beat him, but the ultimate Kurdish king is still a piece of cake. In the 13th year of the era, Xiaobu becomes stronger and stronger as he fights, and his strength improves by leaps and bounds every year. In battle, he transforms into the legendary Super Saiyan, defeats Son Goku, defeats the Kurdish king with hundreds of millions of combat power, and ultimate Frieza. Cooler then arrived on the 45th floor. In the 18th year of the era, the ranking of the Tower of Time and Space has changed. First place, Gogeta, 120th floor. Second place, Xiao Buletin, the 65th floor. Third place, Ye, 65th floor. Fourth place, Lin, 65th floor. Fifth place, Chen, 65th floor. Sixth place, Xiao, 65th floor. Seventh place, Chu, 65th floor. Eighth place, Qin, 65th floor. Ninth place, King, 65th floor. 10th place, Su, 65th floor. 11th place, Fang, 65th floor. 12th place, Zhou, 65th floor. 13th, Bardock, 60th floor. Over the years, Kafra's children have grown up and their power has increased horribly. Bardock's ranking has been constantly overtaken by others, falling from 2nd to 13th. What shocked Bardock was that behind him there were tens of meters tall Kafra's children on the same floor as him. He didn't know when he would wake up one day and these guys would use their strength to leave him behind again. For this reason, Bardock practiced day and night, fearing that he would be overtaken again. As for Beta, it's almost out of the top 100, so it's okay not to mention it. Even Xiaobu felt a sense of urgency when he felt the terrifying power of other brothers. Era 23. In the universe, there is a huge planet as black as ink, with the power to devour everything, even light cannot escape it. Deep in the planet, there was a man with a resolute face who was cultivating with this huge power. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something and suddenly opened his eyes. With a flash of his body, he disappeared from the spot and appeared in the universe starry sky. After receiving Kafla's true biography, Gogeta can now survive in the universe with a pure body. The extremely powerful body moved slightly, and the void could not bear the force and became distorted. In his sight, the entire universe was trembling slightly, and there were huge fluctuations in the space at the edge of the universe. As time goes by, a huge and unfamiliar universe silently merges into the edge of this universe. Kafra has brought back another universe. Gogeta murmured in a low voice. Over the years, Kafra often went out and would come back with universe every time. Over the years, through Kafra's efforts, this universe has become at least 10 times larger than when he first arrived. When all the dust settled, Gogeta moved his body and his whole body disappeared with the wind. When he reappeared, he had reached the top of the universe. Kafra, you are finally back. Gogeta looked at the man in front of him and said hello with a smile. Gogeta, you're here. Kafra smiled lightly. At this moment, Gogeta looked at Ur, who was walking gracefully and swaying, and his face couldn't help but condense. Your strength has become much stronger. Gogeta felt the power of the moon in front of him, like a mountain that was difficult to see in its entirety, with a powerful momentum and majesty coming towards him. Thinking back then, in his own time and space, Yuer's power in front of him was only slightly stronger than Satan's, but he didn't expect that he would be far behind him in such a short period of time. Gogeta really didn't know what to say. Yuer glanced at Gogeta, nodded to him, and said nothing, who told her to have a good husband. Her power comes from this universe. As the universe strengthens, her power becomes more powerful. Gogeta, you came just in time, I was just about to find you. Kafra said with a smile. What do you want from me? Gogeta looked at Kafra with some confusion. Do you feel that your strength grows slower as you get to the back? Kafra asked. That's how it feels. Gogeta nodded. It is difficult to raise big fish in a small pond. Only by digging a small pond will big fish appear. Our universe is just a small pond. This is why you have been looking for universe to bring him back all these years. Gogeta suddenly realized. But why are you telling me this? With my current power, I can destroy a universe. If you want me to drag a universe back from other time and space, you will make things difficult for me, Gogeta. Haha, I won't embarrass you, fat tiger. Do you still remember the time and space of Xeno that I once told you? Kafra smiled. Remember, what happened? Gogeta's heart moved. After these days of hard work, my strength has improved slightly. And with these years of preparation, our universe has become a lot stronger. I think it's time to integrate the universe over there into our universe. Kafra thought of how he left the hyperspace in embarrassment, and now the time is ripe. It's time to fight back. Kafra looked into the void, as if he could see Xeno beyond time and space through layers of time and space barriers. A war will be inevitable by then. Xeno, Grand Priest, and the others will be dealt with by me and Yuer. You will be responsible for leading the Saiyans and others on the planet Kafra to suppress the resistors on the other side. Really? Gogeta couldn't help but be overjoyed. He had been stuck on the 135th floor of the Tower of Time and Space for 2 years. Every time he looked at Kafra's face, he felt like vomiting. Now he could compete with people from other time and space. When a strong man fights, his face is full of fighting spirit. Fortunately, Kafra didn't know Gogeta's thoughts, otherwise he would have suppressed Gogeta at the bottom of the planet in anger. Your strength has improved a lot over the years. It won't be a problem to suppress those gods of destruction and angel. But just in case, I'll teach you the second level of the ultimate intention kung fu. Kafra thought for a while and decided. Let's improve Gogeta's strength. Really? Gogeta was overjoyed and wanted to look up to the sky and scream. He was crazily ravaged by Kafla in the Tower of Time and Space, and was so impressed by this move that it almost became his shadow. Well, you go to the Tower of Time and Space to find me, and he will teach you well this time. Okay. After hearing this, Gogeta couldn't sit still anymore and ran to the Tower of Time and Space. Yuer, the time acceleration of those planets is still a bit slow. Speed them up a little more. Kafra thought that except for his little brother Gogeta, the other Saiyans were too weak to take action, so he couldn't help but turn to you. Sun ordered. It turns out that time between the planet Kafra and the top of the universe here has been accelerated. Okay. Yuer nodded, waved her slender hand gently, and a stream of light shot through the air. The white light that enveloped the 5 Kafra planets became more intense after being blessed by Yuer. Looking from the universe, everything on the planet was accelerated. Singer, you go and play with your younger brothers and sisters. Your mother and I have something to do next, so we can't be separated to take care of you for the time being. Kafra turned to look at the 2 stars on one side, and unknowingly they had become big girls. The 2 have exactly the same appearance, beautiful appearance, and cold temperament, quite similar to Yuer. They have been staying in this space to accompany Yuer all these years, and have not left with other children. Of course the Kafra kids would run home from time to time. Okay. The 2 stars nodded solemnly and teleported away together. As the most precious daughter of Kafra and Yuer, Singer naturally has some power in this universe. Kafra and Yuer looked at each other and appeared outside the universe with understanding. Unknowingly, our universe has grown so big. Kafra couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the huge universe in front of him. This is all thanks to your efforts over the years. Yuer looked at Kafra with admiration. Let's go. Kafra felt Yuer's gaze and was very benefited. I saw the 2 of them taking action at the same time. The extremely powerful energy surged and broke through a huge space-time barrier. The 2 of them controlled the universe and flew towards it. Fortunately, this universe is under our control, and it is much easier to control. Otherwise, dragging this big fat man through time and space wouldn't have exhausted us. Kafra smiled at Yuer beside him. Giggle. A little glistening sweat appeared on Yuer's forehead, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. In time and space, Kafra is like a bandit. Every universe he encounters along the way can't help but integrate them into his own universe. I don't know how long it took before Kafra's voice finally sounded. Arrive. Hearing Kafra's words, Yuer's face suddenly became serious. Next, there will be a big battle. At this time, there was a fluctuation in space and time, and a white-haired middle-aged man appeared, with a bright divine ring behind him. Wang Yang? Why are you here? Grand Priest looked at Kafra and the 2 of them and shouted in surprise. He was in the universe, and he just felt something strange and came over to check. Unexpectedly, it was an acquaintance arriving. Let me introduce myself. My name is Now Yangshen, Kafra. Kafra said with a plain face. Are you bringing a party of universe here to take revenge? Grand Priest didn't care what the other party's name was. When he saw the huge universe behind Khafra, his face suddenly became a little ugly. The huge universe behind Khafra is actually larger than the 18 universes on his side combined. Khafra suffered a lot of losses in their universe before, and this time he brought such a huge universe over. Even a fool knew that he wanted to use the power of this universe to regain his position. To be honest, Grand Priest was a little scared at this moment. He and Zeno had suffered a lot from the opponent alone before. Now with the blessing of this big universe, Khafra's strength will be even more terrifying than before. Khafla, you have to think clearly. Once the war breaks out, both our universes will be destroyed. Grand Priest shouted to Khafra in a stern tone. Khafra was indifferent. He naturally knew this. If a being like him took action, the universe would be affected, ranging from being severely disabled to being wiped out in ashes. Even more serious, if time and space are destroyed, the parallel time and space derived from this space-time universe will no longer exist. Just like the previous battle between Wang Shen and the Big Black Dog. A battle, with the universe as the bet. Khafra walked up and raised a finger in front of Grand Priest. I lose, leave universe behind. I'll take my people and leave. If you lose, get out of your universe. Dare you bet? When he asked whether he dared to bet, Khafra's voice was like thunder, causing time and space to tremble violently. Grand Priest raised his eyebrows slightly, and couldn't help being shocked by Khafra's courage. Okay. A child's voice sounded, and Zeno's figure appeared out of thin air in time and space. Why don't you dare? Grand Priest glanced at Zeno, and then sneered at Khafra. They had no way out. If you don't agree, the two sides will inevitably have a war, and the universe will be destroyed by then. If he agrees, he might even be able to earn a big universe, which will be of great benefit to him at that time. But I have a request. Grand Priest changed his voice and said, say it. Khafra looked at Grand Priest expressionlessly. You and she cannot take action. To show our sincerity, Zeno and I will not take action either. Grand Priest pointed at Khafra and Yor and said, okay. Khafra nodded. He already had this idea. If he and Yor took action, the Grand Priest would not easily agree to this match. How? Grand Priest asked. I won't lie to you either. Each of us will send out 64 people to compete in pairs. In the end, the strongest person will be determined. The loser will leave the universe. Are you convinced of us? Grand Priest squinted at Khafra, who was full of confidence. If you don't agree, how about we change the situation and let you and Zeno fight us? Khafra looked at Grand Priest and Zeno across from him expressionlessly. Whether it was the people under his command or his own strength, Khafra was full of confidence. Yor's hair was windless and she stood beside Khafra with a cold expression, her eyes falling like moonlight on the childlike Zeno. It seems that as long as the negotiation breaks down, she will use the power of thunder without hesitation. It's better to send 64 warriors from each side to fight. Zeno looked deeply at Khafra and Yor, and then said coldly. Now his strength is no longer a match for the other two. There is no chance of winning against Khafra. Only the road ahead still has a glimmer of hope. In that case, please get out of the way. I want to bring my universe into the real world. Khafra looked at the two Grand Priests with a cold expression. Grand Priest was silent for a while, and stepped aside together with Zeno. Whether this game is won or not, the two universes will always merge into one. In this case, it makes no sense to prevent Khafra's big universe from entering. The power of time and space gathered crazily, and as Khafra forcefully tore the space-time barrier in front of him, a huge hole appeared in front of him. The power of time and space controlled by Yor is different from Khafla's. She can only act on her own universe. Once in other universes, her power of time and space will be difficult to use, unless she can understand the most original power of time and space like Khafra. Yuersa waved her hand, and the incomparably huge power covered the universe behind her, pushing it out of the time and space barrier and appearing outside. In the boundary of nothingness, 18 chicken-like universes form a circle. At this moment, a wave of waves suddenly appeared in the peaceful world of nothingness, and a huge universe was embedded in the center of the 18 universes. From a distance, it looks like 18 eggs surrounding a huge basketball. As Khafra's universe entered hyperspace, the angels in the universe raised their heads and looked in the direction of the world of nowhere. What's going on? Why does such a big universe appear in the world of nothing? This universe is so big. Who created this big universe? That's Wang Yang. In the 7th universe, Weiss focused his eyes and saw two familiar figures appearing above the big universe. How is that possible? Didn't he leave? And why are Grand Priest and Zeno talking to him without any sign of taking action? Angels from other universes obviously noticed this scene, and their expressions suddenly changed. Wang Yang's strength previously shocked them greatly. Looking at his figure, it was obvious that Zeno and Grand Priest did not kill each other that day. Now that this terrifying man is back, a big disaster may happen to the universe. Snapped. Lord Beerus, don't sleep now, Wang Yang is here. Whis frowned and hit the sleeping Beerus on the head with his scepter. A huge meat bag grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah, it hurts me to death. Wait, what did you say? Wang Yang is here. In his sleep, Beerus was beaten hard by Whis, and he jumped up from the bed with a roar. Beerus was about to get angry, but when he vaguely heard his words, it was like a bucket of cold water being poured on his head, and the anger on his face suddenly disappeared. Boom! In the boundary of nothingness, all the universes trembled for a moment, and then completely returned to calm. Looking from a distance, only 18 universes were seen clinging to Khafra's big universe. Grand Priest waved his right hand, and the gods of destruction and angels in the 18 universes were moved over without any resistance. Although they had already learned about Khafra's arrival, when they saw him with their own eyes, both the god of destruction and angel showed shock. The god of destruction and angel, who have never seen Khafra's 6 universes, also learned about the Tournament of Power from YouTube. It seems that my resurrection was the same one who made a wish to the Dragon of God. It's a pity that he offended Zeno and Grand Priest, so I can only hide my gratitude to him in my heart. Grand Priest looked around and swept his eyes across the entire place. All the gods of destruction and angels stood solemnly and looked up at him. I made an agreement with Khafra to hold a competition. Neither Khafra nor I will take action in this match. The soldiers under our command will fight. The loser will leave this time and space. You go back and gather the most powerful warriors in the universe, and then I will decide the final spot. Grand Priest looked at the gods in front of him seriously. Yes, Lord Grand Priest. Angel and the gods of destruction responded one after another. Grand Priest, the realm of nothingness has disappeared. Please create a solid space for everyone to fight. The space where I fought you last time was pretty good. When all the angels left with the god of destruction, Khafra smiled and said to the Grand Priest. Grand Priest took a deep look at Khafra, spread out his hands, and the time and space around him was distorted, and a huge mysterious space descended above his head. With this space, I think we can let them have a good fight. Khafra raised his eyebrows slightly and chuckled. Please create a bigger arena, as big as the planet. Are there any restrictions on this game? Or is it life or death? Grand Priest said in a calm tone. There is no limit. You will be knocked unconscious. You will lose if you fall off the stage, or you will win if you kill your opponent. Khafra said in a calm voice. Brother Yang, children. Yuer's face changed slightly when she heard Khafra's words. Don't worry, I know it well. Khafra waved his hand to interrupt Yuer. Okay. Grand Priest nodded lightly. For countless years, he has been on top of the gods, overlooking the life and death of the universe. He is used to seeing life and death. Except for Angel, even those who are as powerful as the god of destruction are not in his mind. Is the Super Dragon Ball cooldown time over now? Exactly 1 year has passed, and the Dragon of God can make wishes. Grand Priest responded. It turns out that only 1 year has passed since Khafra left that day, and the time beyond time and space has passed. Time and space are disordered. Sometimes a very short time has passed in a universe, but in other time and space universes, hundreds of millions of years may have passed. Bring them here when the time comes, and resurrect those who died in the battle after the game. After all, the 2 universes are one, and those warriors are also the lives of my universe. It would be a pity to disappear like this. Khafra's face was full of confidence, as if this the final victory of the game will belong to him. When Yuer heard this, her anxious heart finally calmed down. The game hasn't even started yet, so you're too confident, right? Don't turn your back on me when the boat capsizes in the gutter. Grand Priest sneered. Do you think I'm the same as you shameless gods? In my life, I value effectiveness and reason the most, and I will definitely keep my promises. Khafra said with a smile. Grand Priest had no choice but to hope that this guy would really have some moral integrity. When the time hourglass all falls, the game officially begins. Khafra waved his right hand, and a delicate time hourglass floated quietly in the void. Each grain of sand is condensed by Khafra's power of time, exuding a bright white halo, and slides down from above one after another. Khafra and Yuer looked at each other, and their figures disappeared like bubbles. Grand Priest, can we really defeat each other? When Khafra and the 2 left, the innocence on Zeno's face had disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented serious expression. Okay, although we can't take action, as long as we let go of Angel's restrictions, we should be able to defeat Khafra's people. Grand Priest thought for a while and said softly. Beings like Angel and the god of destruction cannot be cultivated in a short time. Grand Priest does not believe that Khafra has such subordinates in such a short time. Okay, this time to lift Angel's restrictions, we must defeat Khafra and seize his big universe. When Zeno talked about Khafra's universe, his little face couldn't help showing a greedy expression. Khafra's universe is too big. If he seizes the power of the other universe, his power will be even more powerful. However, just in case, I think it's better to let that guy compete. Grand Priest looked deeply at a certain planet in a certain universe. You mean? Zeno's heart moved. Lord Beerus, if our side wins this time, your strength will be even higher. During the flight, Weiss couldn't help but say, What? Can my power get stronger? Beerus was shocked. Weiss nodded and said nothing. After all, the gods have the blessing of the divine throne, so their power is so terrifying. And as the authority of the divine throne increases, won't the power become stronger? Zeno Grand Priest eats meat, and the following gods will also drink soup. Very good, I must perform well in this competition. Beerus was gearing up, his face full of excitement. Okay, it seems these little guys are working hard these days. At the top of the universe, Khafra looked at the universe. When he saw the stone tablet in front of the Tower of Time and Space, he couldn't help but smile. In the 26th year of the era, first place, Gajata, 135th floor. Second place, De Singer, 125th floor. Third place, Xiao Singer, 120th floor. Fourth place, Ye, 120th floor. Fifth place, Lin, 120th floor. 6th place, Chen, 120th floor. 7th place, Xiao, 120th floor. 8th place, Qin, 120th floor. 9th place, King, 120th floor. 10th place, Su, 120th floor. 11th place, Fang, 120th floor. 12th place, Zhou, 120th floor. 13th, Chu, the 120th floor. 14th, Xiaobu, the 115th floor. Chapter 101, Bardock, the 85th floor. Number 160, Beta, the 80th floor. Not bad, Singer and the other 12 people can now defeat Beerus, the gatekeeper on the 115th floor. It seems that this game will be very interesting. Khafra had a look of satisfaction on his face. As Khafra's sons grew up, they exploded with amazing potential. Even the legendary Super Saiyan Xiaobu was surpassed by 10 people including Yelin, Chen Xiaoqin, and so on. Bardock, who once ranked second, has been constantly overtaken in the rankings over the years, and is now ranked outside the top 100. Khafra waved his right hand, and 64 figures, including Gogeta, appeared in front of him in a flash. Father, mother, Yelin, Chen Xiaoqin, and others couldn't help but smile and say hello when they saw Khafra and you are very good. Your mother and I are very satisfied with your efforts over the years. Khafra nodded with a smile. Hearing Khafla's praise, these Khafla's sons, who were very cold in the eyes of the Saiyans, all showed shy smiles. Thousands of compliments and flattery from others are not worth a single compliment from Khafra. The two stars were holding Yuer's arms, one on the left and the other on the right, chattering non-stop. Yuer touched their little hands with a loving look on her face. Mom, you are finally back, you miss me so much. I have been bored to complete the Tower of Time and Space these years. Guess how many levels I have passed. De Singer's face was full of hope and she looked at Yuer without blinking. I guess you defeated your father, the super giant ape god on the 120th floor, and came to the 125th floor. Yuer thought for a long time before slowly speaking. Singer, is your guess right? Mom, you are really amazing. Mother and daughter are really in tune with each other. Daxinger's beautiful eyes sparkled and she looked at Yuer with admiration. Khafra turned his head and looked at Yuer, each showing a hint of smile. Bardock and Beta stood in the distance, looking at the group of Khafra children with extraordinary momentum in front of them, and couldn't help but shake their heads and smile bitterly. Not only is His Majesty Khafra's strength terrifying, but the children he gave birth to are also a bunch of perverts. In fact, it is normal for the children of Khafra to have such strength. After all, they are the children of the Lord of the Universe. It would be abnormal for them to be weak. Even now, if Bardock has another child, his child's strength cannot be underestimated. Transforming into a Super Saiyan is as simple as eating and drinking. After chatting for a moment, Khafra immediately explained to everyone the match against Super Universe. Fight this game well and enjoy the passion of the battle. Khafra said with a smile. Especially you, Gogeta, the key to victory depends on you. Don't worry, victory belongs to me. Gogeta crossed his arms, raised his head slightly, with a confident look on his face. Mother, what will happen if we lose the battle? Do we really want to give up our universe to them? De Singer looked at Khafra, and then said cautiously in Yuer's ear. Don't worry about it. Your father is responsible for everything. Just compete well. Yuer said with a smile. Khafra turned around and smiled at De Singer. Bardock, Beta, you have been in this universe for more than 20 years. Originally, you didn't have a chance to play, but over the years, you have grown from tens of thousands of combat capabilities to your current strength. I can see your hard training. This time I specifically allow you to go on stage and see the world. I hope you won't disappoint me. Khafra looked at Bardock and the two. Yes, Your Majesty Khafra, I will definitely perform well. Beta responded hurriedly. I will definitely knock out all the Yondan gang members on the other side. Bardock shouted loudly. The 7th universe, Earth. Whis brought Beerus to Earth to find Son Goku and others. When he learned that Khafra, Wang Yang, had brought a large number of men to challenge him, Son Goku was very excited. He was happy that Wang Yang was still alive, and he was also excited to fight against powerful warriors. He doesn't fight to win, nor does he fight to belong to the universe. He just fights because he enjoys the passion of fighting and goes beyond his own limits. Vegeta on the side clenched his fists and showed a smile. Universe 17, tentative contestants Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Piccolo, 17 and Fat Bu. Tomorrow this fat man dares to let me down again, I will definitely destroy him. Beerus looked at Fat Bu with an indifferent expression. Lord Beerus, please rest assured that Bu will not sleep again this time. I, Satan, promise you? Satan flattered Beerus and promised with all his heart. Lord Kampa. Caulifla looked at Kampa with a smile. What? Kampa squinted at Khafra's apprentice in front of him. Master Kampa, my master is so powerful, why don't we betray him? Don't worry, if I step in, my master will not treat you badly. Caulifla patted her chest and winked at Kampa. Kampa's fat face moved a little. He was able to be resurrected this time thanks to his wish to the Dragon of God. Comparison, Zeno ignores the lives of these gods of destruction and tramples on their dignity. The two are really different. If I could change the door. But when Kampa's peripheral vision glanced at Vados, who was standing quietly aside, the meaningful eyes made him suddenly stand up straight and yell at Caulifla. Go, go, go. Caulifla, what did you say? I am the god of destruction of this universe in life, and I will be the god of destruction of this universe in death. If you continue to sow discord like this, I will not let you participate in the competition. You're kidding, Master Compa, don't be angry. Caulifla waved her hand, sneered, and stopped talking. 6th Universe tentative contestants, Hit, Caulifla, Kel, Gabe, Frost. Universe 11, Jiren, Topo, Dispo. Time passed by when Kafra and Yor took the contestants into the mysterious space created by Grand Priest. I saw a circular continent in the middle of this space, with mountains, lakes, rivers, everything, and even a lot of life. This continent was refined by Grand Priest from a living planet using his great supernatural power. In the void, there are 2 viewing platforms facing each other. At this moment, Caulifla, who was on the opposite audience stage, jumped up and waved vigorously at Kafla. Kafra looked at her, smiled and nodded at her. Have a good game. Yes, Master, I will definitely not let you down. On the other side, Son Goku's eyes lit up the moment he saw Kafla, and he teleported in front of it. Haha, Wang Yang, just hope you're okay. Son Goku greeted Kafra with a smile. Call me Kafla from now on, I have restored my Saiyan name. Okay, Kafra. Son Goku nodded. He looked behind Kafra with his eyes, and felt that everyone's strength was unfathomable, which made him secretly sigh. So powerful. Who are you? Son Goku's eyes suddenly lit up, and his eyes fell on Gogeta, who was wearing a vest and showing his strong abdominal lines. He felt that the aura on this person was very familiar, it resembled both himself and Vegeta. I am the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta. My name is Gogeta. Gogeta looked at Son Goku and responded calmly. On Zeno's side, Beerus heard Gogeta's words and his eyes subconsciously fell on Vegeta. But why are you wearing a pair of earrings? Have you become Supreme Kai? Son Goku looked at Gogeta, who was wearing a vest and a pair of earrings strangely. This earring used to keep me in good shape. Although I no longer need these earrings, I still have a habit of wearing them. Gogeta said calmly. That's it. Son Goku suddenly realized. Kakarot. Bardock's deep voice sounded as he kept looking at Son Goku. Who are you? Son Goku looked at the man with scars on his face who looked like him, and looked at him with some confusion. I'm Bardock. Bardock? I don't know him. Son Goku thought for a while and realized that he really didn't know this person. His head hit a rock when he was young, and all memories of Planet Vegeta have been forgotten. The corners of Bardock's mouth twitched. Son Goku, come back quickly, the game will start soon. Across the viewing platform, Beerus shouted to Son Goku. Okay, Lord Beerus. Son Goku called back. Kafra, I'm really sorry, I'm on the opposite side. But don't worry, I won't let you go. I will definitely use my full strength. Son Goku smiled sheepishly. In his opinion, only by using all your strength to fight the opponent can you respect the opponent. Then please use your full strength. When I defeat you, you will belong to my universe. Then I will take you to fight in other universes. Kafra smiled nonchalantly. The outcome of this game is no longer decided by Son Goku, and Kafra doesn't care whether he is too aggressive or not. Then it's settled, you must take me with you in the future. Son Goku's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard that he could fight against warriors from other universes in the future. Kafra nodded slightly. When everyone returned to their seats, the last hourglass of time slid down. Grand Priest immediately flew up and landed in the middle of the 2 spectator stands to announce the rules of the game. At this time, Kafra's eyes turned to a man with a wild face and a bare upper body. What was shocking was that there was a black tail behind him. Saiyan. This man obviously felt Kafra's gaze, and there was a wave of emotion on his calm face, and an extremely violent aura swept across the audience. Boom! Terrifying energy swept across the battlefield like a torrent, and even Son Goku felt like his breathing was stagnant, as if he was stuck in a quagmire. So powerful. Son Goku secretly stunned. At this moment, a white aura spurted out from Kafra's side, and there was a fierce confrontation with the opponent's aura in midair. He was clearly Gogeta. Looking at the man opposite, Gogeta's face was full of fighting spirit. The 2 people's eyes collided in the void, the roaring sound of air explosions resounded in the sky, and lightning streaked across the void. When the people on Zeno's side saw the aura exuded by Gogeta, everyone's faces showed shock. Even Beerus couldn't keep calm. Grand Priest's expression darkened, and he pressed down with his hands, directly suppressing the 2 auras that were fighting in the void. With Grand Priest's action, Gogeta and the Wild Man also regained their respective auras. Grand Priest took a deep look at Gogeta and then spoke. The first game has officially begun, please invite your respective players to come on. When he heard that the game officially started, Son Goku couldn't sit still anymore, stood up and prepared to fly towards the battlefield. I'll come first. When Vegeta saw Son Goku standing up, he immediately blasted away Son Goku in front of him, and then flew out like light and lightning, and disappeared into the battlefield below. Vegeta, you are so despicable. Son Goku got up from the ground, looked at Vegeta flying out with some depression, and sat down angrily. A huge table appeared in the middle of the 2 stands. As Vegeta entered the battlefield, Grand Priest went to the right, and the name Vegeta number 1 appeared in the first grid of the bottom layer of the table. Bardock moved slightly, stood up, and prepared to fly towards the battlefield. Bardock. Kafra glanced at Beta, whose eyes were wandering and his head was shrinking, and then he shouted towards Bardock. Your Majesty Kafla. Bardock froze and turned to look at Kafra strangely. After all, the opponent is Vegeta. If you are not good at taking action, it is better to leave it to Beta. As the saying goes, a tiger father has no dog son. I would like to see if it is a tiger father, a dog son, or a dog father, a tiger son. As for you, Bardock, choose your son Kakarot when the time comes. Kafra said calmly. This is. Bardock was a little confused. He obviously had the best shot in this game, so why did he let Beta take the first shot? But since Kafra said so, he couldn't say anything, so turn around and sit down. Now, Beta could no longer pretend not to know, and stood up with an old face. Saiyans must move forward bravely, not afraid of life and death, dare to punch the strong, and break through the limits in fierce battles. If you only choose weak challenges, what's the point of winning? I hope you won't disappoint me, Beta. Kafra looked at Beta with deep meaning. Yes, once it lives up to expectations. Beta shouted loudly. As Beta came to the battlefield, Kafra's mind flashed a ray of light and left the name Beta number 2 next to Vegeta 01. Who are you? Vegeta looked at the man in front of him and felt that his image was very similar to the person in his mind. I am your father, Beta. Beta looked at Vegeta and said, What? How dare you entertain me? Vegeta's eyes widened when he heard this, and he was furious. Blue flames surrounded his body, and he rushed forward and punched him like a flash. Although you and my father look a bit alike, my father's name is clearly King Vegeta, not Beta. And most importantly, my dad is dead. Beta did not expect that Vegeta would take action as soon as he said so. He was immediately punched and sent flying, hitting 10 mountains before sinking deeply into the mountain. Boom! The mountain exploded, golden light shot into the sky, and Beta, covered in red hair, rushed out of the smoke and dust. Super Saiyan 4, Beta. Vegeta, you traitor. Angry roars echoed between heaven and earth, and Beta rushed forward like a blazing fireball, punching and kicking Vegeta. Vegeta was beaten so hard by Beta that he staggered around and retreated repeatedly, but a cold smile appeared on his lowered face. Enough is enough, old fellow. Dark blue flames spread out. Vegeta slowly raised his head, grabbed one of Beta's fists with one hand, and looked at Beta with a sneer on his face. What? When Beta saw Vegeta's appearance at this moment, it was as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes were wide open and his face was full of disbelief. The power of Super Blue Vegeta was still fresh in his memory. He was the gatekeeper on the 80th floor of the Tower of Time and Space, and he was the one who had not succeeded in breaking through the level despite fighting for 3 months. He never expected that the photo in the Tower of Time and Space actually came from the Vegeta in front of him, and the Vegeta in front of him was obviously more powerful than the photo in the Tower of Time and Space. Boom! Vegeta raised his arm and punched Beta in the chest, causing a large bulge in his back. Beta couldn't help but scream in pain, covered her chest with both hands and staggered back. Suddenly, Vegeta appeared behind Beta, punched him away, and then kicked him into the ground. Facing Vegeta's heavy blow, Beta was obviously unable to resist. Hoo-hoo. Beta got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, his face full of anger. Vegeta, you unfilial son. Beta roared angrily, flew up, and struck with fists like a violent storm. You still dare to say something rude? You old guy is really impatient with life. Vegeta smiled coldly and dodged quickly, dodging one attack after another. At this moment, Vegeta seized the opportunity, swung a punch with his left hand, and hit Beta directly in the abdomen, causing saliva and blood to spurt out. Then he flew up and followed up with a Shoryuken. It's really treasonous for a son to beat me, but this Beta is really worthless, and he was beaten so hard that he had no defense. Kafra gloated at Yor and smiled, subconsciously looking at Bardock who had a calm face but a smile on his lips. Yor looked helpless. He had previously wondered why Beta brought him to compete when he was only ranked 160th in the Tower of Time and Space. It turned out that Kafra did this on purpose. Your resentment towards him is really deep. It's okay, I'm pretty polite to him. Kafra looked at Beta who was being attacked by Vegeta in the distance, and couldn't help but laugh. Bang bang bang. With 18 consecutive punches, Beta was hit higher and higher, until finally Vegeta's fist hit Beta hard on the abdomen, and the whole person flew into the sky like a cannonball and turned into a small black dot. Nausea. Vegeta wiped the blood from his face with disgust on his face. My father died a long time ago. Since you want to be my father, then you should die. Vegeta looked at Beta falling from the sky, his face extremely cold, and then his body formed a large letter shape. Violent energy quickly gathered, and dense lightning jumped crazily around the energy bomb. The ultimate flash. It's going to die, it's going to die, I can't catch it. Beta looked at the Kigong wave getting closer and closer, and his whole body seemed to be stunned and motionless. The terrifying Kigong wave soared into the sky against Beta, flying higher and higher, getting smaller and smaller. After a moment, a dazzling big explosion suddenly flashed in the sky, and blazing airwaves spewed out from high altitude. The vegetation on the ground began to rustle and tremble, and the leaves were baked and crispy as they fell downwards, as if they would fall apart at the slightest touch. Bah, trash. Vegeta looked at the explosion in front of him, crossed his arms and snorted disdainfully. Boom! Smoke filled the sky, and a figure covered in black smoke fell from a high altitude, smashing a huge pit into the ground. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, people would have thought he was dead. Life is quite tough. If you hit me again in this case, let's see if you die. Vegeta frowned, raised his right hand and pointed it at Beta in the pit. In the pit, Beta barely opened half of his eyes. Seeing in confusion that Vegeta, an unfilial son, was actually trying to kill him, he was so frightened that his eyes widened instantly and his face became even paler. I surrender. An extremely weak voice sounded, and these 3 words almost exhausted all Beta's strength. Snort. When Vegeta heard the opponent shouting defeat, he snorted coldly, dispersed the energy, and slowly lowered his raised hand. Next time you dare to have a bad mouth, I won't forgive you. Vegeta threatened Beta, rose into the air, and returned to his seat with his head held high. After a long time, Beta climbed out of the pit after taking a breath. At this time, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He looked in the direction of the stands with a frustrated face, took a deep breath and slowly rose into the air. Call? Lying on the armchair, Beta thought about the battle just now and gasped for breath with lingering fear. Vegeta, this unfilial son, didn't hold back at all. In the first game, you gave me a bad start, and you have the nerve to sit still. Kafra looked at Beta expressionlessly. That faint gaze made Beta's whole body go cold. Beta was so frightened that he hurriedly stood up, just like a primary school student meeting a serious teacher, lowering his head and being too frightened to say a word. Snort. Although your strength is not as good as Vegeta's, it wouldn't be surprising if you lose. Kafra's voice suddenly turned cold as he changed his words. But what I didn't expect was that you were so unbearable. You were beaten to the point where you were defenseless and didn't even have the heart to resist. You are simply a shame to our Saiyan family. Just stand still and watch how others fight. Yes, your majesty Kafra. Beta responded loudly. Kafla's words are the truth for the Saiyan clan. No one dares not to listen. At this time, the void screen showed that the line representing Vegeta number 1 extended upward, which showed that Vegeta was successfully promoted. The orange figure flashed through a stream of light and floated above the battlefield. The light dissipated to reveal Son Goku's excited face. Which of you will fight with me? Son Goku looked at Kafra with a warlike face. A group of people subconsciously looked at Bardock, who had a similar face to Son Goku. Bardock was speechless. After learning Beta's lesson, he didn't want to face off against his son in other time and space. It wouldn't matter if he won, but it would be embarrassing if he lost. Dogfathers, the shame will never be washed away. Not only Kafra's sons, but also his grandson Goku also turned his attention to Bardock. Bardock stood up with a dark face, his body flew up quickly, and then suddenly hovered in front of Son Goku. Kakarot. Bardock looked at the man in front of him coldly. Strange, I've climbed to the 85th floor of the Tower of Time and Space, but why don't I see Kakarot's shadow? Is he really only in the Super 3 form? Although Bardock had seen Son Goku from 3 different periods in the Tower of Time and Space, the strongest one was only Super 3. Take a good look at how the Saiyans fight. Kafla glanced sideways at Beta, and then filled in the name of Bardock number 4 on the form. Yes. Beta didn't dare not listen and looked up at the entire battlefield. Bardock hasn't broken through the 95th floor of the Spacetime Tower yet. Can he beat Son Goku? Yur subconsciously looked at Kafla beside her. Son Goku's white god form has not been fully mastered yet. You mean, Bardock has a chance to defeat him? Yur said with a smile. Although the chance is there, it is very low. Son Goku is a wonderful person. The more desperate he is, the more he can break through the limit. Kafra said with a smile. He will definitely defeat Bardock. Yelinchin and other Kafra's sons watched the battlefield with great interest, but they knew that on the 95th floor of the Tower of Time and Space, the gatekeeper was none other than Goku, the grandson of the White God. Since Bardock is stuck on the 85th floor, he naturally doesn't know how strong his son Son Goku is. It is no exaggeration to say that once Son Goku transforms into the White God form, Bardock's experience will be the same as when Beta faced Vegeta just now. The battle was about to break out, and a familiar battle pattern came into view. Kafla chuckled and watched with interest as Son Goku was beaten up by Bardock. From the sky to the ground, from the lake to the heart of the mountain, the entire space was filled with Son Goku's shrill screams. Super Saiyan, Super 3, Super Saiyan God, Super Blue, and Son Goku released their hidden power while being beaten constantly. Kakarot, is this all your strength? It really disappoints me. Bardock's thick arm covered with red down flew across the sky, and punched Goku, the Super Blue grandson, away. At this time, Bardock's physical appearance is completely restrained. He has mastered the form of Super Saiyan 4 with full power, and the most important thing is that Bardock's normal strength is much higher than that of Son Goku. Bardock. Beta looked at Bardock's majestic appearance, and his steel teeth made a clicking sound. It seemed that if he applied any more force, his teeth would burst into pieces. They both transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and their strength is almost as good as the other. At this time, Beta regretted what he did on the planet Kafra 2 and wasted several years of his life. If I hadn't. Son Goku roared into the sky, red and blue auras rose into the sky, and brilliant beams of light illuminated the entire starry sky. Rumble. A large piece of the ground collapsed in the explosion of Son Goku's breath, and a large number of small stones seemed to be floating in the air without the constraints of gravity. 30 times. A huge roar sounded, and Son Goku's whole body was like a stream of light. He instantly came closer and punched Bardock in the cold face. Boom! Bardock's entire body was smashed into a large mountain. With a rumble, the mountain's belly broke off from the waist, burying Bardock's entire body in it. Boom! The red light burst out, the rocks melted, the angry flames burned Bardock, and red flames also appeared on his body. Kakarot. This is Bardock's Super Quad stacked Kaioken form. The further you go in the Tower of Time and Space, the rewards are no longer fairy beans, but also some magical moves from time to time. Bardock's Super Saiyan 4 transformation was the reward he received after breaking through the 60th floor of the Spacetime Tower and defeating the young Kafla, original 45th floor. Son Goku's eyes lit up, and he rushed towards Bardock without retreating. Two powerful figures fought fiercely in the void, and the destructive power turned into terrifying thunder and lightning that ravaged the ground beneath their feet. Even the 1,000-foot-high mountain peaks disappeared in the aftermath of the battle. On the viewing platform, Xiao Buledin leaned his upper body forward and stared at the battlefield, with a wave of fluctuation in his eyes. Kakarot. An unwarranted anger welled up from the depths of his heart, but after years of teachings from Kafra, Xiaobu was able to express and receive his emotions freely, so he would not go berserk for no reason. Why? Why do you have the urge to blow up Kakarot when you see him? Xiao Buledin murmured to himself in a low voice, very puzzled. Kafra and Yuer heard Xiaobu's words and looked at each other, obviously understanding what was going on. Xiao Buledin, could it be that you wanted to hit Uncle Bardock, so you wanted to hit Son Goku? Ye, who was sitting next to Xiao Buledin, put his arm around his shoulders and said with a smile. How is it possible? I didn't want to hit Uncle Bardock. Xiaobu said with wandering eyes and a guilty conscience. Haha, Ye's right, you must want to hit Uncle Bardock? I remember that you first met Uncle Bardock and attacked him. Chen looked at Xiao Buledin with a smile. Chen and others all guessed wrong. The real reason is that Xiaobu was filled with anger towards Kakarot because he was tortured by Kakarot's heartbreaking cries as a baby. As for Bardock, it was purely an unreasonable disaster. As Son Goku and Bardock used all their strength, the battle became fierce. The two chased each other, fighting on the battlefield, and the energy light waves were released wantonly. For a time, both sides were victorious. Beta, among us, you are the worst in terms of strength. It's okay if you say you're bad, at least you have to live up to your expectations. You lose the will to fight whenever you encounter a strong enemy. You always want to surrender. You will make the Saiyan family look bad. Lost all. Look at Bardock. Although he is second to last, he is still much stronger than you. He can at least fight evenly with his opponents. Kafra turned to Beta and preached. Yes, your majesty is right, I will definitely defeat my unfilial son next time. Beta said with a forced smile. Even though there were all kinds of grievances and unwillingness in her heart, she could only bear it alone with tears. Your majesty Kafra, I also want to fight. The problem is that I can't beat my unfilial son, and if I don't surrender, I will be beaten to death. Have I offended his majesty Kafra in some way? Why is he so kind to others but so harsh to me? Beta was puzzled. On the battlefield, Son Goku, who was fighting fiercely with Bardock, slowly closed his eyes. What's happening here? Bardock narrowed his eyes slightly, and he suddenly noticed that the red and blue aura on Son Goku's body was melting away, and his blue hair was slowly turning into the normal black. Not only did this not make Bardock relax, he keenly discovered that the opponent's attacks were becoming more fierce and swift. The warriors on the Super Dimension side obviously understood something, and they all looked at Son Goku with joy. At this moment, a silvery white light emanated from Son Goku's body, and a mysterious aura enveloped his whole body. He was clearly right in front of his eyes, but his aura was elusive. This feeling made people extremely uncomfortable. Kakarot. Bardock felt a strong sense of oppression and couldn't help but roar to the sky. His muscles swelled in a circle, and the red flames on his body became even hotter. 50 times. Kaioken. Bardock endured the severe pain in his body, used the Kaioken with maximum amplification, and rushed towards Son Goku. Thanks to his success in body refining, otherwise Bardock would not be able to use such a terrifying Kaioken. On the viewing platform, Jillian's face fluctuated. He found that this man with scars on his face gave him a dangerous feeling. A fist containing powerful power was waved out, but Bardock's face became increasingly gloomy. He found that every attack he made was dodged by the opponent. Silver light covered his whole body, and Son Goku slowly opened his eyes. Two silver-white rays of light burst out from his eyes, stirring up the storm in the sky. Facing Bardock's imminent attack, Son Goku looked cold, rotated his body 720 degrees to avoid Bardock's attack, and at the same time swung his arm out. Snapped. Bardock's body trembled suddenly. He looked at the fist that penetrated his abdomen in disbelief, and a heart-piercing pain spread throughout his body. He couldn't see clearly the other party's attack just now. Boom! The explosion spread from Bardock's abdomen and blew Bardock completely away. Kakarot. Bardock got up from the ground, roared angrily, suppressed the severe pain in his body, and rushed towards Son Goku again. Son Goku's body blurred to avoid Bardock's blow, and he punched out at the same time. Boom! Bardock's body suddenly stopped, and then his whole body began to tremble violently. Countless white lights hit his body from all directions, and he seemed to be hit by countless fists in an instant. Puff. When the last attack disappeared, Bardock was knocked to the ground and flew away. On the viewing platform, the corners of Beerus's mouth curled up slightly. Jillian's eyes darkened slightly, and the scene from a year ago came to mind again. Turtle-style Kigong wave. Son Goku gathered a wave of energy with his hands and rushed towards Bardock mightily. Bardock roared as hard as he could, his face looking extremely ferocious in the torment of this terrifying energy. Boom! The Kigong wave exploded at high altitude against Bardock. A powerful wave of air swept across the entire battlefield, and a figure fell from the sky amidst the billowing smoke. Son Goku jumped up, caught the unconscious Bardock, and then sent him to Kafla. The battle was exciting. Bardock would be very happy to have a son like you even if he is in a coma. Kafla looked at Son Goku with a smile. Son. Son Goku looked at the unconscious Bardock with some confusion. The Saiyan Bardock has a son named Kakarot, but he is your father in other time and space. Kafra smiled lightly. So that's it, he is my father in other time and space. Son Goku suddenly realized. Did you enjoy this game? Kafra said with a smile to Son Goku. It's still a little bit short, and it can't put me into a desperate situation, otherwise I will definitely be able to enter the limit-breaking transformation again. Son Goku said with some disappointment. Don't worry, they are all much stronger than Bardock. Are you worried about having a rival? Kafla pointed to the suns around him and said to Son Goku with a smile. Wow, that's great. Son Goku was full of wonder when he heard Kafra's words, his eyes kept moving back and forth, and his face looked eager to try. Go back quickly, don't affect the next battle. Kafra waved his hand, signaling Son Goku to leave. Well, can I still continue to fight? Son Goku stood on his feet and looked at the people brought by Kafra with burning eyes. Son Goku's desire to fight has been aroused, and it will be difficult to suppress it. This is not impossible, but are you planning to eliminate all of us by yourself? Kafra narrowed his eyes and looked at Son Goku who was eager to try. If possible, I want to have a fight with all of you. Son Goku's eyes lit up and he shouted without hesitation. Leaf? King? List? Kafra's sons were suddenly speechless. Then who do you want to fight? Kafra couldn't help but laugh. This character was very Goku. Son Goku looked around and found that the auras of these people were all unpredictable, which made him feel like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, and he was a little confused for a while. How about you? Everyone looked in the direction Son Goku was pointing. When they saw the person Son Goku was pointing to, Kafra's sons were dumbfounded. He actually picked the strongest among the contestants, Gogeta? Ye and others looked at him as if he were a fool. Go, find someone else. Gogeta didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he had destroyed the evil dragon back then, he would still be interested in fighting Son Goku. But now, after more than 20 years of hard training, he has only the last floor of the Tower of Time and Space that has not yet been cleared. His strength has long surpassed his own. How can he be interested in torturing people, not even Son Goku, who has transformed into a white god? No, it's up to you. Son Goku said with a smile. Go back. Gogeta waved his right hand, and a hurricane struck. Son Goku, who was in a state of extreme concentration, was knocked back to his position without any resistance. Son Goku looked at the surrounding environment with a confused look on his face. He was beaten back by the opponent without any resistance. A red light flashed, and a man full of oppression stood on the battlefield, looking quietly at Kafra. He is surprisingly Jiren from the 11th universe. Son Goku and Vegeta have both taken action, and he can't hide the fighting spirit in his heart. Fan, come on. You barely defeated the opponent in the Tower of Time and Space before, but this time it's a real person, and his strength is relatively stronger. I hope you can defeat the real person with your practice these days. Kafra glanced around and said to his son named Fan. Okay. Fan nodded, white light exploded, and his figure appeared in front of Jillian in an instant, looking at him calmly. Lightning flashed, and the two men took action without warning. The energy storm swept across the earth, accompanied by terrifying thunder and lightning. What? The gods of destruction couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw this scene in front of them. Extremely comfortable. Son Goku looked at Kafra's son named Fan with surprise on his face. Wes. Beerus' deep voice sounded. Lord Beerus. Weiss turned to look. Kafla's ultimate freedom of mind is what you taught. Beerus stopped mid-sentence. Whis understood that Beerus was blaming him. Kafra knows how to use his willpower, and so can his subordinates. In other words, everything comes from him. Weiss looked at Kafra deeply. The person in front of him knew how to achieve his ultimate goal, but what about the others? If those people knew how to do it, it would be really nerve-wracking. As the child of the two strongest people in the Kafra universe, his bloodline level is not as high as Angel's, and his potential is unfathomable. Under Kafulala's careful guidance, most of his children have mastered the first level of Ji Gong. Ye and other 10 people with even higher understanding have even begun to touch the threshold of the second level. During the fierce battle with Fan, a familiar scene came to mind, and Jiren went completely crazy. This time, I can't lose. The red suit exploded into pieces, Jiren looked up to the sky and roared, and the muscles in his body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sky was filled with fire, and Jillian's whole body was emitting a dazzling red light, like a huge sun, and the hot air waves rushed towards the audience stands on both sides. At this moment, Fan no longer held back, and billowing white light rose into the sky, bisecting the entire heaven and earth together with the fire. On the battlefield, two figures who looked like gods of war moved at the same time, rushing towards each other with terrifying momentum, fighting fiercely at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. The energy that destroyed the world swept across the battlefield, ripples seemed to spread away, mountain peaks collapsed, and a large amount of smoke covered the earth. Frequently fighting against Jiren in the Tower of Time and Space, Fan knew his attack methods well, and combined with his speed when in the state of freedom, he beat Jiren into a mad retreat. With one kick, Jillian was kicked away, and the sea of fire behind him was also kicked away by Fan. Ah! Jiren roared angrily, his aura rising, and he leaped into the sky, condensing an orange energy bomb in his hand. The energy bomb came out of his hand and formed a huge energy beam, which contained the aura of destroying everything and rushed towards Fan. Fan's face was calm, and the silver-white arrogance all over his body was completely restrained, like a meteor streaking across the ground, avoiding Jiren's attack. Brush! The light flashed, and Fan Ji quickly approached, punching out, and countless chi energy roared out, hitting Jillian's steel-like body. The powerful force suddenly exploded, Jillian screamed, and his whole body was knocked away. Boom! Jiren's burly body hit a boulder and was embedded in a large font. Before Jiren could catch his breath, a white light flashed before his eyes. Jiren was hit hard on the abdomen again, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but spurt out. Boom! The boulder behind Jillian could no longer withstand the impact and exploded in an instant. Thump! After suffering heavy blows one after another, Jiren could no longer hold on and knelt down with his hands on the ground. I actually lost again. Jiren's belief collapsed, and his whole body's aura fluctuated violently. If you lose confidence when you fail, then your mental endurance will be low. There are dozens of brothers and sisters above me who are better than me. If I were to be like you, would I still be alive? Fanji and Jiren was deeply shocked. Couldn't help but speak. When the two universes merged into one, the guy named Jiren in front of him would also be a warrior of the Khafra universe, and he couldn't help but enlighten him. Yes, people on Khafra's side will believe that the final winner belongs to them. Despite this, I haven't lost yet. Jiren murmured in a low voice, and stood up suddenly after speaking. His breath spurted out of his body again, and the fiery red flames burned behind him like a sea of fire. Everyone on the viewing platform felt a strong heat wave coming, and there was a faint smell of burning in the air. Go down and get you. Fan looked cold, and the Kagong wave condensed with terrifying energy came out of his hand and rushed towards Jillian. The ultimate super god wave. The energy bomb emits a dazzling light, and the sea of fire behind Jiren is immediately overturned by its white light. The white light illuminates the starry sky, and the energy that destroys the world shakes the entire battlefield. When Fan completely exploded with all his strength, the battlefield turned into a vacuum wherever the powerful energy passed, and all matter was dissolved in this energy. Jiren's eyes were filled with white light. He opened his hands to resist the violent Kagong wave, roaring and retreating. But no matter how hard Jiren exerted his strength and how unwilling he was, he still couldn't resist this powerful energy. He slowly lifted off the ground and was carried by this energy and flew out. Boom! Extremely violent power impacted Jillian's strong body. He felt like a fire snake rushed into his body every time he breathed, turning the river upside down in his body. Jillian's eyes were filled with anger and humiliation, and his belief was once again destroyed, but he was powerless at this moment. Boom! A huge explosion sounded in the sky, and a huge sun seemed to appear out of thin air. Jillian, Vermit, the clown god of destruction, exclaimed, never expecting that the powerful Jiren would be defeated again. A figure fell powerlessly in the sky and flew towards the outside of the battlefield. Jiren was blasted out of the battlefield and eliminated. Returning to the stands, Jillian lowered his head and sat in silence on his chair. Jillian, Tokpo next to him looked at Jiren and hesitated to speak. The battle continued, and the people on Caliphla's side became stronger and stronger. Even though Califla later secretly fused with Kair using earrings to form Kefla, she was still easily defeated by Zhang. When the warriors on the Super Dimension side were eliminated by 13 people in succession by the people on Khafra's side, Grand Priest and Zeno could no longer sit still. These guys are so useless, I want to get rid of them all. Zeno was so angry that he kicked his legs and his little face was full of anger. Jiren, Tokpo, and other defeated warriors couldn't help but change their expressions when they heard Zeno's words. In the past, they had no choice but to accept Zeno's trial. Now, they subconsciously looked at Khafra opposite him. Grand Priest ignored Zeno's shout and looked at the gods of destruction, seeming to be considering who to call on. I come. The fourth universe's rat god of destruction Quitella immediately stood up and flew to the battlefield. Which one of you is going up? Quitella raised his head slightly and looked at Khafra. On Khafra's side, Chen suddenly dodged and landed on the battlefield, his strong face filled with confidence. One is the top 3 powerhouse among the many gods of destruction in chronospace. One is the son of Khafla, one of the 10 strongest people in the Nusian clan. The two people's breaths were tit for tat, and the battle was about to break out. Boom! The two figures moved at the same time, colliding violently at superlight speed, and a huge roar resounded throughout the world. They have no so-called temptations and use all their strength as soon as they come up. Too horrible. Son Goku's eyes widened and his upper body subconsciously leaned forward. This was the first time he truly saw the god of destruction fighting with all his strength. As for Beerus's previous moves, they were either playing or defeating the enemy with one move, and the specific power could not be seen. The battle continued, with terrifying energy storms tearing apart the battlefield below. Chen and Quitella fought fiercely in midair. On the battlefield, Chen's expression was indifferent, and he surrounded Quitella like a giant and launched an offensive. The dull sound of sonic boom echoed between heaven and earth. Boom, boom. Chen and Quitella fought each other with hundreds of punches. Boy, I am the most powerful among all the gods of destruction, and you actually compete with me? What a trick. Quitella shouted loudly. Although his body is small, his strength is amazing, and every punch has the power to destroy stars. What a coincidence, I am also very strong. I want to see who is stronger, me or you. Chen laughed loudly, raised his arms and blasted towards Quitella. As the son of Kafla, Chen, Kafra's unique skill physical refining technique, has been practicing since he was a child. It is no exaggeration to say that Chen's physical strength is second only to Gogeta. That's how it should be. If you want to be a strong man, a real man should fight head-on. Quitella shouted loudly, as if he had found a soulmate, and rushed towards Chen with excitement on his face. A series of sonic explosions exploded, and the huge rocks under the two people were shaken by the aftermath and turned into smoke and dust floating in the air, drowning the two people who were fiercely bombarding each other in the void. Let's see how long you can hold on. Quitella's eyes flashed purple, and his whole body fell into a violent posture. But Chen was like an impenetrable wall, and Quitella's attacks with all his strength could not repel him even a step. The two of them fired hundreds of punches again, and Quitella felt a tearing pain coming from his fists, making the corners of his mouth twitch uncontrollably. Mouse, take my punch. There was a sound like a thunderbolt from the blue, and the figure of Chen suddenly disappeared from the place, and the next moment appeared in front of Quitella. The punch was so shocking that it was like a meteorite falling from the sky, and the mighty roar was like the waves of the ocean. Quitella was horrified. The severe pain in his fist made him feel fear. Chen's momentum could no longer be as strong as before. Boom! Without much hesitation, Quitella dodged the punch with a backflip. Although he escaped Chen's fist, the huge air explosion caused by the powerful force still affected Quitella, directly blowing him away before he could stand still. In the smoke, as a shrill scream rang out, Quitella's short yellow figure flew out of the smoke like an arrow from a string. The people watching the battle stared and realized that he was the rat god of destruction, Quitella. Quitella, this mouse actually lost. Beerus looked at Quitella's lowered right hand on the battlefield, and his expression suddenly changed. Only strands of blood were seen dripping from Quitella's fingers and dissipating in the void. When it comes to fighting Beerus, he is still confident that he can defeat Quitella, but when it comes to comparing strength, he has to say that the opponent is a little stronger than him. Mouse, you don't dare to confront me head-on. With an angry shout, Chen flew out of the smoke, with arrogance and lightning surrounding his body. He rushed toward Quitella like an invincible god carrying endless pressure. Quitella's expression changed drastically as he saw Chen coming at him again. He both condensed two destructive energy bombs and attacked Chen one after the other. At the same time, he retreated violently to distance himself from Chen. Chen stretched out his hands like dragons emerging from the abyss, and firmly grasped the two roaring destructive energy bombs on both sides of his waist. The powerful finger force suppressed the destructive energy bombs and prevented them from exploding. What? Quitella looked at this scene in disbelief, her little eyes almost falling out of her head. Kaka? As Chen used his hands hard, two destructive energy bullets were instantly crushed by him and disappeared into the void. On the viewing platform, Beerus's face was as solemn as ever, his right hand tightly grasped the armrest, and he stared at Chen's face without blinking. Kafra's expression was dull, and he lightly tapped the armrest of the table and chair with his right hand. The person who was climbing the Tower of Time and Space suddenly felt a boundless force coming, and he appeared outside without any resistance. How is this going? Looking at their friends around them, a group of people looked at each other in confusion, wondering why they were swept out again. Boom! The void shook violently, and then a huge vortex was generated, and the towering Tower of Time and Space disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash of light. Where's the Tower of Time and Space? Why did you disappear? In the end, what happened? Suddenly, Grand Priest suddenly raised his head and shouted towards Kafra in a stern voice. Kafra, what are you doing? An abnormal reaction occurred in the space here, and as the creator, he quickly discovered the abnormality. It's nothing. The god of destruction and angel have some authority over the universe. I'm just isolating the space here from the outside universe. In this way, neither of us can use the power of the universe and fight based on our true abilities. It is relatively fair. Kafra spread his hands and chuckled. It turned out that in just a short period of time, he had fused all the 135th floor of the dimensional space in the Tower of Time and Space together, forming an extremely solid dimensional space. Then this new dimensional space wrapped up the mysterious space created by the Grand Priest, and therefore the Grand Priest found himself cut off from the outside universe. This move was a radical move. As early as when Kafra created universe, he was already thinking about ways to deal with Grand Priest. The god of destruction and angel are temporarily unable to use the power of the gods. Grand Priest doesn't care at all. What makes him uneasy is that he can't feel the outside universe. Grand Priest stared into the void with electric eyes. When he saw the scene in front of him, his face suddenly darkened. Here, an extremely solid dimensional space is newly formed outside the dimensional space. Without the help of the power of the universe, even if the Grand Priest wants to break through it, it will not be able to do so in a short time. At this time, it is obvious that Kafra cannot remain indifferent. If you don't follow the rules and want to break through this space, then this game will be over. Kafra threatened Grand Priest. If the game is abandoned, it means that Kafra will take matters into his own hands. Grand Priest understood what Kafra meant, his hands froze, and he looked at the other party angrily. During the previous tournament of power, the increase in universe's power was even equal to that of Kafla. Now that the increase in universe's power has been lost, Grand Priest will not have much confidence this time if he fights Kafra again. Grand Priest, what should I do? I can't mobilize the power of the universe, and the power of erasure has been greatly reduced. Zeno said quietly to Grand Priest with a nervous look on his face. Zeno relied on the power of the universe to eradicate his magical power. Without the blessing of the power of the universe, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in front of Kafla. I know, just wait and see. Grand Priest whispered to Zeno. Now that they are all trapped in this, they can only place their hopes on this game, hoping that Kafra can keep his promise by then. With his strength limited, Zeno suddenly calmed down and watched the battle honestly. Kafra looked at Grand Priest and Zeno across from him and calmed down, with a smile on his lips. Their honesty just showed that they no longer had any trump cards, and Kafra felt even more at ease. From the beginning to the end, Kafra had no intention of deciding the ownership of the universe through the game. His real purpose was to get Zeno and Grand Priest to leave the 18 universes in time and space, so that he could restrict the other party outside the universe. Why don't you just let him rub it? In the super universe area, the wild Saiyan narrowed his eyes slightly and licked his dry lips. He looked at Grand Priest and Zeno with a mysterious smile on his face, but this smile looked more like schadenfreude in Zeno's eyes. I'll wipe you out sooner or later. Zeno narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself. On the viewing platform, the faces of the superdimensional gods of destruction were a little ugly. They also found that their power had weakened a lot, and the power blessing given to them by the gods had disappeared. On the battlefield, as the mysterious space here was sealed, Quitella's aura fluctuated greatly. Chen approached him suddenly, punched him in the face, and drove him into a hill. Under the guidance of Kafra, his children, like him, achieved all their great powers, but were not affected at all. Boom! What's going on? Why has my strength weakened? Quitella rushed out of the mountain and appeared in midair. He looked at his hands and couldn't help but exclaimed. Quitella, who did not believe in evil, roared angrily and tried his best to gather the destructive energy in his body. However, the destructive energy that used to be directed like an arm seemed to be filled with lead and mercury at this moment, making it appear abnormally blocked. Inheriting Kafra's fighting style, how could Chen just watch the opponent gather his energy? He immediately turned into a white light and rushed towards Quitella, launching a fierce attack on him. Under the strong attack of Chen, Quitella's defense line collapsed, and he was like a sandbag being beaten crazily by Chen. The shrill screams last forever, making people feel sad when they hear them. Boom! As Chen struck hard, his fierce fist sank deeply into Quitella's abdomen, and the violent force exploded from his back and shot straight into the sky. Quitella's face twisted together ferociously, and his whole body was beaten high into the air, with blood flying into the sky. Then he landed heavily, creating a deep pit on the ground. Bang! In the deep pit, Quitella fell to the ground with a bruised nose and a swollen face, unable to get up, moaning and groaning. Quitella felt pain everywhere in his body, and all the bones in his body seemed to be broken. I'm tired, I can't fight, I won't fight. It hurts. Quitella looked at the sky with blurred eyes, and he was beaten to the point of losing his will to fight. Snapped. Chen fell from the sky and landed next to Quitella. He stared at Quitella with his eyes like daggers, making him tremble with fear and wishing that there was a hole in the pit for him to crawl into. Mouse, who is the tough guy? Chen shouted loudly. You are the macho man? I am the mouse. Quitella cried with a sad face. God of Destruction Quitella, defeated. Quitella's defeat was not as expected by Beerus and others, and the faces of many gods of destruction suddenly darkened, with a bad premonition in their hearts. There seemed to be a lot of God of Destruction level experts on the opposite side, so the pressure was a bit high. Time passed slowly, and the battle continued. Both sides won and lost. In terms of numbers, Kafra had a slight advantage. On the Super Dimension side, except for Son Goku, Vegeta and the strange Saiyan who didn't play, all the participants below the God of Destruction were defeated. Even the God of Destruction suffered several defeats. Although the opponent's number is small, their strength cannot be underestimated. Our children have not fully grown up yet and are not the opponents of the angels. Yuer's eyes lingered on the angels. Xiao, Zhou, and Su were eliminated only after they met Angel. Kafra nodded. Suddenly Gogeta moved, and he appeared on the battlefield as if teleporting. His head was slightly raised, with a confident smile on his face, and he stretched out his index finger to trace the players who had not yet appeared on the Super Dimension side one by one. You guys come together. The extremely arrogant words, coupled with Gogeta's expression of contempt for everything, made him look like an undefeated god of war. Kafra and Yuer looked at each other speechlessly. They didn't expect Gogeta to act like this, but Zeno and Grand Priest didn't show up. He was indeed qualified to despise everyone on the other side. The expressions of everyone on Zeno's side suddenly changed. They all looked at Gogeta with unkind expressions. They were obviously angered by the other party's arrogant words. Are you so arrogant after fusion? Beerus looked at Son Goku and Vegeta with a faint look. Son Goku, Vegeta, Kafra, since the people on your side are asking for it like this, it's our fault if we don't satisfy him. The rest of you can come together. Grand Priest couldn't help but be shocked by Gogeta's arrogant words, but he knew that Gogeta was the strongest player on Kafra's side, so there was no suspense in eliminating him from this game, so he didn't care about his dignity. Yes. Although he didn't want to take advantage of others, the Grand Priest had spoken, and Vados and others did not dare not listen. Only the strange Saiyan still sat there indifferently. Mr. Yamosi, please work together to defeat the opponent. Grand Priest frowned slightly and said while suppressing the displeasure in his heart. I don't even bother to defeat the minority with more. I want to defeat him in an upright manner. Even though he was the Grand Priest, Yamosi did not give him face, and his tone was unusually cold. It turned out that he had offended Zeno before, and was then eliminated by Zeno. Later, during the Tournament of Power, Kafra made a wish to the Dragon of Gods to restore the universe that Zeno destroyed, so Yamashi was also resurrected. Although he was resurrected, he still had a bad attitude towards the gods such as Zeno and Grand Priest. If the other party hadn't said that there was a strong man who could fight him, he wouldn't have wanted to come over. Aren't you afraid of being erased by me? Zeno looked at Yamosi calmly. Do you think I'm afraid? Yamosi narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Zeno coldly. As a proud Saiyan, death cannot threaten him. The bones in his body are very hard. If Yamashi was afraid of Zeno, he would not have offended him because of it. You. Zeno's face was sullen, and his little hands couldn't help but clenched together. The key person in this game is Yamosi in front of him. He has to restrain his desire to destroy the opponent. On the battlefield, 18 angels surrounded Gogeta with solemn expressions. On the other hand, Gogeta's lips were raised and he looked calm. Based on his momentum alone, Gogeta didn't feel like he was surrounded by others. Instead, he was surrounded by 18 angels. Boom! Weiss waved his scepter lightly, and an energy bomb flew towards Gogeta. Seeing that Weiss took the lead, the other angels followed suit. For a moment, brilliant light filled the sky, and powerful power filled the entire space. Gogeta stood motionless as the light wave struck and his whole body was covered by a big explosion. Colorful rays of light soared into the sky, and fiery energy distorted the surrounding void. There was no expression of joy on any angel's face. The smoke slowly dissipated, and a tall and straight body was gradually revealed. At this time, Gogeta's body was covered with a layer of silver-white light, his tall black hair was swaying in the wind, and the corners of his slightly raised mouth showed a disdainful arc. That's it. Control him. Vados shouted, and a hazy ball of light spread out and fell towards Gogeta. The other angels followed suit. For a time, 18 light balls fused together in the void, turning into a house-sized ball of light that shrouded Gogeta. A strong pressure came from all directions, squeezing every inch of Gogeta's body. Gogeta withstood the terrifying force, slowly raised his hands to his waist, looked up to the sky and let out a roar. Boom! Extremely violent aura spurted out from Gogeta's body, and the solid light shield trembled violently under Gogeta's strong impact. The faces of Weiss and others changed, the scepter pointed at Gogeta, and power continued to flow into the light shield. Gogeta roared loudly, and his jet black hair flashed into silver white, and at the same time, an even more powerful force exploded from his body. Kaka? The light mask that trapped Gogeta made an overwhelming clicking sound, and then exploded under the disbelieving eyes of the 18 angels. The energy fragments flew in all directions like butterflies. Along with a torrential wave of air, the 18 angels surrounding Gogeta were thrown backwards by the impact of this force. After being guided by Kafra, Gogeta has practiced hard for more than 20 years, and his strength is so terrifying that even the extremely powerful angel is no match for him. So powerful. Son Goku looked at Gogeta in an invincible posture on the battlefield, trembling with excitement, and subconsciously turned his head to look at Vegeta. Vegeta. Kakarot, if you give up on this, I will never fuse with you. Vegeta had long known the other party's urine. As soon as Son Goku opened his mouth, he knew that he was thinking about his eyes, and immediately turned towards Son Goku. Goku shouted. Look at how powerful Gogeta is after fusion. Weiss and the others are no match for him. Son Goku looked at Gogeta longingly. Son Goku has only fused with Vegeta, and has never tried fusion. When he saw Gogeta's power, his heart was itching like a cat scratching his head. This. Vegeta hesitated for a while. To be honest, the terrifying power shown by Gogeta really shocked him. Even though he hated merging with Kakarot, at this moment, he actually had the shameful urge to fuse with him. Seeing Vegeta's expression, Son Goku was overjoyed and persuaded him even harder. On the battlefield, Vados was a little depressed. Angel's authority was banned and his strength was weakened a lot, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a mess. For now, you can only use the skills you have learned. I don't believe that our 18 angels can't defeat him. Marty Nu from the 12th universe shouted angrily, and took the lead to rush towards the vigorous Gogeta. When the other angels saw this, they became furious and followed closely behind. Gogeta's eyes fell on Marty Nu calmly. Seeing that the opponent's fist was about to come, he finally moved. With one punch, the huge fist hit Marty Nu's face at a speed that was difficult to see clearly. Snapped. Marty Nu screamed, covered his face with his hands and flew backwards faster than when he came in. As he flew backwards, Angel's divine ring exploded to pieces. Marty Nu was knocked away with one punch. At this time, the attacks from Vados and others came. 17 angels surrounded Gogeta. Countless attacks fell towards Gogeta. Each attack carried infinite power. Even the god of destruction looked at it. My scalp feels numb. In the midst of the violent storm, Gogeta showed no signs of panic and dodged and evaded the attacks of Vados and others. Weiss looked at Gogeta's movements and secretly smiled bitterly in his heart. The ancestor was beaten by his disciple. Seeing that Gogeta was able to survive the siege of 17 angels on the battlefield, Zeno and Grand Priest's expressions suddenly turned ugly. You can tell which one is strong and which one is weak at a glance. Mr. Yamosi, please take action. Grand Priest turned his head and said, suppressing the anger in his heart. Yamosi didn't seem to hear, and looked at Gogeta on the battlefield with excitement. The opponent's strength inspired the Saiyan blood that had been dormant for a long time in his body. Boom! Gogeta looked arrogant, his body was like a giant, and his strong body carried a huge force and punched out. The air seemed to be solidified. The 17 angels suddenly felt as if they were in a quagmire, and the movements in their hands involuntarily slowed down a lot. Boom! Punch into the void, the space compressed to the extreme was detonated, and an indestructible wave of air was like a river embankment bursting. Thousands of horses running wildly, rushing towards the angels. 17 angels were hit by this powerful force one after another, and their whole bodies were involuntarily thrown backwards. This is a large-scale attack. Even if the angels have mastered the ultimate level of self-consciousness, they cannot avoid it. The magical power of time cannot be used, nor can the power of healing injuries be used. Even though Weiss has a gentle personality, he can't help but feel aggrieved at this moment. After knocking away 17 angels with one punch, Gogeta stood in the void, roaring to the sky. The space began to boil, and the terrifying sound waves dispersed all the clouds in the sky. A dazzling white beam of light soared into the sky from Gogeta's head, and then struck towards the entire battlefield, turning into an extremely huge silver-white sun. Earth-shaking explosions rose on the battlefield. Rolling mountains, thousands of kilometers of rushing rivers, and all the scenery were destroyed by this powerful explosion. The eyes of the 17 angels were gradually filled with white light. They gritted their teeth and tried their best to resist this power, but when they touched the light wave with their hands, their expressions couldn't help but change drastically. An extremely powerful force struck. Under the disbelieving gazes of the angels, everyone was shocked out of the battlefield by the terrifying power unleashed by Gogeta. After the horrific explosion, yellow mist filled the battlefield, and only yellow mist remained between the sky and the earth. Grains of yellow sand that filled the void spread rapidly toward the distance, swept by strong winds, gradually revealing Gogeta's tall, strong, and perfect body. As soon as you look into it, Gogeta's whole body is radiating dazzling light, and his silver-white hair is shining with crystal brilliance. The whole person looks like he contains vast and majestic power in his body. The silver eyes slowly opened, and the cold gaze swept across the gods. A kind of overwhelming domineering, looking down on all living beings, and the invincible momentum filled the entire battlefield. Ye and others looked at the majestic Gogeta on the battlefield with some surprise, and were obviously shocked by the opponent's strength. Gilu, how can he be so strong? Beerus muttered in disbelief. If there was no Yamosi, Gogeta wouldn't mind having fun with these angels, but now that he knew there was a more powerful Yamosi, how could Gogeta endure it? On the viewing platform, Yamosi finally sat up straight and looked at Gogeta with a serious face. At this moment, Gogeta finally put pressure on him. Gogeta ignored everyone, his eyes as deep as stars, fell on Yamosi. Although no words were spoken, everything seemed to be silent. Boom! The seat under Yamosi couldn't stand Gogeta's gaze and exploded, covering Yamosi's entire body. An angry roar suddenly rose, a rich red light pierced the sky, and Yamosi's majestic body rushed towards Gogeta with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Boom! I saw the fiery red aura wrapped around Yamosi's muscular arm, like a raging flame burning violently and punching Gogeta hard. The scorching air waves surged toward the surroundings with Yamosi as the center. The battlefield suddenly became sultry, and every breath felt like the lungs were on fire. This is... Beerus's eyes widened, and a blurry picture in his mind gradually distorted and deformed, eventually turning into Yamosi in the form of God at this moment. Facing Yamosi's devastating attack, Gogeta's expression remained very calm. Snapped? Is this the only level of your strength? Gogeta smiled coldly and raised one hand to block the opponent's attack. Boom! The fists and palms met, and an explosion exploded in the lowest earth behind Yamosi. You actually looked down on me. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yamoxi's mouth, and the fiery red flames instantly turned into silvery white light that completely enveloped his whole person. Gogeta's face changed slightly, and he realized that the power in the opponent's hand was many times stronger in an instant. Boom! The fiery energy exploded as the fists and palms met, and the battlefield lit up with a light that was brighter than the sun. The terrifying power surged, and a bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air on the battlefield. The bare earth shook violently at this moment, as if the end of the world was coming. The ground under their feet could no longer bear the energy generated by the two of them. A huge canyon opened up with a rumbling sound. Even from a high altitude, it was impossible to see the beginning and end of the canyon. It seemed that the entire battlefield was divided into two by this canyon. The white light dissipated like a broken mirror, revealing Yamosi with silver white hair. Endless divine aura came from all directions, and the entire sky was rendered into a silver galaxy. He actually knows how to use the ultimate intention kung fu, Kafra said in surprise when he saw Yamosi's form at this moment. Zeno and Grand Priest looked much calmer, as if they already knew that the other party would do it. Seeing Yamosi opposite him in the same form as himself, the corners of Gogeta's mouth raised slightly, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became more intense. Boom! The two looked at each other, and there was a big explosion in space. A tornado rose up around them, accompanied by countless violent lightning strikes. The two of them exerted their arms slightly, and both sides stepped back a certain distance. Then the two of them exploded again, and the silver light covered their bodies and rushed towards each other. The two sides fought fiercely. Light waves fell from the sky one after another, and the earth continued to collapse, leaving deep pits on the ground. Gogeta swayed and appeared behind Yamosi, and swept across with a sharp leg whip. But when Gogeta's attack was about to hit, he twisted his body and landed 3 meters behind with a somersault. Where he was just now, Yamashi suddenly appeared with fists raised. Silver light passed by, and Gogeta stepped forward as if teleporting, clenching his fists and striking at Yamosi. The fist was struck out, Gogeta's eyes flashed, and his arm suddenly changed the direction of the attack in the middle, twisting his waist and smashing hard towards the back. Boom! There was a fist fight, but Yamosi appeared behind Gogeta at some point. He wanted to attack Gogeta with his fists, but Gogeta saw through it when he was in a state of extreme concentration. It seems that the so-called fighting skills alone cannot determine the outcome. The corners of Yamosi's mouth turned up high. Gogeta raised his head slightly and looked at Yamosi with a smile. Gogeta and Yamashi both stopped their hands and retreated at the same time. The next moment they roared and exploded, and 2 huge white light pillars filled the entire battlefield. The 2 arrogances squeezed and rubbed like crazy, and the ground under their feet couldn't withstand this terrible pressure, and dense cracks suddenly appeared. The 2 Gogetas finished accumulating their energy and rushed towards each other like lightning. 2 white rays of light collided with each other in midair at a high speed, and then separated in an instant. Then they entangled and rotated in midair, wreaking havoc. The entire sky was covered with these white rays of light, like a layer of white spider webs. The two of them fought at extremely high speeds, and the sound of intensive collisions continued one after another. The battle was extremely fierce. In the stands, the children around Kafra looked excitedly at Gogeta, who was fighting fiercely. Growing up in the care of omnipotent parents, they never lose confidence because of the strength of others, but it will become the driving force for them. Because no matter who the other person is, they are not as powerful as their father. Beerus' eyes were downcast, lingering on Goku and Vegeta. Lord Beerus, why do you keep looking at us? Son Goku twisted around as if he had been stabbed by a needle. Vegeta was also confused. That Gogeta is very powerful. Beerus said solemnly. Yes, it is too powerful. Even if I can transform into the white god form, I feel that I am far from his opponent. Son Goku smiled bitterly. Nonsense. Beerus glared at Son Goku angrily. Son Goku's white god form can't even defeat him, so how can he be that Gogeta's opponent? Forward. I mean, you two can also try fusion. Beerus said slowly. Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other. If they fused into Gogeta, could they be as strong as each other? Ever since the 18 angels were easily defeated by Gogeta, Y seemed very silent, watching the battle between Gogeta and Yamosi without blinking. Yes, Gogeta is the result of the fusion of Father and Uncle Vegeta. Then Dad here, you and Uncle Vegeta are fused. Wouldn't you be as powerful as him? Son Gohan exclaimed with surprise on his face. It's impossible. Although the Gogeta formed by the fusion of the two of you will be very powerful, it is probably not as powerful as Lord Beerus. Whis suddenly said. Hearing Whis' words, Son Goku suddenly felt a little disappointed. A violent explosion sounded, and then the dilapidated battlefield shook and collapsed under everyone's shocked eyes. Even if the power of Gogeta and Yamosi were compressed and concentrated to hit each other, the aftermath of the battle was still not something that the battlefield transformed by the planet below could bear. The Earth disappeared, and at this moment the entire mysterious space turned into a battlefield for Gogeta and his 2 men. The rule of out-of-field elimination will no longer take effect. The battle will end when one person is killed or the battle is completely lost. Gogeta is a very talkative being. During the fierce battle, his power continued to increase, and his attacks on the opponent became more and more fierce. Countless attacks continued to drown Yamosi. He actually still retains his strength. Yamosi noticed this situation, his expression gradually became ferocious, and he waved his arms to fight with Gogeta's thunderbolt. Gogeta's eyes were cold and stern, and he punched out. Countless fist shadows gathered together, and bright light erupted from his fist, overwhelmingly sweeping towards Yamosi. The force of the fist was like the overturning of the sea, drowning Yamosi in the rumbling sound. An unavoidable punch hit Yamosi's chest. Under his disbelieving gaze, a terrifying explosion instantly covered Yamosi's body. A black shadow penetrated the sky, and everyone took a closer look, only to see Yamosi flying towards the distance like a meteor. In midair, Gogeta took advantage of the victory to pursue. His breath erupted, his left leg slightly bent, and his whole body flew high in an instant, appearing above Yamosi. His hands gathered together, and a world-destroying energy emerged in his palms. The brilliant light illuminated Gogeta's tall body, making him look like a god who could not be looked directly at. Gogeta's expression was cold, and his aura of terror suddenly surged. He pushed out his hands suddenly, and countless energy beams fell in the air. The blue energy light rain swept across the entire battlefield, turning into an airtight dragnet, covering Yamosi's body in a hemispherical shape. This move is an upgraded version of the prince's strategy. It covers every space in the hemisphere like a laser. Attacks that destroy the world come one after another, making it impossible to escape. Boom! Countless beams of light fell on Yamosi like electric snakes, making his body tremble and making it difficult to stand.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.